What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was neglected and left. Izuku Yagi was once a bright and happy kid. Until he was diagnosed quirkless. There his life fell into darkness, neglected by his parents, bullied by his sister and ex-best friends. Yet he still hung on to his dream of being a hero, just like All Might. Until he overheard All Might was his dad and stated how he didn't have the heart of hero, yet his bully sister was. Izuku then accidentally ran away, broken by the shock. But while on the street, he discovers something that'll make him a hero. One that saves the kids discarded like him. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Prttygoodnoob for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Quirkless Loser. Izuku was once an excited and happy kid. He'd run around with stars in his eyes and giving a smile that could kill the sun. He was bright, kind, sweet, caring and practically an angel. It was impossible to hate him. Izuku was loved by his family of Toshinori Yagi, Inko Yagi and his twin sister Izumi Yagi. He was happy, life was great. Quirkless. That one word. That one measly word that was represented by an extra toe joint. Turned his happy life into one of torture. The day he had got home, their parents had celebrated the fact that their daughter had a powerful telekinesis quirk. Stronger than her own mother's. Izuku was saddened that they never even spared him a glance, but being the naive and hopeful child he was, he shook it off and headed for bed. Hoping to be comforted and for everything to become normal again. It wasn't. Izuku didn't understand. His sister and his friends apparently stopped liking him. Seeing that his dream to be a quirkless hero had personally offended them. Izuku didn't get it, but he was too pure. So he hid his scars that his sibling and friends gave them from his parents. He had done this for a month before realizing that they didn't care. Izuku's family had planned to go to a water park. Izuku was so excited to go, but when he realized that they were gone with him still at the door. The harsh reality set in. They forget him. They didn't love him. His own family hated him. All because he was quirkless. For the next 9 years, Izuku was belittled and tormented. Izumi constantly threw him around and hit him with objects. Kitsuki got into his face and burned his body with explosions and made him choke on ash. Kitsumi used her missile quirk at a range to knock him around and hit him when he hoped he was safe. Shoto both burned and froze him, giving him major frostbite, and Zyado burned him with her steam quirk. Izuku was often called Deku, basically no one knew his real name. Because Izumi had blonde hair instead of Izuku's forest green, people never knew they were related. They bullied him for 9 years. No, bullied is to tame for what they did. They tortured Izuku for 9 years. Name calling and beatings, every single day. It was so bad that he has started to get white hair from becoming super stressed and anxious. That only ever happens when people get tortured for an absurd amount of time. The worst part, he believed he deserved it. None of this would have happened if he got a quirk, if he had not been that unlucky 20%, although it's more like 2%. People wouldn't have to deal with a quirkless loser like him. But that doesn't mean he didn't like it or at least longed for a single person to not look at his quirkless status and immediately think useless or waste of space. Just once. Izuku was alone for 9 years. Nobody noticed when he stopped smiling, nobody noticed that the life left his eyes. No one noticed because no one cared. Yet miraculously, he still wanted to be just like All Might. Unless something happened. Izuku sat in his middle school classroom. Last day of school, he knows he'll get a special beating for it, but Izuku doesn't care. He gets the entire holidays to hide, and so he doesn't get killed. Izuku taught himself first aid. He isn't perfect, but for learning it in 7 with no one to help him, he's pretty good. The teacher stood at the front of the room. The man held a bunch of papers in his hands. He then slowly scanned around the room. His eyes then stopped on Izuku. Izuku gulped as the teacher looked away. Every time the teacher looked at him like that, he had a plan to cause him to get beaten. Today would be no different. Alright, I'm supposed to hand out these career pamphlets, but you all want to become heroes anyway. The teacher shouted happily. The class cheered and roared in excitement, some of them demonstrating their quirk. Izuku sighed and slumped into his seat. Kitsuki then decided to jump onto his desk. Yeah, like you extras have a chance of becoming heroes, me and my squad are the only ones here with capabilities to make it big. Kitsuki announced, popping out a few explosions. You guys would be lucky to be sidekicks to some D-lister. Kitsumi added with a smirk. Izuku looked away, hoping to be ignored in this situation. The class didn't seem happy at the insults. Yeah, you Kitsuki and Kitsumi as well as the Todoroki twins and Yagi twins are wishing to go to UA. The teacher says in a tired tone. But Izuku could see past it. He could see the amusement in his teacher's eyes as they made eye contact. Izuku stiffens and averts his gaze. He is trying to instigate Izuku to be beaten. The class erupted into whispered, a lot of them being the big five going to UA, and how if anyone could get past the 2% acceptance rate, it was them. But the group of five weren't focused on that. They were focused on Izuku. The teacher had said the Yagi twins, not Izumi. Izuku forced himself not to shake, he wasn't going to give his tormentors the satisfaction of seeing him scared. He was used to it. Izuku heard the stomping of footsteps approaching his desk, but he chose to ignore it. Or feign ignorance to something that he knew was going to hurt him. He does every day. Kitsuki Bakugo. Izuku gasped at the roughness of how hard Kitsuki had pulled at the collar of his shirt. He was raised out of his seat, now looking Kitsuki dead in the eyes. Izuku had his eyes widen for a brief second before shrinking down. He prepared himself for an explosion. What kind of stupid are you, Deku? Do you still really think you can be a bloody hero? UA won't even accept a quirkless loser like you. Kitsuki shouted. Izuku whimpered as he felt the skin of his neck start to burn from Kitsuki's quirk. He could hear the class laughing at his misery. He just wanted to be loved and appreciated, even if it was by one person. Izuku challenged himself to look into Kitsuki's eyes. They got rid of that rule KK Kachin. I could be the first quirkless hero. Izuku stuttered trying to defend himself. Kitsuki sneered, and Izuku whimpered as Kitsuki's palm grew hotter. So you think you can compete with those you have quirks? Stop living in your fantasy dream and just give up. He snarked. There are those words again. They are spoken at least once every beating he has with his ex-friends and sister. Just give up. Why do they care if he doesn't succeed? If they think he'll fail, then why are they trying so hard to make him stop trying? If he fails, then they were right, if he succeeds he proves them wrong. Izuku doesn't get it, he wants to understand, but he can't wrap his head around any situation where it would make sense. Even in the wild scenario that they actually care for him, which Izuku has realized they don't a long time ago, it still doesn't make sense. Itsuki, I still have to finish class. Please restrain yourself until the bell. His teacher says in a tired voice. Kitsuki scoffs before letting go of Izuku. Izuku gasps and holds his collar where Kitsuki had held him. He sighed that it was burned again. He'd have to sew it up again. Class continued for another 20 minutes, but Izuku was drowning in anxiety. His senses has heightened and his danger sense he has learned to trust. He finds it being right more than it being wrong, but he also doesn't know if he is always wrong in those situations. But right now, he can definitely feel 5 pairs of eyes glaring at him. Why is he hated so much? Why do they insist of making his life miserable if they hate him so much? The bell rings and Izuku swallows a lump in his throat. He starts putting his items in his bag as quickly as possible to keep them safe. But his sister didn't seem to like that idea. A book flings out of his bag with the use of telekinesis. Izuku's eyes widen and he can feel his heart stop beating as his future hero analyses journal is torn out of his bag and flung into the air. Izuku looks up, terrified. He watched the rest of his class quickly walk out as Kitsuki basically pushes them all out of the room. He sees Izumi standing up, an evil grin on her face. His book levitating off of the ground a few centimeters from her. Izuku looked her dead in the eyes with a pleading look, silently begging for her to stop. She saw this and her grin faltered, a flash of something crossed her face that Izuku didn't recognize. Mai-chan. Izuku stuttered. But he then turned over to Shoto. He walked over to his book and grabbed it with his right hand. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as his book, something he holds dear to him, was slowly being frozen. It took about 2 seconds before his book was completely encased in ice. Izuku didn't know what to say, but in his moment of shock and horror, he didn't notice Katsumi had walked up to the book as well. He only noticed it when he saw her fingers wrapped around the floating ice crystal. She then rose the book in the air before throwing it on the ground. The book shattered into millions of tiny pieces. Izuku's eyes widened at this. His mouth hung agape and tears dropped from his face. Izuku dropped to the floor and crawled to the shattered remains of his book. Tears leaked from his face with no signs of stopping. He couldn't form any words in his head to speak as he was too lost and too broken to even say anything. Izuku then yelled. Zyado had fired her steam quirk at him, pushing him back into a wall. Izuku suppressed a yell. Zyado had manipulated her steam to be hot, causing some minor burns on his skin. Not like he hasn't had any before. Izuku started panting, tears leaked out of his face as he forced himself up. He was coughing and wheezing, and his skin had become an agitated red from Zyado. Izuku distantly hears the stomping of footsteps approaching him, but it's too murky for him to tell. His head is spinning and he feels broken, his hard work had literally shattered in front of him. All of his time and effort destroyed in a second. Izuku hisses as he feels a hand on his shoulder before wincing at the intense burning feeling it was giving him. Izuku looked up and saw Kitsuki Bakugo. He had a smirk on his face as he stared down at Izuku. Smoke rises from his shoulder, but Izuku is used to the sensation, too used to it. If you know what's good for you Deku, you won't even attempt the UA entrance exam. Kitsuki smiles threateningly. Izuku coughs and sobs a bit, his eyes focused on his broken book. Kitsuki then stands up and walks back to his group of tormentors. Izuku was crying, but slowly gets up from the floor. He sadly trots over to his bag and zips it up, not bothering to clean the mess the other 5 made. "Hey Deku," his sister said. Izuku slowly looks up at her, his hair covering most of his eyes as he stares blankly at her. She was smirking at him from the doorway, her friends all standing behind him. "If you really want to quirk that badly, I may have an idea for you," she says. Izuku doesn't show any change of emotion. She's done this before several times, saying things to try and get his hopes up only to crush them again. It has lost all effect on Izuku. "Take a swan dive from the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life," she hollers. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. The 4 behind her bellow in laughter. Izumi had, his sister had. Suicide baited him. Izuku could feel hot tears welling up again. He felt anger, but didn't know how to let it out. The world's been nothing but an arse to him despite his kindness he's given. He walked over to the doorway and squeezed past them. "If you hate me that much then you can kill me yourself. No one would care." Izuku sniffles as he walks down the hall quite fast. The group of bullies didn't move from their spot, stunned by Izuku. Izuku didn't care or notice, but his mind was able to tell him when they couldn't see him. He sprinted and sobbed. Izuku just wanted to be loved. Izumi, Kitsuki, Kitsumi, Shoto and Zayato were all stunned still. The words of the boy made them stop and think. Izumi covered her mouth with her hand. Why had she said that? Why did she suicide bait her own brother? Despite how she acts, she really cares for him. She's just worried that if he became a hero, he'd die on the field because of his lack of quirk. She had to admit to herself, she knew the plan was stupid. By the time it was middle school, she had understood that, but she and her friends had gone too far with this stupid plan to back out now. But now Izumi had taken it too far, and the words she had just said, she couldn't take back. "I think we have gone too far," Zayato says softly, her shy attitude making her look down. "I told him to kill himself," Izumi said, small tears spilled from her eyes. "I think we need to stop. Maybe we can talk to him about becoming a support hero or joining the support course at UA. I doubt what we've been doing is healthy for his mental health. I forgot why we were doing this in the first place," Shoto says solemnly. "Fuck." Kitsuki swore, turning away from the group. "How are we supposed to expect forgiveness from him?" Kitsumi says. Izumi shook her head. "He should be upset and angry. We deserve it, what we don't deserve is forgiveness. But knowing Izuku, he'll give it to us. Whether instantly or after a while. Whatever his decision will be, we'll respect it as he at least deserves that," Izumi says. The others nod their head in agreement. Izumi then smiles brightly, thinking positively. She'll make it up to her brother, she'll be the sister he deserves, she thinks with a bright smile. Izuku walked home, taking the long way to make the trip as long as possible. He doesn't want to see Izumi nor his parents. Not like they'd care anyway. They haven't even spared him not so much as a glance the past 9 years. He would call it neglect, but the parents have to know they have a son to neglect them. Izuku has straight up been forgotten. Izuku sniffled as he kicked a rock while he walked. He was so done with everything. Maybe he should just take Izumi's advice. It'll save him future years of torment, and it's not like anyone would care. He's looked up quirkless statistics, and after looking, it isn't good. Izuku then halted. He felt his hairs on his neck stick up. He was about to be attacked, he could feel it. Izuku spun around, trying to focus on who would attack him. Izuku was terrified if that person or people were any one of his tormentors. He can handle the other assholes at school and run away with no issue. But if it was Izumi, Kitsuki, Kitsumi, Shoto and Zayato, he'd be killed the next day for defying them. He then heard something. It was a slushing noise and it was wet. Really wet. Izuku was confused, he was underneath a bridge with a small lake next to it. But the slushing noise wasn't coming from there. It sounded like it was below him. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the manhole cover. He knew none of his bullies were in there, and no sane person would willing go down into a sewer. So the only person in there was a villain. What a wonderful meat suit. A voice spoke. Izuku's eyes widened and jumped back. The manhole cover shot up from the floor, it slammed into the top of the bridge. Out from the sewer was something that couldn't even be described as a man. They were slimy and a disgusting green. They had large eyes with murderous red pupils and stone-like teeth. They seemed to be the only physical aspect about the villain. Izuku's eyes looked at the villain, scared. The villain laughed as it inched closer. "Sorry kid, I need a body to use for the time being to escape from All Might. You'd be my perfect getaway," the villain said, stretching out. Izuku wasn't sure what he was doing, he was looking straight at the eyes. thinking how he could hit them before diving into the water, as the villain likely couldn't swim as his body would dilute if they went into large amount of liquid. But for some reason, he spoke. "I can do you one better," Izuku blurted out in a panic. The villain paused, looking at Izuku incredulously. Izuku was confused on what he was doing, but he couldn't back out now. "Your quirk is mutant, right? You can't turn it off. You were probably ostracized and isolated because of it, right?" Izuku says, calming down ever so slightly. The villain growls and narrows his eyes at the boy. "Why would you care?" the villain asked. Izuku gulped but didn't back down. "Because I want to be a hero. I get ostracized and isolated too. Beaten until my ribs turn purple and left to be a bloody pulp on the floor. I want to help the people who never got a chance to have a life. Even people like you who have turned into not so nice people. I know that you didn't have a choice and would give everything to just have a normal quirk like everyone else. So I want to at least try and help you, even if it is wrong by the law. It would be the right thing to do," Izuku states. The villain looks at him. Wide-eyed and shocked by what the kid just said, no one had ever seen him as a human being. Just some gunk that was thrown away as soon as his quirk manifested. This kid, this absolute stranger, was treating him like a person. If the villain could cry, he'd be bawling right now. The sludge villain was about to speak, but was interrupted by a loud crash. Izuku turned around and his eyes widened at what he saw. All Might stood at the other end of the bridge. All Might was chasing after a villain. They were quite a dangerous one. They were made completely of sludge and is known for inhabiting the bodies of others and killing them. They have slipped through the cracks of others. But now he will stop this villain. All Might was given a tip that the villain would be heading through the sewer. So his first step would be to find a manhole cover. He jumped down to a stone bridge, hoping to find an entrance to the sewer. But instead he found the villain, squaring off against Izuku, his son. All Might immediately sprung into action. "Never fear, why? Because I am here," All Might shouted. All Might had arrived and yelled his catchphrase. Izuku immediately panicked and put his hands out in front of him. "All Might, wait," Izuku shouted, but it fell of deaf ears. All Might zoomed past him and punched the sludge villain. The body of the villain instantly dispersed. Izuku watched in horror as the man's body now covered the bridge. He remained frozen in shock. All Might didn't notice this, instead picking up the remains of the villain and stuffing them into a Coca bottle. He then looked back to Izuku, who was frozen with wide open eyes. All Might distantly remembers his son being a huge fan of his. Deciding to do him a favor, All Might grabbed out a piece of paper and signed it. He walked over to Izuku only to find him stunned. All Might frowned but quickly smiled again. He then started waving his hand in front of his face. Izuku was speechless. He watched All Might basically massacre the villain without a second thought. Wasn't he supposed to save them or try and talk to them first? Isn't that protocol for a hero? To try and talk the villain out of it before attempting to attack them? Perhaps he was missing parts of the story. Yeah, there's no way All Might would hurt someone without a second thought. "Hello, hello," All Might called, now slapping Izuku's face. Izuku blinked out of his trance, staring right up at All Might. Izuku then got stars in his eyes as he looked at his idol. "Hey All Might," Izuku stuttered, flashing the hero a bright smile. The hero brightens and hands Izuku a folded up piece of paper. "Thank you, young man, in helping me apprehend this villain. In my gratitude, I give you this," All Might said. Izuku took the folded up piece of paper curiously. He opened and immediately brightened. He got All Might's autograph. Izuku smiled genuinely, for probably the first time in years. "No problem. Always happy to help a fan. Now excuse me as I give this villain into the police," All Might shouted. He got down, ready to jump, but Izuku wanted to ask him a question. A question that he's been asking since he was 4 years old. "Wait, All Might," Izuku yelled. All Might paused. He turned around and looked at the boy, confused. Izuku was shaking. He had held onto his dream of being a hero for so long. Endured all of the pain and suffering that came with it just so he can help people. All Might's been his idol since he can remember. The smile on the man's face on his debut video will be embedded into Izuku's heart forever. Izuku wants to know if someone without a quirk can become a hero. He knows it's outlandish. Everyone has told him so. Yet he desperately needs just one person to say, "I believe in you." It would make his world if that one person was All Might. But what if All Might said no? That aspect alone would be enough to break Izuku. The one man that kept him going despite what everyone else was doing to him. How would Izuku be able to bear it? He doesn't know himself. He tightened his body and clenched his fist, squeezing his eyes shut. He forced his mouth to ask the question that he's wanted to ask All Might his entire life. "See, can someone without a quirk become a hero?" Izuku asks hopefully. He doesn't move, keeping his body tight, barely shaking. When the hero doesn't answer instantly, a form of dread washes over him. He can't breathe, he feels tears start to poke his eyes. No. All Might said family. Izuku cracks a sob but doesn't move. It would be stupid for someone without a quirk to try and become a hero. It's good to have dreams kid, but you have to be realistic. A doctor or an officer is a fine job if you want to help others. All Might says. Izuku doesn't look at him or say anything. He doesn't move and just stands there, slowly dying. Now I really must go. Get home safe. All Might yells. He stands up and turns around. All Might squats before taking off. The gust of wind pushes Izuku to the ground, but he doesn't try to get up. He remains there, crying. I'm sorry son, but it is far too dangerous. Toshinori thought as he jumped away. Eventually Izuku had found the strength to walk home. If he could even called it home. If anything it's where he resides as has nowhere else to go. Izuku was void of emotion, trying to quell the feelings of the day he had just experienced. Izuku walked up to the door and tried to open it. But found it locked. Izuku sighed, he was never lucky. His parents had never bothered to give him a key, so if Izuku wants to get in, he has to hope they forget to lock the door. But this shitty day won't give him a break. It started off so well too, getting to see a pro hero fight and the debut of Mount Lady. But just like every other time in his life, it all comes crashing down. Izuku sighed and walked around the house. This has happened plenty of times before. He leaves his window unlocked so he can climb through it. He sighed and grabbed onto a pipe next to the side of the building. Izuku was about to pull himself up, but his father's voice interrupted caught his attention. Izumi, I've got something really important to tell you. Toshinori said. Izuku was tempted to ignore it and just climb up to his room and cry but what does he have to lose? Everyone hates or just ignores him. He has no chance at his dream or any other job if the statistics he's researched correct. What's the harm of it? No one will care anyway. Izuku reasoned. He leant over and looked through the window. Toshinori his father and Izumi were standing in the dining room. Alright dad. Izumi responded. Okay, Izumi. What I'm about to tell you is not to leave this house. This is a dangerous secret that you can't tell anyone about. Toshinori says seriously. Izuku becomes intrigued by this. Also a little heartbroken that Toshinori isn't even thought about telling him this, but Izuku would expect that. He watched his father take a deep breath before suddenly. Poof, he turned into a cloud of smoke. Izumi was confused while Izuku was heavily interested in what this was. He watched as the small smoke cloud cleared and his breath hitched when he saw who was now standing where his father stood. Izuku was in shock, wide eyes and mouth agape. His father, the man whose muscle frame looked more like a skeleton than actual skeletons, just turned into All Might. The same person who had just extinguished the flames of his dreams an hour ago. Silent tears shot out from Izuku's eyes as he watched what was going on. Dad? Are you All Might? Izumi yelled, in complete shock. All Might nodded his head. Indeed I am, however there is a second reason I ask you to see me. All Might said. Izuku was shaking as he watched the interaction. Every bit of him shattering as he watched his once idle-turned father talk with Izumi like she was his world, while he had pushed Izuku away like he was nothing but a nuisance. Izuku was crying. What is it? Izumi asked with stars in her eyes. I want you to inherit my quirk. All Might stepped. Izuku stopped, everything in his body had shut down. Inherit his quirk? How? That has to be a joke right? Some sick joke because they've noticed he was there. There's no way his father had a passable quirk and would have chosen to neglect his quirkless son when he could have saved him from all of the suffering. Izumi was confused on what her father meant. All Might then started to explain the story of One for All. Stating how a powerful villain was born at the dawn of quirks 2 centuries ago with the power to give and take quirks. He used this power to manipulate people into his cause so he could have power. His brother was against it, but All for One didn't care. Trying to persuade his younger brother to join him by forcefully giving him a quirk. What All for One didn't know was that his younger brother did indeed to have a quirk. A quirk that he could pass down. So the stockpiling quirk that he was given was passed down to user, now residing in him. Izuku was silently listening, too shocked to even make a sound. Does Mom know about this? Izumi asked. Yes. Why wouldn't my partner Green Tornado know of my quirk? All Might said happily. Izumi then seemed to be jumping with joy, while Izuku died a little bit more. He was neglected by parents who were supposed to protect him. Was he not worthy to be helped? Was he that useless? So Izumi, do you accept my offer to hold my quirk? All Might asked. Izumi looked thoughtful. Why not Izuku, he's quirkless. Izumi asks. Izuku was crying. Yes, why not him? He's given it everything he has to be a hero, does that not matter to his father? To All Might. The bloody symbol of peace. All Might shook his head. Because he doesn't have the heart like a true hero. You do. All Might smiled. Izuku gasped, he stepped back away from the window. Broken. How? How's Izumi more of a hero than he is? He's tried to help people while she only has hurt them. Is it only because he is quirkless? So Izumi, what do you say? All Might asks. Izuku didn't stay to listen. He walked away, in a daze. He walked with wide open eyes and a broken expression away from his house. He was in complete autopilot, not sure where he was going but he didn't care. If no one else did, why should he? Izuku finally registers his surroundings. He has somehow found his way into an alleyway. No clue how far he had gotten, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to care. He couldn't bring himself to stand anymore either. Izuku stumbled to a wall and slowly slid down, tears still streaked down his face. Once he was sitting on the ground, Izuku then curled in on himself and finally let it all out. Wailing to the heavens and screaming with his lungs. He muttered 2 words over and over again. Why me? What is this power? Izuku sat in the alleyway, tears still rolling down his face. He had started to think more on what his father had said. He had a passable quirk. One for All isn't his quirk, and that quirk is what made him All Might. So what was his quirk before One for All? Izuku had never thought of this much before, but what was his father's quirk? He knew his mother's quirk has a telekinesis quirk, but he was tricked into believing it was a weak one. It clearly wasn't, as it was the quirk Green Tornado had. The number 8 pro hero. But what was his father's quirk? Izuku thinks hard and has come to the conclusion that he's never said his quirk. But if he was given One for All, he'd still have his original quirk, wouldn't he? Unless he was. Izuku stopped. If his father was quirkless, it would only make sense of how he became quirkless. It was still an incredibly rare chance for him to become quirkless, but it was a lot higher than if he did have a quirk. Izuku couldn't believe it. His father, who he is probably quirkless, neglected his quirkless son, something that he once experienced. Izuku started to cry again. Hey, a crybaby is out late at night, a voice said. Izuku sniffled and looked up. 2 men approached him. The man who spoke first seemed to have sickly pale skin. But on closer inspection, Izuku identified that his skin was a light gray. He had dark hair and eyes that were impossible to see the color of them in the dark. He wasn't tall, but was well built. The second guy was taller than the other man. He was lanky and tall. He had black hair that seemed to have random yellow highlights in his hair. Izuku gulped as tried backing away. Only to remember that he was already backed against a wall. Izuku tried to talk, but the gray-skinned male dashed forward. Izuku yelled, but it was quickly silenced by the man's hand. Izuku was panicking, these men were going to hurt him. It's your own fault, kid. A string bean like you shouldn't be out this late at night, the lanky male said. Just be quiet and do your job as a lookout, the other man barked. The lanky man rolled his eyes before turning around. Izuku was panicking. He tried to push the man off of him, but it was no use. He was clearly a lot stronger than Izuku. Izuku then felt something sharp start poking his face. Izuku looked down and saw the man's fingernails were causing his face to bleed. They were silver, but also looked shiny. Like it was something metallic. What the fuck? Do you not have anything? Not even a phone? The man stated angrily. Izuku looked up at him pleadingly, hoping to at least be able to say something, but all he got was a punch to the stomach. Izuku choked at the force. It was a lot harder than what any of his bullies had given him before. Even stronger than Toyoshi with a rock mutation quirk and Shoto when he covers his fist in ice. It was like this man's fist was harder than the regular person. But it didn't make sense, his quirk gives him metal fingernails. The man punched him again and it felt a lot worse the first time. He had probably bruised him from the first punch. The man smirked as he saw Izuku's expression, deciding to readjust his grip. He covered Izuku's face entirely with his hand before lifting him up with that one arm. Izuku then felt his head starting to break. This guy was strong. He obviously had more than a quirk that made his nails metal. But what could he do? What could a useless deku like him do? Grab him? Something inside Izuku's was telling him to grab the man. An instinct was more correct. Izuku, in a blind panic and fear, Izuku reached his hand forward. He grabbed the man's face with his hand. Izuku didn't know why he was doing it, but he wasn't expecting any results from it. Izuku wasn't aware of anything, the only thing he could feel was pain. But the next thing he knew, Izuku was dropped. Izuku started coughing and held his face with his hand. He wasn't sure on what just happened, but he looked up to the man who had just held him. He was on the ground, groaning, seeming like he was in pain. What happened? Izuku thought. The man shook his head, then looked up at him angrily. What the fuck was that? The man yelled angrily. Izuku was scared, but he knew he couldn't just let the man attack him again. Quickly, Izuku lunged forward and slammed his fist down onto the man's face. The man yelled and quickly slammed into the back of his head into the pavement, knocking him out. Izuku was shocked, he didn't think he had enough strength to do that. "Oh shit," another voice said. Izuku looked up to see the other man running up to him. Izuku had completely forgotten he was there. Izuku's eyes widened as electricity started to emit around his body. Izuku jumped back as the man quickly approached him. Izuku looked around the alleyway trying to look for something. It seemed as though the man couldn't fire his electricity outwards, otherwise he would have already done it. His attacker charged at Izuku head on, meaning he had to get close. Izuku saw a garbage can and quickly picked it up. He seemed to pick it up easier than he had expected, but that could be the adrenaline helping him out with it. He threw it at the rushing villain, and it slammed him on the head. Izuku didn't waste his opportunity and attacked the man. Running at him, Izuku got down low and swept the man's leg with his own like he's seen several pro heroes do. The man yelped and quickly fell down. The man must have been heavily off balance as the man barely put up any resistance as he dropped to the ground. But the man wasn't out. He looked up at Izuku angrily and reached out his hand. Izuku yelled as Izuku felt like he was being tossed. Izuku could feel the stinging sensation from his stomach flow through his entire body. Particularly his bones as he crumpled. He felt a similar instinct to what he felt before. In his delirious haze of being shocked, Izuku reached for the villain and gripped him tight. Suddenly the pain of being electrocuted stopped. Izuku cracked his eyes open to the sound of the man yelling. Izuku looked down and looked at the man's face. His eyes had rolled to the back of his head and he was twitching violently. Izuku quickly stood back up and jumped away in fright. What had happened? What did he just do? The villain stopped twitching shortly after Izuku removed his hand. His eyelids closed shut and he became limp. Izuku stared at the man in shock. He quivered against the wall as his eyes were glued to the figure laying there on the ground. Izuku stared at him intently, trying to find any sort of movement or breathing or any sense of life. Had he killed him? Izuku dropped down to sit, his legs giving out. Izuku couldn't stop shaking as his eyes refused to leave the man's body. Izuku slowly started to breathe quicker, his breath was becoming irregular and too quick to determine if he had just inhaled or exhaled. What had he done? Izuku's hands snaked their way to his hair and started to pull it. He kept shaking his head, staring down at the body. Then a flash of yellow light caught Izuku's attention. Finally pulling his eyes away from the possible dead man, Izuku looked up his arms. They were crackling electricity. Izuku stopped. He slowly removed his hands from his hair and looked at them. Izuku stared at the electricity. It was that man's quirk. How did he get it? He was quirkless and he definitely would know if he had a copy quirk. But no copy quirk ever actually hurt the target who had their quirk copied. If anything, it would hurt the user having an unnatural ability now in their body, even if it was for a short amount of time. Izuku then caught a quick shine on the tips of his fingers. He turned his fingers down and looked at what caught his eyes. Izuku saw that his fingertips were no longer a light pink, but a shiny silver. A metallic silver. Izuku then looked over to the other guy who also laid limp on the ground. Izuku could see his fingertips and saw that they were regular. Izuku's eyes widened, he had two quirks at once. Even that was unheard of for a copy quirk. Not having two stored quirks, two active quirks at once. Izuku gulped and tried to calm himself down. He had to make sure that they were alive, he wouldn't know what to do if they were dead. Izuku didn't want to be a murderer. He didn't even know what just happened, he just panicked. Izuku took deep breaths, remembering those videos to help with panic attacks. They did really help because he had to psych himself up every morning to leave his room. During the breathing, Izuku had closed his eyes. Once he opened his eyes, the electricity was gone. Izuku sighed as he shakily looked at his arms. He then frowned once he got back to his fingernails. They were still metal. Shaking it off, Izuku then crawled over to the guy with yellow highlights in his hair. Izuku then starts to wonder if those are natural or dyed. Quirks do tend to change the user's appearance, even if the quirk itself isn't a mutant type. Rather an emitter or transformation. Like the guy from before, his quirk made his skin gray despite him most likely having a no bad Izuku. Stop geeking about quirks in a time like this, find out if these two are alive. Izuku breathed out a shaky breath and slowly moved his arm over to the man who had an electric quirk. Izuku gasped out a sigh of relief. He still had a pulse. Izuku became content at the revelation that he hadn't killed a man. Izuku then crawled over to the man with a metal nail quirk. Izuku chuckled softly that he was alive. But now, what was he going to do? Izuku should really call the police to get these two to jail. But then he'd have to tell the operator on the other line who he was. Not that him saying his name was a problem, but that his parents would be contacted. They were probably on bed or celebrating with Izumi that she was receiving that stupid quirk from dad. If they were interrupted with whatever they were doing to come and get him, they would be extremely annoyed and furious. Although his parents had never hurt him physically, it may be because they never knew he was there in the first place. If they suddenly remember he existed, he wouldn't be surprised if he got a good slap to the face. Oh, and Izumi would definitely beat him. She had never done it at home, but it's because she probably doesn't want to break anything or was too distracted by her parents to notice Izuku as well. Izuku sighed and lowered his head. He finally had a quirk that could at least copy others. He would no longer be a quirkless Deku and might be able to have a normal life and go to UA with the rest of them. But did he really want that, even after everything they put him through? Would that even happen? Izuku sighed and stood up. He looked straight forward from where he was and saw a window. The window was dark and Izuku couldn't see anything through it. The sky may not have been much brighter, but Izuku could still see. The window still had his reflection there. Izuku walked forward to it, wincing at the view. He had several cuts and bruises all over his face, and even a burn on the side of his neck from Kitsumi. His hair was long and untamed. He had only had a haircut twice in the past 9 years, and that was Izuku grabbing the kitchen scissors and cutting his own hair because his hair was too long and kept getting in his eyes and mouth. He had tried to straighten it out, but his hair refused to cooperate. He wished he got his father's genes for this part, as his mother's curly hair kept getting tangled and grew out like an afro. Izuku had accepted a long time ago that his hair would be messy and untamed forever. Unless he was going to cut it off completely, but if Izuku was completely honest, he kind of liked it. Izuku raised his hand and brushed the gray hairs near his ears he had been growing. He first started to notice them a year ago, but he's slowly been getting more. Izuku didn't want to be called an old man before he graduated high school. Izuku sighed disappointedly as he looked at himself. Other than the wild nature of his hair, he didn't really like what he saw. His beady green eyes and tiny freckles. His small and frail stature that was heavily malnourished. The dark bags underneath his eyes and the bright green hair that reminded him of his mother. He didn't like it. Izuku attempted a smile. He can't remember the last time he smiled. He used to give fake smiles all the time, but he stopped bothering after he came to terms that no one cared about if he was okay or not. Even if he wanted to ruin his old friends' and sister's chances to get into UA, not like anyone would believe him. He gave a shaky smile that wasn't even a smile. His mouth was more like a round rectangle than the edges of his lips going up and his eyes slightly narrowing. His eyes just squinted as he scanned his face. God, he really didn't like how he looked. He hated the places that obviously looked like his mother, as he didn't really have much physical features from his father, other than being skinny. But then something caught Izuku's eye. His teeth seemed dark. Izuku inched closer to the window. He hooked his lip with his index finger and lifted it up to get a better look. Izuku tilted his head up and moved his head around. Izuku was trying to notice what was wrong with them because they were certainly not white or yellow. Could they be rotting? No, they would hurt if they were rotting. Izuku used his other hand and pointed out his index finger. He then started tapping on his teeth. They certainly weren't normal. They were hard but not like regular teeth. They were also strangely cold despite his mouth being warm. Izuku kept tapping them, but then yelped in pain. He had hit his teeth with his metal fingernail. There was a clang sound like metal had hit each other. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. He opened his mouth again and looked at his teeth. They were metal. Wait, how was that man's teeth and nails both metal? That doesn't make sense. Although quirks are unpredictable, they still have some sense and logic with them that works with real-world examples. Like the user manipulates the temperature of the water molecules in the air and expands them to create ice. Or how electric quirks are still attracted to metal and can charge batteries and other things. It doesn't make sense if the user has specifically their nails and teeth metal. Unless they weren't the only thing metal. Despite their appearance, both teeth and nails are in fact bones. So it would make sense if the user had metal bones. The man did have a hard punch. Izuku couldn't really test that out if he had metal bones, but it would make sense. Now that the Izuku's adrenaline had run out, his body did feel oddly heavy. It took a considerable amount of effort to just raise his arm. It could just be the exhaustion or the pain Izuku was feeling, but how the man was punching him before. It felt like there was something else in his hand. If his bones were metal, that would make sense. Izuku huffed and looked at his nails and tried to concentrate in turning his quirk off to test his theory. The only problem was that it wasn't turning off. Izuku was slowly starting to get frustrated and panic. Why wasn't the quirk turning off? The other man's electric quirk did, so why wasn't his? There are a few emitter quirks that actually can't be turned off, but there are no examples as such for a transformation quirk. The only other way a quirk can't be turned off is if it was a mutant quirk. But Izuku wouldn't be able to copy it then. There are no cases of a copy quirk that can copy a mutant quirk. Not that they are very common, they are one of the rarest types of quirks. Even Eraserhead's erasure quirk didn't affect mutant quirks. So why did his? It would be strange if his quirk could copy mutant quirks while others couldn't, especially since his mother had a telekinesis quirk and his father, well, might be quirkless. But what if he didn't copy the person's quirk? Izuku remembers seeing the man with metal nails no longer had them. If his quirk was a mutant quirk, then he should still have them if Izuku copied his quirk. But what if he hadn't copied the thug's quirk? What if he had taken it? Izuku had scanned through quirks that could possibly transfer a quirk, but those are only theories. Implausible theories. How, although theoretically possible by quirk law, it seems outrageous that a quirk could possibly be given or taken from someone else. But if Izuku had truly stolen the man's quirk, he surely could give it back. So with shaky hands and a weird sense of curiosity and determination, Izuku slowly stepped over to the man. He put his hand on the head and tried to channel his quirk. Not like he knew how, especially since he has never had a quirk to use before. Well, until now, but it was more of a panic response. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to focus. He felt two things. One seemed to be heavy and earthy and yet natural, while the other felt sharp, energetic and stung. The earthy one seemed to have a connection to the man Izuku was touching, so Izuku channeled it. Izuku then felt that earthy and heavy feeling leave his body. Opening his eyes, Izuku grabbed the man's hand and was shocked to see that his nails were metal once more, while his were regular again. Izuku's eyes brightened at the prospect that he did make people quirkless without the ability to return their power. Izuku turned around and went to give the other man his quirk back. But stopped. These people tried to hurt him. They were villains. It's not like they were forced into this type of life. Their quirks were definitely not seen by weak or villainous by society standards. The man with the grey skin also seemed to take joy in hurting him, even when discovering he didn't have anything of value. Did these men really deserve their quirk? Izuku had been quirkless all his life. Well, supposedly quirkless. He had been repressed and hurt by virtually everyone. There had only been 3 people in Izuku's life that hadn't treated him like trash or a fragile bunny that couldn't do anything. That was the old woman at the end of the street who is also quirkless herself, but she was born in a time where that was a lot more common. When quirklessness was actually 20%. They haven't bothered to update those statistics in over 3 decades. The second person was a girl with a quirk that can emit a very deadly gas from her breath. There were wide highlights in it that made it so the front of the gas had an image of a skull on it. Definitely deemed as a villainous quirk. The girl was from Kyoto and was only here in Musafatsu for a vacation. The girl had seen Izuku crying and went over to help him. He had told the woman not to bother because he was quirkless and a waste of her time, but she had told him that he wasn't. She had told him about her shitty life, and because of her villainous quirk, she got stuck as a construction worker instead of the veterinarian that she was working for. Unfortunately, Izuku hasn't seen her since, as she was only in Musafatsu for a vacation. The last one was Shoto's and Zayato eldest sibling. Tuya. He didn't have a weak quirk or a villainous quirk. In fact, he actually had quite a powerful quirk. Even stronger than Endeavor's, which is their father. However, he had the issue of not being immune to his own quirk. But apparently his father didn't get that and kept training him in hopes that his body would get used to his quirk. Izuku didn't know the full story, but he knew it was bad as Tuya committed suicide. He knows Uncle Enji was devastated about his death and blamed himself on it. Izuku couldn't really blame him, he was the cause of his death. He knows this was especially because Enji started insulting Tuya that Shoto and Zayato didn't have his problem with their quirk and was constantly called a failure. Izuku really misses him. When Shoto and Zayato along with the Bakugos and Izumi started hurting him, Tuya had came to his defense. He was able to stop them for a while when they first started. But he committed suicide 6 months later, just a few days after he turned 15. Izuku had bought him a birthday gift and he actually cried. Apparently he was the only one to even remember his birthday at all. Izuku felt sorry for him and wished he could have saved him. Which is why he stopped visiting Uncle Enji and Aunt Rei, who were nice to him entirely. If they treated Tuya like dirt, someone with a powerful quirk, how would they treat someone without a quirk at all? These 2 men probably had some shitty job or were bullies that never grew out of it. Troublemakers who have gotten into crime and now can't get out. Whatever their reasons were definitely weren't justified. So Izuku bent back down and put his hand back on the man's face. He felt the familiar, natural and earthy feeling and sucked it back into his body. He then felt heavier, which had only confirmed to Izuku that he had gotten the quirk back. Izuku then looked at the 2 thugs. What to do now? He's already came up with a reason why he can't call the police. But he obviously can't just let them go. With quirks or not, they'd still likely terrorize other people or come after him. Izuku also didn't know if his quirk was permanent or not, but he had a strange feeling that it was. Izuku looked around the alley and saw some rope. It obviously looked worn and had been used a lot. Likely why it was thrown out. But it was surely still strong enough to tie these 2 men up. He walked over and grabbed it before going to the 2 men again. He pulled them together and wrapped the rope around them. He then went to his bag and grabbed one of his books and a pen. Izuku ripped out the page before writing a note on it. He then stuck the note on the side of the men's face before standing up. Izuku then turned around and left the alley. only to remember that he didn't actually know where he was. Cautiously Izuku looked out of the alley to find the street mostly barren. Izuku then saw a service station on the other side of the road. Izuku sighed as he realized where he was. In his start of delirium he must have subconsciously gone to his safe place. Izuku walked out of the alleyway and headed in the direction to the place he more calls home than where he properly lives. Urgaba Beach was once a beautiful tourist attraction about a decade ago. But because of the selfishness and pure negligence of the tourists and locals, the beach has become a dump. Now the only reason people will actively go to Urgaba to dump trash that are too big to fit in their bins, or if they have run out of room. But about 2 years ago, Izuku ran in the beach in hopes of getting away from his tormentors. He found a caravan that was mostly intact. Curiously, Izuku had opened the door and found the caravan was still in pretty good condition, despite it obviously being old. Izuku had actually cleaned that caravan up a bit to make it feel better and more homey than his room, and had bought a sleeping bag with a little amount of money he owned to sleep there when he wanted to relax. It was his safe place, a place where none of his bullies would ever bother to come in just to beat him up. As Izuku was walking there though, his mind wandered back to his quirk. He could steal quirks and give them to others. Where has he heard that quirk before? Did he have all for one? How did he have all for one? Despite how much he hated his father, Izuku did know for a fact that Toshinori was his biological dad. So him being quirkless would make sense if his father was quirkless. But Izuku was born after Toshinori was given one for all, which would now be incorporated into his father's DNA, as that is how quirks worked. Copy and obvious all for one would be a slight exceptions to that rule, but it should still work the same. Since the original user of one for all was the brother to all for one, it would make sense how he got this quirk. Izuku grunted and shook his head. He was tired and has been a long bad day. He can think about it tomorrow. Izuku walked into the beach and walked over the mounds of trash. He walked to the caravan and opened the door. Izuku took in a breath of air as he slid down against the door. He looked down at his hands, looking at the metal nails that he now had. He activated his electricity and allowed it to run around his body. Izuku smiled, a genuine smile. It was a nice feeling, finally not being quirkless. Izuku sighed and stood up. He walked over to the sleeping bag that was resting on the small mattress. Izuku grabbed it and gave a content hum. Izuku was really glad that it was the holiday, so he didn't have to face them for a while. Izuku then frowned. How would they react if they found it he had all for one? The same quirk of his father's enemy. His parents would probably want to join him in beating him as well. Did Izuku want to go home? Missing. So Izumi, what do you say? Dad asked with a smile. Izumi stared at her father in shock. Her dad was All Might and her mother was Green Tornado. She was so shocked and so happy. The fact that both of her parents were top 10 heroes did surprisingly explain a lot. But that wasn't what her mind should be thinking about. She was being offered her father's quirk. That quirk is what has made him the symbol of peace and the undisputed #1 hero. It is a dangerous secret that would be problematic if the general public found out that his quirk could be passed to others. People from all over the world would try and get their hands on it because of how powerful his quirk was. Which is what makes the holder of one for all so specific. They had to be driven to be a hero and only use the quirk for good purposes. But Izumi knows that she doesn't fit the bill. She was a bully, and that's putting it lightly. She's been an asshole to several kids in her school, but none of them were nearly as bad as Izuku. Herself and her friends had started the whole bullying to get him to stop trying to be a hero. He had the heart and drive, but he didn't have a quirk. It would give him the disadvantage in all fights, no matter how smart he was. It was just too risky. But beating him down day after day, hurting him with their quirks and changed his name that probably everyone outside of our class didn't actually know his real name. He's just called Deku. Izumi isn't stupid, but what she does know is that she is selfish. She loves the attention that her parents give her, all the love and time they have together. She wouldn't want it any other way. Actually, that's a lie, she would like Izuku to be part of it as well. He knows that her mother and father don't speak with Izuku and that he doesn't come down and eat with them at dinner. Also thinking about it recently, has he ever gone on a family vacation trip with them? Izumi doesn't remember the last time they actually spent time together that wasn't her hitting him. Because perhaps there wasn't a time where Izuku had been part of the family. Not after his diagnosis as quirkless. Izumi wasn't worthy of one for all, she knew that. It was for people with golden souls who would risk their lives for others no matter who they were. A complete stranger, a general jerk or someone weaker than them. They were the person who was a true hero. Izumi didn't deserve one for all. But Izuku did. I'm sorry to add, but I don't think I would be the appropriate holder for one for all. Izumi said, lowering her head. Why would you not be suited to hold one for all? I wouldn't be able to give you my quirk instantly, which is why we would train. Dad said. Izumi shook her head, looking back up at him. No, I mean there is somebody much more suited for it than me. Izumi admitted. If not you then who? Dad asked confused. Izumi smiled brightly and clapped her hands together. Izuku. She yelled happily. He's always as happy and really optimistic to everyone, no matter how mean or dirty they are to him. If someone is getting bullied at our school, he'll get in the way to protect them without actually fighting them as it's wrong. He never has asked for anything in return, and if he has ever offered anything, he declines anyway. Izumi explained. Dad seemed to understand and smiled. I see, then he would be a good fit to inherit my quirk. We would have to train hard to help fix that skinny body he has. But when he gets home, let's tell him the good news. Dad said. Izumi brightened and looked giddy. Now her brother can become heroes with the rest of her friends together like they had planned when they were younger. It still didn't get rid of the guilt that Izumi feels, and it will definitely take a while until she is forgiven. Izumi knows that, and it's okay. But she'll make it up to her brother, and this is the start. Izumi went to the lounge room and started watching TV until Izuku got home. An hour passed and Izuku had yet to come home. She was starting to get worried. Why hadn't he come home yet? Despite how little she actually knew about her brother, she did know he didn't have any friends. Which only aided in her feeling worse. Mom walked through the door, she saw Izumi looking worried. Immediately she went over to comfort her daughter. Izumi dear, what's wrong? Mom asked. Izumi huffed and leaned down, putting her head in her hands. Izuku isn't home yet, I'm worried that something happened to him. Izumi said. Mom frowned, she reached over and patted her back. He'll be fine dear. He always has been. Her mother tried to comfort. Izumi scowled at that thought. Izuku has always lied about being fine, although he has never been fine. Always putting on a fake smile and hiding his scars. Scars that she gave him. He probably has never felt loved in years as her parents have been so focused on her. Izumi stood up and walked over to a counter with a bunch of photographs on it. Izumi looked at it sadly. There were several photos of her and her parents. There was a picture of them at an amusement park. One of them when they went on a trip to America where she met a girl called Melissa Shield. She was so smart and tech-savvy, she wanted to work as a support hero when she became older. But the best part was that she was also quirkless. She was loved by her father and others around her. No one cared that she was quirkless. Unlike Izuku, who gets name-called daily and is constantly abused. Abused by her. She was such a shitty sister. Izuku wasn't in a single picture. He was never around, and her parents never paid attention to him. Izumi wonders just how he feels right now. Mom, why isn't Izuku in any of these photos? She asked. She knew why. They were neglecting him. So she had to do something. If she was going to redeem herself, she had to start by showing her parents how bad they are. Her mother looked confused, she walked over at the counter to look at the photos. She was scanning them, trying to find one with Izuku. Only to slowly realize he wasn't in any of them. Becoming panicked, she then grabbed a book. Izumi was only able to see the cover of it briefly, but was able to determine it was their photo album. She started flipping through the book, desperately trying to find at least one picture of him. Izumi sighed and looked away, she knew she wouldn't find one. Her mother still flipped through the book before finally stopping on a page. She looked at it and started to cry. Izumi leaned over to see what she was looking at and started to cry as well. It was her and Izuku's 4th birthday. His last birthday party. He never had one after that. We've been neglecting him. Her mother sobbed, crouching down and crying louder. Her father then came back into the room. He saw her wife sobbing and Izumi crying and immediately ran up to him. What happened? Are you two okay? He asked frantically. Izumi's mom shook her head no, she jumped over to him and showed him the photo album. He isn't here. We haven't done anything with Izuku since his diagnostic. Her mother cried with tears shooting down her face. Dad went pale. He had been neglecting his own son because of his quirklessness. Something that he was once himself. He knew it wasn't a nice experience, and his own parents weren't exactly happy about it either. He promised himself to be a better father. How did he become so much worse? Where is he? Has he come home yet? Izumi's father asked. Izumi shook his head. No, I'm worried something happened to him. Izumi said. Her father went pale. He had seen Izuku earlier in the day and saved him from the sludge villain. But he had also crushed his dreams of being a hero. He had to find him and bring him home. To make everything right. He ran to the door and opened it before quickly bulking up. I'll be back. I'll find Izuku. Her father yelled before leaping off. Izumi's mother remained crying as she went to the bathroom. Izumi looked at the door worried and walked over to it. She looked out to the sky with a frown and small tears. Please be okay Izuku. I never wanted this, I'm so sorry. She pleaded. Hours had passed, the sunset had turned to night. Izumi was worried, she felt guilty and angry at herself. Her dad couldn't find her brother. It had been 2 hours since he left and he is yet to come back. Did Izuku take Izumi's advice? She had told him to kill himself today. Don't tell her that he actually did it. Izumi shook those thoughts out of her head. She had to think positive. Besides, there is no way Izuku would do that. He was too damn stubborn and determined to give up. He had held strong for years, surely he wouldn't have let today get to him, right? Ashinori huffed defeatedly as he walked home. He had gone past his limits of 3 hours to try and find Izuku, but he had found nothing. It's like he just disappeared. Toshinori sighed as he weighed his options on what to do. He should ring him up as a missing child's case. But this would cause problems with people close to him like Namasa, Torino, the Todorokis and Bakugos. But he most certainly can't announce that he, All Might, now has a missing child that he neglected. Not only would it ruin his reputation as the symbol of peace, but the Hero Commission would never allow it anyway. Ashinori didn't know what to do. No matter which option he chose, it would end up badly. With himself, his friends and his family. No matter which way you slice it, it's a bad outcome. But he deserves it, doesn't he? He neglected his own son who had the exact same problem as he did for 9 years. He was supposed to be the damn #1 hero. How could he call himself a hero if he couldn't even be one to his own damn son? Lowering his head in defeat, he reached into his pocket and grabbed his phone. There was only one person he could call that would make the right decision for him. Dialing the number, he put the phone to his ear to wait for his friend to speak. "Hello Tashi, what's up?" his friend asked with a happy tone. Guilt flooded Toshinori as his hand shook. He was about to tell his friend what was wrong. He's not sure if they'll be friends after this. "Namasa, listen. I need help." Namasa stood in the Yagi household. Toshinori, Izumi and Inko all sat on a couch with Tsukauchi sitting in a chair opposite to them with a look of shock and disgust. They had expected this, he has every right to be upset with them. Neglecting Izuku for 9 years because he was quirkless, especially since Toshinori himself was quirkless. It's hard to swallow. Namasa was stunned, silenced. He was hoping, no praying, that this was all just some sick joke, but his quirk told no lies. The man that he had once thought of as a friend had neglected his own son. To make it worse, it was something as hypocritical as him being quirkless. Namasa remembers the day when they were birthed. He came to visit his friend for support and he had never seen him so happy. Ashinori had made a vow that no matter what, he would love his children and be a better father than what his parents had been to him. What a load of shit that ended up being. Namasa had forgotten that Toshinori had a son, that's how bad his neglection got. He could only think of one thing to say. "Nana would hit you so hard right now," Namasa stated. Toshinori stiffened at his words but nodded his head. "Yeah, she would." Namasa sighed and held his head. Getting mad at him now wouldn't help the situation, it's obvious he's beating himself up enough. But right now he has to make sure that this is just a missing child case, not a runaway. Seeing as how Inko and Toshinori haven't as so much looked at their son in the past 9 years, they won't be any help. So Namasa turned his eyes to Izumi. Namasa sent the girl a soft glare. Immediately she tensed and looked away. She knew something. "Izumi," Namasa stated, getting her to look at him again. Her parents gave her a worried glance. Izumi gulped as he narrowed her eyes at her. "Izumi, seeing as you probably know him the best, I'm going to ask you a few questions," Namasa said seriously. Izumi shakily nodded her head. Namasa took note of the tremor in her fingers, the terrified expression she wore, and how she couldn't meet his eyes. She knew something or did something bad. Looking at the situation, probably both. Her mother reached over and held her hands, she gave her a sympathetic smile before turning back to the detective. "What was your brother like?" he asked. Izumi looked away, but smiled sadly. "He was the kindest person you'd meet. He has a love for both heroes and quirks. He even carries notebooks on them and analyses them. Both strengths and weaknesses. He had a beautiful and kind heart who would put himself in front of others without question if they were getting hurt at school. He's shy and not very social, but caring nonetheless." She smiled. Namasa raised an eyebrow at her. His quirk didn't activate, so Izumi was telling the truth, which made Namasa angrier that they were neglecting a kind-hearted kid like that. But even though she had said all of those things, her actions before didn't represent the same emotion she was showing now. "Izumi, would you say that you are friends with your brother?" Namasa asked, narrowing his eyes at her. The girl flinched and her nervous behavior came back again. "Why, yes," she responded. Namasa slumped his shoulders and looked unimpressed at the girl. She glowed red, telling Namasa that she had lied. "Izumi, I have a lie detector quirk, and I can tell that you lied. Please tell me your exact relationship with your brother," Namasa said sternly, glaring at the girl. Toshinori and Inko gasped before turning to Izumi. She was shaking and now she looked on the verge of tears. Izumi looks down full of shame. I bully him," she stutters, a single tear dropping onto the floor. Naomasa scoffs quietly that they don't hear it and roll his eyes. Can you explain why, please? He asks, looking up at her. She coughs out a sob, her eyes turning red and puffy, and she brings her legs up to the couch. He wants to be a hero. He always has been, and when he was diagnosed quirkless, that determination didn't change. I was scared that he would die. Hero work is dangerous, even with a quirk. Not having one is just suicide. So my friends and I made a plan. If we bully him into giving up, he'd give up on being a hero. But he never did and still hasn't. Izumi sobbed. How bad was the bullying? Naomasa asked, narrowing his eyes at her. Izumi winces and covers her face with her hands. She stayed silent, not answering the question. Izumi. He said threateningly. I suggest you cooperate. He said, scarily serious. Izumi's WH hit him. Hiccup H hurt high in with our quirks. I'm so sorry. She sobbed. Naomasa looked at her in anger and bewildered at what she just said. She and her friends bullied him for 9 years because he wanted to be a hero. Naomasa has heard a lot of outrageous reasoning, whether it be from conspiracy or stupidity. But this is ludicrous. So let me get this straight. Instead of talking to him like a normal person, you and your friends decided to bully him every day for simply wanting to be a hero without a quirk? Naomasa asked. His voice still sounded professional, but there was a lot of anger in it that the three Yagis could identify. Izumi lowered her head and nodded. Naomasa sighed and gripped the bridge of his nose. He felt like a school teacher trying to teach a second grader how subtraction works. Naomasa looked at the girl who was still sobbing and clutching her knees to her chest. Does Izuku have any friends? Naomasa asked. Izumi shook her head and cried harder. We were his only friends. But when we started bullying him, the other kids joined in. They would call him Deku like we do and often joined in to hit him. No one wanted to be friends with him and risk of us hurting them as well. She cried. Naomasa huffed and shook his head, doing the best he can to hold his anger. Naomasa then looked over to Toshinori, who looked destroyed. He understands, but Naomasa wasn't about to comfort him. He deserves every feeling that he currently has. Toshinori caught Naomasa's gaze and met it. Naomasa then gestured to Izumi and had a silent conversation with the man. Toshinori's eyes widened before looking down in shame. He nodded his head. Naomasa sighs and shakes his head disappointedly. So Tashi, please tell me why Izumi knows about One for All, and why Izuku probably doesn't despite him being a much better candidate from what I've heard. Naomasa asked with a tired tone, completely over everything he's heard today. He needs a holiday after all of this is done. I only told Izumi today. I offered her my quirk, but she said Izuku was a better fit. I agreed, but he hasn't come home for me to tell him. Toshinori said sadly. Naomasa glares at the man. If Izumi had said yes, would you have told Izuku about you being All Might? Naomasa says angrily, his professionalism slips. Toshinori doesn't meet Naomasa's heated stare. I don't think I would have even thought about it. Toshinori admits. Naomasa sneers at this, his quirk telling him that he told the truth. Naomasa stood up abruptly, shocking the three Yagis. He stares at the three with an unimpressed look. Before we discuss the punishment for you three and your friends Izumi, I would like to see Izuku's room. He said. His tone left no room for argument, not like any of them would anyway. Inko nodded her head and stood up. She led the detective down the hall before gesturing to the door. Naomasa didn't even look at her before opening it. Immediately upon entering it, Naomasa is overwhelmed by the smell. It was overbearing with disinfectant, bleach and medicine. It fills the entire room. Naomasa coughs and covers his nose with his arm. The three Yagis look horrified while Naomasa enters. This room doesn't look that bad in condition, but it was probably from Izuku cleaning it. The room was incredibly barren. A dirty mattress and sheets that have blood stains on them, with a small desk that looks like it'll break, and second with a closet that seems normal on first glance. Naomasa growled and walked over to it. He swung the door open and scowled. Ignoring the fact that Izuku has 3 clothes hanging at the top, with one of them being a uniform that looks badly burned. At the bottom of the closet was 3 shorts, with one of them being burned. But what Naomasa was more focused about was the bleach, disinfectant, burn cream, gauge tape and several other medical supplies sitting next to the shorts. Naomasa frowned as he spotted something else hidden at the back. He reached forward and grabbed it and pulled it back out. It was a pill bottle. Naomasa scanned over the label of the bottle. They were painkillers, powerful ones as well. You can only be administered these in a hospital. The Yagis, who were still at the door, too afraid to take a step in Izuku's room, gasped when they saw what Naomasa was holding. Eyes, that? Inko asked shakily. Naomasa sighed and pocketed the pill bottles. It's painkillers. Powerful painkillers. You can only get these at hospitals, as you can't be prescribed these at a pharmacy. Which means that Izumi beat Izuku so badly that he had to resort to finding someone with these. Naomasa said, now glaring at Izumi. Or these were the only ones he could find. You better hope it is the latter, he said menacingly. Izumi gulped and looked away. Naomasa closed the closet door. He then spotted something tucked away to the side of it. Naomasa raised an eyebrow and leaned over to see what it was. Naomasa paled. Slowly he bent down and grabbed the item. He looked back at the family with rage as he showed them what he was holding. He was holding a small office rubbish bin. The contents in it smelled vile as they were bloody bandages. A lot of them. They were almost all a deep crimson, and the worst part is that they don't look that old. It's highly likely that there has been several more bloody bandages. The Yagis all become deeply disturbed and horrified at what they were looking at. The amount of blood here can equal a normal murder scene. By the looks of it, they look recent, so there have been loads of these bloody bandages. Naomasa yelled angrily. The Yagis all jumped back by his voice. He looked furious. Izumi, what are the names of your friends now? I want you to call them and bring them over here. Naomasa demanded. The Bakugos and Todorokis. She stammered, absolutely terrified. Naomasa then looked up to her parents. Great, you call them over. I'll call Nezu and have him deal with you. Naomasa said angrily. Naomasa then stormed off and grabbing his phone. He dialed the sadistic rat, probably the first time in his life was he actually happy to see Nezu. He was about to press the green call button when Toshinori suddenly spoke. Wait, what are we going to do about Izuku? Toshinori asked. Naomasa turned to him with an unreadable expression. We'll put up a missing child's case. You'll have to talk about this with Torino and Recovery Girl because you can't hide this. His quirk won't be mentioned as there will bias because of his quirklessness status. I will do everything in my power to find him, but whether if he wants to come back home to you three is up to him. Naomasa said before turning away and called Nezu. Izumi was in tears. Silently she walked to her room. What was her future going to be like? It's dead at night, but the detective doesn't seem to care, so her friends are going to be brought over to discuss their punishments for hurting Izuku. She just wants this entire nightmare to be over and have her brother back. She wants to hug him like a sister would and play together like normal sisters would. She wants to see him smile and geek out about her and her friends again. She wants what they had before they got their quirks back. She wants to be a family again. Naomasa sighs as the phone hangs up. Nezu was on his way with Recovery Girl and Gran Torino to annihilate the Yagis and Izumi's friends. He never thought he would actually be excited to see something like this. But before Naomasa could think about it any longer, he got a call. Curiously he looked at the caller's ID. It was Chief Tsuragami. Naomasa groans but picks up the phone nonetheless. Hello Chief, sorry, but I'm preoccupied with one of my friend's child going missing. Naomasa said, intending to make the conversation short. Apologies Tsukauchi, but you will be needed to lead this next case. Tsuragami stated. Naomasa was confused. But why? Naomasa asked. He heard Tsuragami grunt on the other line and grab something. Well, we found two thugs tied together in an alleyway. Apparently they had tried to rob a kid with dark hair, but that's as much as they could see on the dark, but the kid had taken them out, Tsuragami told. Naomasa was still confused. Okay, but why am I specifically needed on this case? Naomasa asked. Well, one of the men has a mutant quirk that makes his bone metal. Something that can't be removed. Except when we arrested him, his bones weren't metal. He didn't have a quirk at all, neither did the other man. Tsuragami stated in a low voice. Naomasa's eyes widened. A man with a mutant quirk no longer has his quirk. But that's not possible, the only way that can happen was. Well, he was dead. All Might Toshinori killed him. But he was the only man that could erase a mutant quirk. But the person who did this was a kid. Tsuragami just said so. But that leaves only one option. All for One has a child. Naomasa muttered. What now? Izuku was leaning on a mound of trash playing with his new quirks. Nodi had kept the quirk so it was most likely permanent. So he really did have All for One. Izuku was testing out his quirks because they were so interesting. His metal bones were basic, but looking at the color of them, they seemed to be some kind of titanium alloy. Probably something close to it, as there is no way he'd be able to move around if his bones were titanium. But his electric quirk was a bit more interesting. He could emit a small amount around his body. It wasn't strong, but it did hurt when Izuku was shocked, but it was probably because of his metal bones. But that wasn't the entirety of his quirk's ability. He could turn himself into a lightning bolt. Izuku wondered why the guy he had taken the quirk from hadn't turned into a lightning bolt. He was using his quirk anyway, why not use more of it? The charge would be the same. It was not until Izuku became a lightning bolt that he realized why. He could hardly control it. He could pick a direction to go, but the point of where he'll land? No clue. Izuku can't seem to transform into a bolt when touching a wall though, probably a limitation from the ions around him. Despite the excitement of analyzing his new quirks and quirk, Izuku was terrified. no more than terrified. He had all for one, which belongs to the sworn enemy of the people, with one for all. Could he go back home? Would his family hurt him even more knowing what he was capable of? He didn't doubt, in fact it was highly likely. How far would they go? Would they kill him? Izuku didn't know. He did know that Izumi at least wanted him dead. Would that be good enough to just get rid of him? Izuku thought of his family. All of the times they went on vacation and just forgot him. The snarls and hate-filled looks Izumi and her friends gave him. The tortured fueled days and overall unpleasant life. If he was treated this way by hero parents, top 10 at that, how were other kids treated? Izuku looked down at his hand. He now had power. The power to give and take quirks. Izuku closed his fist and looked up with new determination. He then got up and started scavenge the junkyard. After a bit of searching he found some old scissors. They obviously weren't in the best of shape and the handles of them were falling apart or had fallen apart. But Izuku didn't care. He ran back inside the caravan. He went to the small mirror inside the caravan and looked at his reflection. He wasn't a Yagi, he never had been as soon as he turned 4. No one wanted a useless Deku like him around. But he wouldn't be the only kid who was tormented because of this. Being ostracized because of something he had no control over. With this new quirk, he could stop this. He could take away the quirks of the privileged who constantly put others down and help those who were bullied and abused like him. He'll be a hero to those who don't meet society's standards of a worthy person. But he can't do that, at least not as Izuku Yagi. Izuku would change who he is, cut all ties with who he once was, and become what a hero should be. Izuku started cutting his hair. He didn't stop until his hair was more manageable. There was still a lot, but it was longer everywhere and looked somewhat natural. More curly than tangled. But that didn't matter to Izuku. He looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes alight with determination. He's going to be the best hero, like he had promised himself. It was early in the morning, the sun hadn't even risen yet. But it was nothing but quiet. "You did what to Izuku?" Mitsuki yelled. Masaru and Rei held her back as she tried storming her way to Inko. Recovery Girl and Torino were furious at Toshinori and both hitting him. They wanted to yell at him more for being a hypocrite, but couldn't say as there were others in the room. Nezu had gotten the kids all to sit down on the couch with Enji, AK and Ever, right next to him. Izumi, Kitsuki, Kitsumi, Shoto and Zayato were all looking down. 3 of them were crying and all of them were looking shameful. Enji was staring down the 5 kids. A look that held fury and disappointment. Nezu had a smile on his face as he sipped his tea, seemingly happy at the teens' misery. He chuckled. Nezu held one of Izuku's future hero analyses books. He was reading through it with an impressed look. He had requested to see any of Izuku's belongings, and Naomasa had only returned with medical supplies, bleach and a stack of future analyses book. This had enraged the already angry adults of how little Izuku had. "Looking at these books, he seemed to really look up to you 5. Nezu said with a sadistic smile. Kitsuki growled and looked at the chimera. "Yeah, we get we fucked up rat, so can you please stop rubbing it in our faces?" Kitsuki said angrily. "Oh, shut up rat. You should be bloody blacklisted from hero schools." Mitsuki yelled angrily. She had tears streaming down her face as she cried into husband's shoulder. "That may be the right decision, however you also have to consider the environment." These 5, although made the decision to hurt Izuku, they were never stopped or punished. They had done it in front of teachers and school staff, and they all looked the other way. If they had done their jobs, Izuku wouldn't have suffered quirk discrimination. Which means Aldera will suffer consequences. But you 5 aren't off the hook. Nezu stated, glaring threateningly at the 5 teens as he said the last sentence. They all gulped and looked at Nezu dreadfully. Nezu chuckled at their faces. "You will be blacklisted from every hero school other than mine, UA. So if you get expelled, that's it. I have no doubts that you kids will pass the entrance exam, but one mishaps of bullying another kid and it will be an immediate expulsion. The first-year teacher also likes expelling students, in fact he expelled his entire first-year class on the first day." Nezu smiled menacingly. This made all 5 gulp. "So you better do your best. To help you, all 5 of you will attend therapy and if you end up graduating, the first 3 years of your career, you'll experience half pay," Nezu said. "Do I make myself clear?" Nezu asked in a menacing voice, one that does not match his small and cute appearance. The entire room froze at it and all looked scared at Nezu. The 5 kids all looked pale and nodded their heads. Nezu laughed and turned away from them. Mitsuki shook herself out of her fright and stood up. "What about these 2? They have no excuse," Mitsuki shouted, angrily pointing at Toshinori and Inko. Nezu sighed and stopped smiling, looking at the 2 with no emotion on his face. "Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do but subtract their pay grade," Nezu said. This infuriated Mitsuki. "What, is it because she's a fucking top 10 hero?" Mitsuki shouted angrily. Kitsuki, Shoto, Kitsumi and Zayato all gasped in shock. They knew Rei was Ice Queen and Enji was Endeavor, but they didn't know that Inko was Green Tornado. Nezu sighed and shook his head. No, she's not the problem in this situation. Nezu responded. Mitsuki's eyes widened. She looked over and looked at Toshinori. He laughed nervously and looked down. He then yelped as a syringe cane whacked him on the head. Yeah, this idiot is the #1 hero. Gran Torino said, glaring at him. Again, the same 4 teens gasped. He was All Might. The #1 hero neglected their own son. They were all stunned. Mitsuki had wide eyes as she stared at Toshinori. As soon as she processed the information of him being All Might, she quickly saw all red. Her face contorted into rage. #1 hero my ass. She shouted as she ran up Toshinori. The man froze. Rei was only barely able to hold her back. Masaru quickly came up to help, but they were struggling to keep her back. While that was happening, Naomasa came back into the room. He saw the ensuing chaos and blinked. He quickly recomposed himself and walked over to Nezu. He bent down to his level. Nezu sir, but I need to speak with you, Toshinori and Gran Torino privately. He said. Nezu turned to him, curious and nodded his head. But first, he turned to Enji. Endeavor, here. The Chimera spoke, holding up Izuku's analyses book. The fire hero turned to him and raised his eyebrow. Why? He asked. He grabbed the book and looked at the open page. There was an image of him on it. Nezu smirked and put his paws behind his back. That's Izuku's hero analyses booklet. I believe the information you'll find in it quite impressive. He said. The 5 teens all widened their eyes at his statement. Naomasa, deciding it would be better for his sanity to not ask about what Nezu was talking about, decided to ignore it and focus on the issue he had just been called for. Toshinori, Torino. I need you both to come with me. This is a private matter. Naomasa said seriously. The two of them looked at him confused and slightly shocked. They both nodded and walked over to them. Naomasa led them out of the room and shut the door. He sighed before turning to the 3. Naomasa, while we're here, will I be charged if I taught Toshinori here a lesson? He asked while glaring at the man. Toshinori gulped and looked pleadingly at Naomasa. Naomasa sighed and shook his head. We'll talk about that later, but right now. Naomasa said, getting the 3's attention. I just got called by my chief. About an hour ago, they had arrested 2 thugs. They had tried to rob a scrawny kid who was crying in an alleyway. According to one of the thugs, they have a mutant quirk that makes their bones metal. But during the fight, the kid placed his hand on the man's face and then felt extreme pain. When he could get up again, he realized. He no longer had his quirk. Naomasa said. Toshinori and Torino both looked horrified and Nezu had an unreadable expression. A pit had formed in Toshinori's stomach. All for One wasn't dead. But he had to have been. He crushed his head. But Naomasa isn't a liar and he knows that. Which means that a kid with All for One is out on the streets, stealing quirks. Why had he openly showed himself now? Wouldn't it have been smarter if they had simply kidnapped men with suitable quirks, as they were obviously coincidental targets? The thought then popped into Toshinori's head and it made his stomach drop. What if they were after Izuku? Naomasa sighed and continued talking. The other man has also lost his quirk and neither have received their quirks back yet. It appears All for One has either found his successor or had a kid. Which means that he was never killed. Naomasa said. Oh crap. With Izuku on the streets. All for One's successor is going to be after to him. Gran Torino said. We will need to retrieve Izuku back as soon as possible so he can start training with One for All. The information we have on that kid was that they were small, scrawny dark hair in an afro style. Naomasa said. Not even a gender? Nezu inquired. Naomasa shook his head. No, they genuinely couldn't determine if the kid was male or female. Just that they might not even have been a teenager. Naomasa said. The 3 were shocked by this. The kid might not have even been a teenager. If it was All for One's successor, he probably took a kid while they were small and corrupted him. It makes all 3 feel sick that someone would stoop so low. Although the kid going after Izuku is an almost certainty. I think the biggest problem if they succeed is if they can convert him to their cause. Nezu said. Toshinori whipped his head around to look at Nezu. You don't think he'll become a villain, do you? Toshinori asked shakily. Well, Izuku doesn't know that you're All Might, but All for One does. He could use that information to convince Izuku that our hero society is corrupted. Also, the ability to give him a quirk is quite the persuasion over someone quirkless. But it would be horrible if Izuku became a villain. Nezu said. Toshinori raised an eyebrow. Why? Toshinori asked. Gran Torino scowled and kicked Toshinori in the knee. Toshinori yelped and buckled down to his knee. You hypocritical brat. You should know that quirkless doesn't mean useless. Nana should have never given you that quirk. Gran Torino yelled. Toshinori looked at him with fear before looking down. He agreed, he'd been terrible and didn't deserve it. Nezu coughed, gaining the two's attention. Like I was saying. The reason it would be bad for Izuku to become a villain is because of his analyses. I read through his entire future hero analyses, and his skills are impressive. Able to match other analyses quirks I've come across, and he is only 13. With a little guidance, he could come up with plans to easily kill heroes and perform serious heist with the knowledge of allies' quirks. Nezu said. The group were all shocked at what Nezu had just said. The Chimera rarely compliments others on their academics because it is so hard to impress him. But with his serious expression, they knew he wasn't joking. Naomasa collected himself. Well, it looks like finding Izuku is our #1 priority. Naomasa said. Did I miss something? Izuku was still in the junkyard. His hair was all messy and he was in need of a shower, but Izuku can go without for a while. He's next to a beach anyway, if he wanted to bathe he can go buy some washing supplies. Being in a junkyard isn't as dirty or disgusting as one might think. Well, maybe they are, but at least this one isn't mostly. This place is mostly for old furniture or machinery that stopped working, and the people just couldn't be bothered to put it in the actual dumpster. It is disgusting. Izuku would obviously prefer people didn't do that, but right now it's working in his favor. Izuku is currently practicing with his bolt quirk. It would be extremely useful for escaping and running away. Especially his tormentors, as Izuku could normally run away from everyone else, but his old friends and sister is impossible. Itsumi, Shoto and Zyado all have quirks that can attack Izuku at a range, even if he could run away. Izumi could just lift him in the air, and Kitsuki can blast himself forward way faster than Izuku could ever run. Izuku has gotten better at it for the past few hours he's been practicing. He has actually found out some cool things about his quirk. He isn't a bolt of lightning, he is a bolt of electricity. So he can travel through wires or conductive objects. However, the downside is that he is naturally attracted to those conductive objects and will go towards them even if he doesn't want to. His metal bone quirk doesn't really have much information on it. His bones are literally iron now, nothing more or less. It's actually a lot more annoying as he feels sluggish as Izuku of struggling to move himself around. However, the quirk has a built-in strength enhancement, so it isn't impossible for him to move around. It also helps him with natural muscle building, as Izuku has to put more effort in to move around. So Izuku guesses it's a win-win. His bolt quirk will help move around, so it isn't that bad. Izuku smiled as he read in his analyses book on quirks. He finally has one of his own. Well, he doesn't really know much about his quirk, other it being named All for One, allowing him to give and take quirks. It also belongs to his father's arch nemesis, but that isn't really important. Unless he finds out, then Izuku is in trouble. He has so many questions about All for One. Like when he takes quirks from others, it seems like he hurts them. But is it every time Izuku does it, or does it depend if the other person gives consent? What happens when Izuku gives someone a second quirk? Will they die, become sick, their lifespan shorter, or nothing will happen? Does it depend if the quirks are similar or completely different? Can he combine quirks together? How many quirks can he have, and if there is a limit, could Izuku increase it? Izuku doesn't know any of these questions, but desperately wants to find out. Izuku was writing all his thoughts down when something interrupted his thoughts. Izuku looked down and covered his rumbling stomach. Izuku hasn't eaten in a while, and he knows that. He commonly goes without much food for a long while. Rarely actually having large meals, with those meals being leftovers from his sister being picky. But even Izuku has limits on how long he can go without proper food. Izuku sighed and rummaged around in his pocket. He pulled out the money he had, which he so happened to find in between couches. Izuku couldn't actually believe he found more than a few cents. He had $12 ready to be spent. Izuku would rather spend them on notebooks to document quirks or interesting things. But he can't ignore the fact he has to eat. Izuku got up from the junkyard. He had found a basket full of clothes. Some were ripped and generally unwearable, but he had found a nice gray hoodie that felt really nice. Strings of fabrics were everywhere, but Izuku didn't really care. The uniform he was wearing before was in a lot worse condition. School. What was he going to do about that? Would it really matter if he went to school? That place has been the biggest hellhole of his life. Izumi, Kitsuki, Shoto, Kitsumi and Zyado were all born with amazing quirks, while they all deliberately try and make his life miserable because he wasn't born with one. The teachers don't care, and it's not like he has any friends that'll miss him. Izuku shrugged. He could always go to the library. Izuku walked through the streets with his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He was getting several looks from passerbys. It was probably looks like he is homeless. Good observations by them, he was in fact homeless. He may as well have been for the past 9 years. Several people were pulling out their phones and suddenly taking phone calls. Izuku just ignored them as he went into a subway. People were still looking at him and then making phone calls. Izuku didn't really look into it, he was just hungry. He ordered a sandwich as cheap as possible before collecting it and leaving. Izuku dug in, taking small bites as he couldn't handle a lot of food at once. It will probably take him a while. Izuku mindlessly walked through the streets as he made his way back to the junkyard. Should he be searching for new quirks to get? A quirk that changes his appearance would help just to make sure none of his tormentors recognize him on the street. He doesn't want to deal with that without an easy way to get medical supplies, as he no longer has a proper home. Maybe he can get a job. Unlikely someone will be willing to hire a quirkless person. It wouldn't be a good idea to state his actual quirk, so maybe a new name and just say his quirk is Bolt. It would probably be the best idea. Izuku wasn't caring about what was around him and completely zoned it all out. He wasn't brought back into the world until a hand grabbed his shoulder. Izuku flinched at the sudden touch. Luckily it wasn't the shoulder with Katsuki's burned handprint. Izuku turned around to see who it was and breathed a shaky relief when he saw it was a hero. It was Amplifier. "Hey kid, are you okay?" she asked. Izuku's eyes widened but quickly shook off his shock. Of course a pro hero would be able to notice he didn't look like every other kid. He has bruises and worn out clothes, but he can act fine. He's been able to trick Aunt Mitsuki for years, as she was still the only person who kind of remembered his existence and talked to him like he wasn't a piece of trash or fragile. Izuku smiled brightly at the hero. "Yes, Amplifier, I'm all good. I was just hungry and got some food," Izuku said earnestly. Which he really was. He was hungry and got some food. He was also good, great in fact. This is probably the best he has been in years. Amplifier didn't look convinced. "Alright kiddo. Does your name happen to be Izuku Yagi?" she asked. Izuku froze. How did she know about his name? His parents definitely wouldn't have filed a missing persons report, so that wasn't an option. He had only been mildly paying attention, but had noticed a lot of people staring at him throughout the day. He had taken 2 quirks from people yesterday, and there is no way the police wouldn't have noticed that. They probably have taken statements from those 2 thugs and now know it's him who did it. Izuku was fucked. And no. Izuku stuttered, becoming incredibly scared. Amplifier sighed and smiled softly. She reached out and grabbed Izuku's wrist with a soft yet firm grip. "Sorry, that wasn't convincing at all. Come on Yagi, I'll get you home safe. No one will hurt you," she said and started slowly pulling Izuku along with her. Izuku was terrified. She was taking him home. To the Yagi's house so he'll be safe. But that is the least safe place he could be. They know he has all for one. They would kill him, torture him, make the last moments of his life more painful than the last 9 years combined. He couldn't go there, he had to run. Izuku couldn't even fight back against them. He remembers that his Fath. No, All Might had stated that his quirk couldn't be taken. Even if he had taken all of his tormentors' quirks, Izuku still stood 0 chance against All Might. Izuku took in a sharp breath and reeled his arm back and punched Amplifier in the face. Amplifier yelled and let Izuku go. Izuku yelled out an apology before sprinting away. He was on the street and there were several people with mobile phones out. He couldn't use his bolt quirk without accidentally going to one of them, so he needed to get high up. The rooftops. "Hey Yagi, stop. I'm trying to help you," Amplifier yelled out. Izuku ignored her and kept running. "You aren't though," Izuku thought as he ran. He got into an alley and used the trash to get to the roof. Izuku reached the top in no time before activating his quirk. Izuku felt a rush of energy around him. He dashed forward before his mind went blank. He didn't know what was happening, but that was normal as he was currently electricity. He just felt fear. Fear that he was now being hunted down. His family knew he had all for one, and they wanted to kill him. The next thing Izuku knew was that he has slammed right into a wall. He yelled as he felt his iron bones rattle from the impact. Perhaps even his nose had been broken. Izuku slid down the wall and hit the ground with his stomach. Izuku groaned as he shakily pushed himself up and raised a hand to his nose. It felt wet. Izuku looked at his hands and saw a lot of blood. "Hey, look who came to the party," a male voice yelled. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked over and saw a man with white hair walking up to him. Izuku didn't know what he was doing, but he was too injured to ask. The man didn't seem to care of the state Izuku was in, and it wasn't until he saw their sadistic smile where Izuku started to panic. Tsukauchi sat in his office, Toshinori and Inko sat at the other end of his desk. They were both looking down and tense. Their shoulders on high alert and their legs pushed together. Inko had her hand on Toshinori's leg, and Toshinori had his hand on top of hers. They were anxious because Tsukauchi had called them down with regard to Izuku. He had said they needed to be there as they required an extra set of hands because of the all-for-one successor out on the streets. But he received an unexpected call from another police department. "Alright, thank you for the information, and you couldn't have called at a more perfect time. Have a good evening," Tsukauchi said before hanging up the phone. He then turned to the 2 Yagis with a very serious expression. Why was that phone call perfect timing, Naomasa? Inko asked. Naomasa gave her a quick glare at her, calling him his first name, but mostly ignored it. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. That call was from another police department. They had gotten a lot of calls and sent a few heroes out to investigate it, Naomasa said. Both Yagis raised an eyebrow, curious at where this was going. Naomasa sighed at their stupidity. They had caught sight of Izuku, he said. Both parents went wide-eyed and jumped up from their seats. Toshinori leaning over to Naomasa with desperate eyes. Did they get him? Is my boy okay? He asked desperately. Naomasa shook his head. The pro-hero amplifier tried taking him to the station, but Izuku had punched her in the face and fled. He got onto the rooftops, and no one was able to track him, Naomasa said. Toshinori and Inko both looked down, devastated that Izuku had gotten away. This tells us two things though. First one is that he desperately doesn't want to get caught and brought to the police. I'm not sure why he won't make a statement about the neglect you two have put him through though. Probably thinking that no one would believe him, Naomasa said. Does my baby have a place to stay? Don't tell me he is out on the streets, Inko said exasperatedly. Naomasa shook his head. Looking at the condition that every call had said, unlikely. He has cut his hair apparently, but not well, Naomasa said. Inko then started to cry. He'd rather stay on the streets than come home, oh ho ho ho. She sobbed. Toshinori moved over and squeezed her into a hug. Naomasa shook his head at her words. Of course Izuku would stay out on the streets than come home. He was abused by his sister and his parents never cared. He might just have one person out there with him, but that can't be guaranteed yet. Other heroes were there to try and look for him, but he was gone without a trace, meaning Izuku knows what he is doing. So we are going to need someone more qualified to find him before All for One successor does, Izuku says. Does that mean they'll have to know what we did to him? Toshinori asked with a face of concern. Naomasa looked at him unimpressed and gave him a glare. What is more important to you? A single person knowing of the neglector Izuku, Naomasa said with a rising anger. Toshinori gulped and lowered his head, not making eye contact. Naomasa silently scoffed and stood up and walked to the door. Don't worry, I've known this man for years. He is a fantastic underground hero and perhaps the best, Naomasa said as he left the room. Toshinori and Inko looked at each other with a face of worry and concern. They'd have to tell another pro-hero of their misdeeds to their quirkless child. They desperately wanted to avoid that, but if they are what it takes to bring Izuku back, then they'll deal with it. Izuku deserves love and attention, and when he comes back home they'll give it to him. Toshinori will give him one for all, so he can be a hero like he has always wanted and be friends Bikugo and Todoroki twins. The door to the office opened again with two men walking in. Naomasa was one of them, but the other doesn't really fit the description of a hero. He has long black hair that looks like he just woke up. A simple black shirt and pants with a gray scarf twirled around his shoulders. He had massive eye bags and tired red eyes. This was the person that was going to find Izuku. Yagi's, this is Eraserhead, Naomasa said. You don't deserve quirks. Izuku was terrified. He had just gotten away from the pro-hero amplifier by using his new bolt quirk. But because of his state of delirium and panic, he slammed headfirst into a brick wall. Izuku's head was bleeding, and even with his new iron bones, Izuku is pretty confident that his nose is broken. But that wasn't Izuku's problem right now. Right now, Izuku was currently being held by someone who seemed quite happy with his arrival. They were a man, pure white hair and deep crimson eyes. They had picked up Izuku, one arm around his neck and the other covering his mouth. For a pipsqueak your size, you are surprisingly heavy, the man said as he picked Izuku up. Izuku was in full panic mode. This guy most certainly wasn't friendly. He's probably like Kitsumi, who's smugly happy all of the time, except when someone doesn't do what they want. Think, Izuku, think. You have to get out of this. Something is telling him that this man will hurt him more than what his tormentors did to him daily. His quirks. Izuku technically has two quirks. One that can turn himself into an electric bolt, but he can't do that if he is covered by something. In this case, that man, so he can only emit weak electricity. Izuku also has metal bones, which has made him heavier, but the man was strong enough to carry him anyway. His punches are harder, except Izuku doesn't exactly know how to throw a punch. He's never had to fight back before, as doing it previously would probably have gotten him killed. But his nails and teeth are sharp though, they can do some serious damage. Izuku then started to electrocute the man. Instead of maybe annoying the man and making him let go or loosen his grip, they started to laugh. Ahaha, what? Is that all you have, a light tickle? The man laughed. Izuku paled at that. Was his electricity really that weak? It had hurt him a lot when that thug used it on him. Well, he did have the quirk a lot longer than Izuku did. Izuku did also have iron bones at the time, which probably made it feel a lot stronger than what it was. But Izuku still has more up his sleeve. He reaches his hands up and start clawing at the man's arms. The man yelled in shock at the sudden pain. Izuku felt something cold and wet start to drip down his hands. Looking down, Izuku could see he was right. However, something else started to happen. Something started to grow out of the man's arms. They were white but looked dirty. Izuku was still scratching them, but it wasn't doing much. He was only carving small lines in them, like carving your name into a tree. Izuku tried to process what his quirk was. It was obviously a transformation quirk, and it didn't seem like it had hurt the man despite it piercing his skin. So it's something already inside his body. The man's quirk was bones. "Ah, you little shit, cut your nails once in a while." The man cursed, but he didn't let Izuku go. If anything, his grip tightened as bones now covered his hands and gripped Izuku tightly. Izuku desperately struggled. He was struggling to breathe. He started wailing on the man's arms, but it wasn't doing much. "Hey guys, look what I found," the man suddenly said, his voice only slightly strained from pain but otherwise amused. Izuku opened his eyes and tried to see who the man was talking to, despite the fact he was starting to get black spots in his vision. Izuku's eyes widened at what he saw. Izuku saw 4 more people. One of them was a girl on the ground and bleeding, but despite that, she didn't seem to be in any distress. There was a second man there as well, and he had his foot on that woman's back. The man also has the weird attribute of having purple skin in some areas. There were 2 more women in this spot. One had pure white hair that hung to her waist, and crimson red eyes like the man that was currently holding him, making Izuku think that those 2 are related. The second woman, however, didn't have any discernible features because her hair covered her entire face. The only thing that Izuku could really focus on was that she was incredibly skinny. "Ah, you found a pipsqueak, he'll be fun to mess around with," the woman laughed. Izuku was losing his consciousness. Izuku couldn't breathe, and every time he tried to loosen the man's grip it only tightened. Izuku had to do anything to try and prevent incredibly pain and potential death. Their quirks. It hit Izuku like a freight train. He can take the man's quirk. It was the reason the man had yet to let go. But how did he do it again? He grabbed them, but Izuku was doing that now, and he had yet to steal the man's quirk. He could try somewhere else, not like he has an option. Izuku pulled himself up as much as he could and used his other hand to try and reach up. He put his hand on his attacker's face and gripped it tight. He felt a rush of adrenaline fill him as something entered him. It was something natural but different, flexible yet stiff at the same time as that feeling dropped into Izuku. Izuku gasped for breath as the man who was holding him slumped to the ground. Izuku held his neck and felt a few more cuts than there were before. Izuku was coughing and wheezing as he desperately tried to bring the air back into his lungs that was deprived from him for too long. Izuku shakily pushed himself up. He was low on energy but still able to move. Out of curiosity, Izuku tried activating his new quirk. But immediately upon doing so he felt an immense amount of pain. His iron bones didn't want to comply with what Izuku wanted to do with them. The quirks must be clashing together, making Izuku unable to activate the bone manipulation quirk. Izuku looked up and all 4 others were staring at him. The girl, who was probably his sister, looked furiously. She grabbed something out of her pocket and Izuku's eyes widened when he realized it was a knife. "What the hell did you do to him, brat?" the woman yelled. Izuku wondered if being stabbed in the arm would hurt him with his iron bones, but he wasn't exactly keen on testing the idea. But instead of the woman charging, she cut her own hand. This confused Izuku until fire appeared in her hand. The woman threw the fire at Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened, but he reacted fast enough. Izuku turned into a lightning bolt and zoomed backwards. Izuku hit the wall and reverted back. Izuku stared at the girl, who looked even angrier that he had avoided the attack. The woman raised her hand that was covered in blood. Izuku watched as her blood quickly formed into a gun. She must have a creation-type quirk where she can make multiple things from her blood. Including that gun. She pointed it at Izuku. Izuku should really run away, turn into a lightning bolt and escape from this whole situation. But the girl on the ground Izuku couldn't ignore. Despite the fact she didn't have any emotion, she was obviously being attacked until Izuku got there. So Izuku stared down the barrel of the gun and turned into electricity again. She shot the bullet, but it obviously missed Izuku. Izuku then appeared again, but this time, he was in the air. Izuku kneed the girl directly in the face. She gasped in shock before quickly falling to the floor unconscious. Izuku quickly went up to her and grabbed her face. He felt a weird goop-type feeling go into his body. But there wasn't exact feeling, like it was constantly changing. Izuku stood up and looked at the 2 thugs. The man with purple patches of skin then came up to Izuku. His hands that had purple skin turned into purple tentacles and stretched out to attack Izuku. The tentacles grabbed Izuku's hands and grabbed his neck. Izuku started to choke again, except this time was a lot stronger. Izuku felt like his head was about to pop off. Izuku couldn't try and loosen it as the tentacles also held his hands. Izuku tried to think of more ways to save himself as his weak shocking power wasn't doing anything. He had just received a new quirk, one that has the ability to change what their blood is. Izuku knows he has a lot of blood all over him. He has some on his hands and face. The woman had turned her blood into fire. Izuku believes that would be a good idea in this situation. Without wasting any more time, Izuku lit his hands ablaze. The tentacles immediately recoiled and Izuku grabbed the one around his neck. That tentacle let go as well, giving Izuku air once more. Izuku ducked down and jumped back. The man didn't look fazed despite his tentacles being badly burned. Izuku quickly turned into electricity and rushed at the man. The man's eyes widened and he turned his tentacles back into his hands. He brought them up and in front of his face to protect himself. Izuku slammed into him with full force, making the guy stumble back. Thanks to Izuku's electricity, the shock made the guy pull his arms away. Izuku saw his opening and reached forward. He grabbed the man's face and activated his quirk. Izuku watched as the purple skin of the man slowly disappeared and watched as his hand turned from a pale peach to a deep purple. The feeling Izuku had gotten from taking the quirk was slimy and wet, but also brought a numb sensation along with it. Izuku then faced the last thug. Izuku immediately jumped back from fright. He could finally see the girl's face. Her eyes were purple, but that was the least interesting part about her. Piercings and tattoos covered her face. She was currently gnawing her teeth and sprinting at Izuku. Her hair was flying everywhere and it was moving unnaturally, telling Izuku that she was manipulating it. Izuku rubbed 2 fingers on his face, wiping the blood that was on it to his fingers before flinging it at the girl. The blood then flared into fire and the girl screamed. Parts of her hair caught on fire and she quickly tried to put it out. Izuku rushed towards her and put his hand on her face. The girl screamed before passing out from the pain. The feeling Izuku got from the quirk was tangled and brittle, making Izuku believe the girl did have a hair manipulation quirk. Izuku then heard someone getting up from the ground. Izuku turned around and watched the last girl backing away. She wasn't shaking or looking at Izuku scared, but her actions reflect that she was scared. Izuku was confused but decided to try and talk to her. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku asks her. The girl stops and tilts her head. "Are you going to hurt me?" she asks with a monotone voice. Izuku quickly realizes why she was uncomfortable. Izuku had just beaten up 4 thugs that did have strong quirks. They were all just attacking her before he showed up and did incapacitate them all by just touching their head. Izuku quickly shook his head and straightened himself up. No. I was just attacked and then I saw you getting attacked so I thought I'd help." Izuku stuttered slightly as he shook his hands in front of his face, trying to show the girl that he wasn't a threat. The girl nodded. She then started to look around. She was looking at all of the people Izuku had just knocked unconscious. Izuku started to shift aside uncomfortable. The fact that she had zero emotion on her face concerned and frightened Izuku a bit. She then pointed at the second man, the one that had purple skin, but now Izuku has it, and looked back up at Izuku. "How do you have his quirk now?" she asks. Izuku freezes slightly and looks away. Is he going to admit he stole someone's quirk to a stranger? She wasn't giving any signs of emotions at all. Izuku wasn't really comfortable with sharing the fact that he can steal quirks. People didn't exactly react nicely when he didn't have a quirk. They definitely wouldn't react better if he had the ability to take quirks from others. So he shouldn't be taking quirks from others. Izuku knows the hardships of being quirkless in this day and age. But these people would do the exact thing to others. They use their quirks to cause others pain simply because they are stronger. People like that don't deserve quirks. Izuku will be a better hero than his parents and give people like him a safe place to grow up in. "I stole it," Izuku answered in a small voice. He wasn't looking at the girl, too afraid of her reaction. "For how long?" the girl asked. Izuku chuckled softly and kicked the ground. "Until I decide to give it back," Izuku answered. "So it's permanent?" the girl asked. Izuku nodded his head. "Yeah, I guess. My quirk allows me to steal and gift quirks how I please, although I'm still new to the process. I have only recently found out I have this quirk," Izuku stated, rubbing the back of his head. "Wait, you could give me a quirk?" the girl asked. Izuku stopped and blinked. "Wait, are you quirkless?" Izuku asked, now facing her. Izuku has never met a quirkless person near his age before. The only other quirkless people he's met are people who are in their 50s. Maybe this person knows what it's like. Unfortunately, the girl shook her head. "No, I mean kinda. My quirk is emotive deprive. Which means I can't feel anything. It's such an awful quirk, and the only good it does is make me immune to pain," the girl said. Izuku's eyes widened. That does sound like an awful quirk, one that Izuku probably would have preferred to be quirkless for instead of possessing it. This girl lost likely has the same. Perhaps he could gift her a quirk. I could give you one of their quirks. Do you want to pick? Izuku asks. The girl nods and points to the girl who had a hair manipulation quirk. I've always wanted a quirk like that, it seems so nice. She said. Izuku nodded his head and walked over to her before stopping. I've actually never given a quirk to anyone before, but I do know taking a quirk hurts. I'm also not sure how quirks work if someone has multiple. I know I'm okay because of my quirk's natural buffer. The girl shook her head. Take your time, if it takes me passing out to get a quirk that doesn't make me emotionless, I'll take it. The girl said. She then sat down on the ground and crossed her legs. Izuku nodded and then tried to focus. His quirk allows him to figure out the abilities of other quirks he's taken, so can he figure out his quirk? Izuku paused and opened out his palm. The girl's eyes widened as lights appeared in Izuku's hand. A dark gray light with swirls of black going around it. 6 lights appeared in the dark light Izuku was forming in his hand. Izuku could feel all of the quirks. Metal bones, bolt, bone mutate, hemimorphy, tentacles, hair grow. Izuku can feel the connections between 2 of his quirks, but he'll get back to that later. Izuku dives into his quirk. Izuku sees code, unwritten code. A lot of it. But Izuku has a limit and it looks like he is already at it. But Izuku looks deeper into it. Deeper into his quirk. Izuku then finds something. Consent. If the other person consents, they can take and give a quirk with no pain, and Izuku doesn't need to grab their face. No harm will be done. Actually, Izuku could take the girl's quirk with no consequences. Currently his bone mutate quirk is out as he has hit his limit with how many quirks he can have at once. So if he took the girl's quirk, it wouldn't have any effect on Izuku. But that question sorted, Izuku then goes to the hair grow quirk and takes a look. It's a simple hair manipulation quirk that doesn't do much more than other hair manipulation quirks. But then Izuku notices a quick detail. Izuku can rapidly increase the change of his hair color, making it turn gray faster than it normally would. Well, these guys will probably go to the police, so Izuku will need to alter his hair. The girl on the ground becomes shocked when Izuku's hair turns white and becomes slightly longer. The light in Izuku's hands then disappears and he opens his eyes again. You can change your hair color? The girl asks. Izuku shrugs. Kind of, only white as I made it essentially older faster. Izuku answered. The girl nodded. Izuku took a step towards her and held out his hand. Give me your hand, I can give you a new quirk and take your old one away. Izuku said. Wait, you want me quirk? The girl asked, seemingly confused. Izuku shook his head and smiled. I've hit my limit on my quirk so it won't be activated for a while. Izuku said. The girl nodded and raised her hand. Izuku grabbed her hand and shot out the hair grow quirk into her body. Before Izuku let go however, he felt her quirks start to attack each other, not liking the idea of having 2 completely different quirks in her system. Izuku quickly took her emotive deprived quirk and immediately felt it lock. Izuku let go of her hand and looked at her. She had her eyes wide open. She had a bit of her hair in her hand and made it grow. Izuku watched for the first time her face showing emotion. Her eyes had widened in excitement and tears were bringing on her eyes. She looked up to Izuku and quickly stood up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The girl said and squeezed Izuku in a hug. The girl was a lot taller than Izuku and his head went immediately into her breast, not that the girl noticed Izuku's embarrassment. After that Izuku and the girl talked. He found the girl's name was Himaki Gatsu and she was 18 and had suffered bullying her entire life because of her quirk. These were the main bullies with the 2 boys being the older brother of both the other girls. Himaki worked at a cafe nearby and since Izuku didn't have a phone to contact her, he could go there whenever he wanted to talk. After they tied the 4 up, Himaki called the police and Izuku quickly left as you know. Izuku Yagi, wanted. Izuku was making his way home with a new jacket he scabbed from the girl who had hair grow. She was the same height as Izuku so her jacket fit. While Izuku was walking, he started looking deeper into his quirks, trying to learn more about his new quirks. Like tentacles. The purple patches on his skin can make Izuku create tentacles. He can only make 2 tentacles at a time without causing strain on his body. Izuku can also make tentacles form on flat surfaces, except Izuku will only be able to keep them active for a very short period of time. Hemimorphy grants Izuku to change their blood to whatever he wants. Fire, metal, acid, light and plenty more. However, Izuku needs to be injured to utilize their quirk, so it won't be something Izuku will use too often with a support item to help. Lastly was bone mutate. Very simple, Izuku can manipulate their bones however they wish, and drinking milk keeps them healthy and strong. However, the quirk seems to have problems with his already established metal bones quirk. The 2 different quirks clash, making Izuku unable to use that quirk. However, Izuku had felt a connection to those 2 quirks. The reason why is Izuku found out he confused his quirks. Izuku had opened his palms and 2 lights glowed in his palm. Izuku pushed them together and a new quirk was formed. Heavy skeleton. Izuku can manipulate his bones however he wants and they are still metal. Izuku makes it home with a bright smile on his face. Although he did have a concussion and he'll have to fix that, but right now, Izuku is going to test out his new quirks. Izawa and Naomasa sat in Naomasa's office. The Yagis had both recently left and Izawa had left to get a coffee. Naomasa can tell that the man is furious, and if it wasn't for Izuku being an innocent child, he would have ignored the case. So just because those two are top 10 heroes, they get off with no prison sentence? Izawa asks with seething anger. Naomasa asked and nods his head. It will cause a lot of uproar and chaos if All Might was arrested. Naomasa said, making Izawa scoffed. So we have no clue on how to find this kid because his parents have forgotten him for 9 years. Izawa said angrily. Naomasa shakes his head. Not quite. Izuku has future hero analyses booklets, so we can look at those to look at the boy's thought process. And this? Naomasa said. Izawa raised an eyebrow as Naomasa bends down underneath his desk. He then comes back and puts something on the table. These are painkillers. Powerful ones, you can only be administered these at hospitals. So perhaps we can find out who gave him these. Naomasa said. Izawa didn't say anything. He leaned forward and grabbed the painkillers. He read over the label before pocketing it. I know someone who can gives these out, I suggest we pay them a visit, Izawa answered. Naomasa nods and writes that down. As he was doing that however, he receives a phone call. Naomasa raises an eyebrow and picks the phone up and puts it to his ear. Hello, Tsukauchi speaking. Naomasa says. Hello Tsukauchi, it's Tsuragami. 4 more people have been found without quirks. He answers. Naomasa groans and bangs his head on the table. Izuku's quirks. Underline equals combine. Metal bones, bolt, heavy skeleton, hemimorphy, tentacles. Not active. Emotive deprive. The gang. Izumi, Shoto, Kitsumi and Zayato had all decided to a cafe to hang out. They had also asked Kitsuki to come, but he declined. None of them had really been the same after Izuku ran away and their parents figuring out what they had done. Their punishments from Nezu was that all of their recommendations were removed, not that Kitsuki and Kitsumi had won in the first place. But they had to attend villain rehabilitation program as a volunteer. They each had to go to a different one at a different time, so they weren't in the same area while helping others. Despite them thinking it would suck, they quickly found out that almost all of the villains there suffered quirk discrimination. Not only that, but despite their records of crime, they seemed to be genuinely nice people who had nowhere to go, but with the wrong crowd. They were a lot worse than these villains, and they had been told that they were destined to be heroes all of their life. It made them feel even worse. The group also had to attend therapy, which was weird and difficult. They know what they did was wrong, but that doesn't change the fact that they have seriously inflated egos. Kitsumi especially. The group of 4 all sat down. Hey guys, how are you all going? Izumi asks with a smile. Kitsumi gives her a dead look. Alright, I guess despite our circumstances. Shoto answers. Zayato nods her head. Kitsumi groans and shoves herself back on the chair, causing it to scrape across the ground. This caused the others' heads all to turn towards her. How do you think it's been? You can live a normal life at home as your parents also acted horribly towards Izuku. You two still have your siblings that don't have a bad bone in their body. Do you know what I have? A pushover father. My mother loved Izuku more than she'll ever love either me or Kitsuki, and learning what we did to him to try and keep him safe made her furious. She refuses to even be in the same room as us. Our father doesn't help as he's too scared with disagreeing with mom. We have to cook dinner ourselves now, and if we try to talk to her, she just doesn't respond. Kitsumi says, slamming her hands down on the table for emphasis. Izumi sighs at her friend's reactions. She guessed it would be like this. Both her and Kitsuki have always acted like king and queen, even having loyal followers at school. She's always cocky and on top. Only her mother and Auntie Inko does she respect. So when Izuku ran away, she lost it. However, Kitsuki wasn't acting the way Izumi had, though he would. He had become oddly silent and avoids his group. Izumi finds this strange as Kitsuki had always liked to be in the spotlight, which was why he was Izuku's main tormentor. He had to be the best. But now he's faded into the background, refusing hangouts and no longer responding to text messages. Yeah, I do understand. My mother has become a lot more stricter with us. However, Dad is a different story. He seems distressed and upset with himself. I think it might be with the whole Toya thing. Shoto says, lowering his head near the end. Izumi and Kitsumi notice Ayato cover her mouth and look further down. Toya is obviously a touchy subject. They don't remember much about him as he committed suicide when they were still young. But the main memories they have of him is Toya protecting Izuku from being beaten by them. They don't know the full story and they probably won't ask. Did you ask why Kachin D didn't come Kachin? Zyado asks. Kitsumi scoffs and leans back in her chair. Hell if I know. The asshole is being silent. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him, he always enjoyed hurting Izuku the most and has never liked the old hag yelling at him, so I'm not sure what the hell has gotten into him. Kitsumi said, shaking her head. Izumi sighed and lowered her head. Things have become a lot more complicated since Izuku disappeared. I wish they find Izuku. Even though he probably won't forgive us as he got to the point of running away, but at least it'll solve some of the problems. Izumi said with a forced smile. Zyado doesn't seem to be fond of the idea of not being forgiven, while Shoto nodded with his usual stoic expression. Kitsumi however looked indifferent. What is a Kachin? Izumi asks. Kitsumi huffs and shakes her head. That's stupid, but Kitsuki thinks that Izuku is too smart to be found. Kitsumi says. This does intrigue the other three. Really? I know Izuku was a lot more intelligent than I gave him credit for, but I don't believe he would be smart enough to live off of the street for too long. Shoto said. Kitsumi snorts and shakes his head. Yeah, but that's more. A bit more of what the moron said was that Izuku had either planned to run away, so he knew what to do, or if he didn't, he'd find a way to get out of almost all situations. I'm not sure where he got that idea, but it's fucking stupid. Kitsumi said. Then she stood up. I'll buy us drinks and food, I'm starving. She groans as she walks to the counter. Itsuki was in his room. For the past couple of days he had barely left his room. He had spent it thinking. He had always been king, told by everyone he'd be the number hero no matter what. But after taking the time to think, he's no hero, not even close. In his head it was a good idea teaching the nerd a lesson. His dream was unobtainable and he was too nice for his good. So getting all in his face and tell him that he's a worthless nobody sounded like a good idea at the time. Kitsuki had always been the top, so he'd be Izuku's top bully, however that wasn't his reason for doing that to Izuku. He did care for the nerd despite his villainous actions. If he hurt Izuku the most, the others would lay off of him. It was what he did while they were still young and kind of kept that habit up all the way now. No one had ever stopped him, in fact he was encouraged. So naturally he thought it was a good idea. Oh how he couldn't be more wrong. His other idiot friends think that him coming home will be the best for both them and Izuku. But Kitsuki knows the truth. He knows Izuku will do everything in his power to get away or lock himself in his room and refuse to come out. Izuku may not realize this himself, but he is quite good at planning and thinking under pressure. Good at both talking to people or getting away. It just didn't work on Kitsuki. Out of all of his friends, he knew Izuku the best. Not well by any means, but the best. He knew Izuku was intelligent and could think of complicated solutions off of anything in seconds and pick up small details like it was blood covering a room. Kitsuki had read a few of Izuku's books out of curiosity and he knew he was a genius. Kitsuki was just too proud to admit it. He'd also hung out with Izuku the most out of any of his friends. His mother loved him and have him come over a lot despite the fact he refused on several occasions for being a burden. During this time, Kitsuki had never yelled or hit him once. It was a safe place that Kitsuki didn't think that hurting him here would do any good, not including his mother in the equation. Kitsuki knew the police or heroes wouldn't find Izuku. Especially if they found out he was quirkless, they'd give up the search immediately. Kitsuki had the best bet of finding the nerd out of anyone, and he knew it. Which is why he had several images over a board. Izuku had been found in a certain area but managed to escape. He had cut his hair that obviously hadn't been from a barber, which mean he had access to supplies. And he knows the damn nerd wouldn't steal a damn penny. So he was probably near a dump or had found someone willing to give him some stuff. Kitsuki doesn't know which one, but he swears he'll find Izuku. Not to bring the damn nerd home but to apologize. He's already hurt Izuku enough, he doesn't need to do any more damage. The Shadow Kid. Izuku walked through the street with his new jacket that he may or may not have stolen. But in his defense he had no choice. He doesn't have much clothes and he was just recently discovered by the heroes and he can't let them take him home. They'll find out his quirk is all for one and he has been taking the quirks of thugs. Which is why he is also thankful he had that hair grow quirk to alter his hair. He likes it white instead of green. As to why he was walking through the street. Well, he was going to Hamaki's cafe, the girl he had helped yesterday. Maybe they could be friends. Izuku isn't really good in social situations, only knowing how to persuade others to leave him alone or that he is fine. He doesn't even know if him and that girl even have a friendship. But Izuku hopes that they do and that she is currently on shift so he doesn't look like an idiot. Perhaps he could also be given free food by her as he doesn't exactly have much money to use. Izuku does also feel bad that his main reason to go here was in hopes of getting free food but sue him for being a little bit selfish once in a while. Izuku walks into the cafe he was told that she works at and entered. Izuku looked around, trying to not make himself noticeable and actually paying attention to others this time. Because last time he didn't got him nabbed by a hero. Izuku won't let that happen again. He walked into the cafe and immediately spotted Himaki working. She had a smile on her face that made Izuku happy, knowing that this was probably her first time smiling because of her dumb quirk. Izuku also was thankful that he had hit his limit with his quirk for the time being, so he didn't have to give this wretched quirk to anyone else, and he wasn't affected by it. Izuku walked over to her, and Himaki noticed. "Hey Izuku, glad to see that you came." Himaki smiled brightly. Izuku returned her smile. "Hey Himaki, it's good to see you smile. How have you been?" Izuku asks. Himaki's smile dwindled slightly but it didn't disappear. "Well, I'll have to be called to the police because of my whole quirk switch thing. But there isn't much they'll get out of me. Don't worry, I won't reveal your little secret, Izuku," Himaki said, coming closer to Izuku and whispering the last part. Izuku couldn't help but be thankful for that. The two continued to talk, Himaki gifting Izuku a free cookie. It wasn't much, but Izuku wasn't going to complain. He found out that they were looking for a singer to entertain the crowd at night. Izuku was offered, but he has no singing ability, so he just left the offer floating. The two were having a nice time until a scream caught the two's attention. "What was that?" Izuku asked. "I'm not sure, can you go check that out?" Himaki asked. Izuku nodded his head and left the cafe. The cry sounded like it was on the other side of the cafe, so Izuku walked into the alleyway that led to the back. Cautiously, Izuku peeked around the corner. There was 4 people in the alleyway. 3 of them were girls. One had a beautiful white dress and golden blonde hair. The second was a girl with jet black hair and a red skirt, and the last one had blue hair and blue shirt and skirt. They were standing in front of a boy who was trapped in a box of light. His skin was jet black and he had dyed green hair. Izuku watched as the girl with golden hair crouched down and start tapping on the box of light. "Hey there, freak. How does it feel to be caged? You better get used to it, things like you should have never crawled out of that hole," the girl said. The boy curled further into himself and pushed himself up against the wall. The girl with black hair started to laugh. Izuku felt incredibly angered. But he couldn't just charge in. Unless Izuku was going to kill them, they were going to know what he looks like. The only reason Izuku wasn't worried about that before because when the guy had grabbed him, he already knew what he looked like. In this situation, Izuku would attack them and they'd have full view of him. It's not like he can add articles of clothing to himself whenever he wants. But what if wasn't clothes? Izuku hasn't really tested his new heavy skeleton quirk, but the idea should definitely allow him to make a makeshift mask. Izuku stepped back and focused on that quirk. He can feel his bones shifting uncomfortable underneath his skin before slowly, something cold is touching his skin. When Izuku stopped, he reached up and touched his face. It was hard and metallic. It had worked. Izuku then put his hood up over his head before he walked into the alleyway. "What's going on here?" Izuku asked, making his voice as deep as possible. All 3 girls turned around. The girl with golden blonde hair looked at Izuku annoyed with her bright blue eyes. But Izuku also notices another detail, her freckles were glowing. Izuku looked at the box again and saw that the corners had a small orb of light. She was probably the one who created the box, and her quirk probably works similarly to constellations. The girl with black hair looked confused and upset as she narrowed her eyes at Izuku. Izuku then looked over to the last girl with blue hair. She looked scared. She looked around at her friends before working backwards. Odd, she doesn't seem the same compared to the other 2. "None of your business, pal. Unless you want to be stuck like the freak over there," the girl with golden hair said. Izuku frowned but got an idea, she seems to be quirk bias, and her quirk is probably flashy and effective for hero work. So she'd obviously be a prick about it because no one is going to stop her. So Izuku is willing to try something. "Do you think you're stronger than me? Let's compare and see if you're as good as you seem to think," Izuku said. The girl smiled smugly and walked over to Izuku. The girl with the blue hair however put her arm cautiously on the obvious leader's shoulder. "Wait, I don't think it's a good idea," she said quietly. The girl frowned before elbowing the girl in the face. She yelped and clutched her nose before falling to the ground. Izuku widened his eyes in shock. That girl was only trying to warn her, but ended up getting hit. "Shut up, I'm the best and you know it. Don't try and act like you're better than me," she said angrily before turning back to Izuku with a smug smile. She walked up to him with her hands on her hips. "So you think you're hot shit, big boy? What's your quirk?" she asks. Based all around her quirks, Izuku wasn't surprised. He can tell who those types of people are by just being around them. It isn't entirely their fault as everyone, including teachers, encourage their actions their entire life. But she acts differently. Izuku isn't exactly sure why or how he can tell, but it's just a sense that he is getting from her. He doesn't understand, but he isn't going to ignore his gut instinct. Izuku raises his hand and points his palm upwards. Are you sure you want to test what I can do? Izuku asks. Tora, please don't. The girl with blue hair pleads from the ground. Tora ignores her and smirks at Izuku. She raises her hand and places it on top of Izuku's. Go ahead, you get one shot before I kick your ass, she said. Izuku smirks as he feels her quirk loose from the consent she has given him. Without any hesitation, Izuku takes the girl's quirk. Izuku watches as the freckles on the girl's face stop glowing and her box disappear instantly, freeing the boy with black skin. Izuku smirks, raises his hand, showing her a glowing light. It was white with golden swirls covering it like an atom. Thanks for your quirk, Izuku said. The girl's eyes widen, fear flashes across her face. She reaches up to her face and starts picking at her freckles. Izuku presumes something is supposed to happen. When nothing does, she looks at Izuku with unimaginable fury. What the fuck did you do to me? Give it back, she yelled. Izuku shook his head and brought his hand up to his chest, closing his hand. Don't think so, Izuku said, feeling a sense of pride at the look of horror on the girl's face. Izuku knows it was wrong, but people like this, people who believe they are heroes, yet abuse others finally getting served justice, is pure pleasure for Izuku. It's justice. The second girl then looked furious. She raised her hand and a spear that seemed to be formed of pure energy appeared in her hand. Give her back her quirk, you villain, she yelled and threw the spear. The spear crashed Izuku in the face, making him stumble back a step, but thanks to his metal mask, Izuku was fine. Izuku then grew more metal on his body. He made claws and gave himself iron boots. Izuku crashed down before charging at the girl. Izuku moved incredibly fast. Faster than what the girl could do to react. Izuku extended his hand and grabbed her face. The girl then screamed before dropping to the floor. He had taken her quirk. I'm calling the police, the blonde girl announced with a shaky voice. Izuku turned around and looked at her. The girl yelped before turning around and sprinting away. Izuku sighed and looked down to the ground where the unconscious girls lay. Izuku withdrew parts of his quirk but kept his mask on. He then looked up to the other two who both looked terrified. Hey, can you get your friend somewhere? She'll wake up in about an hour, Izuku asked. The blue-haired girl flinched and looked down at her friend. She looked back up to Izuku. Why you're not going to attack me? The girl asked. Izuku shook his head. No, I have deemed these two unworthy of their quirks. You're different so you can keep yours. Now go, I don't have all day, Izuku said. The girl nodded frantically. She scrambled over to her friend and picked her up. She then quickly left the alley without looking back. Izuku then turned to the boy with black skin who was now not looking so scared and was staring at Izuku with wonder. Why did you help me? The boy asked. Why wouldn't I help you? You're human like everyone else. You don't deserve to be ostracized for being born, Izuku answered sympathetically. The boy looked up at him with pure shock and amazement. Thank you, the boy said, not sure on what to say. Izuku chuckled and sat down. He's probably not good with talking to people. Exactly like him. Hey, what's your name? Izuku asked. The boy flinched before smiling sheepishly. Akito Mabinori, the boy answered. Izuku decided to take a risk. He seems like a good guy and Izuku kind of needs friends. Despite having all for one, he does need other people to survive, no matter how much planning he has. Do you have any friends? Izuku asked. Akito looked down and shook his head. Do you want to be mine? Izuku asked. Akito looked up, shocked at what Izuku had just said. Wait, really? The boy asked, not believing it. Izuku nodded. He took his hoodie off, revealing his white hair. He then started removing his metal mask, revealing what he actually looks like. His skin was a light gray, and his eyes were an emerald green. He had small purple areas on his chin and triangles on his cheek. Izuku then outstretched his hand. Izuku, let's be friends, Izuku says with a wide smile. The two had then started to hang out. After Akito teleported them away to avoid the police that was coming to the scene. Izuku had found out what his quirk was. It was called Shadow Port, which allows him to teleport to dark areas. A side effect from his quirk is that his skin is permanently black, and because of that and his somewhat villainous quirk, he has been bullied his entire life. Well, not anymore. They had hung out the next day as well. They had gone around the park with Akito buying fish and chips. Izuku was incredibly thankful. They had a good time and Izuku was happy. He just needed to find a job and a way to change his identity. He'll need help with that, but he's got time. With his change of looks, he'll last for a while before they catch on. Izuku and Akito had said goodbye before going their separate ways. Izuku had considered taking Akito back to his house, but Izuku didn't want him to know that he lives in a dumpster. Also, the fact that Akito doesn't know he is Izuku Yagi, the very one who is missing, doesn't help either. If he ever finds out, however, he can always just bluff and say that kid was quirkless while he wasn't. Some people at Aldera had said that he was quirkless, and the case lost a lot of traction. Which Izuku was thankful for. They don't know he has all for one. But that doesn't change the fact that his family knows. He can't go home, he can't. As Izuku was walking, his thoughts were distracted by a scream. Izuku, being the hero he was, ran towards it. Aizawa and Namasa got out of the car. They had stopped in front of a small building near the dock. Aizawa had said that this place sells the painkillers that Izuku had. So this was their first place of investigation. Aizawa walked to the door with Namasa in tow, then knocked. Not wasting any time. After a few seconds, the door opened, revealing a woman. She had long purple hair done up in a ponytail. She had black glasses and a white coat on. She looked like a doctor, but why wasn't she working in the hospital? The woman looked at Aizawa and smiled. "Ah, good evening, Eraserhead and Detective. Is something the matter?" She asked, concerned, as soon as she noticed Namasa behind Aizawa. Aizawa nodded. "Yeah, Doc, can we come in?" Aizawa asked. "Of course," Doc said, moving to the side and letting the two in. Aizawa and Namasa thanked her, the latter removing his hat. "So, what is this about?" Doc asked. Aizawa turned to her. "Well, you've heard of the missing kid Izuku Yagi. He had access to powerful painkillers that only can be administered in hospitals. You're the only person outside of the hospital can administer it," Aizawa said. Namasa was now beginning to understand. Aizawa had left him pretty much in the dark. She was an underground doctor. Not many people do this, as it's just less pay. Severely less pay. "Did you give him the painkillers, ma'am?" Namasa asked, wanting to use his quirk. Doc shook her head. "Sorry, it wasn't me, I only give those to one person," Doc answered. Namasa nodded his head, his quirk did not activate. Aizawa looked over to him, and Namasa gave him a thumbs up. "Is it possible that this person gave Izuku these drugs?" Namasa asked. "I guess, but he isn't the type. I can ask him though," Doc said. "Can you get him here?" Namasa asked. Doc shrugged. "Don't know, the guy is pretty elusive and uncooperative. Even if he does come, he won't be so happy, as he has a deep hatred for heroes," Doc answered, looking over to Aizawa. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. "Try me," was all he said. Doc just sighed and went to her desk. "Let me call him," she said. "Izuku's quirks. Underline equals combine. Bolt, heavy skeleton, hemimorphy, tentacles, constellation. Not active. Emotive deprive, energy spear. Blood-sucking teen." Izuku sprinted to where he heard the scream. The scream had been down an alleyway. Izuku looked down the corner and his blood ran cold. Two bodies laid in the alleyway. One of them wasn't that far from the entrance, while the second one was all the way down at the end. However, there was someone else down there. They were a girl, couldn't be older than Izuku himself. They had blonde hair done into two messy buns at the top of her head. She was wearing a small skirt and a cream-colored cardigan. But what she was doing chilled Izuku. She sat atop of that dead body. They were pouring out blood and it covered a lot of her clothes. She held a knife covered in lots of blood and was adamantly licking it. Izuku had to do something, but he didn't know what. This girl had killed two adults, and it looked like with little issue. What was her quirk? From how much Izuku can see from her, there isn't much he can determine. He had to stop her. Izuku can't allow a murderer run free, and this person seems giddy about murdering others. But what was Izuku going to do? She was obviously dangerous and very capable at what she does. Even with his quirks, it might not be good enough to take her down. Wait. His new quirk. Izuku had completely forgotten about it. The quirk from that girl with the glowing freckles. The one he had to save Akito from. Izuku hadn't had time to test it out, but he knows he produces light from freckles that connect together to create barriers. Luckily for Izuku, he has plenty of freckles to use. He also had the energy spear quirk, but he currently can't use it. Not until he figures out how to increase his quirk capacity. That reminds Izuku. He knows this may not be the best time to be thinking about his quirk. There are two dead people with a murderer sucking the blood out of one of them. But Izuku knows no matter how hard he tries, his curiosity will take over him no matter what. Can he take quirks from dead people? It isn't known how quirks work when people die, if they disappear or just sit there, unable to activate. Izuku knows mutant quirks don't disappear after death, but that wasn't too much of a leap to make. But it was obvious that neither of these people have a mutant quirk, so they either have a transformation or emitter quirks. Can he still take their quirk at post-mortem? Izuku slowly creeps into the alleyway, not wanting to alert the girl of his presence. He got low and reaches his hand towards the body before stopping. This person was dead and he was about to touch them. It was disgusting. Izuku had only now realized the seriousness of this situation. He wanted to puke, the sight before him was horrendous, but he had to hold out. This was a murder situation, and he had to stop her before anyone else got hurt. If he wanted to be a hero, he had to get used to these situations. He had to know how to deal with these situations because no matter how good people are, there are so many people who are way worse. Izuku covered his eyes and touched the man. Izuku presumed he didn't need to grab the man's face, as he couldn't deny Izuku consent. Izuku felt the familiar rush of a quirk going into his body. The feeling, however, felt fat and refreshing. Izuku was confused at the feeling but couldn't delve deeper into it. He'd be on it all day trying to figure out his quirk when he can't even use it. Izuku looked up to the girl to see her stabbing the dead body again and licking the blood off of her knife. So her knife was obviously her weapon and use of attack. The body next to Izuku was covered in cut and stab wounds, so if he can protect himself from that he should be fine. His heavy skeleton quirk should protect him, however if she has some type of speed quirk, there will be a problem. Izuku will become slower the more metal he creates on his body, and if he can't defeat this girl fast enough. When he gets too tired, the metal slowly disappears back into Izuku's body and leave Izuku immobile. It's a bad drawback if Izuku can't defeat his opponent before that happens. But Izuku always has other quirks he can use like Bolt, Tentacles, Hemimorphy and Constellation. They are all more complicated to use, and Izuku still needed more practice. But in this situation, he has to try. Izuku puts his hood up and activates Heavy Skeleton. Iron grows on his body, covering parts of his shoulder, legs and ribs. He creates claws on his hands that act as a weapon he can defend himself. Izuku steps up and starts walking to the girl, alerting her of his presence. Izuku expected the girl to be shocked. Either become panicked that someone else had saw them or become eager to silence him. But the girl lit up like a Christmas tree. Izuku watched as her golden cat-like eyes locked onto him and seemed to glow in crazy happiness. Izuku stopped in his tracks as he watched this crazy girl stand up and start jumping with joy. Ooh, a new friend. However, you're hiding your face from me. If we want to get to know each other, we have to be more honest with each other. The girl said in a sultry voice that made Izuku shiver. Izuku wasn't sure what was going on, but he didn't like it. The girl got down into a running stance before sprinting at Izuku with her knife ready to stab him. Izuku was surprised. This girl was fast, like crazy fast. Izuku barely had time to raise his arms in defense as she stabbed him. Her knife clanged with his metal bones. Izuku swung his claw at her, but she ducked with ease. Izuku felt something cut his ear. Suddenly he became aware that his hood had been hit off, giving the girl full view of his face. Izuku felt something wet slide down the side of his face, and Izuku noticed the girl's arm. It looked like she had just thrown something, but it couldn't have been her knife, it was still in her hand. Unless she has more. She definitely has more than one knife. The girl saw him before widening her eyes in excitement. She hopped back, which scared Izuku, and started hopping up and down excited. "Oh my god, you're so cute," she squealed, which both scared and confused Izuku. This girl was insane. She then smiled widely at Izuku, too widely. Izuku saw her fangs, and that's what clicked for Izuku. She needs blood for her quirk. This girl was crazy fast, so her quirk probably increased her speed if she consumed blood. Izuku had assumed she had a speed quirk because of the way she moved. It did confuse Izuku why there wasn't a clear activation notice. Most quirks have visual activations like their eyes glow, or they have an aura of light. But she didn't have anything, which confused Izuku. It was possible she didn't have one, but that was very unlikely. For example, Izumi's body glows gold, and the objects she manipulates have the same light of aura. But since she has to consume blood to activate her quirk, it makes more sense. Izuku has heard of a few facts about blood quirks. Like they have to have fake blood made to satisfy the thirst of wanting to drink some. Izuku wonders if others have stronger feelings to consuming blood than others. Does this girl have a problem like that? But you'd look cuter with a bit more red. The girl then stated, her eyes narrowing on Izuku dangerously. Guess those thoughts will have to wait. Izuku quickly turned into electric bolt and attacked the girl before she got too close. Unfortunately, electricity is unpredictable and he missed, slamming into the wall. Izuku growled and pushed himself off the wall. He then felt something sharp hit the back of his neck. Izuku gasped as he was pushed back into the wall. The pain was null from the knife entering a purple patch of skin. He felt the knife hit the spine in his neck. If it wasn't metal, Izuku would be in trouble. But luckily it was. Izuku activated his quirk and broke the knife with his bones. The girl then backed away, confused on what happened. Izuku didn't let this opportunity slide as he turned around and activated his quirk. A tentacle formed from his left hand and it shot out and grabbed the girl. She couldn't avoid it before being lifted into the air. The girl started to struggle. Izuku watched as she reached into her shoe and grabbed another knife and started stabbing the tentacle. Luckily Izuku couldn't feel it. Izuku used his right hand and reached for his face. His freckles started to glow. He threw out 8 balls of light. The girl slashed the tentacle and managed to release herself. She fell towards the ground but noticed small lights floating. She fell towards them and when she was in between them all, they connected. The girl landed on a translucent golden barrier of light. She looked around frantically, her crazy smile vanished completely. The same barriers surrounded her completely. She started banging on them but nothing happened, she then stabbed them and got the same result. A sinking feeling registered in her chest, she was trapped. Caught. Izuku sighed in relief as he sat down and put his hand over his heart. Even with 5 quirks he still struggled to take her down. He really needs to get some practice in actually fighting. He knows he can't rely solely on quirks, but he's never had the opportunity to get lessons before. Now, what to do about this girl? Izuku looked up at the girl trapped in his constellation, only to be met with a strange sight. She was crying. It was a complete 180 to what Izuku had seen before from the girl. Perhaps she was upset she was defeated or was it something else? Izuku got up and walked towards her, the girl didn't look up at him. Hey, why are you crying? Izuku asked. The girl cracked a sad smile, and Izuku couldn't help but to feel bad. He hadn't even heard a response yet, and she had just killed people. What was he thinking? It's over. I'm caught. I'll be put into jail for all of the stuff I've done, the girl said. She then started to cry harder. Izuku watched as the girl started to wail, curling herself into a ball. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I never wanted to turn out like this. She sobbed, her head down in her arms. Izuku felt his heart crack. She doesn't have control of her actions. Izuku has read up a lot of cases and he has seen several people forced into crime. Mainly from their quirk that alters their appearance and makes their needs different from others, like people with bug quirks. Her quirk probably also got her ostracized as well. People are cruel and her quirk probably required help from a quirk counselor which she didn't get. Izuku knows he should call the police and arrest her, she killed 2 people. But Izuku can't help but feel that's the wrong choice. It wasn't entirely her fault she killed those 2 people. If Izuku wants to help people, punishing others for something they can't control won't help anyone. Not to mention he has no way of contacting the police and he is still kind of wanted by the police right now. Izuku sighs and puts his hand on the barrier. Hey, you need blood for your quirk right? Izuku asked. The girl stopped crying, only sniffling. She looked up at Izuku with sad and confused eyes. Her eyes were red and puffy with several streaks of tears down her cheek. Izuku couldn't help but feel sad at the sight he sees. Why yeah. My quirk is called transform. She said softly before lowering her head again. I can turn into others if I consume their blood. She said quietly. Izuku can hear her sobs again and feels sympathy for her. She was definitely self-conscious about her quirk. If you want to borrow some blood, I can spare you some. Izuku said with a kind smile. The girl looked up to him with eyes full of shock. Izuku couldn't help but think, cute, but knocked those thoughts away. Wait really? She said, skeptical. Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, just when I release you don't attack me. Izuku said, keeping eye contact and reaching over to a glowing ball of light. The girl nodded her head, looking like a lost kitten, and desperately wants to be released. Izuku then pinched the light and destroyed. The barrier cracked like glass making the girl fall to the ground just in front of Izuku. Izuku quickly helped her upright and made sure she wasn't hurt. The girl had brushed it off. Izuku then raised his arm up and pulled back his sleeve, revealing his mostly purple arm. Okay, bite into here and take some blood, I don't mind. Izuku says. The girl who looked distraught just before just lit up brightly. She grabbed Izuku's arm and grabbed it eagerly. She then opened her mouth wide and bit down on Izuku's arm hungrily. Izuku barely felt a thing thanks to his quirk. They sat in silence for a couple minutes, the girl just hungrily sucking on Izuku's blood. Eventually she let go with a huge grin on her face, a small drip of blood dripping down the side of her mouth. She looked at Izuku once more, except it had a lot less crazy and hunger in them than before. So what's your name, string bin? My name is Himiko Toga. The girl asked, smiling like a cat. Izuku smiles before stopping himself. Would it be a good idea to tell her his name? What is she going to do, call the police she found Izuku Yagi while being a murderer? Izuku finds it unlikely that she'll care who he is and if he is also technically a criminal. He's already told 2 people his actual name, what's one more? Izuku? He answered, not giving a last name. He wasn't a Yagi, never was. Izuku-kun. It's such a cute name. She said happily, clapping her hands. Izuku was taken aback by her enthusiasm, but he kind of enjoyed it. But then she put a finger to her chin and looked at Izuku with a thinking face. Wait, are you Izuku Yagi? Wasn't he quirkless? She asked. Izuku gulped and looked down. Yes I am, and don't tell anyone I have a quirk. I'm going to be honest, I didn't even know I had it until I ran away. Izuku says. Himiko nodded her head understandingly. Izuku sighed and looked back over to her. He didn't want to ruin the moment, but he had to get back on topic. So Toga. Izuku started. Himiko. We're friends now, Izuku-kun. She smiled. Izuku blushed but put his thoughts away. So Himiko. He said, making the teen smile bigger. Izuku looked down as he didn't want to see it disappear. Why did you do this? Izuku asked. He didn't need to be looking at her to know her smile dropped. He felt the tension rise immediately. Izuku looked up to see Himiko running her finger across the ground. It's villainous. My quirk is called Transform, and if I consume another person's blood I turn into them. I can't help myself. I crave blood. Himiko said. Izuku knows he should probably comfort her, focusing on the last sentence, but his natural quirk geek mind went straight into action. He was a bit surprised she didn't have a speed quirk. She was incredibly fast, but it might be from training. Perhaps Izuku could ask for some tips. Whoa, that's so cool. Can you use the quirks of people you transform into? Is your limit for your quirk set at the same time or changes, depending on how much blood you've drunk? Izuku asked with stars in his eyes. Izuku looked taken aback, confused of what Izuku had just said. Wait, you don't think it's villainous? Even after I killed those two people? And attacked you? She asked, her voice becoming quieter near the end. Izuku sighed and shook his head. What you did was villainous, but your quirk is not. You also have little control of your actions as your instinct make you crave blood. It's just as normal as water and food for you. Izuku stated. Himiko looked at Izuku, astounded and touched by what he just said. She then gives a small smile. Thank you, you're the first person to have ever been like that to me. She said. Izuku smiles and rubs the back of his head. No problem. Izuku smiled. Hey, I told you my quirk, it is your turn, Izuku-kun. Himiko said, radiating happiness again. Izuku flinches before forcing himself to relax. Himiko won't judge him for his quirk, and it's not like she knows the story of All for One anyway. It's called All for One. It allows me to steal quirks for others and also give them away. Izuku said. Upon hearing this, Izuku jumps forward, pushing her hands onto Izuku's knees. Her face became incredibly close to Izuku's. Izuku quickly became red from embarrassment, especially at the close proximity he was with a girl. So you can give me a quirk? Himiko asked excitedly. Izuku shoots his hands up in front of his face, trying to create an unneeded defense and put some distance between the two. I see, can't it's dang jeers. Besides I'm still new to the Q quirk. Izuku stuttered. Himiko pouted but nodded her head nonetheless. She moved away from Izuku, still sitting close to him but now on her knees. But Izuku had just gotten an idea from his quirk. He's not sure if it will work, but it's worth a shot. Hey Himiko, can I try something? Izuku asked. Himiko instantly nodded her head. Of course Izuku-kun, you helped me and I want to help you. Himiko said. Izuku shrugged slightly as he raised his hand towards her. This isn't really helping me. Izuku said before touching Himiko. Izuku then felt the sensation of gaining a quirk. The quirk felt dry and needy but extremely flexible. Izuku decided to dive deeper into the quirk to see what it exactly was all about. He scanned around and found it was relatively a straightforward quirk. However, Izuku did find some concerning details. Specifically the emotions attached to the quirk. The first one was the need for blood. It was a huge aspect of the quirk, concerningly huge. No wonder she went insane, she basically needed blood all the time. The second one was when she activated her quirk. It was a random attribute, but when she alters her identity to someone else, if she knows how they act a bit, she can mimic their personality exactly. Definitely helpful for a quirk like this. But that now became a problem for Izuku. Why? Well, he had a theory. A non-active quirk he has called emotive deprive. The quirk that used to belong to Himaki. It makes it so that she couldn't feel any emotion whatsoever, which wasn't a quirk that anyone would want. But if Izuku combined it with Himiko's quirk, it would probably negate the emotional attachments her quirk has, effectively eliminating her need for blood. But in doing that would also destroy the bonus of being able to blend in as someone perfectly. Izuku didn't want that, so he looked deeper into the quirk and found something else interesting. There seems to be a strange limitation to Himiko's quirk. She can't use the person's quirk she has transformed into unless she has a strong emotional attachment to them. If Izuku got rid of that, she'd no longer have that limitation. Izuku weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately deciding if Himiko will no longer be a villain anymore, the need to perfectly blend in is no longer necessary. So Izuku grabbed emotive deprive and forced a quirk into Himiko's transform. The quirk combined and nothing really changed, only the emotional aspects of it destroyed. Himiko watched Izuku intently as he silently played with 3 different lights in his hands. She watched as he combined 2 of those lights together before putting the light inside of her. She felt her body, trying to figure out what had happened. She then started licking her lips before noticing something. She wasn't hungry. She stared over at Izuku as he opened his eyes. Himiko dashed over to him and embraced him tightly. "I'm not hungry anymore. Thank you, thank you, thank you," she said, squeezing Izuku tightly. Izuku laughed and returned her hug. When Himiko eventually let go, she frowned and pointed at Izuku's waist. "Sorry," she said almost shamefully. Izuku raised an eyebrow before realizing what she meant. His clothes were now covered in blood. Izuku internally started to freak out. What was he going to do? These were the last good clothes he had and now were covered in blood. He couldn't buy more, and it's not like he can just walk around with blood-soaked clothes. Wait, he has hemorrhage. Why didn't he use it before? Wait, I've got this, Izuku said. He then started to draw some blood. Himiko was concerned before he started forming his blood into clothes. He gave them both new pairs. Izuku put up a wall of tentacles to give themselves privacy as they changed into their new clothes. Izuku buttoned up before turning to Himiko. "So Himiko, where do you live?" Izuku asked. "Oh, on the street," Himiko replied casually. Izuku looked at her, concerned. He supposes it does make sense, that fact isn't really surprising, but it doesn't make it any less sad. "Oh I have a place in a junkyard. You can come with me if you want," Izuku said. Why did he say that? Izuku doesn't want to be rude, but Himiko isn't really sane and not very intelligent. It wouldn't be a smart idea to bring someone else with those qualities to his hideout, where he is trying not to be found by his ex-family so they don't kill them. "Really? I'd love to, Izuku-kun." Himiko smiled widely. All of Izuku's doubts instantly vanished as soon as he saw her smile. Wonder why? Izuku and Himiko then started to walk to Izuku's home. Home, Izuku thinks. He smiles at the thought. Home, it certainly is. What about those 2 dead bodies? Well, Izuku couldn't exactly call the police, so he'll let someone else do that. But he took the other person's quirk before leaving. What? It's not like they'll use it. Izuku and Himiko made it to Dragaba Beach and walked around all of the garbage until they made it to the caravan. Izuku walked up to it and was about to open the door until he felt a small tug on his shirt. Izuku turns around to see Himiko looking at him with a pout. "Izuku-kun, you've helped me so much today in such a short period of time, is there anything I can do to help you, please?" Himiko said, looking at Izuku pleadingly. Izuku had to look away as he felt his cheeks turn hot. He started to think if there was something she can do before an idea popped into his head. "Actually you can. I noticed you were really good at fighting, could you teach me?" Izuku asks. Himiko smiles widely. "Of course," she yelled happily. Izuku smiled as well, feeling incredibly happy. It was strange. Izuku was always wishing he had a cool quirk like his friends or sister his entire life, but now, in a moment like this, Izuku is kind of glad he never found out he had all for one. It felt right. Doc, Aizawa and Namasa all sat in Doc's office. Doc had sent the person who she gave the powerful painkillers to. He had agreed to come and now they were just waiting. Doc was apprehensive because she knew the man. She had told the other 2 he had a horrible past and is prone to violent outburst if something triggers memories from his past. Also, the fact that he despises heroes with a burning passion made her concerned that Aizawa should leave, but he insisted on staying along with Namasa. Heavy knocks radiate from the door. Doc instantly stands up and walks towards it. Namasa and Aizawa stay where they are and watch her as they open the door. When it opens they don't see anyone, but it was because there were 3 steps to the door. The man was currently at the bottom. A deep and raspy voice then spoke. "Hey Doc, you need something?" the man asked, his tone seemed tired. Doc nodded and looked back at Aizawa. He didn't waver and held her worried gaze. She sighed and looked down again. "Dabi, you've heard that a boy named Izuku Yagi went missing," she said. "What about it?" Dabi says in a dry voice. "Well, it was found that he had powerful painkillers in his room. You're the only person that I give those to, so a hero and a detective want to know." Doc didn't get to finish her sentence as heavy footsteps slammed up the steps. Namasa flinched while Aizawa didn't waver. A hand pushed Doc out of a way and a man walked into the room. He had shaggy black hair that was too dark to be natural. He had icy turquoise eyes and wearing a lot of black clothing. A large biker's jacket with a plain white shirt underneath it. Generic black pants and combat boots. But that wasn't what caught the detective and Aizawa's eye. He had several patches of burned purple skin that was connected to his healthy skin by staples. He glared at the 2 with hatred and intensity. Namasa had to admit he was slightly scared. If it wasn't for Aizawa next to him and knowing this guy didn't have a mutant quirk from his appearance, he perhaps would have pissed himself. But unexpectedly, his heated gaze stopped and the man sighed. He then put his hands in his jacket's pockets. "Ugh, I thought it was someone else," Dobby said before walking to a wall and leaning up against it, no longer as hostile as he was before. "Oh, are you fine with Eraserhead, Dobby?" Doc said. Dobby scoffs and rolls his eyes. "I don't have a problem with Eraserhead. I presumed All Might would have been here," Dobby said. Doc looked at Dobby confused while Naomasa and Izawa's eyes widen. Dobby looks over them and smirks at their reaction. "What's wrong? That's why I'm here, isn't it? Izuku Yagi," Dobby says, smirking at the two. Naomasa narrows his eyes. "How do you know?" Naomasa says, but Dobby was interrupted. "And what makes you think I'll tell you?" Dobby snarks. Naomasa flinches back at the man's sudden mood change. Izawa glares at Dobby and puts his hand on his capture weapon. "Dobby, did you or did you not give Izuku Yagi your painkillers?" Izawa asks threateningly. Dobby's mood instantly changes again as he smirks and shrugs his shoulders. "Yes," Dobby answers. This shocks Izawa as he didn't expect an honest answer. Naomasa then elbows Izawa and looks at him sternly. Naomasa's quirk doesn't work if he wasn't the one to ask the question. Doc then walks over to Dobby and frowns at him. "Wait, Dobby, why the hell would you do that? I know you and you aren't that type of person," Doc said with crossed arms. Dobby chuckles and looks over to her, giving one last glance to the detective and hero. "Do you remember the scrawny bush-head kid I brought in 2 years ago?" Dobby asks. Doc's eyes widened. "Wait, was that Izuku Yagi?" Doc asked, covering her mouth with her hand. Dobby smirked and nodded his head. "Hold on, what was this about Izuku?" Naomasa asked, gaining the two's attention. Doc nods her head and readjusts her glasses. "Well, 2 years ago, Dobby brought a kid in who was basically on death's door. He was bleeding profusely and had severe burns and freezer burns. Not only that, he had 2 fractured ribs and 2 ribs that were indented. Which means they have been broken before and healed incorrectly," Doc said. Naomasa cringed at the mental image it gave him, while Izawa scowled. If Dobby didn't bring him here, he would have died. But when he woke up, he booked it out of here, claiming he'd be late for school. "I just didn't have the tools to track him down," Doc said. "Wait, then how did he end up with those painkillers, Dobby?" Izawa asked. Dobby gave him a deadpan look. "The same way I knew his name was Izuku dipshit. I know who he is, and he kind of knows who I am," Dobby said. Naomasa looks between the two as they glare at each other. Naomasa looks over to Doc, who raises her hands up with confusion. Naomasa sighs and stands up. "Alright, Dobby, it is clear you need to come to the station with me and Eraserhead. It is clear that you have information that you shouldn't and that your name isn't Dobby." Naomasa, trying to fake confidence because low-key, he was scared of this man. Dobby scoffs at the mention of his name being fake. "How about this, detective?" Dobby starts, looking at Naomasa threateningly, making him gulp. "You give me 2 weeks, then I'll willing walk down to the station and answer all of your questions," Dobby says. Naomasa was about to decline when Izawa spoke. "Sure," he said in a tired voice. Naomasa choked on air and turned to him. He was looking at Dobby with a neutral expression while he was smirking. "What? No, I didn't agree," he states. In the end, he didn't have a choice. Izuku's quirks. Underline equals combine. Bolt, heavy skeleton, hemimorphy, tentacles, constellation. Not active. Energy spear, fat inflammation, pitch. Himiko TOGA. Izuku had no idea what he had gotten himself into. It seemed like bringing Himiko to his home was a good idea at the time. She was no longer hostile with her thirst for hunger removed, but that didn't change the fact that she was, well, how's a nice way to put this? Not normal. She has childlike curiosity despite Izuku being sure she was older than him. Not much, but she definitely wasn't younger. Izuku has a large amount of curiosity himself, but that is also due to the fact his parents never took him anywhere. The same can probably be said for Himiko, but it's different. She's dainty and carefree, fitting the stereotype of dumb blonde. For someone that is a murderer, she certainly doesn't fit the bill Izuku had thought of for those types of people. But he has noticed that when she walks, it's silent. Izuku hasn't even known her for a full day, and he constantly finds her missing. Then the next second, she pops out of a pile of garbage. "Hey Izuku, could you make a TV?" Himiko asked, current sprawled out on the small kitchen counter Izuku has. Izuku stops what he was doing and looks over to her questioningly. "How would I do that?" Izuku asks. Himiko giggles at him. "With your quirk, silly. You made us clothes before, surely you can make a TV." Himiko explained. Izuku hadn't thought of that. Even though, theoretically he could, there was this whole problem of knowing how to make it. Not only that, he'd have to learn how to code, which he did not know. But that didn't mean he didn't have an idea. "No, I'd have to know how to make a TV. But, that just gave me an idea," Izuku said. Himiko looked thoughtfully at him as Izuku got up and went over to the kitchen. He opened a cabinet and grabbed out a bowl. With his nails, Izuku made a cut in his other hand and spilled some blood. He put his hand over the bowl and let his blood drip into it. But Izuku had his blood turn into potato chips. Himiko's eyes sparkled as she looked into the bowl. "Wow. You're an infinite food bank," she exclaimed. Izuku chuckled at her excitement. "Not exactly, I still have to harm myself to use this quirk at all, and I don't regenerate my blood. But this quirk will be very useful for the future," Izuku said happily. He raised his hand up and to stop his blood from dripping into the bowl and made the rest of the blood on his hand become a bandage, covering the wound. Izuku and Himiko then shared the potato chips. Izuku spent most of the time showing Himiko around the caravan. She asked a surprising amount of questions, and Izuku was kind of concerned with how little she knew. But eventually they had to go to bed. There was only 2 beds, one was on the floor while the other was connected to the wall. Izuku, being the nice boy he was, volunteered for the floor, which Himiko was fine with. He gave her a blanket and his pillow as he didn't have a spare, but he did have his sleeping bag, so Izuku was still happy. "So Izuku, about me teaching you how to fight. I really don't know how to, I'm more good at avoiding and such. Using my small stature to get around fast and stuff. I've only really been effective at what I do because of my knife," Himiko said. Izuku turned over to her and looked at her. She looked sheepish and sad, which Izuku found strange. "That's fine. When we, fought, I presumed your quirk made you faster if you consumed blood. I was convinced you had a speed quirk. So could you maybe teach me evasion tactics?" Izuku asked. At those words, Izuku watched as Himiko brightened up to match the sun, causing Izuku to blush. What did he say to make her do that? "Of course, I can definitely do that," she said happily. "Night Izuku-kun," she said instantly. Izuku stared at her, stunned. She changed in an instant. Izuku then heard light snoring before realizing she was already asleep. How the hell did she do that? Izuku shook his head in disbelief before turning around. She was crazy. Why wasn't he more concerned? Izuku and Himiko both stand to each other in an open area in Dragaba Beach. Himiko was bouncing up and down on her toes with a large smile. Izuku was slightly nervous. He was never really good at exercise or PE in school. Running was the only good thing he was really good at. Which is how he ended up in this situation. Running away from his problems. So the first thing to do while trying to parkour or getting better at evading is getting back up. You'll fail way more than you'll succeed when you start. So learning how to roll is the first step, so follow my lead," Himiko said. She then demonstrated a roll and hopped back up with elegance. Izuku had to be honest, he had no clue what to do, but practice makes perfect, right? Izuku got down and tried to roll but found some difficulty. He starts to slow down before his feet had hit the ground again. Izuku's feet slammed onto the ground and he flung himself onto his feet again. Izuku had done it too hard and ended up stumbling back, which caused Himiko to laugh. "You're a bit clunky there Izuku-kun," Himiko said with a giggle. Izuku blushes but rolls his eyes. "Hey, I have metal bones, cut me some slack," Izuku whines. Izuku and Himiko then started to practice more on evasion skills. Izuku, being the fast learner, he was picked several skills up extremely fast, despite his iron bones. By then Izuku panted on the ground while Himiko sat on top of a broken car giggling at him. Izuku turns some of his blood into a water and fills a water bottle and starts to drink it. "Are you that tired Izuku-kun?" Himiko teases. Izuku groans and nods his head. They had been training for the past 5 hours, and Himiko had maintained her high energy and charisma the entire time. Himiko is a whole new entity that Izuku had to figure out. There had been a question plaguing his mind since he had fixed Himiko's quirk. "Hey Himiko," Izuku said, catching Himiko's attention. "Yes, Izuku-kun?" Himiko asked. Izuku took a deep breath. He didn't want to upset Himiko, they had just met and were getting along well. Izuku didn't want to ruin it by being insensitive to her privacy, but Izuku felt like it was important to know at least a bit about her. So. How long have you been on the streets?" Izuku asked, worried about her reaction. To his surprise, however, she just looked thoughtful. Himiko then looked down at her hands and started counting her fingers. She was mumbling softly to herself as she tried to come up with an answer. "It would be 4 years." Himiko yelled, too happy. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, how old are you?" Izuku asked. 14, I think. "Not sure, but I do know it was the last day of middle school," Himiko said. Izuku was in shock. She has been on the street and probably killing people since she was 10. Izuku knew her thirst was bad, but geez. Was she deprived of it? Probably, she would have been given fake blood to help if she had gone to a quirk counselor. Her parents were probably embarrassed or horrified about her quirk. Probably tried to suppress it and desperately have them not to use it. Izuku's parents probably would have him not revealed that he was quirkless if they had remembered he existed after the diagnosis. "How were you treated?" Izuku asked. Himiko smiled, but Izuku could tell it was forced. She looked down and started kicking the air with her feet. "My parents didn't like my quirk. I wanted blood but they didn't like that. Always wanting me to be normal and not wanting anyone to know that I had a disgusting quirk that would ruin the family name," she said. "You had a rich family, people whose value is entirely based on quirks," Izuku said. Himiko nodded her head. She then swung her head back and took a huge breath. When she looked back at Izuku, he could see her wide toothy smile back on her face. "Alright Izuku, your turn," she said happily. Izuku froze. "What?" Izuku said, suddenly becoming very scared. Himiko picking this up hopped down from the car and quickly hopped over to Izuku, waving her hand sporadically. No, you don't have to Izuku. I told you a bit about myself so I thought it was only fair if you did as well," Himiko said. Izuku started to shake slightly. He nodded his head, understanding her logic. It would only be fair. "I guess it's fair," Izuku stuttered. He hadn't told anyone about his life yet. Not Hamaki, not Akito, not anyone. It was something that no one should have dealt with. Izuku is aware that he hasn't had the worst experience from kids, he's bet that other quirkless children have had it worse. But it doesn't mean he's comfortable with telling others or that his experience throughout his past 9 years were nothing short of a living hell. He has felt like trash the past 9 years of his life. Worthless, useless, pathetic, mistake, Deku. All those times, all of those people. It confuses Izuku of why he didn't just end himself. It would have made his life so much easier, no more pain, no more misery. He wouldn't have to look over his shoulder every second out of fear of having something thrown at him or one of his perpetrators coming to attack. Now look what he's gotten himself into. He's taken people's quirks and his parents know about it. "Izuku," he heard Himiko yelled. Damn it, maybe he should have found a building to jump off instead of butting his nose into unwanted business. Izuku looked over to Himiko to find her very close. Their noses were almost touching. Izuku then realized that she had her hand touching his cheek softly. Izuku completely froze, his body no longer became responsive to the actions he is trying to make. He had shut down. "Izuku, you don't need to tell me anything, you're not ready yet. It can wait, you don't need to do anything you don't want to for my sake. If you need to wait, then wait. I'll be ready whenever you are," she said softly. Izuku could only nod his head dumbly. She was too close and she was touching him. Izuku didn't know what to do. "Why yeah, thanks hi Himiko." Izuku stuttered, currently in a complete state of shock. Himiko smiled widely. Izuku could feel his face burning again. "If you want you can just tell me about your quirk, you like quirks right, and yours is super cool," Himiko said. Izuku looked down and put on a fake smile. Yeah, I can take and give quirks. Although there is a limit on the quirks I can use at the moment. I currently have 3 unusable quirks and I have access to 5 at the moment," Izuku said. Himiko nodded but she had a frown. Izuku looked up at her questioningly. She sighed and looked at Izuku seriously. "Something's upset you Izuku. You don't have to do things for my sake," she said, shaking his shoulders slightly. Izuku put his hands on her shoulders to stop Himiko from shaking him. "Okay, it's just that I've only had this quirk for almost 2 weeks," Izuku admitted. Himiko looked confused, putting a finger on her chin. "What do you mean?" she asked. Izuku chuckled awkwardly and rubs the back of his neck, looking away. "Well, it's more that I never realized I had it. I was diagnosed quirkless and just didn't know I had this quirk until recently," Izuku said. Himiko's eyes widened. "Wait, so you were essentially quirkless?" Himiko said. Izuku nodded his head, looking at the ground. He then yelped as Izuku was pulled forward. Izuku then felt arms wrap around him and squeeze him tightly. "I'm so sorry," he heard Himiko say. Izuku didn't know what to say. He wasn't all to family what was going on either. Slowly, Izuku moved his arms and wrapped them around Himiko, pulling her closer. Izuku wasn't all too familiar with affection of any kind, but he liked it. Izuku and Himiko continued to practice evasion tactics throughout the week. Izuku had gotten pretty good, but he still wasn't nowhere near as good as Himiko. Especially at stealth. But Izuku had noticed he had gained a lot more muscle than what he had before. His iron bones must be helping with that. Pulling the extra weight along all of the time. Izuku had also increased his limit for quirks from 5 to 7. So now he can use 2 out of his 3 locked quirks. Energy Spear, Fat Inflammation and Pitch. Izuku hadn't actually spent too much time worrying those 2 new quirks he received from when he found Himiko. In all honesty, he has been trying to avoid that memory. Thinking about 2 dead bodies and how he is currently living with an ex-murderer isn't something he'd want to worry about. That inflammation was a regeneration quirk. It healed him almost instantly, but he'd have to exchange fat cells to do it. So theoretically, he can stop himself from dying. It will also help with his other quirk hemomorphy. So that choice was an obvious one. But that and the help of the library, Izuku has made a mini fridge, an electrical generator with solar panels he found in the surrounding junk. Now Izuku was worrying about getting a phone and internet. But Izuku still kind of needed a job. The singer at Himaki's cafe was still open, but he didn't know how to sing. But maybe he didn't have to. Pitch allowed him to manipulate the sound of his own voice. If he can learn the lyrics of songs, all he'd have to do was sing them and let his quirk do the rest. So he chose that quirk over energy spear. Don't get Izuku wrong, he knew it was a strong quirk, but he also had other quirks he can use, so it wasn't a big loss. Izuku also had told Himiko about his old family. Keeping out the details of one for all but telling her that All Might was his father. Saying that she was angry was an understatement. Izuku guessed that kind of reaction. Izuku knew Himiko was also a very touchy and social person who needed to be around others, but after he told her his story, she wouldn't leave him be. Not that Izuku really thought it was a bad thing. He kind of liked having her around. It was nice knowing someone cared. Izuku was currently outside of the caravan, practicing with his constellation quirk. It was a lot more complicated than what Izuku had thought. It works based off of his freckles, so technically if someone had no freckles, but had this quirk, would they be quirkless or would their quirk have developed differently? It was so fascinating. Himiko soon walked out of the caravan, sucking on an ice block. Hey Izuku-kun, I've got a question. Himiko said. Izuku turned around and smiled at her. Alright Himi, shoot. He said. Why are you trying to learn how to fight? I mean, you wouldn't be allowed to go to a hero school. Himiko said thoughtfully. Izuku chuckled and nodded his head. Not a legal one. Izuku said. Himiko looked at him confused, telling Izuku he needed to explain it more. Most heroes nowadays want the fame and publicity that comes with it. Most are one-trick ponies and won't try anything that might ruin their reputation. That's not how heroes should be. They should save everyone while putting themselves at risk. Obviously not suicidal, but they shouldn't value their lives above everyone else's. This society has become so quirk-dependent that depending on what type of quirk you have dictates your entire future as a working society member or a nobody. I can't stand for that. I'll be a better hero than my parents and help the people the heroes shoved to the side. I'll be vigilante, hope. Izuku monologue. At the end of Izuku's entire speech, Himiko had stars in her eyes. She then ran up to Izuku and started bouncing up and down. Can I come too? I can help you. Himiko said. Izuku blinked. He wanted to refuse, but the logical part of him knew that he shouldn't. She'd be devastated if he said no, and he didn't want to make her upset. Izuku also knew that she would be fine, she was a lot better at fighting than he was. But if she got hurt, Izuku wouldn't be able to forgive himself. But the earnest and shine in her eyes shone right through Izuku's soul. Sighing, Izuku came up with an idea that would hopefully work. Alright, but on one condition. Izuku stated. Himiko brightened up, forcing Izuku to look away. Too bright. I'll give you a quirk. Izuku said. This made Himiko stop. She stopped bouncing and looked at Izuku confused. Wait, didn't you say that was dangerous? She said. Well yes, however my hemomorphy quirk is similar enough to yours that it should be fine. And if it's not, I can always take it back. Izuku said. At his answer, Himiko smiled and nodded her head excitedly. She stretched her hand out to Izuku. Alright, work your magic Izuku. She said. Izuku laughed and grabbed her hand. He then activated his quirk. He grabbed his hemomorphy quirk and put it inside Himiko. He waited for the bit as he watched Himiko's transform quirk and hemomorphy quirk act with each other. At first they started to attack each other. It wasn't anything strong, so Izuku let it go for a moment before it stopped. The quirks just laid in Himiko with no issue. Izuku smirked and looked over at Himiko. Alright, you have 2 quirks. Let me teach you how to use hemomorphy. Izuku stated. Himiko then smiled widely and jumped into the air. Yay. She squealed. Namasa sighed as he sat down in the interrogation booth. This last week has been hectic. First was the investigation about Izuku and his painkillers. Then was the meeting with that Dabi person. Namasa shivered at the memory. He really wasn't comfortable with letting a man like that roam around the streets. He just hopes Eraserhead knows what he is doing. But that's not important right now. Right now, he was interrogating Himaki Gatsu. She has a quirk that used to belong to another person with her original quirk being nowhere found. She was attacked by the person whose quirk she now possesses, so she isn't in trouble. All she has to do is tell Namasa who the person was that gave her a quirk. But she was being incredibly difficult. Miss Gatsu, I don't think you understand the situation right now. You have to tell me who gave you that quirk. Naomasa said exasperatedly, getting very frustrated by the girl. Hamaki glared at Naomasa in response. And I told you, over my dead body. Why the hell do you think I would tell you that? Hamaki asked. Because they are breaking the law. Naomasa answered. Hamaki scoffed and leaned forward over the table, getting closer to Naomasa. Alright fucker, I want you to listen to me. My entire life, I have told that I was a mistake. That I was worthless and had no future because of my shit quirk. I was told that by my peers, parents and even fucking heroes. But this kid was the first person to respect me as a human being. Despite my quirk, he treated me with respect. They then helped me, the first person to have ever helped me my entire life. They are more of a hero than what any hero could ever be. You wouldn't understand as your quirk practically landed you this job. So if you think I'm going to sell out the one person who has ever respected me to people who have only treated me like shit, you're delusional. The girl laughed angrily. Naomasa frowned. They're probably using you. Naomasa countered. Hamaki shrugged and gave Naomasa a tired look. I know they aren't idiot, but even if they were, I wouldn't care. I would rather be a pawn to them than be a punching bag for the people with heroic quirks. Now if you have nothing more to say, I want to go home. Hamaki said sternly. Naomasa groaned and covered his face with his hand. He had to find all for one successor fast. He knows that whoever he is isn't planning anything good. He is going to brainwash the people who have nothing left and need any form of love or appreciation of any kind. They are the easiest targets and Naomasa needs to stop them. Izuku's quirks. Underline equals combine. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, constellation, fat inflammation, pitch, energy spear. Not active. Himiko's quirks. Transform, hemimorphy. Vigilante duo. Izuku and Himiko stood outside their caravan. It was home at this point. Izuku at least thought it was home, he didn't know too much about Himiko, but how she acts, Izuku guessed she called it home too. Izuku had gotten Himiko to practice with hemimorphy for the past 2 days, which Himiko complained was unnecessary. The logical side of Izuku knew he was being unreasonable. Himiko was just going to create knives with her quirk anyway. But he didn't want her getting hurt or hurting herself to give herself more blood for power. Despite her protest, Izuku had to make sure she had the basics of the quirks down. He had taken the quirk back momentarily so he can make each of them a costume. He made himself his, which was a black and white hoodie with the word hope and bold over his chest in a dark green color. He gave himself matching pants and made himself a mask. When he said make, he already had one prepared. He had found an old mask that looked like a metal hockey mask with an evil toothy grin. Izuku liked it and adjusted to not make it look as old. He was also going to make Himiko's costume, but she insisted that she could do it. Izuku, despite trying to tell her she needed to know what material to use and how to make it. Himiko pouted and crossed her arms at him however. Izuku sighed and relented at her immediately. Definitely a weakness he's have to fix in the future. As Izuku expected, Himiko failed miserably while making her costume. But she insisted that she just needed a second go. Izuku, sighing at her cute antics and kept her have a second go. Only for her to go above and beyond his expectations. Himiko's costume was black and deep red. She wore black leather over her entire body and only a small mask. Izuku felt his nose starting to bleed at how tight her clothes were. He quickly took back the quirk and made her a costume. Himiko was sad about it but took it nonetheless. It was still similar to what she had before, only a red covering over her nose and mouth, red pants and a sleeveless hood with a small red tie. Despite Himiko loving it, she still wanted to wear the costume she made. Izuku quickly denied her though, saying it wasn't warm enough for night and didn't do good enough at hiding her identity. It's totally not because he got a weird feeling when she wore the second one. It hadn't confused Izuku at all, he was just disappointed with what she made. Yep, definitely no other emotion. Yay, so are we ready to go? Himiko said happily, flipping 3 knives in a single hand. Izuku looked at them nervously, just waiting for Himiko to accidentally cut herself. No, we still need to give you a name. Izuku said. Himiko looked over to Izuku thoughtfully. Which scared the hell out of Izuku as she continued to juggle the 3 knives with one hand while not looking. Toga is fine. Izuku chuckled nervously, glancing at Himiko's eyes to her knife. Then no, that won't work. Why, you are still classified as a murderer, so you need a different name. Izuku said. Himiko looked down at the mention of her as a murderer. But Izuku sprung forward and quickly snatched her knives. Himiko looked back at him with wide eyes and pouted. Hey. She whined. Izuku smiled sheepishly at her and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, but you were scaring me with your juggling. But your name could be Carmilla. Izuku said. Himiko's blank look to Izuku, he had to elaborate. Well, Carmilla is the most famous female vampires in Legends and was still incredibly powerful. Even being acknowledged by Dracula. Izuku said. Himiko seemed to brighten at those words and ran forward and hugged him. "I love it, Izuku-kun. It matches us perfectly. I'm Carmilla and you're Dracula." Himiko beamed up at him. Izuku could feel his face grow hot at their proximity, but nod with a shaky smile. Izuku didn't have the heart to tell her that he just very heavily elaborated Carmilla. But it's probably for the best. Izuku and Himiko had finally gone out to the city. Izuku hadn't made a route for them yet, he had to look around the city to gauge good areas to scout out and be on the lookout for. Izuku had also had the thought of having him and Himiko split up, but a gut instinct told him it wouldn't be a good idea to let an ex-murderer run around with a knife. Don't get him wrong, he trusted Himiko. But that doesn't change the fact she still isn't mentally stable. Much like himself. Izuku and Himiko had gone to running across the rooftops, and Izuku had quickly found out that Himiko was insanely fast. He already knew Himiko was quick, he had thought she had a speed quirk. But as they were jumping from roof to roof, he was struggling to keep up. Izuku didn't exactly have an excuse for himself either. Despite having his bones being iron, which obviously made Izuku incredibly heavy for his size, Izuku no longer had much issue with his quirk anymore. He had increased the power in his leg joints by creating stronger joints in them with his quirk to make him move faster, allowing him more agility and turn at the flip of the dime. But he still didn't hold a candle to Himiko. She was doing tricks, flipping through the air and landing on the other roof with a handstand. The only reason Izuku hadn't lost her yet was because of his quirk bolt. Somehow, Himiko was oblivious to how much dust Izuku was eating from her. She did only have that transformation quirk, didn't she? Izuku smiled at that fact. If she were to have not been ostracized and got the help she needed, perhaps she'd have become a hero. Probably an underground one because her quirk would be best suited for it. But when she needed to fight, Izuku chuckles to himself as whoever they were tried to scramble away as Himiko suddenly appeared behind them. He then stopped. Himiko did too. Izuku swears he heard a scream, and judging by how Himiko is also on alert and looking around, she did as well. However, nothing seemed to be going on. The night was dark and peaceful, only the lack of breeze making the night feel kind of warm. Izuku turned to Himiko and opened his mouth to speak, but a scream stopped him. "Let's go," Izuku said, his expression hard and serious as he turned into an electric bolt and zoomed away. Himiko had also become serious as she chased after him. The scream had been quite loud, although if Izuku and Himiko weren't adept from listening to small sounds, they wouldn't have heard it from that far away. Izuku crashed into the side of a roof but quickly recovered. He felt his bones bend at the sheer force of the impact, but Izuku quickly sets his bones back into place. That bone manipulation quirk had been a blessing as he had quite weak ribs from the fact that they had been broken several times. Izuku pushes himself up and continues to run across the rooftops. "Better keep your mouth shut or I'll punch your ass to the moon," he heard a voice say. Izuku scowled at the words but kept quiet. He looked down the alley where it was taking place. There were 4 people in there. 3 were male and 1 was female. One male was on the ground and another man held the woman an arm around her neck. He couldn't identify a quirk from any of those 3, but he could from the last male. Izuku wasn't sure if it was a mutant or part of his quirk, but the man was surrounded with something. Izuku wasn't sure what it was, but it seemed to cover the man like an aura, but it had a clear gleam to the faint light on the street, meaning it was reflective and most likely a solid. Maybe metal like mercury. Izuku also noticed the man holding the woman was significantly shorty and not very well built in muscle. He was super lean and bony. The girl was a lot bigger than him and could probably take him on easily. Except he was the one who said they'd punch their ass to the moon. Looking at the alleyway, Izuku did notice a large garbage bin dented inwards and now unusable across the alleyway. So he had some sort of strength quirk, but what was the other guy's quirk? The man with the strength quirk had obviously not taken out the man who was unconscious as he wasn't that injured, nor near broken like the bin. It could be that his quirk doesn't work on people, but that still means either the girl or the other man took them out. Izuku's eyes snap to the side as he feels another presence. He sighs in relief when he saw it was only Himiko. He then turned his attention back to what was happening. The shorter male was touching the girl inappropriately, and Izuku could feel himself bile with disgust. Himiko take out that the guy holding the girl. He probably has a strength quirk, when that's done come help me. Not sure what the other guy can do, Izuku said. Himiko nodded her head and Izuku couldn't help but smile. They were going to fight crime together, not as heroes, but they were better than them anyway so it doesn't matter. Izuku and Himiko was going to make a difference as they jumped down into the alleyway. Izuku had planned to jump down onto the man's head. But whatever was floating around the man was hard. Izuku's foot slammed into it and Izuku winced at the force. The man noticed this attack and immediately jumped back. Whatever was floating around him became sharp and pointed at Izuku threateningly. Izuku was about to charge with his bolt quirk, but a sudden yell behind him made him stop. The man saw what happened behind Izuku and used whatever around him to create a wall. Izuku then quickly scaled the building, making claws on his hands and feet and pulling himself up the wall with ease. Izuku jumped over the wall and saw the man getting onto a motorbike. Izuku summoned a tentacle and sent it forward, but was immediately stopped by an immense amount of pain on his lower back. Izuku quickly doubled over onto his knees. He watched whatever the man's quirk was to create the wall surround him again before he took off on his motorbike. Izuku could feel something cold running down his back. It was definitely blood. He couldn't let whoever that man was get away. Izuku used fat inflammation to heal whatever wound he had on his back before concentrating hard on the motorbike. Izuku could catch up to him with Bolt, but whatever quirk the man had was dangerous up close. So he focused his tentacle quirk on the man's bike. He could summon tentacles on any surface, but it was incredibly stressful to do so. He felt the purple patches of his skin tighten. A tentacle was summoned on the man's bike. The man panicked and before he could act, Izuku knocked him off of his bike, causing the man to skid across the ground. Izuku waited for him to get up, but he made no movement too. Whatever was floating around his body absorbing back into his body. Izuku stretched out a tentacle from his body and pulled the unconscious man over to him. While doing that, Izuku looked behind him. Himiko was trying to calm down the woman, while the man who was assaulting her was sticking out of a rubbish bin. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at that. "Who are you two?" she asked, still somewhat scared. Izuku doesn't blame her, they most certainly don't look like heroes, and she was just sexually assaulted moments ago. "It's okay, we are just here to help." "Now what happened here?" Izuku asked. The girl sighed and she looked behind her, looking at the man in the bin. "That's my ex-boyfriend. He's a control freak who doesn't like being told no. That's why I dumped him. Looks like he finally found me again," the woman said, glaring at the man. Izuku nodded his head understandingly. The woman groaned and looked up to the sky. "It's just so frustrating. His father is part of the police, so he gets away with almost everything. Not to mention with his stupid quirk he believes he's on top of the world," the girl complains. Izuku frowns. Izuku hates this type of behavior from anyone. People who have authority as well as a child with a powerful quirk are basically untouchable. It makes Izuku sick. His sister and her friends got away with everything while doing it to him. Just because he doesn't have a quirk and they have heroic parents. Izuku can relate. "Alright, who's this though?" Himiko asked, pointing over to the man Izuku had in his tentacle. The girl in response shrugged. "The dude doesn't really have actual friends. He probably just paid him to act as a bodyguard," she responded. Izuku nodded his head. He took the man who was the victim's ex-boyfriend's quirk and left the other guy with his. He probably didn't deserve to have it taken. Himiko and Izuku were about to leave and let the girl call the police when she suddenly yelled for them. "Wait. What's your names?" she asked. Himiko and Izuku turned to each other. Himiko quickly leaned over to Izuku and whispered something to him. "What's my name again?" she asked. Izuku gave her a deadpan stare before putting his hand onto his face. He sighed before looking over to the girl. "I'm hoping this is Carmilla. We're here to help the people that the heroes refuse to save," Izuku said before turning into an electric bolt and flying off. The woman in the alley watches Carmilla started to doing flips on the walls until she reached the roof and sped off without a sound. "Whoa," was all she had to say. Izawa was tired. He's always tired, but right now, he's tired of being outside of his apartment. The Izuku Yagi case was already a thorn in his side, but now the new vigilante duo is going to give him even more problems though. Eraserhead doesn't care about vigilantes. These two aren't dangerous or employ a lot of force to take down offenders, so he isn't really bothered by them. However, Naomasa is a different story, purely because of the fact that they both seem to have multiple quirks. Naomasa is convinced that one of them is all for one successor. Izawa does agree, but in a slightly different way than Naomasa. Naomasa says that their partner has multiple quirks, but from what Izawa has been able to gather from both the victims and attackers, that the one called Carmilla uses her blood to create items. She probably has the ability to create any item, as long as she knows how it's made, which explains how she created fire and acid. Izawa has also determined their names and genders. Carmilla is a girl while Hope is a boy. Yes, boy and girl, both are young. Extremely young, maybe high school juniors at the oldest. But Izawa thinks that might not be the case. Well, at least not with one of them. Naomasa wants him on the case as Izawa is one of the few that knows about All for One. He'd be doing it with All Might, Endeavor and Sir Night-Eye. With helping, Izawa is sure they can definitely find this vigilante duo, but he needs to find them first. This vigilante has been giving quirks to other people and taking them from villains and thugs. But it seems like he doesn't take them from everyone. The people who he has given quirks to say he is a savior and will protect the outcasts like them. Naomasa and All Might are convinced that this is all a scheme to amass a cult following like the original All for One. But it doesn't make sense. Why would he have an accomplice with him? Why help people and not give them quirks, and why not steal the quirks from all of the villains? Wouldn't it be smarter to bribe the villains, those who already are against the law, than those who aren't? Frankly, it doesn't make sense unless they want to be a true hero. Aizawa has noticed a pattern, well, not a pattern, things that Hope has done with his quirk. He likes to steal the strong quirks, not from everyone, but from people who have authoritative parents like police, hero commissioner, straight out heroes. They seem to be egotistical and very narcissistic to everyone around them. Aizawa knows how people act, especially with kids. He is a teacher after all. Ignore the fact he has already expelled his first years this year. So this person probably has experienced such things from other people from their quirk. But they'd still have the determination and willpower to pull it off for good purposes, instead of becoming an asshole with their new power. Izuku Yagi fits that bill. He may be incorrect, overthinking this entire thing. But if he is right, then Izuku has All for One. But now the question is, how did he get it? Izuku's quirks. Underline equals combine. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, constellation, fat inflammation, pitch, energy spear. Not active. Strong impact. Himiko's quirks. Transform, hemomorphy. Old friends. Izuku was going to his job in his friend's cafe. His quirk pitch really helps with singing, and it's kind of a breeze to do so. Himiko's following him as they arrive in. They got there about 15 minutes, so Izuku had time to prepare. They've been a vigilante duo for slightly more than a week now, which has been awesome. Izuku has increased his quirk limit to 10 and has given so many people quirks. They've all looked so happy having a quirk that'll make them normal like everyone else. Izuku also has received 5 new quirks from it as well. 2 of them aren't that special. He has a quirk called Horns that gives him red horns on his head. He can extend them and make them sharp, but it causes pain to his skull. Izuku hasn't used it as it really has no usefulness unless he needs to stab someone who is on top of him. The next one is Retardant that blocks electrical attacks from his hands. It is useful because of his heavy skeleton quirk makes him susceptible to electric quirks, but other than that, it's got nothing. But his next 3 quirks are awesome though. The first one was a simple strength enhancement quirk, but he could combine that with a quirk he already had, Strong Impact. Strong Impact was a weird quirk. Izuku could increase his punches and kicks to devastating power, but he had a limit on how many times he can do it. It started with twice a day, but now Izuku can do it 8. He wants, so he'll have to train that quirk a bit more. The strength enhancement quirk was definitely helping. The next one was Missile Teeth. Izuku could fire his teeth out like missiles and cause a surprisingly powerful explosion. Mainly as shrapnel cutting skin, but it is still effective. The reason he has this quirk is because the guy who had it couldn't use it. Once they fired their teeth, they wouldn't grow back. But thanks to Izuku's quirk, he could, and since his teeth were metal, they hurt a lot more. Unfortunately, he had run out of space. Izuku wishes he could trade in one of his other quirks for it, but for now he'll have to wait. His next quirk has the same problem. It's awesome, but unfortunately Izuku has run out of space. It's called Adapt, which means if Izuku takes damage from something, say fire, he will become increasingly resistant to it. The quirk is quite specific, but it would still be a strong quirk. It was unfortunate it ended up in the hands of a murderer. Izuku walked into the cafe and immediately spotted his friend Akito. He was sitting next to his older sister Nomi, who, unlike him with black skin, she had pure black hair and eyes. She is a part of a villain rehabilitation program, since she has used her quirk to go invisible in dark areas to steal things. Izuku has only met her a couple of times, but knows she's nice, just defensive of her little brother. Izuku hasn't told her about his quirk. The only people who know are Himaki, Akito and Himiko. Since Izuku's appearance likes to change with what quirks he receives, Izuku has had to find a lie to explain. It was hard as one day he could have horns and the next day they could be gone. But Izuku was able to land on one. Mutation, he can gain a random attribute to his body. They can appear or disappear whenever with no pattern. She seems to take that explanation, as well as curious children on the street. Izuku walked over to them with Himiko in tow. They sat down with the 2 shadow twins smiling at their arrival. "Hey guys. You ready for your gig, Izuku?" Nomi asked. Izuku smiled brightly. "Yeah, I am. How have you been with the whole villain program?" Izuku asked. Nomi sighed, brushing the hair out of her face. "Yesterday was shit. The person in charge of that day is sexist as hell. The only reason it was bearable was one of the volunteers." Nomi answered. "Why? Are they cute?" Himiko asked, trying to tease her. Nomi scoffs with a smirk and leans back in her chair. Izuku has heard a bit about the volunteers. She has to go to 2 different locations for her villain rehabilitation, and depending on the location or the day, the volunteer is different. Except, Izuku has only heard bad things about the volunteers from her. Wait, I thought you didn't like any of them? Izuku questions, which Nomi responds with a shrug. No, I like one, the other 4 are awful though. Thank God the one I like was there though, our supervisor was being a real ass. Nomi said. What did they do? Akito asked. Oh, he yelled at them. Basically calling them a sexist pig, and why are you here to help them if you aren't even going to bother to do your job? He's reporting that douche, so hopefully we don't have to worry about him again. Nomi said with a satisfied smirk. So I'll restate it, are they cute? Himiko said. Nomi face palmed and looked at Himiko with a dead look. I'm gay Himi, so I don't care. Nomi said. Himiko blinked at her before laughing nervously, then started cuddling up to Izuku. Izuku blushed but let her do so. Nomi and Akito smirked at the two as they watch Izuku pat Himiko's head. What about you two? You both seem too close to be just friends. Akito says, smugly looking at the two. Izuku freezes, his face suddenly sparking red. Himiko shrugs and smiles wider as she squeezes Izuku closer. Izuku then starts to think, are him and Himiko more than friends? Well, they do live together and fight crime together, which is more than just regular friends. But as partners. Izuku never really has thought much about it, as everyone has always either mocked him or ignored him. But Himiko has always been attached to him by the hip, never leaving his side. Maybe they are more than friends. Wait guys, I want to grab a milkshake. Izuku hears a voice says. A voice that is familiar. Nomi obviously recognizes as well as she turns her head around to look at them. Izuku tenses, he becomes unmoving as a wave of paranoia and fear. Izumi had just walked into the cafe. Her blonde hair and shining blue eyes walk into the store with a happy smile. Izuku shudders at the memory of her face, the sinister and evil smile she barred at him multiple times while hitting him with a chair or a block of ice. Himiko, sensing his distress, looks up and notices what Izuku was looking at. A girl with straight shiny blonde hair with a nice shirt and skirt walked into the store. Himiko pouted before she felt Izuku shake slightly. Looking at Izuku, Himiko remembered what caught her attention. Izuku was scared. Himiko has known Izuku for a while now, and she knows he isn't a scaredy cat. Izuku is anxious and cautious, but he isn't scared. Brave and courageous in all situations. So Izuku being scared of just looking at a person doesn't make sense. Unless it's one of the 5 people Izuku has mentioned to her. Now Himiko doesn't know their names. Izuku calls them by childish nicknames and purposefully hasn't elaborated on their actual names. Probably knowing that she would go after them. She knows that she can't do that, but it doesn't make her any happier. But which one is this? Himiko knows that there is 3 girls and 2 guys, with one of them being his sister. Izuku then watches as another 4 people walk into the store. He recognizes all of them. Kitsuki, Shoto, Kitsumi and Zayato all walk in. Kitsumi has the same sneer and bored look on her face, her hands shoved into her pants pockets and walking with a hunch, yet keeping her head high to try and look down on anyone. Shoto has his same neutral look on his face, as he looks reluctant to really do anything for others. Zayato is next to him, trying to hide behind any kind of spotlight, yet observing everyone else with a slight glare. The Kitsuki who doesn't look angry, frustrated or annoyed. He doesn't have his signature hunch as he stomps to any location where he sees to be his personal playground. He seems oddly calm, an expression Izuku has only seen a few times. It becomes even clearer when their eyes meet. Kitsuki seems to be look over him. Izuku thinks he would sneer or laugh at his appearance, he does look strange with all of his quirks. But instead he sees something that Izuku hasn't seen since they were kids. A small smile. One that wasn't full of malice, pride or degrading of others. It was genuine, one that Izuku only has glimpses of before they got their quirks. Kitsuki quickly turned away, and he no longer had that smile. But Izuku couldn't get that thought out of his head. That isn't the same Kitsuki he remembers. What happened? The group walked to the counter, and Izumi bought a milkshake, but Kitsuki lingered behind the group. He was glancing at Izuku's table every once in a bit. The group then started to leave, but Kitsuki didn't go with them. Kitsumi turned around and gave him a glare which Kitsuki returned. You coming? She asked, her rude attitude seeping into her voice. Kitsuki rolled his eyes and put his hands in his pocket. I'll catch up, I've got something to do, he said. Turning around to the table where Izuku sat. Kitsumi and the rest of the group all turned to the table. Nomi smiled at them and gave them a wave. Kitsumi scoffed and turned around. You're not fluking on us again. You better catch up in 10 minutes, otherwise I'll beat your ass, she said. Sure you will, was all Kitsuki said before he started walking over to the table. Nomi smirked and turned to them. Speak of the devil. Those are the 5 volunteers and this is the only good one, Nomi said. She scooted over on the chair. Kitsuki then sat down in it. Izuku was tensed, he was as stiff as a rock. He was trying to calm himself. Kitsuki was acting different, way different than his usual hot-tempered attitude from how he had been before. Himiko meanwhile was glaring at Kitsuki, who for some reason didn't seem to mind. Hey, this is Bakugo. He comes to the villain rehabilitation program to help out. Bakugo, these are my friends. Nomi said. Bakugo flipped his head up. Sup? Bakugo said. Akito smiled and waved his hand. Hey, I'm her younger brother, Akito. Akito said. Izuku then realized it was his turn. He couldn't come up with a fake name, Nomi was right there, and he's not sure if she'll question it or not. She knows that Izuku and Himiko are runaways, who currently lives in a junkyard. But it wouldn't make sense that they were willing to tell her that but not Bakugo. Izuku smiled nervously as he realized his fate was sealed. I'm Izuku. And nice to meet you. Izuku said. Himiko was about to answer, but she yelped when Akito kicked her leg. He saw what her face looked like and kicked her to try and get rid of her hatred-filled expression. Himiko growled at him before forcing a smile and purposefully baring her fangs. Toga, she said with forced happiness. Bakugo nodded his head, his eyes lasting on Izuku for a little too long. Izuku was scared that he would recognize him. He knew it was outlandish for him to do so. He now had several additions to his appearance that a quirkless person like him wouldn't have. White hair, red horns, purple patches of skin, metal teeth. It would be crazy for Kitsuki to know who he was. The only way he could know that if he was actively searching for him, which would be ridiculous. He wouldn't know anything about All For One, so there is no way he would know. Right. Luckily for Izuku, he caught something at the corner of his eye. Looking over, he saw Hamaki waving him over, telling him that he needed to go. Izuku sighed in relief as he quickly stood up. Sorry, looks like I'm starting. Izuku said. Himiko's smile changed from forced to genuine as she waved at Izuku. Good luck, Izuku-kun, she said, happily making Izuku smile. Izuku waved and left for his singing gig. Kitsuki took this opportunity to leave, knowing the rest of his gang wouldn't be happy if he just ditched. Izuku's job eventually ended though, and him and Himiko had said goodbye to their friends and left. But the atmosphere as they walked was tensed. Izuku was still reminiscing on Kitsuki. He seemed so docile compared to the violent and brash boy he had grown up with. He was different. Still rude and loud, but no longer so upfront and angry as before. If it wasn't for Himiko huffing as she walked, Izuku may have gone into a muttering storm. Those were the people who hurt you, weren't they? Himiko said, looking over at Izuku. Izuku flinched at the accusation before sighing in defeat. Himiko looked stern, an expression he's never seen on her before. Izuku reluctantly nodded his head. He was scared at what was going through her head. No matter what it was never good. I'm going to kill those assholes, she said. Izuku quickly started flailing his hands everywhere. What, no Himi, you can't do that, Izuku said, but then he stopped. Himiko still looked stern as she looked up to him, but tears were at the edges of her eyes, threatening to spill. No. They hurt you, not just a little. They got away with everything because of their parents and powerful quirks and are going to become heroes. If they aren't stopped, they'll never stop. If they are willing to do all of those things to someone who they once saw as a friend, what do you think they'll do to a stranger? Himiko yelled. She had gripped Izuku's shirt tightly as she held onto him. Izuku could only stare in shock as he looked Himiko's in the eyes. She looked distraught and desperate as a few tears had fallen from her. Izuku didn't know what to say. Izuku started working the gears in his head for an answer to give her when another voice spoke up. I agree with that, a raspy voice said. Izuku's head flipped around. Himiko looked at who had spoken and immediately became defensive. The person who had just spoken to them had a smug smile. He was leaning against the wall of an alleyway with his arms crossed over his chest. The man had icy turquoise eyes and shaggy black hair. He had a large leather black jacket and a few silver decorations. He had large combat boots, and the man had several piercings. But the most concerning part about him was he had staples on his face that held the flaky parts of his skin to the burned patches of it. Izuku got into a fighting stance, and Himiko got in one too. She had her hand in her pocket ready to grab a knife. The man laughed at their actions and pushed himself off the wall. The man put his hands in his pockets as he smiled at the two. You know, I've had trouble finding you. This whole time I've been trying to find a quirkless bushhead, but look at you now, the man said. Izuku suddenly became scared. How did this stranger know who he was? His parents, who were top pro heroes looking for him, who now had All For One, couldn't find him, but this random thug could. Himiko growled and moved in front of Izuku. She pulled out her knife and was ready to attack. Who are you? She asked angrily and threateningly. She was ready to strike as soon as the man made a move. The man smirked and raised his hands as a mock surrender. Carmilla or Toga? Which do you prefer? Are you going to kill me to keep me silent? The man asked. Himiko growled, but Izuku quickly put a hand on her shoulder and pulled her back. Calm yourself, he's just trying to antagonize you, Izuku said, looking at the man. The man hummed and put his hands back in his pockets. Guess I can't call you Bushhead anymore, huh? The man said. Izuku paused as he looked at the man. Huh? Izuku said. Can't call him Bushhead anymore. There's only one person who ever called him Bushhead and unfortunately, he's dead. The man smirked wider, causing the staples on his face to stretch. The man then outstretched his arm, and Izuku watched as he ignited a brilliant blue flame. Izuku wasn't dumb. Fire quirks are quite common, but they all are pretty similar. The main difference being where the person can activate the quirk. Endeavor's quirk is an anomaly in his unnaturally hot fire, and the only people who can match his heat are people who can charge their flames before producing them. Only one person has ever had a fire quirk hotter than Endeavor's. But he was dead. Wasn't he? Hey Izuku, it's me. The man said, his smirk turning soft as he extinguished his flames. Izuku gasped at the man. Tuya. That man was Tuya. Tuya was the one person after his diagnosis who protected him. Who saw what was going on and didn't care that he was quirkless and wanted to help him. He was alive. Tuya? Izuku said shakily as he took a few steps towards him. Tuya smiled, outstretching his arms to Izuku. Izuku cracked out a sob and ran to Tuya and hugged him. Tuya laughed as he grabbed Izuku and embraced him. Sorry I left, kid. Tuya said as he bent down and hugged Izuku tighter. Izuku cried softly into his shoulder as he returned the hug. Himiko was in the corner, slightly confused but accepted whatever was happening. She put her knife away and watched whatever was happening in front of her. Izuku sobbed as he gripped Tuya as much as he could. I thought why you? Izuku shuddered. He felt Tuya nod and rubbed the back of his head soothingly, trying to keep him calm. I did, well tried. I didn't succeed, but I couldn't face what I had just done. So I ran. I was too scared to come back to even see my father, so I didn't. I'm sorry I left you alone. I had hoped they would change but knew they wouldn't. I'm so sorry. Tuya said, his voice becoming strained. Izuku choked and hugged Tuya tighter. They stayed in a death grip with each other for. Eventually, the two backed off with each other and Tuya straightened up. He laughed and walked over to Himiko and pulled her in. He kept one arm around Izuku's shoulder and put his other around Himiko. He bent down and pulled them together. You two have been getting up to a lot of things lately, Tuya said with a devilish smirk. Himiko looks at him confused. Excuse me, but how do you know me and Izuku-kun? Himiko asked. Tuya laughed and shook his head. My biological name is Tuya Todoroki, the eldest son of Endeavor and Ice Queen, Tuya said. Himiko gasped. She didn't know what the names of the two kids who tortured Izuku, but she did remember Izuku saying that they had Endeavor and Ice Queen as parents. I know, shocker. Anyway, I go by Dabi now. You still call me Tu-chan if you want, Izuku, Tuya said, winking at Izuku. Izuku basically gleamed in happiness and smiled widely. Himiko looked away at the sheer brightness of his smile. Tuya or Dabi was more interested in his shiny metal teeth. He didn't know they were there. Anyway, how I know is simple. I'm an underground informant. I'm powerful, I exchange protection for money or information, and sometimes attack a few abusers and rob them. I found out that you hung out with a guy that had multiple weird features and managed to connect them to the rumored kid with multiple quirks. Now at first I was skeptical about it as the only person who has the quirk is a guy named All For One, I think. Dabi says, looking over to Izuku as confirmation. Izuku nodded and Dabi continued. But when people started missing their quirks I knew it was no joke. That they became a vigilante, which wouldn't make sense if they were evil. After doing a bit of looking around and small bits of stalking, I found you too. Even with all your new shit I can still see the same old Bushhead from all those years ago. Dabi said with a shit-eating grin. Izuku laughed, but then a thought came to mind. Wait, how do you know about All For One? Izuku asked. Dabi sighed and removed the hand around Himiko. He looked down at the ground. Dabi then looked up at Izuku with his now free hand pointing at him. You know who your parents are, right? Dabi asked. Izuku nodded. All Might and Green Tornado, Izuku said. Dabi nodded his head and looked away. Thought so, you always were smart. Anyway, yes, so how I know is from my father. He originally had a relationship with my mother just to have a strong child, which was me to overpass All Might. But then Endeavor found put about one for all on all his digging to see if All Might had any weaknesses and I wad kinda there. So yeah. Look, I really wanted to tell you, I really did. But I was worried I'd hurt you even more. All Might was your entire world and me telling you he was your dad wouldn't have helped. I'm sorry, Dabi said. Izuku nodded and gave Dabi another hug. It's okay, you did everything you could for me too, Chan, Izuku said. Dabi nodded, then looked over to Himiko who was apprehensive. He leaned over to her and whispered. Take care of him for me. Dabi asked. Himiko smiled widely and nodded her head vigorously, flashing Dabi a thumbs up. Dabi smirked and then bopped Izuku on the head. Izuku yelped and quickly recoiled and rubbed his head. Dabi rolled his eyes and ruffled Izuku's hair. "Well, looks like I've got to head off now," Dabi said. Izuku immediately saddened at the prospect of Dabi leaving so soon. "Wait, why?" Izuku asked. Dabi huffed and smiled, although it was kind of sheepishly. He put his hand up to the back of his head and started rubbing it. "Well, the police found out that you had powerful painkillers and deduced that I was the only person who could have given them to you," Dabi said. Izuku's eyes widened. "Wait, you were the one who gave me all the medical supplied?" Dabi grinned and gave Izuku finger guns. "Yep, you ran off and I knew more shit would happen to you after that, so I went to your house and gave you some supplies. The painkillers I gave you were strong, but I had a feeling you'd need them," Dabi said. "Wait, are you being arrested?" Himiko piped up, asking Dabi a question. Izuku paled at that prospect, but that quickly washed over as Dabi shook his head no and put his hands in his pockets as he turned over to Himiko. "They'll certainly try, but as long as I know All Might's secret identity, they can't lay a finger on me. That information is too powerful to not be used," Dabi said with an evil smirk, one that Himiko matched, which concerned Izuku a little. More than a little. But then a thought sprung into Izuku's mind. If Dabi pulls that card to get out of jail, then All Might would be after him. He'd use Dabi to try and lure him out, or just straight up kill him to try and hold the secret. Even with Dabi's incredibly powerful quirk, All Might could still kill him quicker than how Dabi could kill All Might. Izuku couldn't just let something like that happen, but he can't keep tabs on Dabi 24/7. Unless he gives him something. It is unfortunate, yes. It is a strong quirk that would have been really useful for Izuku in the long run, but Dabi needs it more. Not only will it help with his quirk, but it could save him against All Might or any other person trying to kill him. "Wait, Dabi, before you go," Izuku said, quickly running up to Dabi. Dabi turned around and looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, Snow Cone, what is it?" Dabi asked. Izuku frowned at the nickname, which made Dabi smile wider. He rolled his eyes and continued with what he was going to say. "Well, you know about All for One, right? How I can steal and give quirks," Izuku said. Dabi nodded. "You want to give me a quirk?" Dabi said. "Exactly," Izuku said with a large smile. Dabi huffed but smiled nonetheless. He reached out his hand for Izuku, who then grabbed it. Izuku focused on his quirk. He grabbed Adapt. It felt intelligent. Susceptible to change, survivable and knowing. A quirk that could do a lot of things. He then pushed it into Dabi. While Izuku was there, he thought he may as well check out Dabi's quirk. On the outside it felt hot. Elegant and angry at the same time. Despite how common they were, this was the first time Izuku had come into contact with one, so the feeling was kind of overwhelming. It may have just been Dabi's quirk though, as it was way too powerful for his own body. Izuku decided to dive deeper into the quirk, but instead of finding complexities, he found cold. It was freezing, no warmth or light anywhere. Izuku didn't understand what was going on. He tried going deeper, but the cold was just too much, and it forced Izuku out. Dabi groaned as he felt the unnatural force enter his body. Dabi then leaned against a wall as he tried balancing himself. Izuku was panting as he looked at his hands. He hasn't had All for One for that long, but he has traded and gifted quirk several times. Why was this time so different, and why did it hurt going into Dabi's quirk? "Ugh, so what quirk did you give me, kid?" Dabi asked. Izuku tried recovering himself, but it wasn't working. He used fat inflammation and instantly whatever sensation of pain he was feeling was gone. Ignoring it for now, Izuku quickly got up and went over to Dabi. "It's called Adapt. If you're hurt by something, you'll gain a resistance to it, like fire or cutting. But before you head off I need to check it, the quirk is suitable for your body," Izuku said. He knows most people can't handle two quirks. Some people can't even handle combination quirks, but with how powerful Dabi's quirk was, Izuku thought he'd be able to handle a completely different quirk. After placing his hand in Dabi's chest, Izuku was glad to find that Dabi was fine. However, what was happening was weird. It seemed like Dabi's quirk was attacking the other quirk. It seemed to have injured it, but now it was no longer taking damage. Izuku tried to take it back so he could heal it, but something was stopping him from doing so, same with Dabi's original quirk. Strange, Izuku had no clue why this was happening. But he can't keep Dabi around forever, he has to go. They'll discuss this more when they see each other again. Izuku sighed and nodded his head. "You're all good," Izuku said. Dabi seemed to be in pain, but he was loosening up a bit. He pushed himself off of the wall and stood up. "Alright, Snow Cone, Vampire, I'll see you two later. I know where you two live, so expect a surprise visit," Dabi said and waved off. Izuku and Himiko watched as he left, but Izuku couldn't help but get a gut feeling that something was wrong when he went to look into Dabi's quirk. Izuku's quirks. Underline equals combine. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, constellation, fat inflammation, pitch, energy spear, horns, retardant. Not active. Strong impact, tooth missile. Himiko's quirks. Transform, hemomorphy. Interrogation. Naomasa looked into the interrogation room, slightly fearful. There was something unnerving about the man in there. It may be his appearance, but Naomasa also remembers when they had met. He seemed like a bomb that would explode any moment, and what was worse, he seemed smart. Maybe not in the academic way, but most certainly in knowledge. He seemed powerful in both physical aspects and intelligence aspects, despite the fact he looks like a heretic and about to crumble any second. Dabi sat in an interrogation room. Despite him coming in willingly, quirk-canceling cuffs were immediately placed on him. The reason being was Naomasa asked Doc what his quirk was, and her answer was scary. He can emit fire hotter than Endeavor, able to turn someone completely into ash in seconds. Naomasa doesn't feel comfortable going in there without that safety net, not anybody else. Which is why Eraserhead would be with him. Naomasa doesn't know much about him, no one does, but what they do know is that he doesn't like a lot of people. But from their brief interaction, Dabi seems to somewhat respect Eraserhead. Naomasa and Aizawa looked to the left when they heard approaching footsteps. All Might, Endeavor, Green Tornado and Ice Queen were walking over to them. Naomasa nodded a greeting. "Hello." Green Tornado waved. Endeavor bowed slightly and looked into the interrogation room and frowned. "So this is the guy who knows Izuku?" Endeavor asked, a bit skeptical. All Might nodded his head. "I don't think Izuku would have been affiliated with someone like this," he said. Aizawa let out a low growl and quietly muttered. "How would you know?" With a snarl that only Naomasa could hear. "What happened to him? It looks like he was burned alive." Green Tornado asked. "Not burned, frozen. Those are freeze burns, why are they all over his body like that?" Ice Queen asked. Naomasa sighed as he walked into the interrogation room door, Aizawa behind him. "That's what we're hoping to find out," Naomasa said. He took in a deep breath, trying to quell his ensuing nerves. Aizawa noted his hand shaking slightly as he opened the door. Dabi had looked extremely bored before, but now he has a smile on his face. Naomasa gulped at the creepiness of it as it stretches his stitches across his face. "Hey detective, you got some questions you need to ask me?" he asked with a smug smile. Naomasa put on a hard expression, trying to hide his nerves. Aizawa looked at Dabi, who didn't really give him any acknowledgement. Aizawa also was holding a book and a pen. "Yes we do," Naomasa said, him and Aizawa finding their seats across from him. Dabi still had a wide smile over his face as he looked over the two. "So what do you want to know first? Me or Izuku?" Dabi asked, leaning back over his chair. He pulls his cuffed hands behind his head and smiled dangerously at them. Naomasa took in a breath, determined to not look scared in front of him. Aizawa rolled his eyes and leaned forward, glaring down the scarred man. "We'll go with Izuku first," he said, before looking over to Naomasa. He gives him a nudge. Naomasa blinks, before coughing into his closed hand. He brings up a notepad and looks over to Dabi. "Alright, I suggest that you don't lie as my quirk is lie detection. Now first question, why did you request 2 weeks before coming here?" Naomasa asked. Dabi scoffs and rolled his eyes. "To find Izuku," Dabi said. Naomasa's eyes widened, he was telling the truth. He raised an eyebrow at the man in front of him. "To find Izuku? So you know where he is?" Naomasa says. Dabi laughs and shakes his head. "Nah, I'll tell you what. I thought I'd find the bush head in about a week. I was only able to locate him 3 hours ago." "The kid's smart." Dabi smiled. "Is he alright?" Aizawa asked. Naomasa frowned and kicked him with his foot. Aizawa ignored him and kept his eyes on Dabi. "Of course, he's been better than what he's even been in years," Dabi said. Naomasa shook his head. "Is he alright?" Naomasa reiterated. "His quirk only works for questions he asks." Dabi didn't know this and have Naomasa a weird look. "What did I just say?" "Yes dipshit, is your quirk broken or something?" Dabi snarked, his mood suddenly becoming annoyed and angry. Naomasa flinched back but quickly composed himself. "Apologies but my quirk only works when I ask the question," Naomasa states. Dabi huffs and nods his head. He looks to the side and stares at the glass. He then smiles as he looks over it. Aizawa shakes his head at the man. He knows people are behind the one-way glass and he's looking at them creepily. It certainly works as the 4 heroes become unnerved. The 2 heroines look at the man scared and concerned. He obviously isn't stable and is a bit rough around the edges. What is his story? "So he wasn't kidnapped?" Naomasa asked. Dabi looks back at him with a look of genuine confusion. "No, why the hell would you think that?" Dabi asked. Naomasa shrugs. You know who Izuku's parents are, correct? Eraserhead asked. Dabi nods and smiles, then looking over to the one-way window. Yeah, the big oaf and his wife, green bitch. Dabi says, before glaring at the window. The four heroes suddenly jump back at his change of mood. He was glaring at them all with hot hatred and anger. Well, he had put up with the torment for years and suddenly disappeared. All Might had seen him heading home that day, yet never came home. We weren't sure if he had run away or been kidnapped, as you may have heard that there was someone with the ability to steal and give quirks. We actually found out about them the day Izuku went missing. Naomasa said. Dabi looks over at him. His face was confused as he looked at Naomasa. Aizawa watched as the gears turned in Dabi's head. Quickly, Dabi's eyes widened and his face brightened in realization. He then started laughing uncontrollably, so much that he started wheezing, banging his hands on the desk. This told everything Aizawa needed to know. Dabi's reaction told Aizawa that Izuku did in fact have all for one. What's so funny? Naomasa asked, staring at Dabi as he dies of laughter. Dabi tries to recompose himself but fails. It takes a minute before he can speak again. Ahahaha, nothing, I just made a connection. So got any more questions? Dabi asked, putting his hands in front of him on the table. Naomasa nodded and looked down at his notes again. So, could you lead us to Izuku Yagi? Naomasa asked. The smile on Dabi's face instantly washes off at the sentence. He becomes serious as he looks at Naomasa. Why the hell should I? He said. There was anger in his voice, yet his expression did not convey it. Naomasa gulped but kept his expression firm. He knitted his hands together and sent a glare at Dabi, only to make the man glare harder back at him. Izuku Yagi is a 13-year-old quirkless kid on the street with someone powerful after him. We need to locate him as soon as Naomasa couldn't finish his sentence, as Dabi slammed his hands on the table. Naomasa jumped as he looked at Dabi. His expression was one of fury as leaned over the table to the detective. What right do you have? Izuku has been through more than what any 13-year-old boy should. For 9 years, the kid has been tormented and beaten for something he cannot control. You know what I saw when I saw him again 3 hours ago? He was happy, he was alive and not living in fear like he has done for the entirety of his life. What right do you have to take that away from him? You want to put him back to the household that has almost killed him time and time again. He would have fucking died if I hadn't brought him to doc. Guess who put him in that condition, asshole? Do you know why he ran away? He had no intention of running away that day, but do you know what made him? Dabi yelled angrily. Naomasa was in shock. He had slid back in his chair to the back of the room. The four heroes outside of the room was ready to barge him. Unknown to Dabi, despite the quirk-canceling cuffs he was wearing, he was burning. The areas around his lips had ignited in blue fire. Aizawa was now in front of Naomasa, stern but calm. He didn't blare back at Dabi as he waited for the man to calm down. Why did he run away, Dabi? Aizawa asked. He knows he should ask Naomasa to do so, but he doubts that Dabi was going to lie in this situation. He had wanted to go to UA, but those 5 friends of his didn't like that. They beat him with their quirks, with his sister telling him to go kill himself. After that, he was attacked by a villain only to be saved by All Might, who then told Izuku he couldn't be hero before leaping off. He was fucking broken. Defeated, he walked home, but the door was locked. Without a key, he walked around the house so he could get to his room. But then he heard something. Dabi said. He then looked over to the glass. Dabi stood up and walked over to the glass and banged his cuffed fists on them. The shit offered his quirk to the spoiled bitch of his daughter. Saying that Izuku didn't have the heart of a hero, yet that cunt did. Dabi yelled, looking at the room angrily. The heroes all gasped at Dabi's words and outburst. All Might, not taking kindly to the fact Dabi called his daughter a cunt, barged into the room in his fully buff form. How dare you? All Might said. Dabi turned to him with a hate-filled glare. His teeth were bared and he looked like he wanted to kill. Dare me? Fucking die. Dabi yelled. He outstretched his hands. A hot blue fire ignited as his palms and shot out from them. It hit All Might in the chest, making the man scream. Aizawa quickly activated his quirk, stopping Dabi from creating any more fire. All Might suddenly debuffed and became the frail man he was again. Aizawa quickly rushed up and pushed Toshinori out of the room and shut the door and looked back over to Dabi. His hands were smoking and he was pulling the hair on his head. Aizawa walked up to him and grabbed his shoulders. He started guiding Dabi over to his chair and sat him down. Dabi was taking deep breaths, completely zoned out from the world. Naomasa and the heroes were scared. Those quirk-canceling cuffs are quite strong and powerful. Not even All Might can activate his quirk with those on. Mutant quirks are a bit different, but they still work for the most part. So why could Dabi still activate his quirk with those on? He was still heavily restricted, but that didn't change the fact he still was able to emit a fireball. Izawa was rubbing circles into Dabi's shoulder, trying to help calm him down. Naomasa collected himself from his fear. He was so thankful that Eraserhead was on this case. Dabi may have blown up the whole room if he wasn't there. So, Izuku knows his parents are All Might and Green Tornado? Izawa asks. Dabi replies with a nod. A few minutes passed with no one speaking. No one really sure on what to say. Dabi was still recovering from his freak out with All Might. Tashinori was behind the glass being healed by Ice Queen as she cooled his burn down. Inko was at his side, helping Tashinori stay calm. However, Endeavor was still looking through the glass at Dabi. His posture was fixed and he was unmoving. His wife turned around and looked at him. "Benji, are you okay?" she asked. He didn't turn around to meet her worried gaze. "Blue fire," he said quietly. The three look at him confused. "Yeah, he's got a strong and dangerous quirk. It's okay, it looks like he can't use it for long, so your quirk would still be stronger, Enji," Inko said. Endeavor shook his head as he looked at the scarred man on the other side of the glass. "Only one other person has that quirk," was his reply. Dabi sucked in a breath and sat up straight. He then looked over to Izawa with a glare. "I'm not telling you where Izuku is," he says sternly and angrily. Izawa nods his head. "I understand, but he still needs a guardian. So how about I become his guardian?" Izawa asks. Inko heard this and gasps. Instantly she stands up and rushes to the door. "He can't do that," she yelled. But Endeavor stopped her, reaching his hand out and grabbing his arm. He didn't even turn to look at her, keeping his eyes on Dabi. Dabi looked at Izawa with wide eyes. He was shocked at the proposal Izawa just gave him. He sighed and looked down. "I'll ask Izuku. And his friend," Dabi said, the second sentence being a lot quieter that only Eraserhead heard. Carmilla Eraserhead's mind supplied. They probably hang out in the same place and are pretty close. He knows that Hope must be Izuku, but he doesn't have a clue on who Carmilla is. Naomasa sat in his chair on the other end, waiting for Dabi to have calmed down. Dabi nodded his head and then turned to the detective. Izawa then moved back to his chair and sat down. Naomasa coughed as he got started. "Okay, I think that's the end of the Izuku Yagi questioning. Now, you Dabi," Naomasa said, looking down the man. Dabi rolled his eyes and nodded his head, readjusting his position in his chair. "First question, what do you do?" Naomasa asked. Dabi scoffs and looked to the side. "You know, info broker, lookout, bodyguard and helping people being abused. Nothing more than a year in jail," Dabi said. Naomasa nodded, his quirk not going off. "Alright, can you tell us your birth name?" Naomasa asked. Dabi looked at him, then Izawa before looking down. Naomasa raised an eyebrow at him. He looked over to Eraserhead who shrugged his shoulders. Sighing, Naomasa was about to ask another question when the door opened. All three looked to the new arrival. Endeavor had walked into the room. Naomasa and Izawa was confused, but Dabi had his eyes widened. He then glared at the number 2 hero, trying to ignore the sense of fear that was creepy up around him. Endeavor nodded to the detective and Eraser before looking over to Dabi. He was glaring at him and shaking. He had a scowl on his face. Endeavor sighed, knowing he was correct in his assumption. This was his son. "Duya," Endeavor said. Naomasa and Eraserhead's eyes widened at the name. They looked over to Dabi who was seething in rage. But Izawa also noted the fear in his eyes. "Get out," Dabi said lowly, his body shaking badly. Endeavor sighed but nodded his head. "I understand, but I just wanted to say," Endeavor said and looking calmly into Dabi's eyes who were full of hatred. "I'm sorry." Endeavor then turned around and left the room. Dabi's eyes were wide with shock at his words. He didn't expect an apology from his father. Ever. Izawa then leaned over to Naomasa. "Go out there and question them," he said. Naomasa nodded his head and stood up and left the room. Once he had, Izawa stood up and walked over to Dabi who was still stunned from his father's apology. He reached over and unlocked the handcuffs. This brought Dabi out of his stupor and he turned to face Eraserhead. "Alright, because you know All Might's identity, we can't arrest you out of fear of you telling others. So what we're going to do instead is to make you my partner for the time being," Eraserhead said. Dabi looked at him shocked before sighing and shaking his head, looking down at the floor. "Whatever," Dabi replied, not finding the strength to be snarky in this moment. Eraserhead doesn't really care about his relation to Endeavor or his hatred for the Yagis. He wasn't going to let Izuku go back to them anyway if they had found him. He deserved a proper family. So now his next job was to get Dabi to trust him so he can gain Izuku's trust. He obviously hates heroes so it will be a chore, but with Dabi's help, he can hopefully achieve it. But Izawa still has one more question. "One last thing, who is Carmilla?" Eraserhead asked. Dabi looks back at him before smirking and scoffing. "At least one of you has a brain," Dabi said, knowing that Eraserhead had made the connection that Izuku had all for one. They live together in their hidey hole. They're friends, but probably will be more soon. Dabi replied with a smirk. I understand now. Eraserhead was out on the streets early in the morning. Very early in the morning. Eraserhead would have taken the day off in normal circumstances after just being in the police station for hours, but right now he needed to find someone. Thanks to his knowledge of All Might's identity and quirk, Dabi could technically get off scot-free. He knows that Namasa would never let him go on the prospect that he is a criminal, so Eraserhead has made him his partner. It's not doing him any favors, Eraserhead doesn't want nor need a partner, but it just makes the situation a lot easier. Especially when getting information from him. Knowing that he is the son of the number 2 and 13 hero is concerning. The fact that Izawa didn't know he existed didn't make him any less concerned. Off of articles from the man, he knew he had 4 kids with the eldest one being a daughter. But to his knowledge the other male that isn't Shoto has an ice quirk. So was he erased or something? What happened? Izawa would have to ask that later as Dabi is probably not willing to say anything else that would bring back harmful memories. He does need Dabi to trust him as it is clear that he is the only person Dabi has taken seriously or respects. He did ask a few more questions to him that wouldn't set off a trigger. Like his age and when he ran away. Dabi is 25, and he is pretty sure that the eldest daughter is 23, which raises a few more questions for the tired hero. Dabi had ran away 10 years ago, which does make sense to Izawa. It was about that time when Endeavor had a notable change of character. He was always cold and arrogant with a very short fuse. He had the most property damage of any other hero in Japan within his first 2 years of being a solo hero, and has triple the civilian causalities of the other top 10 heroes combined, and the stats of how many villains he has killed wasn't open for the public to see. Meaning they were bad. But a decade ago, he improved. He became nicer to the civilians and often tried to hold his fuse instead of lashing out whenever he felt like it. He wasn't successful some of the time, but he was improving. But the most notable thing was his stats. His property damage had more than halved it would have otherwise been in 3 months. His casualties had gone to being the most of any pro hero by a reasonable number, rather than triple, with all top 10 heroes combined, and his villain kills had changed from any old crook to being the dangerous villains only. He has improved a lot since then, and has become a lot more respected hero than what he was before. But Izawa was more concerned about his wife, Ice Queen. When Endeavor had entered the room and apologized to Dabi, wouldn't you have thought Ice Queen would have done the same? When they had left the room, Endeavor was looking over to Dabi, yet he couldn't help but notice that she wasn't. It seemed like to him she was choosing to look away. He did some research on her a decade ago. It seems like nothing had changed in her character or performance on handling situations. She was a lot better than Endeavor, although most heroes were, but it's clear that both her and Endeavor had done something to Dabi. He doesn't want to be called Tuia, which Eraserhead hadn't questioned, but it isn't clear as to what. But right now he'll have to put that to the back burner for the moment. Right now he has a vigilante couple to find. Eraserhead runs across the street, hoping from rooftops or just running across the street. It is a bit annoying having to stop occasionally to stop a mugging or a drunken brawl, but he's a hero, he can't ignore it even if something more important needs to be done. Unless it's dire. Eraserhead runs across the street, his feet are starting to hurt and he can feel himself becoming increasingly annoyed. He knows that they are out tonight, but he hasn't caught a glimpse of them yet. Until now. Eraserhead sees movement in the corner of his vision on the rooftops. He whips his head around and sees them running across incredibly quickly. Catching up to them will be incredibly difficult. Eraserhead starts running down the street in the direction they are, but unfortunately he comes across someone in his path. The person he'd wanted to see at any moment of time the least. Her short green hair and awful color clashing and ridiculous outfit. He sees Miss Joke smile as he races towards her. "Oh Eraser, I see you're keen on seeing me. It really has been a while." Miss Joke says with an over-the-top wave. Eraserhead groans and makes the effort to not look at her. He would love to run in the other direction, but unfortunately this is the direction he needs to run. He sidesteps her and keeps running. "Not now, Joke," Eraserhead says in his usual tired voice as he sprints past. He wishes that was that, but the tapping of footsteps tells him otherwise. He can already feel the migraine coming. He should have gotten another coffee. "Wait Eraser, I could help," she yells. Eraserhead ignores her and uses his capture weapon to swing himself up. He lands on the porch of a building and jumps up, quickly scaling the building. He knows Miss Joke could get up here quickly as well. She annoyingly good at parkour, and he's got half the mind to think that she only got that good to try and keep up with him, so she could annoy him more. Eraserhead hoped she had just given up. He shouldn't look back, but he did anyway. He groans as he sees her climbing up after him. Eraserhead continued to chase down the retreating figures. He wasn't closing the distance, but he wasn't being lost either. But then he saw them hop down. Eraserhead continued after them. But God, this is why he works alone, as Miss Joke must not have noticed the two people he was chasing after, nor realizing he is trying to be quiet. Eraser, hold up. She yells. Eraserhead knows she's not going to stop chasing him for a long while, and she'll probably still be there when they reach the two vigilantes. Eraserhead huffed and spun around to look at her. Her glares at her with his quirk activated. He motions his lip zipping while giving her a death glare. Miss Joke immediately halts. She smiles shakily and nods her head. Eraserhead sighs and drops his head. He deactivates his quirk and lets his hair fall over his face. He smirks and turns around and continuing his chase. He reaches the part where the vigilantes had jumped down to find them still there. The male was wrapping a rope around a guy's hand. He seemed to be conscious, but he wasn't struggling and did look hurt. There was another man in the alley as well, and he was getting consoled by the female. Hope and Carmilla. He notes Joke making her way next to him, but he doesn't turn to her. He waits until the two start climbing back onto the roofs. He had to talk to them but hopes they don't run away. He had a feeling that even if he had deactivated their quirks, they'd probably find a way around it and get away. He needed their trust and he hopes they'll at least give him a shot. Hello, Hope and Carmilla. Eraserhead said. He hears Joke gasp next to him, which causes a tick mark to spark on his forehead. The two vigilantes turn to face them. Carmilla looks over him and Miss Joke and gets into a fighting stance. However, Hope's eyes go wide. He seems to recognize Eraserhead as their eyes lock. He quickly pounces over to Carmilla and grabs her shoulder and pulls her back. Wait, I'm not here to fight or try and turn you in. I just want to talk. Eraserhead said quickly, catching on to the fact that they were about to run. Hope turns back to look at him, while Carmilla glares at him harder. And why is that, Hopo? She accused, getting down. Eraserhead watches as blood drips from her palm and forms into a knife. Ah, hi Carmilla, wait. That's Eraserhead, he can turn your quirk off by looking at you. Let's wait and be civil. Hope says, trying to calm Carmilla down. Carmilla isn't totally bought as she still holds her knife close to her. Very protective, Eraserhead notes. Shouldn't be surprised, you know me. From what I've heard about you, Izuku, you love heroes. Eraserhead said. He has said this to see the kid's reaction. From what he heard from his old friends, mainly Kitsuki, Izuku was a hero fanboy and always wanted to be one. He was a bright and happy kid, but also very timid and humble. From Kitsuki he heard that Izuku is one of the most determined people that has ever existed. If he wanted something done, he'd do it. Yeah, my opinion of them has gone down over. Whoa, it has been 4 months now, it feels like time has flown by. Izuku said, going completely off track. This shocked Eraserhead. This was not at all the response he was expecting. He was expecting shock of knowing who he was or anger of his past self for loving heroes and how he loathes them now. But he didn't seem at all fazed at him knowing that he was Izuku Yagi and still seemed to like heroes, but not as much anymore. He then went back to the interrogation with Dabi. He seemed perplexed when Namasa mentioned Izuku went missing the day the all-for-one kid showed up. Like there was a connection Namasa was supposed to make, but didn't. He started bellowing out in laughter and at the end, he said that only he had a brain. Izuku obviously had all-for-one. But did he think that they already knew? Wait, is that Izuku Yagi? Isn't he quirkless? Miss Joke whispered. It was more like a whisper shout. She had said that very loudly for attempting to listen as both Carmilla and Izuku had heard. Eraserhead sees Carmilla growl slightly and glare over to Joke. Eraserhead turns to look at her with an unbelieving look. She smiles shakily again, knowing she messed up. Yes, Joke, that is Izuku Yagi. But there is a lot more to the story. Eraserhead said as he looked at her tiredly. He rolled his eyes at her puppy eyes as she tried to make herself look cute to make Eraser stop glaring at her. They definitely didn't work. He then turned to Izuku. Yagi. Don't call me that. Izuku said with slight anger as he interrupted Eraserhead. Aizawa didn't question it at all, he understands why Izuku wouldn't want to be called Yagi. Izuku, why do you think your family is looking for you? Eraserhead asked. Izuku looked at him confused but shrugged anyway. Well, they know I know All Might's secret and I have his enemy's quirk. They want to take me back to make sure I stay quiet and beat me even more. Izuku responded. Eraserhead sighed, he had predicted that. Well, what if I told you that's not the case? Eraserhead said. Izuku looks at him weirdly, he then crosses his arms over his chest and tilts his head to the side. Your parents have no clue you know their hero identities. They think that you and Hope are two different people. The all-for-one kid would be trying to kidnap you as you're trying to start a cult. Eraserhead said, adding quotation fingers to the last part of his sentence. He saw Carmilla look at him oddly before suppressing a chuckle, quickly putting a hand to her mouth. Izuku, however, was a bit different. He was looking at the ground. He seemed to be in two different states. Shock and disbelief. No. Izuku said, shaking his head. They're lying. They've only ever hurt me, they'd have no other reason to report me missing unless they knew. Izuku said. He was shaking, making Eraserhead and Miss Joke worried for the boy. Carmilla quickly turns around and squeezes him in a hug. She sends glares over to the heroes. It wouldn't be a good idea to tell him that his father intended on giving him one for all. Kid, trust me, I'm the only one on your case that knows. Everyone is too preoccupied in finding a green-haired quirkless child than you. Believe me, I'm the main person on your case. Eraserhead said. Izuku didn't respond, choosing to look at the ground. Carmilla still hung onto Izuku and she started petting him. She then turned and glared at Izawa. So you know what they did to him then, huh? She said angrily. Eraserhead sighed at her accusing tone. She's very protective and knows about his past. Yes, I do know what happened to him, and I'm sorry that it happened in the first place, and that little has been done. Eraserhead said. The girl snarled at Izawa and pointed a finger dangerously at him. Eraserhead watches as blood swirls around on the girl's hand and he sees it turn from metal back into blood. Nothing has been done. They got off scot-free, just because they are children to top heroes they got away with torturing him because he was quirkless. If they were lower rank heroes or Izuku had a quirk the story would be a lot different. Carmilla yelled at him. Izawa completely understands. In any other situation, the kids would have been sent to juvie and the parents would go to jail for neglect. But because Izuku's has All Might for a father who possess a quirk that can be gifted to others and the fact that he is quirkless, nothing much can be really done. People having knowledge of a quirk like that existing is incredibly dangerous, and the fact it is a powerful one was well, that knowledge can allow All Might to keep those 5 out of jail. Nezu and Naomasa have given them punishment. Mandatory therapy, community service and volunteering at villain rehabilitation programs. If there is no improvement in their behavior or outlook on others, they are not permitted to go to UA, which is the only hero school they are not blacklisted from. Currently, from what the therapists and people attending the villain rehabilitation have said, that is actually changed is Katsuki. Izumi is close, but it seems that like the rest, she hasn't changed much. Katsuki is the only person who has changed. Believe me, they deserve a lot harsher punishment than what they received. But the fact that All Might has a passable quirk and him being the symbol of peace makes punishments almost impossible to give out. Eraserhead said. This only seemed to infuriate her more. So those little shit get to be heroes. She said angrily. She was about to say more, but Eraserhead interrupted her. No. And, wait, what? Carmilla said, her tone completely changing. They have been given the chance to change themselves, and the only one who has even come close to is Katsuki. Izumi may get in with time, but the other 3 most certainly aren't becoming heroes. Eraserhead said. The 2 teens were shocked. To their knowledge, they hadn't even been punished at all. Don't get them wrong, they still weren't happy with how little they were punished, but it was still more than they thought. Izuku gulped and finally looked away from the floor and looked up at Eraserhead. So, you wanted to talk? He asked softly. Izawa locked eyes with him and nodded his head. Yes, 3 questions and I'll let you 2 go. Eraserhead said. He crossed his hands over his chest and then raised one finger. First one, how did you obtain all for one? Eraserhead asked. Izuku thought for a second before giving his answer. Genetics. Toshinori has one for all when he had me. He was quirkless himself, so it explains how I was identified quirkless despite the extremely rare chance. Except because he had one for all, the DNA of his brother was in his body, and I guess I just got the quirk. I'm not sure why I didn't develop it sooner. Izuku said. Eraserhead nodded his head. He wasn't sure if he was telling the truth, but at least now he has an answer. If that is the case, then perhaps the years of him being beaten down and made fun of for being quirkless probably put the subconscious thought of him quirkless in his head. Alright, question 2 is for your partner. Izawa said, turning to the girl. The previously fierce girl suddenly becoming timid as she moved behind Izuku. This intrigued Izawa. Who are you, Carmilla? I know you're probably a criminal who was quirk discriminated against, which is why you and Izuku are close. But I need to at least know your identity. Eraserhead said. Carmilla in response looked down to the ground. She raised her hands and timidly tapped her fingertips together. She sheepishly shook her head no. Eraserhead sighed in defeat. He wasn't going to get an answer out of her. Maybe he could ask Dabi. Alright, moving on then. What is your living situation? Eraserhead asked. A makeshift home. Izuku answered like he wasn't even sure himself. Well, in the future you can always ask me if you need help of any kind. Eraserhead said. The 2 young teens seemed to perk up at this and look up at him confused. What? They both said in unison. Eraserhead sighed but kept his eyes on the 2 teens. You both need adult supervision as neither of you are in high school yet. But I won't push you. I know you both need time and space. So if you need anything, go to Dabi or me and we'll be there. Eraserhead said. It looked like Izuku was going to say something, but Carmilla pulled on his shirt sleeve. He looked back and she whispered something to him. Izuku nodded his head and looked back over to Eraserhead. Thank you Eraserhead-kun, but I think it's time for us to go. Will we be able to talk with Dabi? Izuku asked. Eraserhead shrugged. Sure, he's become my partner for the time being to make our lives easier. Eraserhead said. Izuku nodded his head and Carmilla immediately started to fled. Izuku looked behind him as he watched her sprint away. Bye Eraser and Joke-san. Izuku yelled as he chased after her. Joke? Eraserhead's eyes widen as he whips his head around. Miss Joke was still there and she was staring at Eraserhead. He groaned and face-palmed himself hard, dragging a hand down his face. How the fuck did he forget Miss Joke was there? And why the hell was so quiet throughout the entirety of that conversation? So are you going to explain? Miss Joke said. Eraserhead pinched the bridge of his nose. She's not going to leave him alone. Hopefully just a bit of information will keep her mouth shut. He's going to need a coffee. Correction, a lot of coffee. Alright, come to my place so I can get a coffee. Eraserhead said. Your place, that's a step up in our relationship Eraser. Miss Joke smiled, wiggling her eyebrows at the tired man. He groaned loudly and walked away. Take things seriously Joke. Azawa said as he suddenly jumped down from the building. I do. Joke yelled after him. There was a pause and Eraserhead knew what was coming as he started sprinting. Marry me Shota. Izuku held Himiko's hand as they walked back home. Himiko was a bit frightened. Eraserhead was after her identity, a murderer. Even though she was no longer bloodthirsty and hadn't killed anyone since Izuku had helped her. But that still didn't erase the fact that people are now dead because of her, and they might not be as willing to look over the fact that she has killed several people. Izuku has been calming her down. He promised that nothing bad will happen to her, and he'll make sure of it. That seems to have convinced, but the nerves have not left her. They now walk in silence as they entered the junkyard. Izuku does hope he can get the opportunity to get a teleportation quirk soon. It would save so much time. But as they walked, Izuku's mind wandered to something Eraserhead has said. They have been given the chance to change themselves, and the only one who has even come close to is Katsuki. Even come close is Katsuki. Izuku hadn't been occupied with what his old life had been doing. Because doing so would stress him the hell out, but that's beside the point. When his bullies had walked into the cafe while him, Himiko, Nomi and Akito were talking was actually the first time he had even seen him before his disappearance. They do look like none of them really have changed. Only minimally at most. Well, all of them except for Katsuki. He no longer was ahead of everyone else, hunched and stomping as he walked along. He didn't have a permanent sneer on his face as he looked around for a possible fight or someone weak to pick on. He was calm and smiled at Izuku when they made eye contact. He most certainly had changed. Nomi had commented on it herself. She had said that all 5 goes to her villain rehabilitation program, with Eraserhead saying that as well. She said that Katsuki was the only one she liked while hating the rest. She didn't like Kitsumi because, and in her words, a fucking cunt. She is always so full of herself and treats everyone else like slaves and pictures herself as a queen. She is angry all the time and becomes furious when someone tells her off, even the fucking superior officer looking over her and the villains. She seems confused that they don't see her in the same way she sees herself and tries to degrade everyone else at every opportunity. Apparently she needs the class more than them. Shoto has always been emotionless and cold, and Nomi doesn't like that. He's blunt and treats everyone like they are idiots. He stands in the corner silently and just stares into space. He doesn't try and cooperate with any of them or help unless the officer has explicitly told him to in detail. He just has the air of, I am better than you, and you should know it. Something that no one in the program likes. Nomi doesn't like Sayato for similar reasons to Shoto. She often stands in the corner by herself and prefers not to interact with anyone. She looks shy and does act that way when talking to others, but everyone can tell she is very prideful. She always has an achievement that she gloats when she is talking to them. She obviously is prideful and as often mutters something under her breath that is unfortunately too quiet to hear. But the main reason that Nomi hates her compared to Shoto is that she is obviously judging everyone. Shoto looks up at the ceiling and becomes unmoving, while Sayato actively scans the room with narrowed eyes and looks over everyone, and the expression she wears is obvious that the thoughts she has aren't good. Then Izumi. Izumi is nice and always wears a smile. She helps wherever she can and does try her best. But what Nomi dislikes about her is the opinion she has. She has the mindset that the people in that room all deserve to be there. Don't get it wrong, Nomi wants to be there so she can get a second chance at life, and Izumi does believe that they can change. But she believes that they actively chose to be criminals instead of having nowhere else to go because no one else is willing to take or respect someone with blacked out eyes. She is very open with her opinions and is very forceful about it. For example, if she believes that someone can do it, she'll say it and encourage them. While if she thinks that someone can't do something, she is very firm and tries her best to get them to give up. Well, Kitsuki is different. Nomi does have problems with him, but no one is perfect and it is clear to her that he is trying to improve. He does get angry very quickly and often swears at everything and everyone no matter the mood. But unlike the rest, he helps them and talks to them like human beings. He doesn't have the degrading attitude the most of them have and also does activities himself. He is supportive of them, even in his own way, but he still gets the message across and everyone has gotten used to him. He even defended them against a particular rude officer, one that the others didn't do anything about, and a few of them even agreeing with his comments. Everyone in the program likes Kitsuki, and he actually hangs out with a few of them outside of rehab. The personalities Nomi had said for his old friends fit them perfectly to Izuku. Everyone except Kitsuki. He was very similar to Kitsumi. Loud, brash, temperamental and very degrading of others. King of the school and always on top no matter in what way. It was either best or nothing. Now however, it seems as his entire personality has flipped. Well, maybe that's not right, his opinions and values have flipped. He still sounds like the same Kitsuki. But what happened? The rest of his old friends stayed the same after he disappeared. Kitsuki was always his worst tormentor at school, but at home it was like they were actually friends. He liked Aunt Mitsuki because she was one of the few people who didn't care that he was quirkless. He often was dragged to their home where he and Kitsuki hung out. Itsumi and Izumi would still hit him and threaten him, but Kitsuki never did. Even locking the door sometimes and telling the girls to fuck off quite frequently. It was like being outside of school should be a safe place for him, but Izuku never understood why. Maybe he could ask now because speak of the devil. Sitting onto the step to get into the caravan was Kitsuki fucking Bakugo. He sat on the step with his head down and looking at his phone. Izuku and Himiko stopped in place and looked at him, shocked that he was there. Kitsuki had apparently heard them and looked up. He looked eyes with Izuku and then pocketed his phone. He stood up and started walking over to them. Himiko hissed at him as he walked closer. She stuck herself to Izuku and glared at him. Kitsuki however was either undeterred or didn't care as he didn't stop walking until he was a step away from them. Izuku had grown in the past few months from muscle building, but he had only gotten to 5'5". Kitsuki still had height on him and looking down at him. Izuku swelled up all the confidence he had and continued to look Kitsuki in the eyes. Unlike other times, there was no malice, no pride or fury. They were calm, sad and slightly happy. Izuku, Kitsuki had said. His voice was soft, but there was something in it that Izuku couldn't discern. Kitsuki, Izuku responded. Izuku looked calm on the outside, but on the inside, he was freaking out. He felt like his heart was going to stop any second and his legs were going to give out. He was focused on the way Kitsuki was breathing to see if he would suddenly attack. Strike him or explode. Kitsuki then looked over to Himiko. She was baring her fangs and glaring into him with hatred and anger. Kitsuki didn't seem to be affected by it as he looked back to Izuku. It looks like you've been doing well for yourself, Kitsuki said. He looked over to Himiko then behind him, his eyes going to the generator connected to the caravan. Izuku was confused by what he was doing, but didn't let his guard fall. He had done so much to get where he was now, he wasn't going to let it disappear in a matter of seconds. What the hell are you going here? Himiko snarled. Izuku stepped back as he was pushed away by Himiko. Izuku's eyes widened as she held a knife up to Kitsuki's neck. Izuku looked over to Kitsuki's whose eyes were wide. Izuku could see fear in them. He then narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. But no words came out. He then frowned and looked down. Izuku went to his hands and saw that Kitsuki was squeezing them tight. Izuku was ready to form tentacles to prevent Kitsuki from attacking Himiko, but to his surprise, instead of raising his hands to blast Himiko with his quirk, he instead dropped to the floor. In response, Himiko stepped back and pointed her knife down at him despite how he wasn't looking. Kitsuki's hands and knees were on the ground and he was looking at the floor. Izuku took the steps forward after nothing else had happened for a few seconds. "I'm sorry," Izuku heard in a whispered voice. "Sorry?" Izuku repeated, not believing what he was hearing. "I'm so fucking sorry, Izuku. I'm so fucking sorry," Kitsuki said. Izuku's eyes widened as tears dropped onto the sand. Izuku was in shock. He's known Kitsuki since diapers, and not once has he ever heard him apologize. Not once did he think that Kitsuki would ever apologize. "Kitsuki," Izuku said in a sympathetic tone. Kitsuki's fingers curled. He raised his hand up into the air and slammed it onto the ground. "I was a fucking ass. Too big to see over my own head. I caused this to happen to you. I'm so fucking sorry, Izuku," Kitsuki said, basically sobbing. Izuku looked down at Kitsuki. He'd never seen him look so vulnerable and feeble. He's always been the alpha, better than everyone else. Izuku took in a deep breath and walked over to Kitsuki. He bent down and placed a hand on Kitsuki's back. Kitsuki tensed at the touch. "Kitsuki, I forgive you," Izuku said. Instantly Kitsuki's head shot up and anger flashed within them. "Are you fucking mental?" he yelled at Izuku. Izuku raised his hand in front of Kitsuki's face to stop him from yelling. Izuku sighed and took in another breath. "Out of everyone else in your group, you're the only one who has changed. I've heard that from a hero on my case and people in your villain rehabilitation program. You are still rough around the edges, but that doesn't matter. Now I am not saying that what you did was good. It was horrendous and my life was horrible. But you were the only one nice to me while not at school and did actually protect me. I'm not entirely sure of your thought process, but I know it was changed by your environment. You were encouraged by your teachers to continue to hurt me, and everyone said you were the best. Why would you believe otherwise? I do understand that your relation with your mother isn't the best, and that didn't help your attitude. I do forgive your Kitsuki, only you and your group. Just don't turn back to what you were before," Izuku said. Kitsuki stared up at Izuku with wide eyes, tears running down his face. He looked down at the ground, his sobs returning at full force. Izuku got down and hugged Kitsuki, which returned it immediately, pulling Izuku into a death grip. A few minutes passed before Kitsuki finally calmed down. Standing up and brushing himself up from the sand and dried tears on his face. Wiping them away, Izuku asked him a question. "Kitsuki, how did you know where we lived?" he asked. Kitsuki coughed into his head and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, as soon as you ran away, I started looking for you. I knew you would either have a place already prepared or living with someone else. I found out from Akito that you two lived in a junkyard and the closest one to where that cafe was here. So here I am. Knew it was you as soon as I saw all of that shit. No other homeless person could construct all of this stuff," Kitsuki said, motioning to all of the connected to the caravan. The solar panels, generator and a small shed with a bunch of items in it. Izuku chuckled and rubbed his neck sheepishly. Kitsuki then looked over Izuku, taking in the odd qualities he has. "So what happened? Becoming a vigilante instead of a hero?" Kitsuki asked. Izuku froze and his eyes became wide like a deer in headlights. He had completely forgotten that he no longer looked like what he did. White hair, golden freckles, purple patches of skin, metal teeth, red horns. It amazes Izuku how Kitsuki was able to recognize him in the first place. "How do you know about that?" Izuku said. Kitsuki scoffed and rolled his eyes. "First of all, you are still in your costumes," Kitsuki said, pointing to both him and Himiko. Izuku flushed and Himiko giggled. "Secondly, you have horns and other things. The only person with those is the rumored kid that can take and give quirks. You don't have to tell me how you got it," Kitsuki quickly added when he noticed Izuku freeze and looked at him with fear. Himiko then jumped forward and pressed a finger to his chest. "You're not telling anyone about Izuku being here, are you?" she accused, staring at him angrily. Kitsuki raised his hands in a surrender action. "Of course not. I would have called the police instead of waiting here all night," Kitsuki responded. He then sighed and looked down. "Everyone thinks it would be better to get you him as soon as possible, but I'm not a fucking idiot. If you want to come home, you can. If you don't, you can do that too," Kitsuki said. "Thanks, Kitsuki," Izuku replied. Kitsuki nodded in acknowledgement. "So what have you been doing? I heard you spend a lot more of your time with people from the villain rehab now," Izuku said. Kitsuki nodded. "Yeah, I try my best to avoid the other four. I can't stand to be around them anymore. So I thought I would hang out with other people who also want to change, while also figuring out what I want to do with my life now," Kitsuki answered. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? If you do well enough and get the go-ahead, you'll still be allowed to go to UA?" Izuku said, confused. Kitsuki sighed, shook his head. "I don't deserve to be a hero, Izuku. They save people and inspire hope. I've only hurt others and caused fear. Like a villain. Hell, the only reason why I'm not in jail is because your dad is fucking All Might. The damn prick," Kitsuki responded, muttering the last sentence although it can clearly be heard. Izuku was shocked. Kitsuki had always wanted to be a hero and would take nothing less. Actually, he wanted to be the #1 hero. But now, he was giving up. Kitsuki had never been a quitter, doing everything in his power to win and push further. "What? So you're giving up?" Izuku said, shocked. "Izuku, listen, I don't deserve to be a hero. I'm rude and have a temperament. Even if my morals change, I won't as a person," Kitsuki groaned. "No, you listen, Kitsuki. You've been striving to be the #1 hero since fucking diapers. You were given the chance along with Izumi, Shoto, Kitsumi and Izumi, and you are probably the only one who will be given the option to be a hero. Have you ever heard of redemption? I can help you, no, I will help. Even if I have to drag you to the entrance exam and or take and use your quirk for you," Izuku said sternly, looking dead at Kitsuki. Itsuki looked at Izuku, stunned and surprised. But then the ash blonde smirked. "Since when did you swear?" he said with a nasty grin. Another hour had passed as Izuku tried to warm Himiko to the fact that Kitsuki was a friend. "Alright, I'm heading to bed now. Kitsuki, come in, you're not walking home," Izuku said. Kitsuki rolled his eyes in response and nodded his head. The three walked into the caravan. Izuku went over to the beanbag and sat down onto it. He was about to instruct Kitsuki to grab a spare sleeping bag, but was interrupted. Himiko ran to the Izuku with a quilt behind her. She jumped onto, making the white-haired teen yell in shock and fright. She covered them both with a quilt and then she snuggled up to Izuku. Izuku was flushed a deep red as he looked down at Himiko, who had her eyes closed. "Good night, lovebirds." Kitsuki laughed, grabbing a sleeping bag and finding a spot to sleep. Crazy blondes. Izuku was currently watching the news and Himiko was sitting on a beanbag scrolling through her phone. Izuku has made up a sum of money of the last couple of months and managed to buy both of them some sweet new items. Phones were the big one. Izuku didn't exactly know how to make one, so they didn't have one, which made things incredibly difficult. But now that problem was solved. Himiko seemed oddly fascinated with fashion trends and comedy things on YouTube. The second thing was internet. Izuku had been using the library's internet to get schoolwork done, so he wouldn't be left behind and teach Himiko while he was at it. Izuku also found out that she was incredibly far behind, but it did make sense, she did run away at age 10. Izuku and Himiko were both doing their own thing, but Izuku did notice something off about Himiko. He picked up quite a few of her guesses on what was going on. She was a very expressive person and loud too. You would always know what she was thinking, if she was sad, angry, happy or bored. You'd always know if she was bored. But right now, she was spacing out. Himiko only does that when she was thinking. She had an incredibly hard time figuring things out. Izuku turned away from the TV to look at her better. "Hey Himi," Izuku said, catching her attention. Instantly Himiko piped up and hummed and looked over to Izuku. All of her life returning instantly. She looked at Izuku expectantly. "What were you thinking about?" he asked. Himiko then zoned out again, looking up to the roof trying to collect her train of thought. Izuku waited patiently for Himiko to answer. She then looked down at Izuku. "Are we a couple, Izuku-kun?" Himiko asked. At this question Izuku became a bright tomato. His mouth hung open, he tried to speak, but the words died on his mouth. The question was sudden, which surprised Izuku. It's not like he hadn't thought about it. Himiko is someone he has liked for a while. Izuku gulped and pulled the front of his shirt outwards. He had to calm his nerves before he spoke again. "Well, do you want to be?" Izuku asked. He was nervous even though he knows he shouldn't. She asked a question about it, it would be preposterous if she had said no. He wouldn't be surprised though, everyone has been against him his entire life. But what he wasn't expecting was for Himiko to squeal. Izuku's eyes shot over to her only to catch a blur of something lunge at him. A sudden weight slammed into Izuku and he felt hands wrap around him. Izuku hit the floor and felt Himiko squeeze him tight. "Yay. We're a couple now," Himiko yelled. Izuku chuckled at her antics and embraced her back. But then something unexpected happened. Himiko gave Izuku a quick kiss on the lips. His eyes widened and he was stunned still. Himiko didn't realize this and sat up again, looking at Izuku. "Can we go to the movies?" she asked excitedly. Izuku was still stunned but managed to find the ability to speak. "Yeah," Izuku answered. Himiko squealed and stood up and started hopping around. She then raced over to her bag which had all of her clothes. Izuku was still stunned and confused, but he didn't mind. This was a good development. Himiko walked through the streets mindfully. She isn't in broad daylight that often, especially considering her murderous past. When she is in broad daylight, she is always with Izuku. This is the first time that Izuku isn't with her. It does upset her, but he was currently talking with Dabi and Izawa. It's been about a month since they were officially dating, but according to Nomi and Akito they always were. Butterflies still flutter all over her stomach when they mention how her and Izuku are a cute couple. But today she was out with someone else, much to her dismay. Itsuki Bakugo was leaning against the wall of the huge shopping center complex. She had gotten his number, although begrudgingly, and he had texted her to meet him here without Izuku. She is still furious at him and the rest of his gang. She doesn't understand how Izuku forgave him, but it most certainly doesn't mean that she is too. Himiko really wants to shove him off a cliff. With her arms crossed she walked over to Kitsuki with a scowl. He saw her coming but didn't say anything. He just waited for her to arrive. Himiko stormed over with a cross expression. "What do you want, Bakugo?" she asked angrily. He sighed. "It's Izuku's birthday next week," he responded. Himiko's eyes widened. She didn't know that, did her not tell her? Knowing Izuku, he probably thinks it wasn't important to say. Looking at your expression, I can tell you didn't know. So he's what I'm asking. I don't know what to get him as he probably isn't as hero crazy as he once was, so I'd like your help. If you want to get him something I'll pay for it, as long as it isn't too expensive. You don't want to be around me so let's make this quick. Kitsuki stated. Agreed. Himiko responded after slight hesitation. Kitsuki nodded his head and turned away. Himiko followed silently while glaring into the back of his head. The two walked around the shop silently for the most part. Kitsuki was the only one to make conversation about asking what Izuku would like. After looking around, they found a booth with people trying to give free trails on support items course. Himiko told Kitsuki that would be something Izuku would love, which he agreed. He got one of them before walking off. Himiko still needed to find something for Izuku, and after walking past a certain store, she knew what he would have wanted. Kitsuki was confused as she told her to follow him in. Are you sure he'd want this? Kitsuki asked. Himiko rolled her eyes and glared at him. The store they were in was a customizable hero memorabilia. Meaning if you wanted a figurine of a hero done a certain way, they'd do it. But they also have done vigilantes. Stain, Nightcrawler and particularly Popstep. Itsuki smiled when they gave the workers the money. The price was quite hefty, but his gift was free, so he thought it wouldn't be too bad if he put a bit of money into this. It was for Izuku after all. Himiko would have to come back after a week to pick it up, but she was fine with that. She set a reminder on her phone to make sure she wouldn't forget because knowing herself, she would. They were close to the exit of the shopping center, and Himiko couldn't wait to get away from Kitsuki. Throughout their entire time together, Himiko has been fighting off the urge to punch Kitsuki. Kitsuki? A voice shouted. Himiko froze. She has only heard that voice once, but she committed it to memory. Both her and Kitsuki turned around, and Himiko felt her urge to kill pile up once more. There walking towards them was Kitsumi and Izumi. Kitsumi looked furious, while Izumi seemed jealous. Himiko's hands clenched as she looked at the two. Kitsumi stormed up to Kitsuki, who wore a weak frown on his face. She then pointed angrily at Himiko. Who the fuck is that Kitsuki? She said angrily. Himiko looked at Izumi, who seemed to be glaring at her. She snarled as she looked over to Kitsumi. None of your business, bitch. She said angrily. Both girls were caught off guard at the anger at which Himiko said to them, but Kitsumi became infuriated. Who do you think you're talking to? She rebutted. Kitsumi took a step in her direction but was stopped by Kitsuki pulling on her arm. Calm down. Let's go, Toga. Kitsuki responded. Kitsumi growled and ripped her arm out of her brother's grip. She turned around and glared at him and pointed at Himiko again. Don't tell me you're dating that skank. She asked angrily. Himiko started to shake and her eyes started twitching. If this goes any further, she may just pounce on them. I'm helping her get a preset for her boyfriend, dickhead. No, go do what you two were doing. Kitsuki responded, trying to walk away, but an invisible force stopped him. He turned his head around and glared at Izumi, who was undoubtedly the person behind it. She was looking at Kitsuki angrily. Why have you stopped hanging out with us, Kachin? You're choosing to hang out with people like them instead of us. What happened? She asked. He growled and looked away. I'm trying to change now, let me go. Kitsuki responded. Apparently Kitsumi didn't like that answer and gripped his arm. Kitsuki growled and felt his arm starting to burn. Kitsumi was using her quirk too much, but the pain was definitely there. No, you are coming with us and stopping this horseshit you're pulling. You're the main reason why Izuku ran away, so stop acting like it was our fault. Kitsumi hissed. The mention of Izuku seemed to have triggered Himiko. She lost all patience she was holding onto and rushed to Kitsumi. She gripped her stomach and flipped her over in a suplex. The entire shopping center was stunned at the display at what just happened. They weren't really paying attention to the loud teens, but certainly the act of one of them suplexing the other did. Kitsumi was hurt on the ground, and Izumi quickly went over to help her. Himiko was about to lunge herself at Izumi next, but Kitsuki caught her. He then started to forcefully drag her away. Let me go. Himiko hissed, elbowing Kitsuki in the ribs in hopes that he would let her go. Kitsuki growled but kept his grip firm. No, if the police get involved, what do you think would happen? Izuku might get found, and I don't think you're an angel, so stop struggling and come on. Kitsuki responded. She hissed but relented. As much as she hated it, he was right. If the police got involved, she would be arrested and they might find Izuku. Himiko didn't want that, so she let herself be dragged away. But mark her words, if she sees those two again, she is going to smash their faces into a wall. Abi sat outside of Aizawa's apartment. They just got back from talking with Izuku. Aizawa had to get Izuku to give 2 quirks back from girls he took them from. He knows that they probably deserved it, but they are young and no crimes are against their names. Izuku agreed and they found the 2 girls and gave them back. He didn't know what quirks they were but didn't really care. Currently Dabi was smoking some weed. Aizawa doesn't like the fact that he does but isn't intending on stopping him. Aizawa wants him to go into some reform program to help him, but he isn't so sure. Dabi has been put in an improvement program before and his experience wasn't exactly great, so he's skeptical. Sighing, Dabi finished what he was smoking and went back inside. He has a lot to think about currently, but for now he is going to tease Eraser. Walking inside he finds Aizawa in his sleeping bag drinking coffee. "You getting ready for Miss Joke?" Dabi asked with a smile. Aizawa groaned as his response making Dabi laugh. "You know you like having her over." Dabi smiled. "I'd very much love to be put into a coma every time she is around," Aizawa said in a tired voice. At that a knock came at the door making Dabi smile devilishly. "Well, I'll give you two lovebirds some space," Dabi said before walking away. "I hate you," Aizawa said making Dabi laugh. Birthday brawl. Izuku and Himiko were fast asleep on the beanbag together underneath a blanket. Himiko was hugging tightly to Izuku who was uncomfortable but dealt with it as he liked being close to Himiko. He was still new to the whole dating thing but enjoyed every second of it. Being official with Himiko while also being a vigilante duo was awesome. It is a shame he had to give back two of his quirks. Energy Spear wasn't a big loss. It was a powerful, but Izuku never really used it. Constellation however was upsetting as it was a powerful barrier quirk that worked well with Izuku because of all of his freckles. But he was fine with it, they were still children and it did seem like they learned a lesson while being quirkless. But the past couple of months however have been great. His max quirk output is now 12 and he has gotten several more quirks. Izuku still has his quirks Bolt, Heavy Skeleton, Fat Inflammation, Pitch, Tentacles, Horn and Retardant, which only gives 7 quirks to his max. He now also has Strong Impact and Tooth Missile. A Strength quirk and another that combines well with Heavy Skeleton. But he has also retrieved 4 more quirks. Unfortunately his last one is unusable which is called Stasis, allowing him to completely freeze for 2 seconds and negate any damage he otherwise would take. But he would train until he got to use it. But he still has another 3 he can use. Well technically 5, but he combined them to have 3 instead of 5. His first new quirk is Rock Manipulation which allows him to control rocks like comets. It destroys the area of where he rips the rocks out of the ground, so it isn't a quirk he would use often. His next quirk is a combination of 2. Sonic Scream and Bouncy Bullet. Sonic Scream allows them to shout out a burst of loud sound strong enough to push others away if they are too close. The second one emits a weak laser from the user's mouth that bounces around on flat objects until it hits something that isn't flat. Combining the quirks turned it into echo making it so that the user emits a scream that bounces around on flat surfaces until it hits something that isn't flat. The next one Izuku loves. The first quirk is called Scan. He has 5 digital pads on his fingertips that are connected by a dim limelight. If he touches a person or an object, any answer he has will be answered. The quirk becomes inactive for 5 minutes and Izuku can only have 1 question answered on an object every 24 hours. The quirk he combined it with was called Possession, which allows Izuku to control any object he wishes that he can see. When he combined his quirks, they became hacked. Unfortunately the quirk became Contact instead of whatever Izuku sees but he can deal with. He can control whatever object he wants for any period of time and have any answer he has for the object answered. The quirk also works on people, but it only stuns them for a second before the possession wears off. Izuku and Himiko were still peacefully asleep. Well one was but Izuku didn't mind. He'd put up with it. But expectantly, Izuku woke. He groaned and held his head. Something loud interrupted his sleep. Izuku looked over to Himiko who was fortunately still asleep. For a criminal who has been on the run for almost 5 years she is a heavy sleeper. The noise persisted and Izuku tried to figure out what it was. After a few seconds Izuku realized it was knocking. He groaned again and forced himself to get up. It took a minute because of how tightly Himiko was clinging onto him and the fact that his arm was dead. Izuku managed to stand and tiredly trudged over to the door. Opening it Izuku saw that Katsuki was on the other side. Also that the sky was pitch black, meaning it was either really late or really early. "Took you a fucking while," Katsuki said with his signature scowl. Izuku sheepishly rubs the back of his head, he looks back into the caravan and looks at Himiko who is still sleeping peacefully. He looks back to Katsuki. "Well Himiko likes to leech onto you," Izuku said. This made Katsuki cough then laugh giving Izuku his smirk. "Look at you, ladies man," he snarked. Izuku smiled and looked down, but then he furrowed his brow and looked back up at Katsuki. "What are doing here, it's still dead at night?" Izuku asked. Katsuki sighed and rolled his eyes. "It's your birthday moron, I got you something," Katsuki said. Izuku's eyes widened. He did remember it was his birthday, but thought little of it. He hadn't gotten a gift since Tui had died, other than Mitsuki getting him some katsudon after the day. Izuku watched as Katsuki reached into his pocket and grabbed out a small ticket or pamphlet of sorts. Katsuki raised it up towards Izuku, who cautiously grabbed it, still shocked that he was getting something. Izuku looked at it. It was a pamphlet that was about tinkering and making support items. He looked at Katsuki with wide eyes. "It's a free trial that I signed you up for. I know it's shit, but I paid for what Toga got you. I would have come in a better part of the day, but I'll be at your sister's birthday," Katsuki said. Izuku scowled at the mention of his sister, but then paused. "Wait, Himiko knew my birthday?" Izuku asked. "Nah, I told her and helped her get a gift. You'll get it later today or something. I would chat more, but I got to get home before the hag gets up for work," Katsuki said, shoving his hands back into his pockets. Izuku looked at him while he looked down. Tears were brimming from his eyes before Izuku lunged at him and hugged him. "Thank you, Kachan, thank you," Izuku said, hugging Katsuki tight. Katsuki was shocked. Especially at the name Kachan. Izuku hadn't called him that yet since he forgave him, but now he finally had. Katsuki smiled and hugged him back. He wished he could go back in time and right the wrong he had done against Izuku. He wishes he can go back and slap the shit out of his younger self, but it's too late now. All he could do was try and fix the wrongs in the present. He won't fuck up this time. Izuku-kun, wake up," Himiko yelled, trying to shake Izuku up. Izuku gasped at the sudden force of being shook and looked at Himiko, who was smiling widely. "Happy birthday, Izuku," Himiko yelled loudly, smiling from ear to ear. Izuku smiled and hid the tears of happiness welling up behind his eyes. "Morning, Himi, thank you," Izuku smiled. Himiko squealed then jumped away. "Wait here, I need to get you something," Himiko said as she bounced away and bent down into a drawer. Izuku's eyes widened when he remembered that Katsuki had told him about helping Himiko get him a gift. Izuku watched Himiko bounce back to him with a box in her hands. "I got you something," she said excitedly. Izuku matched her enthusiasm. The present she was giving him was wrapped. Although Katsuki gave him his present first, being the first present he had gotten in years. But Himiko's was wrapped, making it seem more like an actual present. And it was from Himiko, making Izuku's heart squeeze. She handed the box to Izuku, who took it carefully, not wanting to destroy it. "Open it," she said happily. Izuku smiled and wiped his eyes to hide the tears that were threatening to spill. Carefully he unwrapped the wrapping paper, wanting to savor the moment. Once he had removed the wrapping, a small white box was what was left. Slowly he opened the box that looked very well crafted, telling Izuku that whatever inside was special. Slowly he removed the lid and his eyes widened. It was an action figurine, like some of what his sister had. But this one was a custom made. You can always tell that isn't something that can be store-bought by the pose and craftsmanship. But what made this so obviously a custom figurine was that it was of him. Hope. The tears that Izuku was trying desperately to keep him suddenly rocketed out. Izuku wailed and grabbed Himiko and pulled his face into her stomach and cried. Himiko hugged him tight as he cried. She pet his head as Izuku cried. "Thank you, Himi, thank you," he said through sobs. Izuku and Himiko had started watching movies together, Himiko cuddling into Izuku's chest. Izuku had his vigilante figurine close to him. He loved it and it made Himiko happy. But to their surprise, another knock was sounded at the door. Sighing, Izuku got up to see who it was. He knew it wasn't Katsuki as he would be with his sister. It was probably Dabi. He opened the door but was surprised on who was on the other side. Dabi was indeed there, but so was two other people. Eraserhead and Miss Joke. He didn't get to ask why they were there as Joke yelled. "We brought cake for the birthday boy," she yelled. Izuku was shocked, why were they here? Dabi chuckled and walked forward, ruffling his hair. "You need cake for your birthday snow cone. Now let's celebrate," Dabi said. Himiko came up to them and gave Miss Joke a hug. Despite only knowing her for a short while, they immediately bonded. The group all ate cake and laughed. Well, except Eraserhead, but he gave Izuku some cash before crashing in his sleeping bag. But Izuku was happy. The happiest he has felt in years. He feels loved. Having his new girlfriend by his side. An older brother figure with him, a fun auntie and a grumpy uncle. He couldn't be happier. Izuku and Himiko went out on patrol that night. It was oddly quiet that night, however. Izuku and Himiko had yet to find any crime except for a few drunk people causing a ruckus, but nothing of concern. This did concern Izuku. "Why isn't there anything?" Izuku asked, stopping on a roof. Himiko paused as well, being faster and ahead of him still, even after all of his quirks and months of patrolling. She is just too goddamn fast. "Isn't that a good thing? No villains on the street, it's like they know it is your birthday," Himiko said happily. Izuku frowned as he looked around, something felt off and whatever it was, he didn't like it. "Crime doesn't disappear, something is happening and I don't like it," Izuku said. He felt the hairs on stand up, he suddenly felt fear. Something was happening and whatever it was scaring him. Instinctively, he made himself bigger with his iron bones. He allowed electricity to run around him. He made his horns larger as well as his teeth and nails, making them into claws. "Are you okay?" Himiko asked. Before Izuku could answer, however, he was punched. Izuku yelled as large arms gripped him tight, preventing him from moving. He knew something was off, but why did he feel an immense amount of fear? "I have caught you villains. Surrender peacefully or I will take you down forcefully." A voice boomed. "That's why." Izuku moved his head up to look at the monster holding him. It was his father, All Might. He wasn't smiling, but glaring down at Himiko. Himiko stared daggers at All Might. If looks could kill, he would have wished he was never born. "Let him go, you oaf," she screamed. Himiko ran at All Might, cutting her arm. Blood sprayed out and she instantly turned it into fire. All Might yelled quickly but then snapped his fingers. The fire was quickly blown out. All Might then grabbed Himiko. He picked her up by the face and then slammed her onto the ground. The ceiling of the roof cracking at the force. Izuku could only stare in shock. Himiko was crushed into the ground and all he could do was watch. The father, who neglected him and gave his bully of a sister everything she wanted, just hurt his girlfriend. Now all he could see was red. "How dare you?" Izuku yelled. He grew even more, pushing his heavy skeleton quirk to its limits. He reeled his arm back and slammed the back of it into All Might's face. He activated strong impact, using one of its 10 uses. All Might yelled as he flew back. He was knocked off of the roof and slammed into the ground. Izuku quickly went over to Himiko, who was standing back up with hatred on her face. "Himiko, I need you to run," Izuku said quickly. Himiko looked at him perplexed. "And let you fight him alone?" "No way," Himiko responded. He shook his head. "No, we can't win against him. We need to run away. I can get away with Bolt, but I need you to go. Please, Himi. I can't lose you," Izuku said, almost desperately. Himiko looked at his pleading eyes before sighing. She nodded her head, although reluctantly. She turned around and hopped off the roof. Izuku sighed, but he was filled with nothing but rage. He got up and turned around. He turned around to the edge of the roof where he knocked All Might off. However, the number 1 hero had already got up. Izuku didn't have time to process as the 7-foot-tall man jumped up and punched him right in the face. Izuku was flung into the air and flew for quite the distance. He saw All Might chasing after him, flying over to Izuku to punch him into the ground. However, Izuku turned into a bolt of electricity and zoomed into the ground to avoid All Might. A few seconds after, All Might landed on the ground. Izuku turned around and matches All Might's glare. "I'm going to ask you once, villain. Where is Izuku?" All Might asked. Izuku felt rage boil in his blood. He felt his bones shift as his size altered. His bones stretched to the outside of his body, making Izuku grow. It looks like he is in a mecha suit. Izuku is in immense amount of pain as his body strains as he reaches the limits of his quirk, but he couldn't care less. He has made himself as large as All Might and he wanted his father to feel pain. "Why does it matter to you? The world may not know what kind of monster you are, but I do," Izuku snarled. All Might frowned. He got into a stance and looked ready to attack. Izuku did the same. "I gave you a chance, villain," All Might said in a threatening voice. Izuku scoffed as he stared him down. All Might then lunged forward, reeling a punch. Izuku reeled back a punch of his own. He activated strong impact and their fist collided. An airwave burst from their fists, making the glass of the buildings around them shatter. Izuku was about to punch him again, but All Might was faster. The force of his punch dented the iron of Izuku's chest, and the force pushed him back 20 feet. His feet dragged across the ground, ruining the road, but he stayed standing. Izuku reformed the dent in his iron with his quirk, then glared at All Might. "I can only match him with strength when I use strong impact. I only have 8 uses of that quirk left, so I have to be careful how I use them. He is a lot faster and can probably punch me before I can even react. I need to try something else," Izuku thought. Electricity swirled around Izuku once more. All Might charged at him again, but Izuku turned into electricity. Izuku then re-emerged as he and All Might passed. He extended out his claw for a hand and swiped All Might's ribs. He heard All Might yell in pain as he ran past. Izuku smiled in triumph. He looked behind him to see his father clutching his side as blood pours down. A helicopter was watching their fight. The news was prepared for this when they saw All Might out running along and was waiting for a fight. They were broadcasting this to the entire nation, on the news for the Japanese families. The Yagis, Bakugos and Todorokis were all next to each other on the couch as they watched the fight. They were all celebrating Izumi's birthday when suddenly Toshinori got up and left. They left a slice of cake for Izuku. Now they were watching the news as All Might, the number 1 hero, fought the vigilante Hope who possessed multiple quirks. the successor of All for One. Here we have our symbol of peace fighting the elusive vigilante Hope. But where is his partner in crime, Carmilla? The news reporter said. Izumi watched with her friends as her father fought the successor of his arch-nemesis. Shouldn't Izuku be the one fighting them? The successor for One for All to defeat All for One. She looks down sadly at the memory of her brother. He should be with them right now, but because of her, he might never come home. But she wouldn't give up. She looked back up at the television with determination. "Come on, Dad," she whispered. Itsuki was standing up with his arms crossed, trying to hide his worry. He knew what quirks Izuku had, and even with all of them, he couldn't match the sheer power All Might had. He was the only one in this room that knew that Hope was Izuku and had All for One. He hoped he would be alright. Izuku yelled as he was hit by a barrage of punches by All Might. He was launched back and slammed into a wall. His iron bones were cracked and bent in ways they shouldn't be. He was in so much pain, but he refused to give up. He activated fat inflammation, and his body glowed gold. The very next second, he was completely healed. However, his 7-foot-tall armor of iron had gone down as he couldn't hold it. Izuku saw All Might coming towards them again and screamed. A bowl of sound bounced around the walls of the buildings. Izuku then fired his iron teeth as missiles at All Might. All Might was surprised but was about to jump up into the air and avoid it, but Izuku stopped him by forming 2 tentacles from underneath All Might and holding him there. All Might yelled in pain as iron teeth missiles exploded on him, then was launched into the air when Izuku's scream hit him. Izuku turned into electricity to catch up to his father. When All Might was about to hit the ground, Izuku untransformed himself and increased the size of his arm. He then activated Strong Impact and All Might slammed into the ground. Izuku was sure he knocked him out, but a fist punched him in the face. Izuku was then launched high into the air. All Might groaned, his body was bloody and he was running out of time. But he was determined to take Hope down. He squatted, then jumped into the air after Izuku. Izuku was in a delirious state after being hit in the face incredibly hard. So much that he didn't register All Might coming up next to him. All Might put his hands together and lifted his fists above his head. He then slammed them down, sending Izuku flying to the ground in light speed. Izuku hit the ground hard. His body was broken and he was bleeding everywhere. All he could feel was pain. He activated fat inflammation to heal him. It worked and he was fine. But he was tired. The last bit of energy he had left was healing himself so he wouldn't die. He felt small and vulnerable as a loud thud sounded next to him. The hand grabbed his face and squeezed it tight, making Izuku yell into the palm. "Surrender, villain. You have lost," All Might said. Izuku couldn't see, but he wanted to kill him. But he couldn't move. He was too weak, too tired to anything. He could only lay limply in All Might's hand as he could do nothing else. "And it looks like our symbol of peace is victorious again," the news reporter yelled. The Yagis, Todorokis and Bakugos cheered All Might. Minus Katsuki and Mitsuki. Katsuki's eyes were wide as he became worried for his friend, only for something unexpected to happen. "Let go of him," a voice yelled. It sounded like All Might, the loudness of how it boomed across the city. All Might looked to the side only to be met with himself flying at him. He was punched in the face and flew away, slamming into a wall. The new All Might then bent down and picked Izuku up in their arms. They then turned around and jumped away, getting as far away as they could before the other All Might got back up. The Yagis, Todorokis and Bakugos could only look at the television in shock at what just happened. Katsuki was shocked too, but then secretly smirked when he understood what just happened. What was that?" the news reporter said. Izuku groaned as he got up. His stomach was hungry and he was really thirsty. As soon as he got up, Himiko rushed up to him and gently laid him back down. "No, you're still injured, lay back down," she ordered. Izuku didn't bother arguing as he just did what she told him to. "Ugh, what happened?" he asked. "Well, All Might arrived on our patrol and you told me to run away. You fought him but lost, but not after spilling his blood everywhere. I drank some of it and turned into him and punched him away and took you home," Himiko said. She then held up a vial of blood. "I also got some of his blood, for just-in-case purposes," Himiko said mischievously, winking at him. Izuku laughed but then started coughing. Himiko quickly got up and grabbed him a glass of water. Izuku took it with a thank you and started to drink it. "They're going to have to stop patrolling for a while until he can go out again. I wonder if I put All Might in a hospital." Facing the past for the future. Abi walked down the street to a place he hasn't been to in a long time. He's nervous on the inside, but he's managed to conceal it on the outside. It's a skill that he's had to learn. Something that's now incorporated into his personality now. He's forgotten how to act himself, but it isn't entirely a bad thing. He might not have survived the street if he isn't who he is now. Abi had his hands in his pockets as he walked. It feels surreal to him, walking out in daylight. He isn't even hiding his face, which is having him receive looks from onlookers. But right now he didn't care. His steps felt a bit lighter than normal as he approached a house he hasn't seen in a very long time. Dobby stood at the front for a while, building up the courage to finally walk down. With his appearance, he probably looks like a creep, but he could care less about what other people think of him. Dobby, faking courage, finally walked towards the door. He took a breath and raised his and knocked on the door. He hid behind his facade of cool and uncaring, but inside his body was screaming at him. His nerves were bubbling and he was worried. Dobby waited patiently for the door to open. His breath hitched when he heard footsteps approaching the door. Holding his tongue, Dobby watched as the door opened, revealing a woman behind it. She was slim and young. Early 20s. She had gray ears with mostly gray hair, having red triangles mixed into parts of it. She had thick black glasses, and she was dressed in a comfortable floral patterned sweater with an apron. She gasped when she saw Dobby, which he expected. He is pretty horrifying to look at. The woman stumbled back at the sight of him, he hand gripping hard on the door, and then used it as a shield from him, poking her head out to look at him. "I'm not as scary as I look," Dobby said in a tired voice. He sighed and brought hand through his hair and took a deep breath. He wasn't about to look weak, no matter how nervous he feels. The woman nodded shakily but still looked uncertain. Dobby didn't blame her. Removing herself from the door, but not quite, she looked Dobby in the eyes. "Well, can I help you?" the woman asked with a slight stutter. Dobby sighed as he looked up and around the house. So many memories here, but almost all are bad. He tries to quell the fear inside of him to look snark and scary on the outside, or brave in this situation. "Don't know. Just looking around to see how things are going. I used to live here, you know," Dobby said. This was his hint to the woman. Or better known to him, his sister Fayumi. After getting some information from both Miss Joke and Eraserhead on Endeavor's and Ice Queen's schedule. Which is why he is at their residence now. Fayumi and hopefully Natsuo should be the only ones home, as Shoto and Sayato are doing their villain reform program thingy. Fayumi looks at him oddly. Concern leaks into her expression as she looks over him. Her hands grip the door firmly as she peers over him. "Sorry sir, but this house was built for my parents. We have been the only residences here, so I believe you are mistaken," Fayumi replies. Dobby turns to Fayumi and gives her an "Are you kidding me?" look. Dobby sighs and brings his face over his face, compassing himself. Dobby looks around the house again. "Nope, I've got the right place. 10 years ago was the last time I was here, I think," Dobby says, putting his hands on his hips and looking around like he doesn't know what's going on. But to his dismay and disappointment, Fayumi shook her head. She started to close the door a bit more, irritating Dobby slightly. "Sorry sir, but that's impossible. I've lived in this house all my life." "You've never lived here," she answered, shutting the door a little but more. Dobby groaned in defeat. He thought his sister was smarter than this. Maybe it was the fact that everyone believes he committed suicide. He did do it in the middle of the house. "Seriously, Yumi? Does this help?" Dobby said angrily. He raised his right hand and a burst of bright blue flames emitted from it. Fayumi's eyes widened and she stumbled back in surprise. Her eyes showed both horror, surprise, hope and unbelievability. She put a hand to her mouth and stepped back, shaking her head from side to side, refusing to believe what Dobby had just told her. "No," she said, still in completely shock and befuddlement. I watched him die," Fayumi said, tears starting to roll down her cheek. Dobby sighed and put his hands down into his pockets. "I know it is hard to believe. But if you need proof, ask one of our parents. I was interrogated about a week ago about Izuku Yagi," Dobby said. In a moment of bravery, but on the inside desperation. Dobby gave the best smile he could and stretched out his arms in a gesture of wanting a hug. "I'm sorry I left, especially like that. But I never forgot," he said softly. Fayumi stared at him. She still had her hand over her mouth, but it was quivering. Her entire body looked like it would topple over any second. Tears had rolled down her face, and a sob cracked out from her. She then ran to Dobby, wrapping her hands around him and cried. Dobby embraced her and held her tight, patting her head. "I missed you," Dobby heard her say through muffled sobs. If Dobby could cry he would be bawling right now, but he burned his tear ducts of a long time ago. He sighed and hugged her tighter. "I missed you too, Yumi, and I am very sorry," Dobby said weakly as he tried not to cough out the unused tears that he can't produce. Eventually Dobby was taken inside and he sat with Fayumi at the kitchen table. He got a glass of water to have and the two started to talk, catching up with each other. "So have you become a teacher? You finished uni last year, right?" Dobby asked, taking a sip of his water. Fayumi smiled at him as she fiddled with her fingers. "Yeah, I'm a kindergarten teacher now and I love it," Fayumi answered. She sighed and put a strand of hair behind her ear. "You have been doing illegal things, haven't you?" Fayumi asked. Dobby frowns but nods his head. Nothing to get me more than a year. I mainly do abuse things and info broking. Information and stuff. Dabi answers, swirling the water in his glass. Fayumi sighs and crosses her arms over each other, putting her elbows on the table. What happened to Ia? Why didn't you come home and? She pauses for a second, collecting herself. How are you alive? She asked. Dabi doesn't say anything for a while, seemingly in thought as he came up with an answer. Dabi then groaned, stretching in his chair but not facing Fayumi when he sat back normally. I'm not really alive, am I? Dabi laughs hollowly. He outstretched his arms, showing more of his burned skin to Fayumi. I look like a corpse that wasn't cremated properly. Dabi jokes, shaking his head. For why I never came home. Dabi said, before looking up at the ceiling. Fayumi can't see the pained expression on his face. There are multiple reasons for why I didn't come back, Dabi said. He waits for a while. The air becoming tense. Fayumi watches Dabi or Tuia's face. He is neutral for the most part, but his eyes narrow for a few seconds. She watched one time as his face scrunched up in bile and disgust. I was scared. Scared of Enji, scared of Rei. I was scared of how I looked and what you and Natsuo would have thought of me. I was angry and I wanted an escape. Spiteful and just hatred of the 4 out of the 6 people who live here. Dabi said with mixed emotions. Fayumi noted the fact he called their mom and dad by their actual names. How are you alive? Fayumi asked again. Dabi just shrugs and takes another sip of his water. He sighs as he puts it down before leaning back into his chair, putting an arm over the back across it. Honestly, I don't really know myself. It may be because of the fact I'm unnaturally cold. Hence why my quirk gave me freezer burns instead of regular ones. All I remember is waking up with blue fire all around me and becoming terrified of the punishment I'd receive. I climbed out of a window and ran. The next thing I know, I'm in an alleyway in incredible pain. Dabi answers. Fayumi nods sadly. She knows that her brother went through horrible torture both physically and mentally. This is all insane to take in, a brother she was so sure she watched commit suicide a decade ago. But here he is, looking completely different and no longer acting like the same timid yet determined brother she loved. But she knows this is him. Hey, didn't you say that you were interrogated about Izuku, right? Fayumi asked. Dabi nods his head. Well, do you know anything? Everyone is worried about him. Fayumi says. Dabi frowns at that and grunts. The kid's fine. Better than he ever has been actually, and that is all I am going to say. Dabi says in a low voice. Fayumi nods and accepts his answer. Tuia has always been close with Izuku. In fact, she is pretty sure that Tuia actively searched him out after his quirkless diagnosis. Where are you now then? Fayumi asks. I'm living in the house of an underground hero. His name is Eraserhead and he's the main man on the job for Izuku. He is trying to convince to go to all these reform programs, but I don't know. The last time I did a program didn't end well. Dabi said nonchalantly. Fayumi wasn't sure what he meant by program, but what she gathered from his sentence, it seems like this Eraserhead guy is trying to get him into being a hero. Tuia has always wanted to be a hero. Dad always told him he would be, being his successor, and eventually become the #1 hero. He was told all of this. But he then told he was weak, pathetic, a failure. Fayumi isn't sure how much of her original Tuia is still in there, but looking at him now. She believes he is still the soft bear he always has been. I can't control what you do with your life. But if doing this program gets me my brother back, then please try. Fayumi says, not quite pleadingly but in a sad tone of voice. Dabi looks at her shocked slightly, then looks down and sighs. Fayumi smiles at that, he's thinking about it. Dear Yumi, do you know who is that? A male voice said. Dabi instantly knew who it was. He didn't turn around to meet them, deciding to finish his cup of water. Fayumi turned to her brother Natsuo, who was glaring at the shifty-looking man. She nervously looked at Dabi, who looked back at her. He winked at her and smiled devilishly. She cursed him under her breath before smiling sheepishly over to her brother. Well Nat, this may sound crazy but this is Tuia. She says nervously. Natsuo looks taken aback. He takes a closer look at Dabi and shakes his head. Dabi can feel his stare and raise his hand and gives a small wave above his head without turning around. Hey Nat. He said before finishing his water. Natsuo snarls and looks over to Fayumi. He raises his hand and jars it in Dabi's direction. Don't tell me you believe this shit, Fayumi. We literally watched Tuia die. Natsuo answers with anger. Fayumi wasn't sure how to respond. She looked over to Dabi pleadingly. Dabi finishes water and sighs. He stands up and turns around to face Natsuo. Natsuo gasps and looks at Dabi in shock after seeing the scar on his lower jaw. I know about the secret door at the back through the bushes that you like to take to look at the stars to help with nightmares. You sleep with a teddy named Mr. Paddington. You thought girls had pen eyes until you were almost 7. Dabi answers the last one with a smirk. Fayumi scoffs and suppresses a chuckle by covering her mouth with her hand. Natsuo stares at him wide eyes before pouting and glaring at him again. Well, how do I know she didn't just tell you all of that? Natsuo accuses. Dabi drops his smirk and sighs. He looks to the ceiling diagonally and rubs the back of his head with his hand. He seems to be questioning whether or not he should say. Dabi dropped his head and put his hands in his pockets. The night before I disappeared. I went out through the secret door. Natsuo eyes widened once he heard that. I came out to you, watching the stars. I went over to you and sat down. We talked for a bit before I broke. I cried into you, Natsuo, asking why I existed, why I couldn't be seen worthy enough as their son. Why I couldn't have possessed Shoto's or Ayado's quirk instead of mine. Dabi answered. Natsuo just stared at them with wide eyes. Dabi looked at him with a monotone expression the entire time. Natsuo looked to Fayumi, who looked at the two, shocked. Natsuo looked back to Dabi, who was looking down and sad. He then smiled sadly and raised his arms in a gesture for a hug. I'm sorry I left, Nat, but I promise I never forgot. I came to as many of your soccer matches as I could, Dabi said. Wait, really? Natsuo asked. Dabi smiled earnestly. You won the national championships and got man of the match in 2015. Dabi smiled. Natsuo nodded his head, a tear rolled down his cheek. He then tackled his brother in a hug which made Dabi laugh as he was shoved back into the table. Fayumi got up and joined the hug too. The three cried, minus Dabi, together as they were reunited after a decade. Dabi, Natsuo and Fayumi hung around the dining table and talked for ages. They laughed and told each other about their lives, catching up with all of their missed times. The three all completely missed the turning of a key and walking of footsteps. A voice all shocked them. Who the hell is that? Ayato said, pointing at Dabi. Dabi was facing away from them, but his eyes immediately twitched. Fayumi and Natsuo eyes widened as they turned to the kitchen door. Their parents had their eyes wide in shock as they looked at Dabi while the twins glared at the man. Dabi looked over to the clock on the all and internally cursed. He wasn't supposed to be for that long. He lost track of time. Well, looks like I overstayed my welcome, Dabi said, standing up from the table. He hugged both Natsuo and Fayumi. Sorry for the intrusion, Dabi says with a forced smile as he turns around to look at the four in the doorway. The twins glare at him while Enji looks down at the floor. His mother, however, is looking at him disbelief and sadness. The first time Dabi has ever seen his mother not look horrified at him. She takes a step forward and the forced smile Dabi had was instantly removed as he now tried to not snap at her. Is it really you? She asks. She reaches out a hand, but all the composure that Dabi tries to keep washes away once she got too close. His face contorts into fury as he slaps her hand away. It's Dabi to you? He seethes. Rei takes a step back and grabs her hand. The twins instantly rush up. Ayato going to her mother who is now crying, and Shoto is now in front of her with anger on his face. The hell is wrong with you? The police will be on their way, Shoto says sternly. Dabi eye twitches at the sight of him but manages to smile threateningly. Cool, I'll also give the evidence on who you removed 3 of Izuku's toes, he said creepily. Shoto's eyes widen and so does Ayato's, looking up from her mother and looking at her twin and Dabi. Dabi laughs as he storms past them. He was expecting his father to block him, but he simply moved to the side and let Dabi pass. Dabi ignored it, however, and left the room by lifting the middle finger over his head. He walked to the door and opened before slamming it shut. Dabi groaned as he stomped away, wiping his face with both of his hands before shoving them into his pockets aggressively. Dabi was beyond pissed, seeing those 4 completely dissipated any composure he had. But he couldn't deny, seeing Fayumi and Natsuo again put his heart at ease. Izuku was still in bed. Himiko is forcing him to rest, no leaving the house and letting her take care of him. Izuku was kind of worried about it. It's not that he didn't trust Himiko, the exact opposite. But she extremely childish and a bit of an airhead. But to his surprise, she was very good at taking care of him and making him feel good. He shouldn't really have been surprised. Himiko survived on the street for 4 years, she knows how to take care of someone. It had been 3 days since his fight with All Might. His injuries still ache and he finds it hard to stand. But he knows that his father is having a worse time if the injuries he saw from the TV any indication. He is also trying to gain a bit more fat. It's hard for him because of his extremely hard metabolism, but it allows him to survive fatal attacks, like when All Might smashed him into the ground. So it is worth it. Currently him and Himiko were on the beanbag eating katsudon. Himiko has no clue on how to cook, so she ordered it. Izuku was confused on how, but apparently she just had them deliver it to the side of a street. Sneakily, she retrieved it and returned home for them to eat. Right now, the duo are watching comedy shows. Izuku does find it funny, but he mainly watches it because of the laughter Himiko cackles at almost every joke. It warms his heart. Unfortunately, a knock came at the door. Himiko sighed but stood up and opened it. She smiled when she saw that it wasn't Katsuki like she thought. "Hi, Eraserhead." Himiko yells happily, bouncing on the heels of her feet. Izuku paused the show and looked over to the door. Why would Eraserhead be here alone? He'd only do it if he had something important to say. Eraserhead gives a lazy wave and looks past Himiko. "Is Izuku awake?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm up, Eraser," Izuku said from the beanbag. He nodded his head and looked at Himiko. "Is he doing alright?" he asked, and Himiko nodded. "Still recovering, but he's okay," Himiko said happily. Eraserhead nodded. "Great, but I have to take you somewhere for a meeting. Since Izuku's injured, I'll have to drive you there," Eraserhead stated. Himiko blinked and tilted her head to the side. "Why would we need to go somewhere?" Himiko asked skeptically. Eraserhead sighed and moved his finger in a come closer motion. Himiko did it, bending forward, and Eraserhead whispered something in her ear. Whatever it was seemed to brighten her up. She started bouncing up and down and quickly ran to Izuku, picking him up bridal style. "Let's go," she yelled excitedly. Izuku became a blushing mess, and Himiko bounced out of the caravan with him in her arms. Wait, where are we going?" Izuku stuttered, incredibly flustered. "You'll see," Eraserhead responded in a monotone voice. Neither of the two gave Izuku any answers. They both hopped into Eraserhead's old car. When Himiko questioned about it, he answered that he rarely had anywhere he needed to go that was far away. If it was, he could jump across the roofs pretty easily. Izuku still just sat there awkwardly as they drove to their destination. Izuku was extremely confused and slightly scared. But then he saw it. The signature logo and building. The large glass building shaped in the ladder H. Izuku's eyes sparkled in excitement as they pulled up to the front gate, the logo of UA at the top. Izuku's smile rivaled the sun in that moment. "UA, I'm really here. It's so amazing in person." "Wait, why are we here?" Izuku suddenly questioned. Eraserhead ignored him and got out of the car. "Carry him and follow me, will you?" he asked Himiko. He nodded her head excitedly and quickly dragged Izuku out of the car. Himiko skipped along with Izuku in her arms. Izuku was blushing madly. But he tried to put his mind elsewhere, like, why were they here and why is this building so big and why do they have so many rooms? Why the doors so large but the desks inside so tiny? It doesn't make sense if they were to have a big student but tiny desks. Then Eraserhead walked up to a door. He stood there for about a second, which confused Izuku for a moment before the door suddenly swung open. Izuku's eyes widened at it. He wanted to question, but for some reason he had the feeling his question would be answered in a moment. Himiko followed Eraserhead inside, and Izuku was shocked at what he saw. In the center of the room, sitting at a desk, was someone Izuku never thought he'd see. A small white animal sat in a chair. There was a small scar over their left eye, and the species of them was unidentifiable. It looks like a bear, dog, and rat all at once. Izuku knew who that was immediately: Principal Nezu. The smartest being in the world. "Hello Izuku and Toga, please have a seat." Nezu smiled innocently at them. Himiko flinched at the mention of her name. But she took a deep breath and smiled, continuing on. She walked over to the two chairs that were obviously left out for them. She sat Izuku down, then sat down herself. "Well, hello, I must say that fight you had with All Might was spectacular," Nezu remarked, pouring a cup of tea. "Thanks," Izuku said awkwardly. Nezu then held out the teapot in his hand to them. "Tea?" he asked. Both Himiko and Izuku politely denied. Nezu nodded his head yet still smiled innocently. He then looked back over the two, putting his paws together gently. "Well, I bet you both are intrigued to why you are here," Nezu rhetorically asked. Despite that, Izuku and Himiko both nodded their heads. "Well Izuku, I'm intrigued with you. First of all with your quirk. While both dangerous and powerful, can be used for great purposes. It obviously will have to be monitored, but I think we can keep that a secret from the Hero Commission." Nezu smiled. It was the same innocent, unnerving smile he has given this entire time, and Izuku would be lying if he didn't say he was frightened by it. Himiko seemed blissfully unaware. "I also have seen your passion to help others. I mean, not anybody can make a serial killer turn over a new leaf," Nezu said, gesturing over to Himiko. This made Himiko freeze, her eyes widen and shake slightly in fear. Izuku also did the same, but luckily Eraserhead came to the rescue. "You won't be punished. We understand that your quirk contorted your thoughts. Others won't understand though, so your file will be wiped and you'll be starting from scratch," Eraserhead said. Izuku sighed in relief while Himiko shakily nodded her head. Izuku reached over and grabbed her hand and gave it a reaffirming squeeze. Izuku took a deep breath before turning to Izuku and smiling. "Sorry to be rude Nezu, but I'm missing the point on why we are here," Izuku asked. Nezu chuckled, leaning back in your chair. Well, for a 14-year-old, you are quite intelligent, Izuku. Your old school brought you down because of your quirklessness status, but looking at your tests, you should have gone up several grades, perhaps even graduating by now. Nezu answered. Izuku only raised an eyebrow in response. Thank you, but I still don't understand. Izuku answered. Nezu chuckled with his sinister innocent laughter. It made Izuku nervous as Nezu leaned forward with his dot eyes. I want you to teach the next generation of hero hopefuls with Himiko here as your assistant. Izuku's quirks. Underline equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, retardant, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked. Not active. Stasis. Himiko's quirks. Transform, hemomorphy. Talk. Endeavor was on patrol. It was unusually late for his patrols. A bit past 5 o'clock. Now the sun is almost setting and for heroes it's not that late, but for the number 2 hero's regular schedule, it's extremely late. These past few days have been horrible for the Todoroki family. Well, not for Natsuo, he hasn't been in the house very often. He isn't telling anyone where he is going, but both Rei and Enji have a suspicion that he is off with Tuya. Fayumi still acts happy and tries being a good older sister, but Enji has seen her go off on the weekends when she is not at work. He doesn't stop her because why should he? He's the worst father. He hasn't been a father to any of his kids. Neglecting Natsuo and Fayumi, failing to give proper guidance to Shoto and Zayato. But worst of all, Tuya. Horribly abusing Tuya. It's been his biggest regret. His death. Enji watched it as he went up in flames, being told that he wasn't good enough, worse than his 5-year-old siblings. Enji had never thought about Tuya's relationship with his mother, but after looking back at it, did he have one? Enji didn't really care too much, thinking about what a problem he was until a month after his suicide. It had taken a month of his siblings grieving, friends' condolences and finally a talk with his wife for it to finally get stuck in his head. His eldest son is dead. He committed suicide because of him. His room had turned empty with no one ever entering it. Well, until Enji caught Fayumi went in there late at night. Enji followed her but remained quietly at the door. He watched her walk over to the closet and opening it, revealing a shrine of Tuya. Enji watched as his daughter cried, but happily talked with Tuya like he was there, asking him for help to pass her final year of high school. Not wanting to cry and alert Fayumi that he was listening, he walked away and went outside. He's never visited the shrine because he didn't feel he had a right to. It was just for Fayumi and Natsuo, the 2 people that Tuya didn't despise. But now he was alive. He never died. Enji isn't sure how, but he thinks that Tuya might have faked it. He isn't sure, but he wouldn't blame Tuya if he had done that. Any mean necessary to escape home. Him and his wife had remained silent about Tuya being alive. But Rei was oddly persistent that it wasn't him, that it couldn't have been him. Enji wasn't sure why, but he knew it was. Tuya ending up at their house with Natsuo and Fayumi seemed to convince her though that it in fact was him. Enji sighed as he walked along. He does care about his eldest son now, but what right does he have to talk to him? If he doesn't want to be anywhere near him, then he has that right too. He lost his right to call himself a father when he first started training Tuya. Boy, how much for the stuff, man, look, I need it. A man said in a voice that Endeavor was familiar with. Drug dealers, something below his pay grade, but it's the only crime right now. It was going down in an alleyway because it was out of sight from onlookers. Endeavor walked into the Endeavor but saw something that shocked him. There were 5 men in the alleyway, with 3 of the 5 currently smoking. They all look like generic drug addicts except for one of them. He either is the dealer who didn't do drugs or was new to them. But Endeavor recognized one of the men there, Tuya. All 5 turned to look at him, with 4 of the 5 becoming terrified. Should run. One of them yelled and 4 of them all turned around and booked off running. But Endeavor wasn't paying attention to that. He was staring at the person giving him a death glare. Tuya puffed out some smoke before dropping it on the ground and grinding it with his shoe. He then shoved his hands into his pockets and walked over to Endeavor. Aren't drug deals a bit too low for your pay grade, Mr. Number 2 Hero? Tuya smirked as he tried to walk past, but Endeavor stopped him by putting a hand on his shoulder. Tuya. Endeavor said gently. That made Tuya snap. Tuya jolted away from him and whipped his arm up, slapping Endeavor's hand off of his shoulder. Tuya's face scrunched down in anger, little blue wisps of flames ignited from the dimples of Tuya's mouth, and flames ignited from the crevices in between his fingers. It's Dobby, old man. He snapped. Endeavor didn't flinch, just putting his arm back down as he stared at his son's heated and rage-filled expression. Dobby, you shouldn't be doing this. Endeavor said in a monotone voice. Dobby scoffed, taking a step back and raising his hands out of his pocket. He puts them under his arm and crosses them over his chest. Oh, why should I listen to you, bag? I know this shit isn't good for me, but this stuff allowed me to get through hard parts of my life. I was alone and had nothing, but this shit kept me going. I don't need you telling me what I already know. I don't need you telling me anything, so fuck off. Dobby barked. Fire rose from his hands again, as well as the back of his head. Endeavor sighed. He can see the hatred in his eyes. Dobby must be working on pure spite a lot of the time. It's what he did when he was still around, spite of him, spite of Shoto and Zyado. Everything he did was out of spite when he developed deep hatred for them. Dobby, listen. Enji said. He knew he wasn't his father, not anymore. He never will be, but he has to at least try, one more time. You have a chance to get your life back. I heard you were living with Eraserhead now. You have skills and knowledge. You can do everything you have always dreamed of doing. But you can't do it by yourself, so please. Forget me, your mother and siblings, and live your life. Don't let things like me, past grudges, hold you back. Get help, Dobby, please. Endeavor says with a solemn expression. Dobby looks at him oddly. His mouth is open and it seems like he wants to say something. Yell, scream, curse him out. But he stops himself. He seems to be at odds. Endeavor watches as the random flames of wisps that Dobby had formed on his body slowly disappear. Dobby huffs as he shoves his hands back in his pocket before finally working past his father. Whatever, old man. Dobby says as he walks away. Endeavor gives a small smile as he watches him walk away. There was no rebuttal, insult, or yelling at him. Just acceptance, which means he does begrudgingly agree with him. Endeavor knows that Dobby will never return to being Tuya. He's failed as a father and he knows that. Yet he's happy for him. He is so glad that Dobby can finally move on. He might no longer be a part of the family, but Enji knows that he'll be a great hero and will be the only one of his children to become one. The Yagis, Bakugos and Todorokis were all at the Yagi household. Why? Because Nezu specifically requested it. This was 2 days before the entrance exam, and Nezu was just about to tell the 5 kids if they were allowed to attend the entrance exam. Maybe something a bit more as well. Eraserhead and Naomasa were also there as well. Eraserhead had a coffee and stood in the corner of the room away from everybody. Izumi sat on a couch with her parents on either side of her. Kitsumi and her father were on a different couch with Kitsuki at the dinner table sitting on a chair with Mitsuki in the kitchen, stopping herself from glaring at the Yagi family. The Todoroki twins sat on the floor with their mother while Endeavor sat on the last chair. The door knocked and almost everyone tensed in anticipation. Naomasa stood up and walked over to it. He opened the door and a small chimera creature in a suit stood there at the door. Naomasa bowed as he welcomed Nezu inside. Welcome, Nezu. Naomasa said. Good evening, Tsukauchi, glad that you could make it on such short notice. Nezu smiled innocently as he walked into the house. He ignored the tense atmosphere of it, well, that's what it seemed like to most. Eraserhead has been working with that rat for too long to not miss the way his eye shines. The sadistic bastard is enjoying this. Hello everyone, I presume you all know why I have you all here. Nezu greeted, walking to the point of the room where he could see everyone. Naomasa was behind him, and Sue was Eraserhead as he stood in his corner. He may not like the rat most of the time, but moments like these remind him why he puts up with Nezu's antics. The kids all nod their heads with Izumi and Zyado looking especially scared. I am here to discuss a few things with you. Your place is at my school and Izuku Yagi. Nezu stated. Mostly everyone flinched and froze. Kitsuki held a neutral expression as he waited for the results. He didn't care if he got in or not, and he knew Izuku was safe. But then Nezu looks over to him. Kitsuki looks at him, slightly perplexed, and that perplexity only increases when the creature winks at him. Kitsuki's eyes widened at it. Did Nezu know something? Well, it shouldn't be surprising, he is the smartest creature on earth. But Kitsuki suddenly became slightly scared. Excuse me, Nezu, but can I ask a question? A voice asked. Nezu looked over to see that it was Inko who had asked it. He nodded his head to her, telling her that yes, do share. Are you working on my son's case? She asked. Nezu then smiled widely, becoming unnerving to the entire household. All except Izawa, who sipped on his coffee to hide his amused expression. Yes, I got to talk with him a few days ago, in fact. Nezu smiled. Everyone's eyes widened at Nezu. So that's what you're doing. Sadistic, but I can't say I'm not interested. Izawa thought. Inko stood up, suddenly becoming angry. So you knew where my baby was? She shouted. Nezu wasn't affected at all by her sudden outburst, smiling and nodding his head once. Correct, I've known about his whereabouts for a few months now, as well as 2 other individuals in this room. Nezu stated. Inko's eyes widen and so do a lot of other people in the room. They immediately look over to Naomasa, who is looking over to Eraserhead. They then look to him, who is looking at Nezu inquisitively. 2 of us? Eraserhead questions, sipping on his coffee. Nezu hums as he grabs something out of his pocket. There were 2 pieces of paper folded up and he grabbed one, palming the other in between his paw. Yes, and after this, other people should know who the second person is," Nezu said. Kitsuki became very worried. The wink from Nezu before meant he knew something. He knew that Kitsuki also knew where Izuku was. "You obviously all know the vigilante duo Hope and Carmilla," Nezu stated. Toshinori cringed at it, lowering his hand down over his ribs that are covered in bandages. "We figured out who they both are." The house brightened. "Especially the Yagi family, as Hope is the one with all for one, meaning Izuku will no longer be at risk if he is detained. Carmilla's actual name is Himiko Toga," Nezu said, unfolding the piece of paper. Izumi's and Kitsumi's eyes widened at the picture. It was a girl with two messy buns of blonde hair and cat-like amber eyes. She was about their age and had a weird and wide smile. Izumi and Kitsumi however recognize her. She is the person that Kitsuki was hanging out in the mall that one time. "Shit." Kitsuki cursed under his breath. Kitsumi instantly pushed herself out of her chair and glared over to Kitsuki. He kept his cool, looking at the picture and at Nezu, ignoring the eyes of the two girls and the confusion of the others. "You know her? Did you know she was a vigilante?" Kitsumi shouted. Kitsuki growled, curling his hands into fists. He wasn't going to lash out. He made a promise to himself that he would keep his cool, even when others deserved an explosion to the face. "Nezu," he said with a voice clearly strained of anger. As he said the sentence, he looked over to Kitsumi with a glare. "Who is Hope?" he asked. The house were all shocked as the two siblings glared daggers at each other. All but Kitsuki and Kitsumi looked back to Nezu as he chuckled in amusement. He then started to unfold the other paper. "Well, this is what they look like. White hair, red horns, random patches of purple skin, metal teeth and nails, bright green eyes. Their name is also Izuku Yagi," Nezu said, smirking. The house gasped as they looked in the picture. Kitsumi, who was still glaring at Kitsuki, her eyes widened at the name as her face dropped and looked over to the picture. They wanted to deny it at first. With all of the features, it couldn't be Izuku. He was quirkless in the first place. How could he have the all-for-one quirk? But the features were undeniably his. Slim figure, bright smile, emerald green eyes with sincerity and kindness in them. That person was undoubtedly Izuku. "So, he met all for one?" Toshinori asks shakily. Nezu chuckles lightly and shakes his head. "Oh no, he says his quirk is genetic and it is very likely he is telling the truth," Nezu answers. Once again, the entire house all stare at him in shock and disbelief. "You had one for all when you conceived him, and since one for all was first brought into existence by all for one's brother, so you have parts of his gene. He also had quirkless symptoms because of you as well, Toshinori, as you were quirkless yourself. Because of the constant repetition of you 5 kids, Izuku himself believed he was quirkless, so he subconsciously suppressed his quirk until now." Nezu smiled. The entire house was stunned silent. Izuku always had a quirk. How is that possible? A quirk that could take the power of other quirks. It just doesn't seem possible or reasonable. Yet all the evidence lines up. Izuku is the vigilante Hope and now has multiple quirks. That still doesn't explain why you kept Izuku's whereabouts a secret, Kitsuki," Kitsumi shouted. Her palms started to glow as she stared at Kitsuki, who was heatedly glaring at her back. "Why?" He mocked like the answer was the most obvious answer. "Why?" he asked again, raising his voice. Kitsuki then slammed his hand down on the table as he stood up. "Because we ruined his fucking life. I ruined his life. What right did I have to take away happiness he finally got? You shits have no right to be angry at me. They did the same thing because it was the right thing." Kitsuki shouted, pointing at Eraserhead and Nezu. "Ah!" Kitsuki shouted as he felt his body being squeezed. He was lifted off the ground with a light pink hue around him. He cracked his eyes open to see Inko's hair flapping around in the air. Tears ran down her eyes as she used her quirk on Kitsuki. "How dare you!" she shouted. But then, it stopped. Kitsuki was released and he fell on the floor. His ass hitting the ground hard. Inko was confused, but then felt a cloth wrap around her. She shrieked as she felt herself get yanked, her feet not moving from the ground and her hitting the floor. She looked up to see Eraserhead. His hair floating and his eyes glowing red, but his face still solemn and serious. "How dare you, Green Tornado! You just assaulted a child who didn't want to have his friend go back to a place that abused him for years. That is why Kitsuki is the only one in this group that will be in my class," Eraserhead threatened. Inko was now shaking in fear of the man. Toshinori stood up to go and help her, but he couldn't really do much. Everyone was afraid of Izawa as his eyes glowed bright. "Wait, only Kitsuki made it to you, eh?" Shoto asked. Kitsumi banged her hands on a chair. "Why the hell did he get in? He abused Izuku the worst," she yelled in distress. Kitsuki stood back as he glared at Kitsumi and the rest of his old friends as they all looked at him with a mix of betrayal, shock and anger. "You all had your chance. You all have seen Izuku on the streets, yet Kitsuki was the only one to recognize him. Also, we had all of villain rehabilitation vote if you guys should be allowed to go to UA. All of you got less than 30% yes except Kitsuki who had 100%. This includes the supervisors. So my decision is that Izuku will remain where he is and that Kitsuki is allowed to attend UA. Nezu says with a sickening smile. Kitsuki stood next to Nezu at the side as he and Eraser had argued with the Yagis, Kitsumi and most of the Todorokis. His relationship with them is now officially destroyed. He's fine with it though. It was something that was inevitable anyway. He can't fix his past mistakes, but goddammit he is going to rectify it. Kitsuki looked over his old friends. They were no longer friends and right now, he knew that he was better than them. They were now trash and he is a part of normal society. He still needs to get friends, but UA will be a new starting point for him. No one will remember him and everyone will be equals. So Kitsuki gave them his signature. He gave them his shit-eating grin and raised his middle finger on his right hand. He was going to be a hero. Just before UA. Izuku was freaking out. He was excused by his technical crime of vigilantism and still allowed to perform it if he, in turn, became a teacher at UA. Himiko's crimes would also be erased if she became my assistant. Nezu believed that she wouldn't be smart enough to teach 14 to 15-year-olds, and it is said because it's true. He had given each of them a test. Izuku should be in college right now with his intellect, but Himiko is barely at grade 2, even though she only left at the end of grade 4. But Izuku understands it. A girl with no friends, always called a psycho and battling a mental battle of constantly wanting to rip the hearts out of everyone and probably a bunch of other mental problems. It makes sense that she wasn't good in school. But after Himiko had calmed down about the fact they knew she was a murderer, she became so excited. She would get to have new friends and always get to hang out with Izuku, which seemed to have her bouncing around on the balls of her feet constantly. Which made Izuku smile. But that didn't take the pressure off of Izuku at all. He would be the heroic teacher for the junior classes. Class 1 and Class 1B. He needs to find a schedule and help kids his age become heroes. But then something hit him as well. He'll be helping Kitsuki become a hero as well. Someone who he has looked up to and wanting to see become the #1 hero as long as he remembers. Izuku would have been happy to be his sidekick. But now, he was going to be his teacher. He wonders how that will turn out. Hey Snow Cone, you worried about teaching at UA? He heard Dabi ask. Izuku looked up from his spot on the caravan steps. Himiko was inside asleep. Although it wasn't late, he didn't expect anyone to come around. Oh hey Dabi, yeah it's just freaky and crazy. Izuku said, looking back down. He then chuckled. Who knew my life would turn out like this? I mean, I'm happy. Izuku said with a smile. Dabi nodded his head. He then walked over to Izuku and sat down near him. Izuku looked over to him, his head still pointing down, but noticed something. Is that an electronic vape? Izuku asked. Dabi was currently smoking a thick metal cigarette with clear mist coming out. He looked over to Izuku and sighed when he took it out. Yeah, it's only water vapor though. I'm trying to quit, but having to constantly charge this is a pain. Dabi said. Izuku looked at him in shock. He didn't think Dabi would quit anytime soon, but after a second he started to laugh. Only Dabi would complain about having to charge his vape. What made you try and quit? Izuku asked as he knew Dabi was a stubborn person. Dabi scoffs and looks up at the sky. He leaned back and put his hands on the ground behind him. He wasn't about to admit it the real reason why he decided to quit. Not even to himself. I can get a proper hero license in a few months if I can keep out of trouble. Dabi admitted. Izuku's eyes widened. He got up and hugged Dabi who laughed at his reaction. That's awesome Dabi. Izuku said happily. Dabi hums and pats his head. They sat in silence for a few minutes, just staring into the stars. You know I never thanked you for the adapt quirk you gave me. Dabi said. Izuku looked over to him, shocked at his sudden words. But he smiled nonetheless. It's fine Dabi, you don't need to. Izuku said, but Dabi shook his head. What are you on? This quirk is also fantastic for my quirk to stop me from killing myself. But also, it has allowed me to heal myself slightly as well. Dabi said, holding up his arm to Izuku. Izuku did notice what he was talking about. His wounds have healed but only slightly, but maybe in some time, he can look normal again. But then a thought crossed Izuku's mind. One he had completely forgotten about. When he had given Dabi adapt, he remembers not being able to handle his quirk. He didn't want to take his quirk, but Izuku doesn't think he could even if he wanted to. It hurt, no other quirk had impacted him like that. He also watched as Dabi's quirk attacked the adapt. Izuku has a theory and wants to test it. Hey Dabi, can I test something real quick? Izuku asked. Dabi turns to him with a raised eyebrow. Do I get hurt? He asked skeptically. Izuku shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. Izuku answered vaguely. Dabi sighed, he leaned back on the ground and shut his eyes. Whatever, but if I accidentally ignite you on fire, blame yourself. Dabi said. Izuku nodded his head. He reached over to Dabi and placed his hand on his chest, then activated his quirk. Izuku dived into Dabi. He looked over to his quirks. Dabi still had 2 quirks, but his original one seemed to be violently attacking Adapt. It looked a lot different when Izuku had first seen it. It looked a lot sturdier and larger than when Izuku first had it, but it looked like it had adapted to the burning sensation of the quirk's core. How interesting. But what Izuku was most interested in was the fact that Dabi's quirk attacks others. So what Izuku did was put a 3rd quirk into Dabi. It was his most useless quirk, retardant. Dabi coughed at the sudden intrusion of the unfamiliar quirk. But Izuku was more focused on what Dabi's quirk was doing. It attacked a retardant quirk violently, and Izuku watched as within seconds, the quirk was destroyed. Dabi was breathing heavily. Izuku came out of him and looked over with a sparkle in his eyes. Oh my god. 2chan, guess what? Izuku said happily. Dabi growled as he glared over to the hyperactive teen. The hell did you do to me? Dabi asked, ignoring Izuku's question. Izuku, not being deterred, smiled brightly. Your quirk destroyed one of my quirks. I have never seen a quirk like that, it's like a quirk destroyer. Izuku said excitedly. Dabi groaned and put a hand over his eyes. Izuku was about to say something, but the door to the caravan opened. Emiko had opened the door. She yawned. Izuku blushed at how little she was wearing. Izuku, come to bed. We have to go watch the entrance exam tomorrow, she said in a drowsy voice. Dabi laughed and pushed Izuku towards her. He yelped as he tripped over, trying not to slam into Himiko. Go have fun with your girlfriend Snow Cone. I'm going to go annoy Racerhead. Dabi said, standing up and brushing himself off. Okay, bye Dabi. Izuku said as he got off, waving to him. Himiko yawned again and grabbed Izuku by the back of his shirt. She didn't say anything as she pulled Izuku inside and closed the door behind her. Bitsuki looked up at the gate of UA. In front of him was the huge building he's been waiting to go into since diapers. The Academy of Hero Hopefuls, UA itself. Right now, he is about to take the entrance exam. The last few days have been hectic. He hasn't actually been in the house much just so he can avoid Kitsumi. She has been furious with him along with the rest of her group. Kitsuki understands, but 100% blames her. They all could be standing with him right now, but they all made the choice not to change. Once he imagined all of them walking into UA as the Big Five. Uncontested the best students of the school. Anyone tries proving them wrong would get an explosion to the face. But now, he stands alone. No Izumi or bi-colored twins with him or his annoying sister. Just him. He will start from a blank slate, make amends with the people who don't know him. It will be a hard process as Katsuki knows he isn't a good person. But he was given the chance to change. By Izuku, by Eraserhead and by Nezu. Katsuki knows more than most people. He knows that Eraserhead will be the homeroom teacher of Class 1A and he'll be watching him like a hawk. If Katsuki would ever do anything like bullying again, even mildly, he would be immediately expelled. It was supposed to be a threat, but Katsuki didn't care. Not of the threat because he agrees with the punishment. If he ever returns to what he was doing before, then he should be expelled. But that doesn't make Eraserhead any less scary. Katsuki took a deep breath and then took strides into the school. No one knows who he is and he likes that. He walks over to the entrance. But then something unimaginable happened. Katsuki tripped on a small rock. Katsuki braced himself to hit the ground, but he never landed. Opening his eyes, he appeared to be floating. Sorry, I didn't ask you for permission to use my quirk on you, but I presumed you wouldn't mind. Tripping on the first day is bad luck. A sweet voice said to Katsuki's left. Katsuki looked over and saw a girl. She had brown hair cut in a bob cut. Her cheeks were rosy red like a blush, and she had large and bright brown eyes. Katsuki nodded his head and turned in air so that his feet were hitting the ground. The girl put her fingertips together and Katsuki was let down. Thanks. Katsuki says, standing back up. The girl smiled sweetly. No problem. I wish you luck at the exam. The girl said before turning around and walking away. Katsuki smiled and walked after her. She's cute. Katsuki thinks. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis. Emiko's quirks. Transformation, hemomorphy. First class 1A. Izuku currently was in UA. But not just any place in UA, the teacher's staff room. Himiko was sitting in a chair next to Izuku while he was trying to compose himself. Well, sitting is a relative term. Himiko's back was on the part where her butt was supposed to go with her butt on the backrest and her legs straight in the air. She was on the phone scrolling through random things. The day was the second day of UA. This would be the first day Izuku starts teaching at UA along with Himiko. He didn't teach yesterday as that was the day his 2 classes that he would teach got familiar with UA. He still showed up yesterday as well, the entrance exam, to look at the kids he will be teaching. It was mainly used so that they could get familiar with the staff and they get familiar with them. They are both teenagers after all, and one of them has the ability to steal their quirks. But surprisingly, they were fine with it. Izuku liked Present Mick a lot. He seemed like a cheery person to be around and was extremely positive. He did have the problem controlling his volume that annoyed Eraserhead a lot, but Izuku liked him a lot. The second one was Snipe. He was what Izuku would think how a cowboy would act. Aloof most of the time but was very attentive and is very good at reading people. He also seemed to be the only teacher that Eraserhead didn't have a problem with. Speaking of Eraserhead, he has already expelled one of his students. Izuku was sitting in the staff room with Snipe going over his lesson plan for the week. Eraserhead then waddled in looking very tired. He had papers in his hands as he unhappily dropped into his chair. Izuku thought this was odd as he knew Eraserhead and was surprised that he didn't just go straight to his sleeping bag. Snipe sighed as he looked over to Eraserhead. "How many did you expel this time?" Snipe asked. Izuku's eyes widened before he shook his head. He should have expected that. Eraserhead is a very scary man and doesn't take any type of shit. If he thinks you don't have what it takes, you simply don't, as he has never been wrong in seeking potential. Which is why he was allowed to expel his entire class on the first day of school last year. As Izuku was told by the other teachers, Eraserhead is kind of like the unofficial vice principal of the school. Eraserhead grumbled as he grabbed a pen and started writing on the paper. "It was only 1. He grumbled. This shocked Snipe. "Only 1? That's incredibly low for you, not to be rude, but you understand where I'm coming from, right?" Snipe asked. Izuku was expecting some type of irritated response or for him to straight up ignore him like what he usually does. But to Izuku's surprise, Eraserhead only sighed and shook his head, speaking with a lighter tone that he usually does. "The rest have potential, but one of them is close to getting booted," Eraserhead said. Izuku was shocked by his reaction to Snipe, but ultimately brushed it off as respect. But what Izuku did start thinking about was who Eraserhead was close to expelling. It wasn't Kitsuki, as Eraserhead would have named, and which did relieve Izuku a small bit. But his curiosity didn't subside. Himiko instantly became friends with Midnight. Strange choice, a woman in her 30s who wears very revealing attire and is very open in her dominatrix kink and sexual innuendos. At first, it seems like those two would never get along, but what Izuku would never has guessed was how she acted with people in private. She was like a small child, bright, happy and very clingy. She still likes talking about sex and sexual activities, but other than that, she is a huge child and her and Himiko get along great. The second one was Vlad King. Even though blood was no longer a necessary thing she needed, Himiko still loved blood. Hence why she likes Vlad King. But now it was the second day and he had to teach his class. Heroics with Himiko. He was stressed and scared. He was their age and did have a quirk that could take them. Most people would be scared of someone like him, but they should be fine. They want to be heroes. If they got scared of him, they weren't cut out to be a hero. If anything, they should be scared of Himiko. But Izuku also had another thought in mind. The entrance exam was hella biased. Like, it wasn't even funny as certain quirks could breeze past it while others couldn't do anything. Like eclectic quirks or simple metal manipulation quirks destroy robots instantly. Not only that, the cameras of the robots could easily be tricked. It wasn't their faults. The robots couldn't have heat-seeking vision as Hay would track people through walls. So they just had to settle with high-res cameras. But Power Loader had to code it to track movement and human species, which can be hard if the person's quirk altered their body a lot. Two kids Izuku noticed that beat the robots because of this were a girl with an invisible quirk. She couldn't be targeted by the robots as they couldn't see her. As long as she wasn't struck by crossfire, she wouldn't get hurt, and guess what, they didn't. The second person was someone who could control animals. He had a weird mutation who made their head shaped like a rock, but their quirk allowed them to control animals. Animals were mostly immune to the camera's tracking, and when the person found the switches they could safely disarm the robots. But the main person Izuku had his eyes on was a boy with lilac hair and eye bags, large enough to rival Eraserhead's. Izuku saw him mind control another kid to walk away so he could destroy that robot which the other kid was planning on stealing. Instantly becoming intrigued, Izuku looked at his file and found out his name was Hitachi Shinso and his quirk was brainwashing. Izuku was first enraged at the name. His quirk was clearly mind control. It even says he mind controls the person who responds to his question. Once Izuku calmed down from that, he suddenly got mad at another thing. Shinso never stood a chance. His quirk doesn't work on robots, and Izuku isn't really sure how it works if he made another kid attack the robots. Would he get the points or would the control get them, or both? But after looking at his file for a bit and using his hack quirk to allow access into cameras, he found out that Shinso suffers from quirk discrimination. He has a villainous quirk despite how much more his quirk would be useful for heroics. Stopping a criminal in their tracks without a fight, he'd be perfect for hostage situations, infiltration and stopping suicides. It is noted that he can't make someone speak with his quirk, so the only harm he can really do that is more villainous than heroic is make someone do something they don't want to do. He brought up the flaw in the entrance exams test to Nezu, which got immediate agreement with Nezu. However, the Hero Commission won't allow for Nezu to change it. This pissed off Izuku, but there was simply nothing he could do. He sighed in defeat, but he made a promise to himself he would fix it and help kids like Shinso get into the heroics course. Izuku? He heard a voice call to him. A finger then started poking his cheek. Izuku blinked before looking to the side to see Himiko. He hummed as a question when he looked at her. SH equals, he giggled as she grabbed Izuku's hand. We need to go, Izuku, or we'll be late. She smiled. Izuku's eyes widened, he looked over to the time, and sure enough lunch was about to end and his class was about to start. Izuku gulped and face-palmed himself. Did he lose track of time? He then felt his hand squeeze. Izuku looked back up to Himiko, and she cupped his cheek. Don't be nervous, Izuku, I'll be there with you the entire time. Himiko said. She then kissed his cheek and backed up with a huge toothy grin. Izuku blushed but smiled at his girlfriend. Izuku got up and hugged her tight with Himiko laughing and embracing him back too. Izuku took a few deep breaths to calm his rising nerves. Alright, let's do this, Himi. Izuku said, backing away from Himiko. Himiko smiled and let Izuku drag her out of the staff room and walk to their class. Unannounced to them, but Midnight was snapping hundreds of photos of the two teens on her phone with childlike enthusiasm. Izuku and Himiko walked to the faded class 1 with their teacher Eraserhead inside. I wonder how Katsuki will react upon seeing me? Izuku thought. They made it to the door and heard Eraser's voice. Alright class, your next teacher will be here soon. I must tell you though, it will be interesting. He said. Izuku heard a few whispers of confusion around the class. Izuku then heard a zip which told Izuku that Eraserhead had retreated to his sleeping bag. He smiled and shook his head at his antics. Izuku then put his hand on the door, then pushed the door open. Izuku walked into the classroom with Himiko behind him. He could see the class's eyes widen at him and Himiko. Izuku zoned in on Katsuki, whose eyes were like dinner plates. Izuku smirked and suppressed a chuckle. But what he did not expect to happen was a tall kid with flat blue hair and rectangle glasses to instantly shoot up from out of his seat. Hey, what are you two doing in here? Where are your uniforms and why aren't you in class? The boy suddenly shouted to them. Izuku was shocked as he looked at the boy. He recognizes him, his name is Tenya Iida and he is a part of the Ingenium family. From what he's seen, the boy is intelligent, so it confuses Izuku on why he's being such an oblivious asshole right now. Himiko immediately reacted badly to the boy yelling at them and instantly jumped in front of Izuku. She bared her teeth at Iida, making him stumble back with shocked and slightly scared eyes. We're your teacher's asshole, I suggest you lose that disgusting attitude and ask politely before rudely assuming. She said in an angry tone. Iida was still shocked, but Katsuki silently scoffed at him. He knows that Himiko doesn't take shit of any type and Iida is an annoying teacher's pet. But one that not even the teachers like. The dude yelled at him while they listened to Present Mick rudely interrupting him. For some reason he was paying attention, who was several rows behind him. Katsuki fucking yelled at him for that and his face was priceless. The class looked over to Eraserhead as he sat up in his yellow sleeping bag. He didn't take it off and Himiko had to hold her mouth to stop herself from laughing at how dead the man looked while all comfortable in his sleeping bag. I'm not sure how many of you brats have heard of these two. But they are the vigilante duo Hope and Carmilla. Eraserhead said with slight amusement. The entire class, minus Katsuki, collectively gasped loudly. Wait, you mean the person who went toe-to-toe with All Might? The same person who can steal quirks? A girl at the back stuttered. She was tall and looked sophisticated and had a large black ponytail at the back of her head. Yep, that's us. Izuku smiled, faking confidence. Wow, he's our age. A blonde boy said. There was a lightning streak running through his hair and he seemed oddly unconcerned with the fact that Izuku could steal quirks. The media has made him and Carmilla seem like villains, and his quirk certainly doesn't help, but unlike the rest of the class, again minus Katsuki, he seemed to be unfazed by the fact that Izuku was going to be their teacher. Alright everyone, you can just call me Hope-sensei. Carmilla is my assistant teacher, but she is still your teacher. Now can everyone grab their gym uniform and come meet me at the ground gym? Izuku asked. He didn't wait for a response, he left the room. Himiko went to follow behind him, but Eraserhead called for her. The entire class carefully walked out after, everyone glancing back at Himiko. Eraserhead was flat at the ground. Himiko bent down close to him so she could hear whatever he had to say. "Toga, do you see the midget with purple balls for hair?" Eraserhead asked. Himiko turned her head to look at the retreating class. She spotted the midget looking at her, and the boy instantly squeaked and turned his head around. "Yep," she answered, turning her head back. "Well, keep your eye on him. He has potential but a shit personality. Just tell me if he does anything inappropriate." Eraserhead, saying the last word a bit slowly. Himiko wasn't entirely sure what he meant but smiled and nodded anyway. She thanked Eraserhead and left the classroom, with the students completely filtered out. Himiko just happily skipped along to where Izuku was in the gym. "Sorry, but there will be 2 missing students in this class because no Izuku and Todoroki. I do intend on having Shinso in eventually but not right now. I have an Ak in there to fill in the spot, but they won't be very important. I know how some people don't like people, adding Ox and some fanfics, especially a good way through the story that would come up often. But don't worry, they will be explained and not have too much plot relevance." Izuku and Himiko were waiting patiently for their class to arrive. Soon they watched the class filter in all at once, all of them in their gym uniforms. Izuku does spot that the class was also heavily ratioed by boys. Only 7 girls of 19. The Ak is a girl. But it didn't matter to him, all of them survived the first day with Izawa, so they should show him something. Izuku smiled widely at them, faking confidence to hide his anxiety. "Alright, welcome to your first heroics lesson," Izuku said. Izuku then noticed the girl with the large black ponytail sheepishly raise her hand. Izuku remembers her being a recommendation student but couldn't remember her name as it was long with a lot of syllables. "Excuse me, but can I ask something?" she asked nervously. Izuku put on a smile but knew what she was thinking. She was scared of them, or more specifically Izuku's quirk. He could tell the entire class was. Well, minus Bikugo and that electric boy, he still isn't sure why on that one though. But his plan is to make them trust him and see him and Himiko as dependable teachers, rather than someone to not mess up around. "Certainly," Izuku replies enthusiastically. How did someone like you two get this job?" she asked tentatively. He could basically hear Himiko frowned. But Izuku shrugged his shoulders. "There are many reasons and perhaps you all might find out. But currently it is confidential," Izuku answered. The girl nodded at his answer and gulped. Izuku didn't understand why she was that scared. Would they really allow a teenager to teach other teenagers if he was dangerous? "Alright, today we are going to learn basic practices of quirkless martial arts that we will hopefully perfect over the rest of high school," Izuku stated. But again, he didn't expect Iida to shoot up. He chopped his hand up and down like a robot and he adjusted his glasses. "What sense does that make? As heroes we should be focusing on our quirks and defeating villains. This is why teenagers shouldn't be teaching without a license, no matter how powerful your quirk may be," he shouted at Izuku. He heard Himiko growl from beside him and he saw Katsuki scowl as he looked at Iida. "Well, thanks for volunteering. Come up here and allow Hope to demonstrate a few things to the class," Himiko said with a sickening smile. Izuku hid his own by wiping his arm over his mouth. Iida's eyes widened and suddenly he looked scared. Katsuki smirked at him. Izuku then turned to Himiko. "Carmilla, can you grab me a bucket and fill it with water?" Izuku asked Himiko. Himiko turned to Izuku and nodded her head, her smile became innocent as she looked at him. "Yep," she said happily before turning and skipping away. Izuku then turned back to Iida who hadn't moved. "Come on Iida, I'll show you why we are learning quirkless martial arts," Izuku said. Iida inhaled deeply. He puffed out his chest and raised his shoulders. He then quickly walked over to Izuku, ignoring the small chuckles from his class at his strange robotic antics. Izuku waited patiently for Iida to get in front of him. He smiled kindly as Iida got in front of him. Izuku knows people like this. They think they are know-it-alls and are better and more knowledgeable than others because they have hero parents. Well, he is going to teach Iida something that his old friends never learned. "Alright Iida, do you know how to throw a punch?" Izuku asked. Iida paused for a moment before frowning. "I have not properly learned to punch, but it cannot be that hard. Besides my quirk powers up my legs, I'd be more focused on using those to attack than my fists," Iida announced. Izuku sighed and shook his head. "Yes, your kicks will be a lot more powerful than your punches. But that doesn't mean you should neglect them. You have the ability to run extremely fast and that alone powers up your punches. But also punching others is a lot safer than kicks. Even though yours are extremely powerful, missing a kick or it being blocked will make you unbalanced and leave you open for a strong attack. Punches are quicker and a lot safer. Also knowing where to strike your opponent is important, like hitting the chest does nothing while the ribs and face will do a lot more damage," Izuku said. Emiko had skipped back to them, a bucket full of water in her hands. "Ah, I see," Iida said, not looking as confident as he just did before. Izuku smiles at that. Izumi or the Todorokis would have defended themselves even in a losing battle. Insisting that they were correct. They are extremely forceful to the point where you have no choice to agree. Iida seems humble enough to accept his losses. He still needs to learn to respect others and not accuse people immediately. "Also, while you're here, can you please use your quirk to attack me?" Izuku asked. Iida looked at him oddly, as well as most of the class. "Are you sure?" he asked. Izuku nodded his head. Iida then became serious and nodded his head in return. Izuku watched as flames ignited from Iida's calf. It took a second before Iida was ready. Izuku noted that slight weakness, as he can't activate his quirk immediately. Iida's leg shot up, but Izuku was ready. Iida's form was sloppy, and even after hitting Izuku, he wouldn't be able to follow up with anything else. Not only that, if he missed, he would end up on the ground because of the 90-degree angle he is turning on his side. Izuku tucked in quickly and moved his arms to the side. Izuku felt Iida's foot slam into his arms. It definitely hurt, but Izuku could easily deal with pain. But Izuku wasn't done. He jolted his arms up slightly, moving Iida's foot upward slightly. Iida's foot zoomed over Izuku's head. Iida gasped in shock as his foot swirled around in thin air. He slammed it into the ground to prevent himself from falling over. Izuku groaned and stood up straight. He rubbed his arms and smiled lightly. "You see another problem there? I nudged your attack and you went completely off. If I wanted to, I could have killed you. Not only that your stance was all off, and even if you had hit me properly, you wouldn't have been able to land a follow-up attack," Izuku stated. Iida was panting. His hands were on his knees, and his glasses were sliding down his nose. Iida forced himself to stand up straight and turn around to Izuku. Sweat had formed on his forehead, and Iida was struggling to keep his tongue in his mouth. "Okay, I'm understanding," Iida said. Izuku smiled innocently at him. "That's good, just one more thing before we properly start this class," Izuku said. He then used his left hand to motion to the bucket. "Step in that," Izuku said. Iida blinked. Why?" he questioned. Izuku sighed and shook his head. "Your question will be immediately answered if you do it," Izuku said. Iida nodded his head nervously upon hearing that. He bent down and undid his shoelaces, which Izuku finds makes sense. He is very proper and probably expects everyone to act the same, even though it is extremely stupid and lame. Iida then took off his socks and stood up. Iida then walked over to the bucket. He analyzed it, trying to find anything wrong with it, but came up empty. Well, other than the fact he was going to stand in a bucket of water because his teacher, which may or may not be younger than him, told him to. He also doesn't like the death glare Carmilla is giving him. Iida gulps as he takes a step. It was just room temperature water, but it felt normal. Izuku nodded his head. "Alright, step out and try to use your quirk," he told Iida. Iida shook his head. "I can't, my exhaust are filled with water," he states. At that, Izuku smiles widely and snaps his fingers. "Exactly. In a situation like this, you are quirkless. But if someone was in need, would you stand around and do nothing?" Izuku asked Iida, who shook his head. "No," he said quietly. "See, that is another reason why you need quirkless martial arts. You can't always rely on your quirks. It can be horrible conditions or bad matchup, but if you are a hero who can't defend themselves in any way, you are letting civilians get hurt. That is basically criminal negligence if you purposefully don't learn basic fighting skill to save someone in need, don't you all think?" Izuku questioned to the class, turning to them. The class was stunned. Most of them looked away and started to ponder on the question. Kitsuki just huffed and crossed his arms. "Yes," he replied for the class. Izuku smiles. "Thank you, Bakugo, and you too, Iida. You may go back now," Izuku said. Iida nodded his head and bowed, going completely down in 90 degrees. Izuku smiled at him and rolled his eyes at Iida's antics. "Thank you, sensei, and I apologize for my rudeness." He apologies. Izuku smiled at him widely. He may not realize, but that means a lot to him. "No problem," Izuku said. He waited for Iida to return to the class with his shoes and socks in hand. "Alright class, does anyone here have any proper quirkless martial arts experience?" Izuku asked. To his utter horror, only 2 put their hands up. This made Izuku frown. He really did hope for more, especially the people who required close quarters combat like the boy with the quirk Sugar Rush or the invisible girl. The 2 people who put their hands up weren't surprising. The first one was a relatively plain-looking blonde with flat blonde hair and black eyes. His quirk doesn't pop out, but it definitely is noticeable. He has quite a large tail, and by the large muscles clearly visible on it, getting smacked by it would certainly cause serious damage. The second one was the rich recommendation student. Izuku first points to her. What do you know? He asks her. I am proficient in using a bow staff. She answers with a small blush on her face. Izuku nods his head but also sighs. That's awesome, but don't worry about that today. We'll be focusing on hand to hand, Izuku says. He then points to the boy. What's yours? Izuku asks. I am a black belt in karate, he answers. Izuku smiles at that. Really? That's awesome and also perfect. This next task is for everyone to pick a partner and have light sparring with them. I'll come around and help everyone with basic techniques. You can come and spar with Carmilla, Izuku says. The boy nods his head and walks over to Himiko. Everyone else kind of looked around awkwardly, shifting on their heels. Izuku looked over at them and frowned. He saw that Katsuki had already moved over to a taller boy with bright red hair gelled up in spikes. This is the part where you find a partner, Izuku deadpanned. The class all then straightened up and started shuffling around. Eventually everyone had a partner and spread out. Izuku had told them what they were doing first, throwing punches and blocking them. He demonstrated what they should do with Himiko before he followed her back to her partner. Hello, sorry, could you tell me your name? Izuku asked him. The boy smiled, but Izuku could still see the slight hesitation in his eyes. Masahiro Ijiro, he answered. Izuku smiled and nodded. Well, Ijiro, since you are pretty adept at fighting, you are going to spar with Carmilla, so I can relatively judge your level, Izuku says. Ijiro nods and turns to Himiko, who is already in a fighting stance. He gets in one as well. Go, Izuku said. Both of them charged at each other. Izuku admits, Ijiro is fast even with his large tail behind him. But he is nowhere near Himiko's level. She throws the punch and Ijiro barely blocks it. But Himiko is already thrown a second punch into Ijiro's abdomen. He grunts in pain, but Ijiro persists. He strikes Himiko's elbow, making it drop down. Seeing as she is now open for an attack, Ijiro turns around swinging a kick. Himiko raises her own leg in defense, blocking his kick. But what she wasn't expecting was Ijiro's tail to swing around. Himiko's right arm, she was able to raise in front of her face in time, but not her left hand. Ijiro's tail slammed her head with incredibly force. Himiko was pushed back, but she rolled on her back and quickly got back on her feet. She charged at Ijiro. Ijiro attacked with his hand, but Himiko was too quick. She grabbed his arm and flung him over his shoulder. Izuku had expected that part to finish him, but Ijiro landed on his feet. Izuku was very impressed, but still knew he would lose. Himiko kneed him in the stomach and jumped over his tail as he swung it to hit her. Himiko kicked Ijiro in the face before grabbing the back of his collar of his shirt before flipping him over onto his stomach. Wow, you did a lot better than I thought, Izuku said. Your tail packs a punch, Himiko commented, lowering her hand to help Ijiro up. He sighed as he got back onto his feet. Wow, I still have a lot to learn, he said. Izuku shook his head. Not necessarily. Your case is a bit different. You see, the main difference between you and Carmilla other than your fighting styles is experience. You are used to sparring with other people who fight similarly to you. Carmilla has fought several different people and has a lot more experience in fighting. You'll naturally gain skills and habits, and our job is to help hone those helpful skills and remove those bad habits. Izuku smiled at Ijiro. Ijiro looked at him oddly. He then started to think, putting a hand on his chin before a small smile came onto his lips. Thank you, sensei. He smiled. Izuku then went around while Himiko taught Ijiro a few throws he could do. Izuku took this opportunity to learn more about his class. Specifically the names, because other than Katsuki and Iida, he didn't know anyone else. When he was looking around to see who was doing well, Katsuki's partner and the girl with black ponytail, who he now knows as Yaoi Rozu's partner, were very good at throwing punches. Ijiro Kirishima, the boy who had spiky red hair, was extremely fit and muscular and also had an odd way of speaking. Particularly, his use of he word, manly. The second one was a girl named Kyokijiro. She has a mutant quirk that gave her earphones at the end of her earlobes. She seemed like the general punk rock girl, but for someone with zero experience in fighting whatsoever. He was really impressed with her ability to throw a viscous punch. Izuku continued to walk around and had made a few groups change to judo holds. Because he believes that judo is the best martial arts a hero needs. Being able to subdue a villain and stop them from attacking is incredibly important, and keeping them on the ground. If all heroes knew how to do that, a lot of lower level thugs would struggle a lot more. The girl with lavender hair and shining blue eyes seemed to be very good at that. Her partner was a blonde French boy named Yuga Aoyama, whose quirk allows him to fire a laser from his belly button. But the girl Fuyuki Nanami Izuku found more interesting. She was the second recommendation student of class 1, and her quirk was called Heatwave. She could emit heat from all around her that could increase the temperature by about 40 degrees. But she can also concentrate that heat into beams which can cause severe burns and cause flammable objects to combust and ignite almost instantly. Definitely a cool quirk. The boy named Mizo Shoji also was very good at throwing others around. Although it isn't very surprising, other than his partner Rikito Sato, Mizo towers over everyone else in the class. His quirk Dupli Arms gives him 6 arms that he can extend and change at will that are all webbed together. But the most interesting was a conversation he had with someone else. More specifically a quirk. Izuku noticed a boy with the head of a raven named Fumikage Tokoyami was using his quirk. Izuku frowned and walked over to him. "Excuse me Tokoyami, but we aren't using quirks," he told Fumikage. Both him and his partner Koji Koda turned to him, but so did his quirk. That's when Izuku also realized his shadow bird familiar had eyes. "Yes sensei, I do understand that, but my quirk acts differently," Tokoyami states. "Yeah I do," his shadow screeches. Izuku turns to it in shock. Tokoyami just sighs in response, putting one of his hands onto his beak. "My apologies, this is my quirk Dark Shadow, and he is quite the handful," Tokoyami speaks. Then Dark Shadow turned to his host angrily and flew over to him. "Excuse you? I am not a handful, I could be a lot worse if I wanted to be," Dark Shadow said, annoyed. Tokoyami sighs and rolls his eyes. Meanwhile Izuku was trying his best not to geek out. A sentient quirk. A full sentient quirk with human intelligence. That is unheard of. Quirks that give animals human intelligence exist, Nezu for example. But a fully sentient quirk does not. Even Ectoplasm's quirk isn't fully sentient, and it is a carbon copy of the man itself. Dark Shadow seems to have his own thoughts, feelings and opinions. Something that Izuku didn't think could exist. But right now, he had to act professional. He has so many questions he wants to ask Tokoyami, but Izuku will have to hold on to them for another day. "I do understand that your quirk falls under odd circumstances, but this lesson is about you Tokoyami. We can work with Dark Shadow at a later date," Izuku told his quirk. Dark Shadow grunts in response and crosses his shadowy claws over its chest. "Fine, but my day will come," the quirk announces, raising a finger of its claw into the air before diving into Tokoyami's chest. The day continues on, with Izuku teaching his class basic skills they would need. Some people are doing better than others, but that is okay. Not everyone will be the same, they have a whole year to work on these skills. The bell rings and Izuku dismisses the class. They leave and go to the change rooms to get back into their uniforms before they arrive at their next class. Izuku and Himiko stand in the middle of the gym. Himiko then turns to Izuku. "Well, how do you think that went?" She smiles at him. Izuku laughs and smiles over to her. "I believe it went great, but I'm not a mind reader to all of them, so I can't say what their experiences are. But don't get all comfortable yet, we still have a second class. Class 1B. Izuku and Himiko had no time to rest as they walked to their next class. They walked along happily together, their arms linked through each other. Himiko skipped happily as Izuku smiled along with him. Except Izuku was frowning slightly. He took a lot of that lesson just learning the name of his students, and he still doesn't know some of their quirks. Don't get Izuku wrong, he definitely did see some of them, but he just can't commit them all to memory. Especially with the less flashy quirks, they are just harder to stand out with their quirks just not as bright or loud. Even to Izuku who usually pays attention to the smaller details and the people in the background. It's just too hard in a large-scale portion without looking back. He'll probably have to look back at the footage and files of his students to properly learn their quirks and names. But right now, Izuku had to focus on this class. Izuku was curious on how different it would be. These classes have only been together for a day, so their dynamic will still be new. But how different will they be from Class 1A? Izuku and Himiko reached the door and knocked. The teacher who was in the class. Himiko was naturally very excited as Class 1B's teacher was Vlad King, by her definition. The bloodbender. Izuku heard footsteps approach the door. The door opened inward and before Izuku could process it, Himiko zipped in. "Siki-kun. Can I have some of your blood?" she asked happily. The man sighed and looked over to Izuku. Izuku instantly rushed in, he grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Sorry Vlad King." Izuku apologizes. He then leans closer to Himiko. "I thought we talked about this." Izuku whispers sternly which only receives him a giggle. Izuku rolled his eyes before looking over the class. They all had wide eyes as they looked at the two. Izuku couldn't tell because they were their age or because of Himiko's request to drink Vlad's blood. But it is most likely the two. Izuku looks around the class. The first thing Izuku thinks of this new class is that it is extremely dull in comparison. Class 1A were all extremely colorful. Bright red and yellow hair. 2 different shades of purple with several strange mutations. Especially Ashido with her bright bubblegum pink skin. This class's color were dull in comparison. When Izuku looked around Class 1A, his eyes were drawn to several of the students. However, in this one, Izuku's eyes were drawn to the boy with pitch black skin and white hair. His eyes then traveled to the extremely hairy boy, then the one with holes in his face. After that, Izuku had to look to find features. On the other side of the classroom, Izuku spotted a boy with a very wide mouth, showing his weirdly shaped teeth. It looked like a popular manga series Izuku has seen, but has never had the chance to read. The next was a girl with vines for hair, then a girl with large horns. Lastly was a person whose head was a speech bubble. How did Izuku not notice that before? Same with the boy with a bug-like face. Are those our heroics teachers? The boy with the bug face asked. Izuku straightened himself. He patted Himiko on the head in order to keep her calm. He smiled at the class. Yes, if you watch or listen to the news, you may know us. I am hoping this is my partner Carmilla. Izuku smiled. The class collectively gasped at them, same reaction as Class 1A. What are villains doing here at UA? A boy with blonde hair and sunken eyes asked shocked. Izuku frowned at that word he used. Villain. He isn't a villain. Actually, a lot of people labeled as villains don't qualify as villains. Just desperate. Izuku took in a breath and continued. We cannot discuss our reasons for being here currently, but we are your teachers. If we, well. Izuku paused. Looking over to Himiko, who was looking up at the ceiling and moving her head around in some sort of daze. If I wasn't qualified to teach you all, I wouldn't be here. Now everyone grab your gym uniforms and meet me and Carmilla at the ground gym where I'll go into further detail about our first lesson. Izuku smiles. He then turns around, grabbing Himiko's hand and dragging her out of the room. Izuku reaches ground gym with Himiko right next to him. Then they wait patiently. A few minutes later, the class filters in. Izuku smiles at them but notices something. A few of the students seem to be glaring at them, not happy about them being here. Izuku guesses that it's because he is a villain in the eyes of the law, but it is a stark contrast in comparison to Class 1A. Other than maybe Ida, the class was not hostile. They were mostly scared, but Eraserhead may have a part to play in it. But just the tone of the class, while Izuku went around and spoke with them, none of them seemed angry or hostile towards him. Passively or directly. But this class is different. Izuku can see 6 students looking at him with either disgust or confusion. The bug boy, the blonde boy with sunken eyes, a girl with short black hair and a mostly expressionless face, a boy with dark green hair braided into a long ponytail, a relatively plain boy with dark brown hair and a girl with vines for her hair. Izuku frowns at that, but quickly changed his expression to a smile. Well, hello class, welcome to your first heroics lesson. Izuku smiles. Izuku then stops when he hears a scoff. That's bullshit, you're a villain. He hears someone snarl. Izuku looks to the voice and sees it is the kid who looks like a bug. Izuku sighs and frowns at him, forcing himself to not get angry at his childish outburst. Please be respectful, and like I said before, the reasons why I am here are something I am not allowed to discuss yet. I may be able to reveal it later on in the year. Izuku says. Now, getting on with the lesson. You first need to know how to fight. Now, does anyone here know any quirkless martial arts? Izuku asks. 2 hands raise. One of them was a girl with orange hair done into a ponytail down the side of her head, and the second was a girl with light blonde hair with 2 large horns at the top of her head. Wait, what the fuck? Quirkless martial arts? We're trying to be heroes here and you want us to practice quirkless shit? The boy with the bug attribute spoke again. Izuku paused at this. Izuku felt his eye twitch and he felt anger boil and rise up. But luckily for him, Izuku didn't have to lash out as Himiko stepped up. Excuse me? You won't be able to use your quirk in every situation, and if you can't fight without it, you're a useless hero. Some quirks still require you to fight in close combat, so some students here will still need quirkless martial arts. Himiko defends. 1B definitely do agree with Himiko or Carmilla's statement. Even the students who Izuku saw frowning or glaring at him agree with Himiko's statement of that quirkless martial arts is a necessary component of being a hero. But this boy just does not agree. No. We had to fucking fight robots to get here. A quirkless person couldn't beat them, but we could. The boy shouts. Izuku frowns again. He does agree that the heroic part of the entrance exam is extremely biased. But the Bloody Hero Commission will not allow for Nezu to change it. It's infuriating as so many kids who aspire to become heroes, but their quirks aren't very destructive. Well, if you're that single-minded, how about we spar? If you can beat me with using your quirk while I don't, we can work on your quirks instead. Himiko smiles. The boy growls in response. He steps forward away from the rest of his class. Hold on, let's just follow the lesson. The girl with orange hair suggested. However, the boy just ignored her. Alright then, let's go. He shouts. The boy raises his arms, and 2 large blades form out of them. A cool quirk, Izuku supplies in his head. The boy rushes towards Himiko with razor wings from his arms. Himiko smiles as she gets down onto a fighting stance. Himiko charges at the boy. The boy leads out, slicing his blade from his right arm in front of him. He extends the blade, making it a lot larger. Himiko smirks and raises her left foot. She then slams it down on the blade. The boy yelps as he jolts to a stop as his arm drops to the ground. Himiko then charges forward. The boy swings his second blade. Himiko jumps, twirling through the air to dodge it. She extends out her hand, going to punch the boy. However, what she didn't expect is a blade to shoot out of his face. Acting quickly, Himiko slaps the sudden blade that shot out of the boy's face and pushed herself away. The boy tripped onto the ground and landed on his stomach while Himiko rolled on the ground and got back up. She laughed at the boy as he pushed himself up and turned angrily at Carmilla. "Well, I wasn't expecting that." Himiko laughed before she lunged forward again. The boy shouted as he pushed himself up. He pushed his arms together and allowed a large blade to protrude from them. Class 1B gasped in worry while Izuku was hardly fazed. The boy slammed the blade down, which Himiko easily avoided. She continued to charge at the bug kid who was currently retracting his blades. Once he only had little time left before Himiko would attack him. The boy stuck his knee out and fired a thin blade from it towards Himiko. She laughed as she gracefully hopped over it. She spun around and kicked the boy square in the face. He yelled as he fell over, groaning and clutching his face. Izuku found this his opportunity to step in. "Alright, that's enough. Can somebody help him up? Now, does anybody else have a problem with quirkless martial arts?" Izuku asked. He looked around and saw that no one was standing up. Izuku smiled and clapped his hands together. "Great, now everyone get a partner," Izuku announced happily. He smiled as the class quickly started partnering up. He turned around to Himiko. She smiled at him and gave Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku chuckled and rolled his eyes. If anyone should be afraid of the vigilante duo, they should be afraid of Himiko, not him. Class 1 A quirk assessment. Izuku was at school the next day. Himiko was with him as well, but currently she was helping with Midnight to do something. Honestly, Izuku thinks that she isn't really helping with anything, it's just an excuse for the two to hang out. Izuku still hasn't got to Midnight's weird childish side. It is quite similar to Himiko's, but the main difference is that Himiko is 15, while Midnight is 30 years old and commonly makes sexual references towards almost everything. Izuku was currently in the staff room with a laptop lent to him by Nezu. Currently, Izuku was watching over the entrance exam footage. He was watching his two classes' students and how they are using their quirks. The Barashiyazaki was using her quirk to hold robots in place. With how young she is, she seems to have excellent control over her quirk, which makes Izuku wonder how her parents act towards her. Neither of them are heroes, and both work at a church, which makes Izuku wonder if it was her choice or theirs. Their vines could stretch at least 150 meters from what Izuku could observe, however they don't seem to have a lot of power. She used them to constrict robots in place and stop them from moving, but that took quite a few vines, even from the weaker robots. She only properly destroyed 2 robots, but subduing them in place still counts in destroying them. Shihai Kawaro has a quirk called Black. It's similar to his friend Akito, he has pure black skin and a quirk that only works in darkness. The difference though is that Akito can teleport in darkness while Shihai merges into darkness. From what Izuku read on his file, Shihai can't move in darkness, but it's likely because he hasn't leaned to do it yet. He subdued the robots by merging into the shadows of the robots and flipping off their switches. Speaking about flipping switches, the few other student who did that as their main method in destroying the robot was Toru Hagakure. Her quirk makes her permanently invisible, which must be annoying for her. Not necessarily a villainous quirk, but definitely one that other kids would blame if something went missing. The fact that she was invisible meant that the robots couldn't track her. They used movement tracking cameras instead of infrared to not target students through walls. As long as she wasn't hit through crossfire, the robots couldn't actually harm her. It's a bypass to the system which can't be fixed unless the Hero Commission allows it. But Izuku won't complain, it's not a physical destruction quirk like most of the others. Speaking of destruction quirk, Denki Kaminari. It isn't physically destructive, well except electronics. His quirk is called electrification. He spews electricity from the entirety of his body, like a discharge. He has no control on the direction, and the amount he produces seems to indicate the power and range. The more powerful he makes it, the larger the range it has. But if he uses too much electricity at once, he goes brain dead. Or, very stupid in layman's terms. On the surface, an elemental quirk like electricity seems perfect for heroics. But when looking at statistics, only 2 heroes globally have electric quirks. A Japanese hero who has recently become an independent hero, Electro Whip, and a British hero, Shatter Shock, who can make electric burst emit from his body by physical impact by something. Most electric-based quirks are actually lightning-like electroplant. The reason why it's like this because electric quirks are normally very hard to control. They usually damage the user both physically and mentally, and not by small amounts. They also are very hard to control generally. Lightning-based quirks have the similar problems, but support items in practice usually rectify this. Electricity quirks are harder for support items to be made as usually the lack of control distorts circuits or disrupts nearby circuitry. They really are unpredictable. So when Izuku first saw him activate his quirk, Izuku presumed it was lightning. But after watching the entire video and seeing the boy completely out of it, drool dripping out of his mouth and his arms moving forward and back with his thumbs up, meaning he lost his cognitive function. A drawback that electric quirks have, not lightning. He was worried about the boy's health, but after an hour, he was fine. This intrigued Izuku, so he read his file on his quirk, which was worryingly barren, but he'd look at that later. Izuku read the basic description on his quirk and found out that there was a second part to his quirk. He could conduct both electricity and lightning which can rejuvenate him. Although if he takes too much, he'd stupefy again. This was amazing to Izuku. Normally quirks that produce their element aren't resistant to it. Endeavor is the only hero that Izuku can think of from the top of his head with resistance to their chosen element. But he has heard of other quirks that do have resistances. Like Surge which powers up the user's strength when hit with electricity or refire, another lightning quirk that powers up when hit with either and then the user can release it like a battery. But having an immunity to an element that you produce, almost unheard of. That's probably the reason why Denki doesn't have to wear special clothing or equipment. Most untrained electric quirks shock themselves or others around them, since he is immune to shocking himself he doesn't have to worry about that. Izuku had written all of his students' quirk in his analyses booklets. Noting details and pointing strengths, weaknesses, improvements or theories Izuku has on their quirk. It does make Izuku frown that other quirks he has more notes on than others. Like Satsuna, Nito, Denki, Fumikage and Katsuki. He has at least 30 notes on those 5, compared to others like Rakido, Mashirao, Kijiro and Tetsutetsu who he only has 5. The bell rings. Izuku quickly grabs all of his things, putting them into a pocket dimension type area. It's a new quirk he received at yesterday's patrol. It was from a villain at a bank who had a gun. He hid the money into a storage compartment that only he could access, but once Izuku took him out and took his quirk after not finding any money, it appeared. Izuku wasn't originally going to take the quirk, but soon he found out that murdered their own son because they were quirkless, so there was no way he was going to give their quirk back. Izuku's first class was with class 1 again, and today he would be focusing on their quirks. But there was only 19 students out of 20, and Izuku would really like to have one more in that class. Hitachi Shinso. His quirk would be incredible for hero work. Being able to make a surrender just stop whatever they were doing and do what you say, whether they were solo or in a group is undeniably powerful. Although if people knew the activation he would become a lot less effective, but Izuku reasoned he doesn't care about popularity, just being a hero would be good enough for him. So an underground hero like Eraserhead would work for him. Now there are 2 ways for Hitachi to get into the heroics course. The first way is the sports festival, but it is extremely unlikely. UA has been a school for almost 3 decades now, and the sports festival has always been a thing, including that rule. In order for a general core student to get into a heroics class through the festival is to place in the top 4 in the tournament. How many general ed students do you think have made it to the tournament phase, not winning or getting to the finals? Just into the even itself? The answer is 3. From those 3 only 2 of them advanced into the heroics course. The first one ever was Midnight herself. Her quirk didn't work on robots and was administered to general education. But she got 4th overall in the tournament, only losing because her opponent was a girl, making her pheromones less effective. The second person was Eraserhead, the only non-heroic student to get 1st place. Even though he had won, the hero teachers at the time were still skeptical whether or not he'd be a good hero, even with his impressive combat skills. Izuku believed that Hitachi could definitely make it to the tournament. But getting past the first round alone would be tough if his opponent had figured out his quirk. Then after that wouldn't be easy either as he would have to get past a second person who probably has a destructive quirk to make his life difficult. After looking at him in the entrance exam, it is clear that he isn't nearly proficient enough at quirkless combat like Eraserhead was, so it is unlikely he'd make it in that way. The second way doesn't technically count as him getting into the heroics course, but he gets the heroics class. After the festival, a teacher at UA could take him under his wing and train them. They would lose one of their classes in Gen Ed for the heroics class, which they'd be fine with. But Izuku isn't allowed to do it as it would be seen as him having a favorite student as he is the heroics teacher. So he needs someone else willing enough to take them as their own student. Eraserhead wouldn't mind having another problem child, would he? Izuku walked to the doors of 1A. Himiko caught up to him while he was there, skipping with a wide smile. Izuku could see there was a mischievous glint on her eyes. Izuku decided to ignore it as it would be more interesting and entertaining to let Himiko play out her plot. He just hopes it isn't anything inappropriate by midnight. Izuku-kun, what are we doing for them today? She asks, stopping right in front of Izuku with a wide and innocent grin. Izuku smiles back. Quirk training, or just figuring out new ways they could apply their quirks? Izuku answered. Himiko liked that answer and nodded. Izuku then opened the door and walked in with her in tow. The class all looked at the duo as they walked in. Izuku scanned the class. Their overall reaction was better than yesterday. A lot less confused or scared looks. There are still some worried looks. They are getting +1 frown from a certain car engine student. Nonetheless, Izuku smiled widely, putting his hands together. Alright class, for today's second lesson we'll be focusing on your quirks. Izuku announced. This shocked the class. Izuku noticed Yaoi Rozu tentatively raise her hand, so he called on her. Why are we quickly changing to quirk training after yesterday's quirkless combat? She asked. You can't just focus on one thing. I need to prepare you all to become heroes in 3 years, so we need to work on multiple skills at once. These are just the 2 basics you learn, but there will be more or less physical activities you'll need to learn along the way. Any more questions before we start? Izuku asks. The class remains silent with a few of them shaking their heads. Izuku smiles and nods before turning around with Himiko. Join me at ground beta in 5 minutes in your gym uniforms. Izuku said. Wait sensei, when do we get to wear our hero outfits? Ashido asked, quickly hopping up from her chair. Izuku turns around and shrugs. When I can trust you all that you won't cause serious damage to each other with your quirks. Izuku responds before leaving the room with Himiko. They walk all the way to one of UA's for battle training grounds. The first one is Ground Alpha, which is the most dangerous ground. There were several cliffs and uneven ground. Overall a difficult training ground, but good for battle environment training. But for beginners, it isn't something that the junior classes will use. Mainly the 2nd and 3rd years. The next ground is Beta, the one that Izuku and Class 1 will be today. It is the largest ground, flat with little obstacles. Trees are near the perimeter with a small cave that really doesn't count as one, but does at the same time. The next one is Ground Gamma, which is mountainside spot. One large mountain with flat spaces in the perimeter that you could jump to if you're at the top. It is indoors unlike the others, for the reason why. Izuku isn't exactly sure. The last one is Ground Delta. It is a nice lush greenland with a large lake in the middle. It's more of a pond, but it seems too large for the generic definition of a pond as well as too deep. Izuku arrived with Himiko and proceeded to wait for his class. Himiko had already set up the ground while he took notes on his class's works, leaving 19 robots spread all across the ground with a mannequin next to them with a bag of sand at their feet. Eventually the class walked in. They all looked around and saw the incredibly spaced out materials. Izuku and Himiko waited patiently for them to get out in front of them. Hello class, as you already know from before, today we will be working on your quirks. As you probably have noticed, 3 items are spread around the training ground. A level 1 robot, a mannequin and a bag of sand. Those are your training materials or punching bag. Izuku air quotes. You can use them in whatever way you want to try and practice your quirk, but please try not to destroy them, and if you have a particularly destructive quirk, try using it for different purposes. Izuku said, his gaze going towards Katsuki specifically. He lets out a TCH and moves his gaze off to the side. Izuku then looks at the whole class again. Any questions? He asks. Aoki raised her hand. Will we be sparring with each other? She asked. Izuku shook his head, but Himiko was the one to speak. Well, we can't have you guys severely injuring each other now, can we? And if that happens, the blame will go on to us. Himiko said. Right, but even though we have Recovery Girl, which allows us to do more drastic exercises than other hero schools, it doesn't mean we should. For example, her quirk has a limit and can't prevent death, so allowing you students use your relatively untrained quirks to harm each other is just irresponsible. Does that answer your question? Izuku continues. Yes, thank you. She responds. Izuku nods and smiles. He then opens his hands out to his side, gesturing to the entire class. Any others? He asks. No response. Alright, everyone find a different set of materials. I suggest doing things with your quirk that you have never tried before. Remember, your quirk is a muscle, and you need to keep using it to let it grow stronger. Izuku said. The class all nod before quickly scattering. Himiko then turns to Izuku, her hair whipping into hair face. What do you need me to do, Izuku-kun? She asked. Izuku then put a finger onto his chin and thought. What would he need her to do? Today is more of him explaining possible uses and applications that his students could apply their quirks and future improvements. Himiko can't really do much to help assist that. So he'll keep her around before he finds something she could do. Just follow me and help when needed. Izuku answers. Himiko smiles and nods her head feverishly. Izuku pats her head, which gets a hum out of her. Izuku then looks around for students and heads to the nearest one, which so happened to be Kitsuki. Izuku walked over to him with Himiko behind him. Kitsuki was one of the more destructive students, easily possessing the most raw power quirk out of the first years. But that doesn't mean it is the strongest. Kitsuki also has quite the utility, being able to launch himself as he pleases and create smokescreens as well. Currently Kitsuki was using his quirk to fly. He wasn't great at it, just using his quirk to propel himself upwards while trying to learn how to launch himself horizontally safely. Izuku smiled at that. He walked until he was about below him before he moved his hands to cup his mouth to shout. "Bakugo!" he yells. Kitsuki looks beneath him, he sees Izuku and Himiko standing next to each other. Kitsuki points his hands to the side slightly as lets out tiny explosions to push him slightly. He then let himself drop to the floor, but just before he landed, he let out a large explosion to halt his fall. The cloud of smoke covered him, but soon it settled enough that he could see Izuku and Himiko. He walked over to them. Izuku was smiling at him while Himiko gave him a glare. He ignores it though, knowing she has every right to hate him. "I see you're practicing flying, that's excellent. Is that the only thing you're working on?" Izuku asked. Kitsuki hums, pointing his chin up. He knows that look that Izuku is giving him. He is expecting something, he wants Kitsuki to say yes. Kitsuki's eyebrows narrow at Izuku as he tries to think of a response to give him. Because he can't. Well, not really, because being able to fly is better than learning how to create proper smokescreens right now. If I can master that, I could use my quirk in several different ways before I start using it for utility purposes. Kitsuki answers. Izuku nods his head, but Kitsuki can see slight disappointment making him sneer. He doesn't like that look, but he holds back his mouth. He's not as good as he once thought he was, and he knows Izuku knows better at him. He probably knows more about his quirk than Kitsuki does himself. But still, seeing disappointment hurts. Maybe because he first saw it from his mother when she found out that Izuku ran away. Izuku holds Kitsuki at a high standard, and if he wants to stay here, he is going to have to go beyond them. He'll try harder to be the hero that Izuku wants him to be. To hopefully make amends to his past mistakes, no matter how unobtainable they may be. You are correct, knowing how to fly for you is very important, but how long will that take? You're a fast learning at physical things, so I know it won't take you too long, but still. Learning little techniques, like a flash bomb or combat moves that involves you launching yourself in smaller spaces, would be useful to learn along the way. Izuku states. Kitsuki raises his eyebrow at Izuku oddly. What do you mean by flash bomb? He states. Izuku nods and grabs Kitsuki's hands, pulling them close together. Their palms facing each other but not connecting right in front of him. You can create smoke with your quirk that can range between how much dust or skin you burn off with it. But if you focus the light of your quirk to a certain point, you can create a quick blast of light that blinds enemies. Izuku states. Kitsuki's eyes go wide. He never had thought of that. Well, it's a concept he probably would have thought of eventually, but of course Izuku had thought of doing that first. He probably has had that idea sometime in elementary school, knowing Izuku. Izuku and Himiko took a step back. Himiko covered her eyes. Do you want to try it? Izuku asks. Kitsuki doesn't respond. Instead he turns his head to the side and further distances his face from his hands. He squeezes his eyes shut before letting out an explosion in between his palms. A loud bang rings next to Kitsuki, but he's used to it by now. Even though his eyes are squeezed shut, a flash of bright light still pings in his vision. Kitsuki then breaks an eye open. He looks over at his palms that is smoking slightly. They're definitely a light sting, but nothing he can't handle. See, that worked wonderfully. Now before I move on, I got you these. Izuku said. Kitsuki's head perked up as he moved his focus away from his steaming palms to Izuku. In the palms of his hands were two little earbuds. Their quirk is loud and creating explosions close to your ear will get you tinnitus. So I got you these to help. They aren't a permanent solution, but you can work with the support department to help you in the future. Izuku said. Kitsuki's eyes widen. Slowly Kitsuki takes the earbuds from Izuku's hands and gently holds them in his. Funny, Kitsuki thinks as a small smile makes it to his face. He remembers a 5-year-old Izuku tell him a similar thing. That his explosions are going to make him deaf in the future. But little old him had already developed a god complex. He blasted Izuku in the face and told stupid Deku to shut up and don't tell him what to do. Izuku then turned around with Himiko doing the same. Oh, and one more thing. Change up your style. For as long as I've known you, your starting move is a right hook. Do something else. Izuku smiled before walking off, Himiko sending a glare at him before turning away. Itsuki stares down at the earbuds in his hand. He then places them in his hair, everything just stops. Kitsuki looks around and he can't hear anything. Kitsuki claps his hands and again, no noise. These are incredible. Kitsuki smirks, he lowers his hands to the ground and they start to glow. He then pushes himself up off of the ground but not very far. He flies through the air, spinning until his body is now the wrong way up. He reaches his hand down and grabs the mannequin's head. He continues to fly himself over the mannequin. Kitsuki then falls to the ground, the mannequin tipping over. Kitsuki lands on his feet and slams the back of the mannequin's head into the ground. He smirks. Focus on the little things. Izuku walks over to Masharao, who was the next closest. Himiko was skipping behind him. Masharao currently had the robot holding the bag of sand while he acrobat around and slamming his tail into the bag of sand, either by flipping or spinning. He stopped when he saw his two senseis walking over to him. "Oh hello Hope and Carmilla sensei." Masharao greeted. "Good morning Ejiro, what have you been doing?" Izuku asks, looking over to his robot and bag of sand. Ejiro does the same. "Oh, I was just practicing techniques with my tail, as it's quite powerful," Masharao answered. Izuku nodded, he looked down to Masharao's tail and definitely could see that it was muscular. Especially in comparison to the rest of his body, which is still muscular but lean. A thought then popped into Izuku's head. "Hey Ejiro, can I test something about your quirk?" Izuku asked. Ejiro gave him a strange look but shrugged and nodded. "Sure, what do you want to test?" Masharao asked. Izuku stood up and stretched his leg out. "Can you try squeezing my leg with your tail? Don't worry, I can heal any damage you do to it," Izuku answered. This made Masharao's eyes cross and look over to Izuku very confused. Himiko put thumbs up behind him. Masharao shook his head and took his breath. "Ah sure." Masharao answered. He bent down and aimed his tail at Izuku's leg. He stretched it out and had it wrap around his leg. Then Masharao started squeezing it. Izuku bit his lip as he felt his leg convulse. About 7 seconds passed without anything happening before Izuku felt his leg dent slightly. It wasn't a lot, but it told Izuku something. That Masharao's tail has the ability to bend solid iron and with a bit of work, could probably do it better. "Alright Ejiro, you can stop," Izuku said. Masharao huffed as he unwrapped his tail from Izuku's leg. Izuku quickly fixed his leg with his quirk before healing himself. Just to make sure there was no internal damage done around his leg. "Wow, your quirk is incredibly strong. Do you do exercises to increase the strength of your tail?" Izuku asked. Masharao looked at Izuku stunned before rubbing the back of his neck. No, I don't have a reason to. My tail is naturally this strong," Masharao responded. Izuku sighed and shook his head. "But it can be stronger. You see, my bones are metals and you managed to dent them slightly. With a bit more strength, you'd be able to crush my bones with your pure tail strength," Izuku stated. Masharao's eyes widened in shock. "Some basic strength routines like pull-ups with your tail or curling with your tail. If you chose to do those, you could do some other exercises as well at the same time," Izuku told. Masharao was stunned. He had never thought about continuing to boost his tail's strength. By itself, he could knock out people or send them flying to the ground with little effort. But just being able to grip stronger or slam others down consistently would be very nice. Even if it wouldn't make a difference most of the time, facing those 1 or 2 villains who are tougher than average. Izuku could see him thinking and slowly realizing, making Izuku smile. Good, people normally have a very straight point of view. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's excusable in kids, but adult heroes who don't focus on their quirk strengths and never seek to improve don't deserve to have the job of a hero. Then another idea popped into Izuku's head. Masharao is basically quirkless. Even other class members who don't really have a quirk to use in a fight don't exactly fight quirkless. Mizo has multiple arms and can grow them at a large distance. Thor will fight purely quirkless, but she can hide. She could dance around opponents while they flail around to desperately hit her. She can hide in plain sight or escape without being noticed. She would fight with quirkless moves but wouldn't use quirkless techniques. Ioka also acts quirkless. The only add-on she has is her earphone jacks. She can extend them outwards for 6 feet. The only things she could really do were a minor jab that could only affect pressure points effectively and being a weak constrictor. Well, with the base quirk. Kyoka has support items she can use to pump her heartbeat into a speaker that can do several things. Yumikage would fight quirkless, but Dark Shadow wouldn't. Koji would fight quirkless, but would have help from several sources. Sai would fight in a quirkless-like style, but one that incorporates her frog-like abilities. Like jumping or her abnormally large tongue. Momo also fights quirkless, but being able to suddenly summon a cannon doesn't feel like a regular quirkless ability. Mashrao has a strong tail, that's it. He would have other techniques that others wouldn't use, but the point is that he's the closest. If he could perfect quirkless fighting, he would be amazing. So Izuku turned to Himiko. Hey Carmilla, could you spar with Ejiro? His quirk has little improvement without a spar partner, and you two did very well against each other before, so how about you give him a few pointers? Izuku asked. Himiko smiled widely, baring her fangs at Izuku before standing up quickly. Of course. Let's go OG. Himiko shouted, punching her fist into the air. Mashrao was amused to say the least. He stood up and got into a fighting stance. Alright Carmilla-sensei, let's do it. He responded with a smirk. Izuku smiled as the two started to spar. He shook his head and stood up, walking away to help another student. Izuku went to the next closest student, who was Mina Shido. A student with bright pink skin, bubblegum hair with black eyes with an amber color, along with yellow horns. He expected her to be sliding around, creating holes in the ground to do some tricks from which Izuku could see she had been doing, but now it looked like she was dancing. Spinning around on her head and back while whipping her legs in the air. Izuku chuckled at her antics. It makes sense, she probably got bored from sliding around for a while, and since she couldn't melt her materials they weren't very useful to her. So she would do what she liked doing, dancing. He walked over to the girl. At first she didn't notice him. But while she was spinning, she must have noticed something coming closer to her. She stopped dancing to check out who or what it was, and Izuku suddenly saw fear appear in her eyes. She dropped from her ridiculous pose and quickly forced herself up onto her feet. Once she looked sheepishly, suddenly becoming interesting in the bag of sand and kicking it. Izuku stopped himself from laughing. Ishido, what are you doing? Izuku asked. Mina jumped and turned around, giving a very nervous smile. Oh just kicking the sandbag. She laughed. Izuku raised his eye at her, not convinced at all. Mina stopped laughing and looked down, rubbing her elbow with her hand. Izuku softly smiled at her, although she couldn't see it. Do you like dancing? Izuku asked her. Mina looked up at Izuku again, her hair still covering most of her face. Yeah, I've done since I was a kid and love it. She answered. It still seemed like she was expecting some sort of angry response for him, which Izuku didn't like. He could still tell she was scared, which is somewhat of a good thing as a teacher, but he wants them to trust him. Well, you're very good at it. Normally I'd be disappointed with you wasting time, but in your case, I'd suggested making it a fighting style or selling point. Izuku said enthusiastically. Mina popped up at him, she was shocked at seeing Izuku smile, which he could tell by her dinner plate shaped eyes. Wait, really, I don't really understand. She answers. Well, you're planning to become a limelight hero, correct? He asks, to which he receives a nod. Well, what makes a good limelight hero is a positive and infectious attitude, a good style and signature, which is something you have. You could be a great hit if you put in the effort. Izuku said. To say Mina was shocked was an understatement. Her eyes shined and her stance was frozen stiff. Not to mention her mouth was basically hitting the floor. Making Izuku chuckle. Is something wrong? He asked her. That seemed to have snapped Mina out. She shook her head and looked at Izuku. I'm sorry, just Eraserhead doesn't like the fun idea of being a hero, so I thought you would be the same. Mina admitted, which does make sense to Izuku. Yeah, Eraserhead is the fun police best, he does have your best interest at heart. He is a bug softy at heart after he has his coffee. Izuku jokes, making Mina laugh. So what brought you over here, other than my amazing dance moves? Mina laughed, striking a pose, making Izuku chuckle and roll his eyes. Well, what have you been doing with your quirk? Izuku asks. Mina chuckles nervously as she looks around at the couple of large holes in the ground. Izuku could also see some slick trails from where she was sliding across. Since I can't melt the materials we were given, I've kind of been just sliding around. Mina answers, not sure herself. Izuku nods before looking towards Mina. How about your aim? Izuku asks. Mina whips her head and smiles at Izuku. Impeccable. Mina shouts instantly, before adding. As long as they're close. Izuku nods and chuckles again. Figures, she didn't hit enemy robots until they were right next to her in the exam. I can't fire my acid like a hose, it acts like sweat, so I gather it up before throwing the blob I compile. Mina states. Izuku was intrigued by this. He knew Mina was immune to her own acid and others from her file and her relative use of it. Which is rare, by the way. But she can't spray it. Izuku believes he can, so he's going to try something. Mina, may I try something with you? Izuku asks. Mina flashes up a finger gun and winks at him. Sure thing, teach. She answers. Izuku smiles as he walks towards her. He raises his hand and places it on her forehead. He then reaches into her quirk. It was pink and unlike the other quirks that look like light. Hers was slimy and that swirled around like a wet ball. It looked gross, but Izuku took it anyway. As soon as he did, it felt extremely different from the other quirks he had taken. Immediately Izuku felt sick, but quickly that feeling overrides with a sense of gunk. It is hard to explain. Like snot is covering his entire body. He feels a layer of that gunk cover his eye, and a flash of pain covers it with it. Izuku looked at his hands and sees that his hands are still purple, but looking further up his arms sees that his skin is in fact pink. Oh my god. He hears Mina scream. He looks over to her and almost chokes on oxygen. She looked normal. She had dark skin with bubblegum hair. She kept her small yellow horns, but her eyes returned normal again. He watched as Mina pulled out her phone and opened her camera. Wow, this is what I look like. God, it has been so long since I've seen myself with my regular skin. Mina says. Izuku then realizes that she didn't always look like this. Mutant quirks, minus a few extremely rare exceptions, always appear at birth. Same as minor mutations such as Mina's horns. But some mutations from quirks happen once the quirk develops. Typically quirks like these develop at birth as well, but that isn't always the case. Mina must have one day just woke up pink or melted through the floor now looking pink. While Mina was distracted with looking at herself without her quirk, Izuku took this time to learn more about it. Like Mina said, her acid acts like sweat. It isn't exactly like sweat as Izuku can make produce from anywhere on his body. He can also produce huge quantities at once, but it seems to give Izuku a headache as well as making him dehydrated. But the latter drawback seems to take a while. Izuku decided to see if he could mess with the viscosity and consistency of Mina's quirk. He knows he can lower it so it doesn't burn the ground, but what about increasing it? Izuku finds out that he in fact can. One drop broke through about 7 centimeters of the ground, which is very impressive and dangerous. His next task was looking at the consistency of the acid. Izuku knows he can make it slippery. But what about sticky? Izuku focuses on making it sticky in between his hand and finds out that he can. Unfortunately, it is extremely sticky and Izuku couldn't get his hands out. He also seems not able to make a lot of it compared to what else he could make. It's probably because the rest of the acid is sticking onto his body without Izuku realizing. Luckily Izuku could dissolve it with more acid, so he was fine. Izuku then tried making a more accurate and stronger way to apply acid at a distance. Izuku juts his hand forward and splats a few small blobs forward. He frowns and tries something else. Izuku puts his hands together and aims them forward. His palms are touching, one hand facing up while the other faces down. Izuku then produces a huge amount of acid and it sprays like a water gun. Mina notices this and finally sets her phone away. Wow, you've already figured out a way to fire my acid like a hose. She says, shocked, also slightly disappointed. Izuku guesses that it's to herself. Izuku smiles and turns over to her. Alright, I found a few of things you should try and learn. The first thing is learning to dance while producing your quirk. It could be your super move or another thing. The next thing is finding a good balance in the viscosity of your quirk so you don't kill or severely damage someone. Next is then using your hands to spray your acid before finding otherwise to do a similar attack, and finally, make your acid sticky, but not too sticky. You can use it to stick things to your body or climb up walls or stick enemies in place. Izuku states. He then reaches forward and puts his hand on her forehead again before returning her quirk. Izuku felt the wave of gunk lift off of his body with slight pain, but otherwise, no problem. Mina seemed to ponder over Izuku's words for a second. She lifted her head and a finger. She put a second one up and held it down with a second finger. She seemed to mumble something before lifting another finger. She hesitated for a second before putting it down properly. After another second, she lifted a fourth finger before bouncing up with a smile. Alright, I think I got it, I'll try and do those things. Thank you, sensei. Mina says happily, making Izuku smile. No problem. He answers. Izuku walks over to his next student, Ijiro. He was currently punching the robot before turning to the mannequin with a quick. His foot slammed into the mannequin, causing the head to pop off. It hit the ground and rolled over to Izuku. It hit his feet, making Izuku hum. He bent down and picked it up before walking over to Ijiro. Hiroshima, I said don't destroy the materials you were given. Izuku said. Ijiro turned around and saw Izuku holding the head of his mannequin. He smiled sheepishly and ducked his head. Sorry, Hope-sensei. He responds. Izuku shakes his head but opens back with a smile. Ah, it isn't too much big of a deal, it can be fixed. Now what are you trying to do with your quirk? Izuku asks. Well, there isn't much I can do with my quirk. It's kind of bland. I've just been punching the robot or cutting it with my hand. Ijiro answers. Izuku looks over to the robot and sees that Ijiro is telling the truth. Scraped metal and dented parts of the robot. Izuku shakes his head and looks over to Ijiro. No quirk is bland or boring. Every quirk has its spectacular use. I can show you. Izuku says, outstretching his hand. Ijiro looks at him before shrugging. Sure. Ijiro answers, giving Izuku a toothy grin. He puts his hand out and connects it with Izuku's. Izuku dives into Ijiro and finds his gray and beige quirk. Generic colors, but that doesn't make a quirk boring. Izuku snatches the quirk and absorbs it into his one empty slot. Izuku raises his arm and put them out in front of him. His elbows and hands in a straight line vertically. He activates Ijiro's quirk, making him shocked. Izuku frowned and dived back into the quirk, closing his eyes to focus on it. He touched the quirk and tried finding an element on it. Because if Ijiro made his skin like rock, he would have to be weary of weathering and become extremely brittle while wet in the sun. But Izuku found nothing. He just hardens his body into becoming like steel. Not only that, but Izuku also saw full body in the transformation quirk. This shocked Izuku as he presumed it was only skin that his quirk worked on. But it was Ijiro's entire body. Which included blood and bone, so he could stop himself from bleeding out, which Izuku found so cool. Izuku came back into the world, focusing back into what he was doing. Izuku hardened his entire body, feeling incredibly stiff. Izuku tried to move, but quickly realized he couldn't. The joints were locked shut. So Izuku focused hard to shut off Ijiro's quirk in certain areas, which was easier said than done. Ijiro probably was used to it and was second nature to him. Izuku finally started to move. He took a few steps and did some striking motions with his hand before noticing something. He moved his hand closer to his face and looked at his fist. His fingers had merged together. Izuku's eyes widened. That was surprising. Izuku hasn't heard of a quirk that can do that, but he's sure it exists. This must not be a common or an easy feature to recognize from a quirk, so it's normally not stated. Izuku immediately unhardened himself. Ijiro was focused on what Izuku was doing. He watched him put his hands together. Izuku locked his fingers, the tips digging into the joints. Izuku hardened his hands only to try and fuse them together. He then pulled them apart to find that it didn't work. Izuku tried again and got minor results. His middle fingers joined together but barely. Izuku sighed and released his quirk. It was hard to do it, but he knew he could. But Ijiro could probably do it better than how he could. But Izuku wasn't done, there was one more thing he wanted to try. Izuku raised his hand and focused. He hardened his hand as much as he could. Focusing as hard as he could. After a few seconds, Izuku noticed a few things appearing on his hands, it cracking slightly but the size increasing. Ijiro gasped as he watched Izuku's hand. After 3 seconds, Izuku felt a spike of pain at the strain. Izuku gasped for air and dropped his hand. "I hope sensei, are you okay?" Ijiro said in a short panic. He got down to Izuku's level and held his shoulder. Izuku nodded his head, taking a few deep breaths. "Yeah, thanks Kirishima," Izuku said before smirking up at Ijiro. "You know your quirk is not as lame as you want to think," he said. Ijiro looked taken aback. "Huh?" Ijiro responded. "Well, first of all, as you saw, you can increase the hardening of your quirk. But it hurts a lot and strains your body. However, I feel it's harder for me because of one of my quirks," Izuku said, looking down at his purple hand. "Not only that, but you can fuse your body together. I couldn't do it, but you might. You could make unbreakable holds with your arm or a single hand which can subdue a villain. Lastly, you can sharpen your body. Meaning depending on how you form your hand or hair, you create spikes," Izuku told. Ijiro was listening. He was nodding with what Izuku was saying. Izuku smiled at him, he put a hand on Ijiro's shoulder and shot his quirk back into him. Ijiro was startled and jumped up, but quickly realized it was his quirk returning to him. Ijiro laughed and gave Izuku a thumbs up. "Thanks Hope Sensei, I'll use your manly tips to improve myself." The boy smiled. Izuku laughed at Ijiro. Izuku was walking over to his next student, the punk rock girl Kyoka Jiro. She was currently doing some sit-ups while listening to music on her phone. Izuku walked up to her undetected. Izuku sat down next to her and tapped her phone, pausing her music. Kyoka stopped and turned her head to glare at Izuku. Only stopping when she realized it was Izuku. Kyoka turned part of her body and leant her hands on the ground to stay sitting up. She looked over to Izuku with a emotionless expression, and Izuku matched her look. "You doing some sit-ups?" he asks. Kyoka nods, looking away. She lifted up her hand and started twirling her empty earphone jack with her finger. "Yeah, can't do much," she responded. Izuku nodded. "Most of your power comes from your support items," Izuku states. Kyoka nods. "Yeah, other than my hearing, the most I can do is just jab someone's eyes," she answers. "That's not true, you can also strike pressure points to cause people to miss or seize up, allowing for a punch to the face or a kick to the balls," Izuku says. Kyoka scoffs but smiles. "The balls, you fight dirty, don't you?" Kyoka laughs, smirking at Izuku. He chuckles and smirks back at Kyoka. Yeah, I am a vigilante. Besides, you seem like the type of person to do that to anyone who annoys you. Besides, villains don't fight fair, so you don't have to. Izuku says. Kyoka smiles before her expression becomes neutral again. She nods her head and yawns. True. Kyoka speaks. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Which part? He asks. All. Kyoka answers, instantly making Izuku snort. They sit there in silence for a few more seconds before Izuku speaks again. One thing I can recommend is that you can probably pull things closer to you easier with your earlobes than pushing them. Give it a shot. Izuku says before standing up. He brushed off his pants before turning around. Oh, and use your phone to look up vital points you could jab with your jacks that won't kill someone. Izuku says before walking away. He got about 5 steps before he hears a soft. Yeah, sure. Izuku scoffed quietly and shakes his head in disbelief. Next was Yuga. Yuga seemed to be looking at a mirror currently. Izuku wasn't exactly sure if he was slacking or trying not to get a stomachache from overuse, as Izuku knows he gets one extremely fast from his quirk. Slightly more than a second of continuous use can cause Yuga to groan in pain. He has seen Yuga activate his quirk from the distance, so Izuku suspects that he was taking a short break. Hello Aoyama, taking a short break for your quirk? Izuku asks to confirm. Yuga smiles at Izuku. He lowers his mirror and puts his hand on his cheek. Ooey, can't risk ruining my magnifique. Yuga answers. Izuku rolls his eyes before looking at his materials and frowns. In the center of the mannequin's chest was a hole slightly smaller than Izuku's head. Yuga seemed to have destroyed his materials. But Izuku wasn't surprised. Despite being light, Yuga's quirk did work like a laser. It was incredibly powerful to make up for its short time usage. It had incredible piercing powerful and could go through several solid objects with little issue. It could do major damage even though the laser wasn't too large, creating holes with ease. It could easily incapacitate a person and send them flying a considerable distance away. But Izuku also 99% sure that Yuga's quirk isn't this naturally powerful. He wears a power belt around his waist that overlaps his belly button with a magnifier. He was allowed to use it for the entrance exam, which isn't normally allowed, but Yuga is a strange case. According to his quirk file, his quirk is not compatible with his body in particular. If anyone else had this quirk they would be fine, but apparently Yuga will release his quirk at random intervals with no control. The band is for his benefit and others' safety. An incompatible is also not heard of. Izuku has heard of it, but only because he's acquainted with Dabi. But Dabi made sense as his body was built for an ice quirk, yet what he received was an extremely powerful fire quirk. It was logical for why he couldn't handle his quite. Yuga, however, didn't make sense. His quirk doesn't match his parents for one. Which is rare but definitely known that could happen easily. DNA testing confirms they are the parents. But it is just weird how he has this strange body qualm that makes his quirk incompatible. But unless Izuku can find something else about Yuga's story or get a body fixer quirk, there isn't something that he can do. So Izuku pushes those thoughts to the back of his mind for a later date and focuses on the present. You damaged the materials, Aoyama. Izuku states. Yuga huffs and flicks his hair, smiling at Izuku afterwards. That was not Mon's fault. I could not practice with my Fabulu quirk. I presumed the mannequins were more durable than that. Yuga rambles, flashing sparkles from his hair and eyes which Izuku has no clue where they came from. Izuku tried to focus on what Yuga was saying, but the switch to French back to Japanese was hard as Izuku didn't know what a few of those words mean. But judging from his character they were probably all about him. Well, alright, so how quickly do you get a stomachache? Izuku asked. I can fire about 8 short lasers before my tummy starts hurting. Yuga answer, without any French this time, thankfully. Izuku thinks for a second before speaking again. You are obviously aware that your quirk can be altered and helped with mirrors, but have you thought about moving your own stomach to change the shape of your belly button, so you may be able to output a stronger or weaker laser? Izuku asked. Yuga's face dropped from a smile. He went into thought as gears desperately tried to turn in his head before an imaginary light bulb popped up. Oh, that is brilliant, Simplement brilliant. Yuga announced. Izuku watched as Yuga stated testing it right away. Making a small thin laser before forming a wide laser that could have destroyed the entire torso of the mannequin. Without nothing else to say to Yuga without support equipment, Izuku carried on. Rakido was the next closest person to Izuku. He was currently lifting the robot and bench pressing it. Izuku could see that Rakido had buffed up from his work, but not as much as he had seen him do. Izuku walked over to inquire. Sato. He called out. Rakido stopped, he pushed the robot up and pushed his head back to look at Izuku. His head was upside down when he spotted Izuku. Rakido put the robot down and stood up. He smiled as he walked over to Izuku. Hello, Hope. Do you need something? He asked. Izuku nodded. Yes, why aren't you using the full power of your quirk? Izuku asked. Well, I have a max that I can reach. When I have, sugar only increases how long my strength stays active. But when I run out, I crash, bad. I lose cognitive function and because of that I commonly won't take more sugar. If I have this amount I'm safe to not pass out from a sugar crash or forget to take more sugar. Rakido explains. Izuku nods. Excellent use of training with your quirk, even if you can't go all the way. Second question, I noticed when you run, you don't get faster. You actually get slower the more sugar you consume, do you know why? Izuku asks. Rakido nods. Yes, my quirk only increases my upper body strength, not lower body. So when my muscle mass increases, I become heavier making it harder for my legs to carry my new weight. Rakido states. Izuku's eyes widen. He has heard of quirk activation quirks only working in certain areas of the body. But normally if the person has to do something to activate it, the entire body is affected. Perhaps it is because the sugar doesn't go lower to the stomach. So his legs don't receive strength. Izuku puts a hand to his chin. Perhaps it is because your sugar intake stops at your stomach, meaning your legs don't get powered up at all. Although it is just a theory, I'm not sure if there is a way to safely get sugar into your leg area. Izuku muttered. Rakido listened and nodded his head before smiling sheepishly. Thanks for your thought, it's not the biggest deal. Rakido replies. Izuku shrugs. You're right, but that doesn't mean there aren't new things you can do. Izuku states before tapping Rakido's chest. Your lung capacity would also get stronger, meaning your breath should create incredibly strong winds. Burps and vomiting would also be affected. Izuku told, muttering the last part although Rakido still heard it. So I can exhale a powerful gust of wind. Rakido required, to which Izuku nodded. You should be able to. Not only that, your legs restrict your capabilities to chase others on foot, but it doesn't mean you can't punch yourself into the air or fling yourself. Izuku said. Rakido blinked before raising his hands in front of him with a nervous smile. Maybe I should see if I can blow really hard first. Rakido asked, silently pleaded. Izuku smiled brightly and nodded his head. Definitely. I'll go get Carmilla to create some more sugar for you. Izuku said before using Bolt to spring away. Izuku walked over to Fyoki who was currently meditating. Izuku paused at the sudden wave of heat that hit his face. He could see it before because of the sheer heat around her, basically making it visible for him to see. Fyoki was one of the 4 recommendation students of the first years. Fun fact, apparently there was supposed to be a 5th, a boy with the ability to summon large and powerful winds, but rejected their letter. Izuku feels bad for them as they probably moved and he couldn't get to UA. Back on topic. Fyoki's quirk is heatwave. She make the area of about 30 meters from her increase by about 30 degrees Celsius. 86°F, it gets colder the further they are away from Fyoki, but it still is pretty damn hot. But that isn't all she can do. She can concentrate her heat into beams. They are orange and become visible, reaching around 250, 482°F degrees for one beam, and combined makes them 500, 932. These beams can melt items and instantly set flammable things on fire. This includes people. She normally has the strength to nullify cold-based quirks, but people can overrun her by making the area hotter so that she'll pass out from heat stroke. So it can be incredibly dangerous. Izuku grits his teeth as he was over to Fyoki. He had attempted to call her names a few times, but she hadn't responded. He gets in front of her, his body sweating now. He angrily taps her head. She looks up and her eyes widen, instantly the heat dissipates, but Izuku still feels hot. Oh sorry sensei, I didn't know you wanted me. Am I in trouble? She asks, suddenly becoming scared. Izuku sighs and lowers his head into a hand. With his index and thumb, he gripped the bridge of his nose and squeezed it. He was very tired of this girl because of her quirk. No. Izuku sighed before looking up at her. I just want you to be training on something instead of sitting and doing nothing. Izuku said with an annoyed tone. He was frowning as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't mean to come out as rude, but his patience has run thin from having to get to her in a stupid amount of heat. Well, I was meditating to clear my mind and such. She answered, still scared. Izuku sighed and gave her a deadpan look. Do you know how long you were meditating for? He asks. Sheepishly, Fyoki shook her head. Alright, for future reference. If you want to meditate in my class, put a timer on for 2.5 minutes so you're not wasting time. Now what have you done with your quirk so far? Izuku asked. Well, I have concentrated it to melt part of the robot's metal, but it wasn't that effective. I tried a few things, but I didn't get very far in fear of burning the other materials, which is why I started meditating. Fyoki answered. Izuku nodded his head. He had been taking deep breaths to try and calm him down before he looked back to the girl. Well, there are a few things you can do. Condense your heat into a laser, but colder than your regular ones. Condense your heat into your immediate surrounding. Push the heat forward before leaving. Have it an orange-ish color and push it like a wall of extreme heat. Izuku recommended. Fuyuki nodded and smiled, but it was nervously. Thank you, sensei. She smiled happily. Izuku sighs internally before smiling and waving. No problem. Izuku said before turning around and walking away. Izuku reached Momo, who was currently reading a book in her lap. She had a cannon next to her with a spear, katana and a trident resting on the robot with Russian dolls at her feet. She noticed Izuku walking over to her and closed her book. She smiled and stood up, waving. But Izuku could see slight uncertainty. Hello Yaoi Rozu, what were you reading? Izuku asks. Momo pauses before grabbing her book, handing it over to Izuku. This is what I use to have all the components of an item I would want to make. These are items I would use frequently and I document them in this book. Momo stated. Very clever. Izuku praised as he flipped through the book. He looked at all the items Momo had. Special metal that can harden in heat, an electrical retardant blanket, a cannon, a watch. Izuku kept skimming through the book but frowned. Where were the electronics? Excuse me Aoi Rozu, but are you restricted in being able to make electronics? Izuku asked. Momo blinked and her eyes widened. Oh no I'm not, but that is a good idea. Do you have any recommendations on what I could have? Momo asked, forming a pencil into her hand. Well, a taser, smoke bombs as well as flash, cameras, motion sensors, drones both flying and driving ones. Those are just some examples. Izuku suggested. Momo was smiling happily while she wrote them down, she then closed the book with a pleased smile. Thank you Hope-sensei, those ideas would be very useful for my quirk. She said happily. Izuku smiled and nodded his head. Of course, you have a very special quirk Yaoi Rozu. You have the ability to create the weakness of any of your opponents. If they are weak to water, make water, light, have fire or they fire electricity, I can block that. I also find it so cool that you can create all kinds of gases. I can help you a lot as I have given Carmilla really similar quirk to yours. Izuku stated happily. Momo blinked at him, she then squeezed her book close to her chest. Wow, I hadn't even thought about liquids or gases. I just thought of solids and basic contraptions. Momo admitted. Izuku stopped and nodded his head slowly, trying to stop the urge to facepalm himself. Yaoi Rozu is the second recommendation student from class 1 and according to Nezu, had the highest score on his test from any student ever, getting 98%. Yet she hadn't thought about using fire for her quirk. Well now you know. Oh I also want to tell you one thing. Izuku says. Momo looks at him with a raised eyebrow. What is it? She asks. There's something wrong in your quirk file. You're not creating quirks from fat cells because if you were, you'd become skinnier, but you don't. But not only that, if your quirk was based on fat you'd look a lot more like Fatgum. Your quirk takes the calories of foods you have yet to digest, so unhealthier foods are better for you, not because they fill you up and create more fat, it's because they are filled with a lot more calories. Izuku states. Momo stops and blinks at him. She stops and thinks for a second before leaning forward. Have you taken an intelligence quirk? She asked carefully. Izuku frowned at her and shook his head. No, I have not. He answered. Izuku made it to Tenya who seemed to be trying to run as fast as he can. Izuku could see smoke puffing out of his exhaust pipes at the back of his legs, but he seemed to press on. He bent down into a running stance before charging forward. He zipped forward before abruptly stopping after 5 seconds. He starts taking deep breaths as he puts hands on his knees. Izuku thinks this is the time to catch up to him. Electricity sparks around him before Izuku flashes forward, turning into a bolt of electricity to make it next to Tenya. I see you're working hard Iida, that's good. Izuku says. He hears Tenya yelp in fright and jump to the floor, landing on his butt. Izuku suppressed his laugh as he bent down and offered the boy a hand. Sorry I didn't mean to frighten you. Izuku said. He totally did. It is alright, I should have been paying attention. But how did you get here so fast? He asked. Izuku smiled as he zapped with electricity before he crackled back a few feet. It's one of my quirks. It is called Bolt. Izuku answered. Tenya nodded, now suddenly becoming very anxious. If you don't mind me asking, how many quirks do you have? He asked. Izuku thought for a moment before smiling. 12, 13 if you include the quirk that lets me take others. Izuku states. Izuku smiles as he watches a chill run down Tenya's spine. Although Izuku likes making Tenya scared because of his ego from his parents, it isn't moral. Even if he deserved it, Izuku can't do that to someone knowing what it's like. So getting on to point, what are you doing Iida? Izuku asks. Tanya straightens up and adjusts his glasses. Well, I am working on a super move my family know quite well. Recipro burst. Tenya said. Izuku was familiar with the name, it is the same basic speed boost move that the other Iidas have used. That's awesome, but may I suggest a few things? Izuku asked. Well, go ahead. Tenya said, putting his hand forward. Work on turning, the biggest problem your family has had is the fact you need to stop to turn. It allows you to only attack person, and you'll waste time if they avoid you, because you then have to stop then rev up your engines again. You're the only person in your family that can do this because your engines are on your legs. You can move differently to them, have a wider bounce and run again after stopping because if you keep your engines running while stopping, you will stop faster and allow yourself to start running again. Izuku explained. Tenya can only stare at Izuku in shock. What he had just suggested astounded him. Focusing on stopping and movement to traverse better instead of power or just raw speed is just something that his family hasn't suggested and they have very similar quirks to him. So why was he able to make those suggestions that his family had never made before? Secondly, grabbing. You are fast enough to push or hold a villain and get them from point A to point B before they even have time to react. Being able to move people around, both villain, civilians or fellow heroes is extremely important. Master that and you can be a real life save to a lot of people. Izuku said. Tenya was at a loss for words. He has always had such a close-minded point of view. Going fast equals saves people, powerful attacks equals defeating villains. It was as simple as that, but if you put that into practice, you could fail. Tenya didn't know how to respond, so he did what he always did when he was super thankful. Tenya bent down, slamming himself at a 90-degree angle. Bowing to Izuku who looked at him, stunned. Thank you sensei. He shouts. Izuku made it over to Hanta who Izuku could see was whipping his materials around. The mannequin was above Hanta's head as he was throwing it around. Izuku smirked at him as he whipped his tape around. Izuku summoned a tentacle from his arm and shot it up. It wrapped around the mannequin and pulled it to the ground. Hanta looked oddly at Izuku before his eyes widened when he saw Izuku's purple tentacle. Whoa. Was his response. Good form Zero, you are pretty good at using your quirk. Izuku complimented. Hanta laughed, rubbing the back of his head with his hand. Ah thanks, I try my best. Hanta said. Izuku smiled. Your quirk isn't as destructive as other quirks or have a trump card that others don't, but you're very good at using it to its full potential. I saw you place your tape down on the ground to get the level 1 robot's wheel jammed. Very creative. Izuku compliments. Thank you sensei. Hanta smiles. But you have to do better. I've noticed that when you retract your tape, it is incredibly powerful when you pull it towards you, and you have the ability to just cut the tape off if you feel unsafe. You can use this to make yourself swing around with your tape and pull yourself up. Wrap someone up in tape before pulling yourself closer to them so you can drop kick them. Do you understand? Izuku asks. Hanta nods his head. Yes, sensei. He answers. Izuku smiles. Good, now try to swing the robot above your head. Izuku smiles before walking away. Hanta jolts up at that, he looks over to the robot and gulps. Oh shit. He thinks. Izuku walks over to Tsuyu. She was leaping into the air before latching her tongue on the robot. She swung herself around on it before she slammed her legs onto the back of the robot. Sparks flew out as the robot started flailing. It fell into the ground and slumped over. Oops, Kiro. Tsuyu croaked, putting a finger to her chin. Oops indeed. Izuku responded. Tsuyu piped up and looked over to Izuku with a neutral expression. Oh, sorry Hope sensei, I got a bit carried away. Tsuyu apologized. Izuku whistled and nodded his head, looking down to the robot she just destroyed. She definitely went overboard. Yeah you did, but it was cool. Izuku said, smiling at the frog girl. You definitely know how to use your skills. Do you know how to camouflage yourself with your quirk? Izuku asked. Tsuyu shrugged and croaked. I guess. I can while underwater but on land I struggle in non-green environment, but I know I can, Kiro. Tsuyu states. Izuku smiles at her answer. Well I'm happy to know that you know what you are capable of. Izuku smiled. Your tongue is your biggest weapon and utility of your movement. Learn how to latch it onto a target while both you and it are in motion. Practice it by launching the mannequin into the air with your legs. Izuku suggested. Tsuyu nodded her head with her neutral expression. Yes and thank you sensei. She said. Tsuyu then hopped over to the mannequin and grabbed it. She got onto her back and placed the mannequin on her legs. She then pushed them up, launching the mannequin into the air. Izuku watched as the mannequin flew about 35 meters into the air. Tsuyu quickly crouched up before jumping into the air. She fires her tongue and it sticks onto the mannequin. Tsuyu then stated to spin. Somersaulting in the air, making the mannequin spin around her. She then presses her feet onto the mannequin when it gets close enough to her. She detaches her tongue from them and pushes them downward with her feet to the ground. The mannequin flies down and slams on the ground. Sai lands next to it, maybe receiving little damage from her feet from landing on the ground. She's very skilled for being a first year. Izuku thinks. Izuku walks over to Mizo. Arguably the strangest student in his class. The boy is mostly quiet and he wears a mask that obscures the bottom half of his face. Izuku believes it's more so to hide what is underneath it instead of an aesthetic choice. But what stands out to Izuku and others is his quirk. The boy is already large, but he also is probably larger to help with his 6 arms. All of them webbed together like the toes on ducks. However, what interesting thing Izuku notes is his quirk. It isn't multiple arms, it is dupli arms. What his quirk allows him to do is make any of the 5 senses and put them on his hand. An eyeball for sight, an ear for hearing, a mouth for taste, a nose of smell and finally a hand for touch. Izuku walked over to him. Mizo was currently dodging the attacks of the robot, which he was doing very well at despite his large size. Izuku walked over to him. "Hello Shoji." Izuku greeted. Mizo dodged an attack before looking over to Izuku. He dodged another attack by creating an eye and have it look at the robot. He then uppercutted the robot, which shut it off. "Hello sensei, is there anything you need?" he asks. Izuku nods. "Just checking out what you guys are doing. You're strong, why aren't you focusing on that?" Izuku asks. "I'm a big target, I need to learn how to dodge other people. Especially the few who are bigger than me," Mizo said. Izuku had to admit he was right, but for Mizo's skills, he should focus on his skills first. "Understandable, but you have the ability to fight at a range, Mizo, unlike most large muscular guys," Izuku said. He could tell from Mizo's eyes he was confused. "I noticed that you can stretch your arms out. It does seem to be difficult for you to do it with your hands, but as it is a sense, I believe you can achieve the ability to not only punch people from a large distance away, but pull yourself up buildings. Work on it. It will be tough, but that is what being a hero is all about," Izuku said. Mizo seemed stunned at what Izuku had said. "Ah, thank you," he responded. Izuku smiles before walking away. Minoru was the next closest person, but what he saw was disgusting. The grape-head had somehow got a pair of binoculars and was hiding behind his materials. He was staring at Ichako as she practiced with her quirk. Izuku felt rage as he looked at the grape-headed teen. Izuku walked over to the boy, careful to keep his step silent. Minoru seemed to be too engrossed in what he was doing anyway to pay attention to anything else that was happening. Izuku was now right behind him, staring down the perverted freak. Izuku decided to do something first. He grew his horns to make them incredibly large and made some of his bones pop out of his face. For added effect, Izuku made rocks float around him as he stared down the midget. He bent down and snatched the binoculars out of the freak's hands. "Hey, what are yo?" Minoru's words died on his tongue. Izuku glared down at the boy. Without dropping eye contact, Izuku increased the size of his bones in his arms and cracked the binoculars right in half. Minoru squeaked in fright, which made Izuku grin. Slowly Izuku bent down so that their face was centimeters away from each other. Izuku's emerald eyes glowed as he grinned manically at the shivering boy. "If I see you do something like that again, I'd punt your ass over the walls of this school. Understand?" Izuku growled. Minoru could only whimper and desperately nodded. Izuku smiled as he stood back up properly. He allowed some features to go down, but didn't get rid of them all. "Alright, you're smart enough to sneak binoculars past me, you should be smart enough to figure things out. Use yourself as a trampoline and create a sticky sword. Figure it out," Izuku said before walking away. He let his attribute shrink and return to normal, but that didn't get rid of the wide smile on his face as he left Minoru shivering in his place. After Izuku's scuffle with Minoru, Izuku moved to the next person. Now Ichako wasn't the next closest, but Izuku felt it was fair to go to her next. To see if she noticed anything that Minoru was doing, and if she did, is she okay? Izuku walks over to her. Ichako was currently dancing around with all of her materials in the air. "Hello Uraraka," Izuku said, announcing his presence. He heard the girl squeak and turn around to Izuku. He could see that the girl looked a bit nervous when she saw him. Hi sensei," she said with slight nerves. Izuku looks up at the objects in the sky before looking back at Ichako. "You should deactivate your quirk so you don't feel nauseous," Izuku recommended. Ichako hummed and shook her head. "No, I'm trying to increase the time I can hold my quirk," Ichako admitted. "That's great and definitely something you should improve. But making yourself feel sick with no idea other than resilience on improvement. It won't be good for your health or long term," Izuku said. Ichako looked at Izuku and nodded her head as she processed what Izuku said. "Alright, what should I do then?" she asks. Izuku smiles. "Well, today, I want you to focus on your ability to fly or levitate yourself. There are plenty more things you can improve on, but focus on obtaining this skill." And maybe for a bit of homework, learn more about your quirk because I've noticed that it doesn't completely remove the gravity of objects. It's close, but there are still some, which is why they don't just float away. Test that idea and see if you can find anything else interesting," Izuku said. The Chaco looked like she had just discovered what intercourse was. Her eyes were bright and wide in shock. She then pondered for a moment before looking back at Izuku. "Alright, you're right. I'll test it out," she responded with a smile. Izuku nods but then turns his head around. He sees Minoru trying to use his balls as a spring pad. He then turns back to Ichako with a serious expression. He points his thumb back at the midget. "If he does anything, let me know," Izuku says. Ichako looks back to see what he is talking about and frowns. "No one noticed that I missed Ichako." Koji was talking with animals. He was sitting down communicating with the wildlife. Mainly birds, but there were a couple of rodents. Izuku walked over to him. The boy was shy and preferred to talk in sign language. Izuku doesn't know a lot of sign language, but he knows a bit because his younger self wanted to prepare to know it so he could help Kitsuki. Hopefully he can make Koji feel comfortable. He walks over to him, trying not to scare the animals the boy had accumulated away. Koji noticed Izuku and he responds with a wave before signing hello. Koji was shocked but signed hello as well. Slowly Izuku walked over and sat next to the shy boy. Izuku signed, "Hey Kota, what are you doing?" he asked. Koji signed back, speaking with the animals. Izuku nodded and smiled. One of the animals that came along was a cat. It purred and nestled up to Izuku's leg, which made him giggle. Izuku started petting the cat, letting the cat become comfortable. Izuku didn't know most of the next words he was going to say in sign language, so he just opted to speak this time. "You know, I watched the entrance exam and noticed you were afraid of insects," Izuku stated. He watched Koji tense beside him, but Izuku continued. "Insects are everywhere and will always be incredibly useful for you. I know phobias are hard to get over. Trust me, I've been terrified in my life and I still don't think I've gotten over it, but it is a journey. I will help you and other people in this class will help you. Because we're a team. I'm not asking you to get over your fears immediately, but I'm asking you to slowly give yourself a go and try. Build yourself up small. Is that alright?" Izuku spoke, finishing his speech to Koji. "Yes," a soft voice whispered. It made Izuku smile, knowing he got through to him and got Koji to trust him a little bit. "Also, I think it would be a good idea for you to have a dog. One that you can bring anywhere and help you in battle or just be a companion. I think it would be good for you," Izuku says. He looks over to Koji who doesn't look sure. He then signs, "Maybe." Izuku will take that answer, but hopefully Koji will consider it. Izuku missed him at first, but he spotted the floating clothes. Izuku started walking over to Toru. She seemed to be watching a video on her phone and copying what was on it. Izuku couldn't really tell, because she was invisible. "Oh hey sensei," she shouts. Izuku thinks she is waving so he waves in response. "Hello Hagakure. What are you doing?" he asks curiously. "Well, I currently can't practice my quirk here as there isn't anything to practice. So I'm trying to learn more quirkless martial arts," Toru announces. Izuku smiles widens at this. "That's awesome, what one are you trying to learn?" Izuku asks. Toru hums, she moves closer to her phone. Probably to inspect the name of the martial art she is trying to learn. Akijijutsu it is called. It is a traditional martial arts that is focused on unarmed attacks, throws and vital areas," Toru said. Izuku hummed, impressed but still skeptical whether or not this fighting style actually existed or not. He'll have to look it up later. "Well, what you are doing is awesome. Learning martial arts is extremely important for you. However, you are missing something special you can do with your quirk," Izuku states. He has no clue what reaction Toru asks, but can only assume it is either confusion or intrigue. "What?" she asks. Izuku smiles and walks over to her. "Can I have your hand for a second?" Izuku asks. "Ooh, what a gentleman, of course." Toru teases, making Izuku roll his eyes at her. "If Carmilla heard you, she'd attack you," Izuku says. He grabs Toru's invisible hand when he feels it in his. He raises it up higher so it is in the sun. "As you can see, you are completely transparent, meaning that light goes through you with ease. However, you still have mass, meaning the light has to pass through something. You're not reflective, but you must have some power of the reflection of light. So if you move your body fast enough, you should be able to make a flash of light," Izuku said as he grabbed two of Toru's fingers and flicked them together, creating a small spark of a flash. "Wow. How did you figure that out?" Toru asked. Izuku shrugged in response. "I've always been interested in quirks, I just noticed the details that people tend to miss," Izuku says. The lesson is almost over and Izuku only has 2 students left, Fumikichi and Denki. Izuku just decides to go to Fumikage first as he is dying to not deal with Dark Shadow. Currently he can see Dark Shadow fighting the level 1 robot with ease, while Fumikage seems to be breathing heavily. Unsure on what happened, Izuku decided to investigate. "Okoyami, are you alright?" Izuku asks as he approaches. Dark Shadow notices Izuku's arrival and swiftly turns the robot off before zooming back into Fumikage. Fumikage looks up to Izuku and tries to act calm, although Izuku can't tell he isn't. "Greetings sensei, and yes, thank you for your concerns," Fumikage says. Izuku frowns at his obvious lie. "Do you think I'll buy any of that?" Izuku asks with a hint of disappointment. "Whatever do you mean?" he inquires. Izuku shakes his head. "Okoyami, I saw you breathing heavily like you had panicked. I can't help you unless you let me," Izuku says sternly. Fumikage looks over Izuku before sighing, crossing his arm over each other. I have problems controlling Dark Shadow and darkness. He gets overjoyed with the freedom and I can't contain him. I tried to practice by going into the cave to try and keep Dark Shadow under control. But I couldn't," Fumikage admits defeatedly. Izuku's eyes furrow, his quirk gets stronger in darkness, but he becomes more wild in darker areas. So it's like a double-edged sword. Why does that happen though? Is it just because Dark Shadow is a pure sentient quirk? "Hey Tokoyami, can I test something with you?" Izuku asks. Fumikage looks at him oddly, but shrugs. Izuku takes that as a yes and walks over to him, placing his hand on his forehead. Izuku goes into Fumikage to take his quirk. It looks like a black blob with pencil-like shading for a deeper black covering the foggy quirk. Izuku reaches out to take it but pauses when he sees red eyes. A claw zooms out of the quirk and Izuku narrowly avoids it. Acting quickly, Izuku rushed forward and grabs the quirk before pulling himself back into his body. Izuku takes a step back from Fumikage, wondering what was going to happen. Not to mention, his quirk just attacked him. That isn't something that just happens. Before Izuku could wonder any longer, he hears a voice shriek inside of his head. "What did you do to me?" Izuku was confused until a black shadow sprung out of his stomach. Fumikage's eyes widened in shock as he saw his quirk appear out of someone's body. "How did you take me out of Fumikage?" the beast shrieked at Izuku. Its eyes started glowing red, but Izuku was too stunned at the revelation. Fumikage's quirk was loyal to Fumikage and acts towards him, even though Izuku now possessed the quirk. It does indeed think on its as well, seeing as how the beast telepathically communicated with Izuku before he even knew what was going on. Izuku decided to go deeper into Fumikage's quirk. Izuku shut his eyes and went back to his quirks. He zoomed back to Fumikage's quirk and saw that it was more hazy now. Was it because Dark Shadow was active right now? It was the only reason Izuku could think of. But Izuku dived into Fumikage's quirk. It was mostly darkness, most of it was darkness, but there was also intelligence, memory and emotion. But the emotion was different. There was a red string connecting it to something outside of Izuku. It must be Fumikage. The emotion connection was strong, but not nearly as powerful as the darkness side of the quirk. But the emotion seems to have the ability to grow. How much, Izuku couldn't tell. Izuku comes out of his quirks and look over to both Dark Shadow and Fumikage looking panicked. Izuku quickly stood up and returned Dark Shadow to Fumikage. Fumikage sighed as he put a hand over his chest. "Sorry, I just didn't feel whole without him," Fumikage explains. Izuku nods. "Understandable and sorry, I was curious about the sentience of your quirk. It truly is one of a kind. I have never seen a quirk that has its very own thoughts that aren't based around the user. It even has its own personality. The only thing off about it whole conscious is its connection to your emotion," Izuku states. Fumikage looks at him, confused. The head of Dark Shadow then pops out of Fumikage's chest. "Huh?" the bird squawks. Izuku sighs but looks at Fumikage seriously, putting his quirk geekiness off to the side. "Okoyami, do you know why you can't control Dark Shadow and darkness?" Izuku asks. Fumikage hesitantly shakes his head no. "Well, Dark Shadow would get harder to control in dark areas, but what stops you from being able to control him is your fear. When Dark Shadow becomes hard to control, you panic and get scared, letting Dark Shadow ride however he wishes," Izuku states. "Bullshit." Dark Shadow screeches as they pop out of Fumikage. Fumikage growls and forces his quirk to disappear into his chest again. Fumikage sighs before he looks at Izuku. "Do you know a way to try and help me?" Fumikage asks. Izuku shrugs. "You two need to collaborate better," Izuku simply states. Fumikage's eyes widen, and Izuku already can feel Dark Shadow wanting to pounce out of Fumikage to scratch him. "You two need to be better at communicating with each other. Dark Shadow is a shadow, so they are also malleable. In your case it may not exactly be the case, but Dark Shadow should be able to extend their claws. Turn their fingers into weapons to drill into the ground or make a shield. Hell, I bet Dark Shadow could become armor and slip underneath doors with enough practice." I bet your quirk can do several more things I listed, but start off with your teamwork. Tokoyami, I like how you are trying to solve your weakness, light, but if you can't put effort into your strengths then you have nothing. Izuku states. Fumikage stares at him shocked. He blinks a few times. Fumikage has his quirk come out of his chest. Dark Shadow and Fumikage look at each other for a while. Dark Shadow raises his claws and shape them together and form them into a drill. Instantly finding results. Alright emo bird, let's go break shit. Dark Shadow squawked. Fumikage sighs and glares with his quirk. What am I going to do with you? Fumikage asks. Izuku walks over to his final student. Denki Kaminari. Izuku wouldn't be too surprised if Denki was already stupefied. Izuku walked over to the final spot only to find the level 1 robot slumped. Denki was in the back of the robot and seemed to be electrocuting the insides. Kaminari, what are you doing? Izuku asked. Denki stopped and looked past the robot. He smiled widely and waved at Izuku. Hey teach. I fried the robot so now I'm fixing it. Denki answered. Izuku looked taken aback at that. You know how to do that? Izuku asked, shocked. Denki shrugged and nodded. I don't really understand too well, but I do know how to wire and stuff. Denki said. Izuku smiled. That's great that you know how to do that, knowing how to use your quirks in other situations. Izuku complimented, making Denki smile. Thanks, Hope. He responded. After about another minute, Izuku watched the robot come to life, meaning that Denki was successful. Izuku laughed and pat the boy on the back. So what were you here for? Denki asked. Just seeing what you are doing and suggest some ways to improve your quirk. Izuku said. Cool. Denki smiled. Hey Kaminari, you know my quirk allows me to take quirks from others. So mind if I borrow your quirk so I have a better understanding of it? Izuku asks. Denki thought for a moment before he smiled brightly again. Of course, knock yourself out. Denki said. Izuku laughed and put his hand onto Denki's face. Izuku searched for Denki's quirk, which he found was a mix of yellow and white light. Izuku went to take it but struggled. Like it was stuck in Denki. After a few seconds, the quick zoomed into Izuku, sticking incredibly close his heavy skeleton quirk. Meaning that it was also magnetic. Izuku opened his eyes and started using his quirk. Izuku tested it out for a bit before he tried turning it off. Izuku frowned as he was confused on why it wasn't working. Oh, my quirk is always active, you can't turn it off. It took me ages to not accidentally shock people. Denki said. Izuku nodded his head. He could feel electricity zipping around his head, which is making him feel fuzzy. Is this how Denki feels like? Izuku asks himself. Izuku then decides to test the range and output of the quirk. Could he test the current and not just voltage that Denki always yells out? Izuku increased the voltage and noticed that all it did was send the electricity from his body further away. Izuku hummed at the realization. Izuku then tried to affect the current, where Izuku couldn't really tell a difference. There wasn't really a way for him to properly test it without shocking Denki, so he is just going to presume he can. Because Izuku was struggling to stop the sparking of the electricity coming off of him. Izuku thought it would be better to give it back to Denki. However, he would probably shock him. So Izuku focused on making the current as low as possible in order not to harm him as Izuku placed his hand on Denki's head. Denki jolted up a bit. He then shook his head. Ooh, is that how being properly electrocuted feels? He asked. Izuku shrugged. Alright, first couple of things. You are using your quirk wrong. Izuku said. Denki's face went blank, looking at Izuku incredibly confused. What? Denki said. Well, in the entrance exam video, I saw you were trying to attack robots from really far away with your quirk, despite that causing you to go brain dead. Izuku said. Denki nodded his head. Yeah, I know it isn't the best, but as a hero, wouldn't it be the best to just take down the villain as quick as possible? Denki said. Well, yes, your thinking isn't wrong. But what makes your super move different from, let's say, Endeavor? You're out, becoming a liability on the field. Endeavor can still move himself out of the way while you can't, more likely getting in the way. So if you fail to take them down, you're screwed. Not only that, but smart villains can play to your disadvantage and have you near lightning rods to redirect your quirk. Lastly, your quirk covers a large area, meaning it would be difficult to not attack teammates or civilians. Izuku said. Denki was listening intently while Izuku was talking. What do you mean by redirecting? Denki asked. Izuku nodded and took a step back. I'll show you, he said. Izuku grew a thin long iron pole from his palm. Izuku then slammed it onto the ground and broke it off from himself. Izuku then took another step back and spread out his hands. Try to hit me with your quirk, Izuku said. Denki looked skeptical. Are you sure? He asked, worried. Izuku nodded. Do it, Izuku commanded. Denki gulped but nodded his head. Electricity started to crackle around him before it launched all around him. However, the electricity in front of Izuku started to all converge onto the iron pole he put in the ground. Denki looked at it stunned. "Wow, that's what you meant," he responded. Izuku nodded and smiled. "Correct, your electricity too can be redirected with metal objects, but not every metal material will make your attack change course. Actually, I think you should ask the support team to make you something like this so you can attack at a range without worry of hitting your teammates," Izuku said. Denki looked stunned but incredibly happy as he nodded his head again. "Yeah, that's a good idea," Denki said. "Now back onto the topic of you using your quirk wrong. You keep thinking about range, using your quirk at a safe range when you would better work as a taser," Izuku spoke, again confusing Denki. Izuku sighed and walked past the metal pole he stuck in the ground over to Denki. "Alright, what I want you to do is punch my chest first before using your second hand to punch me wherever, alright?" Izuku asked. Denki nodded his head. Denki got ready and punched Izuku in the chest. Izuku easily caught the punch. He saw the second punch flying into his lower abdomen and swatted his hand away with his other hand. "Alright, that didn't work, did it? Now try using your quirk only a little bit on me and do it again," Izuku said. Denki was starting to understand now and nodded his head. Electricity sparked around him as he reeled back a punch. Denki then punched Izuku again, who caught his fist, except this time, he seized up. His other hand jolted up and the next thing he knew a fist punched him into the face. "Ah, sorry sensei, are you okay?" Denki asked. Izuku nodded his head, using one of his quirks to instantly heal his bleeding nose. "Yeah, but did you see? I wasn't able to move while you electrocuted me. In close range combat, you can stun people, allowing you to get free hits with little effort. So you would be better in close range combat instead of long range like what you have been trying to do," Izuku said. Denki nodded and smiled. "Yeah, thanks, Hope." He brightened. Izuku did as well. "Alright, final things as the lesson is basically over. You can shock yourself with your own electricity, which means you can shock your muscles. It won't be by a lot, but you could get yourself to move faster by doing that," Izuku stated. Denki nodded his head, trying to follow along. "And secondly, learn how electricity works. If you learn how it works, you'll better understand your quirk. Because what I've noticed you've been doing is increase your voltage. The only thing that does is make you attack at a larger range. What you actually want is to increase the current, as that is what will harm a person. But don't worry about it too much now, the lesson is practically finished," Izuku said. "Right, but thanks for the tip, sensei," Denki said. The lesson was over. Izuku and Himiko watched as class 1 filtered out. Both of them with a smile on their face. "That was a good lesson," Izuku says. Himiko nods her head in agreement. "Yep. But I doubt the other class will be nearly as cooperative as them," Himiko says. Izuku sighs and nods his head, agreeing. He hopes that he is wrong though. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage. Himiko's quirks. Transformation, hemomorphy. Problematic class 1B. Izuku watched class 1 leave for their next class. But Izuku found his eyes traveling to one of them in particular. Kitsuki. Izuku still couldn't believe that he was still the same Kitsuki as the one he knew a bit more than a year ago. Izuku wouldn't say he was completely different because the same Kitsuki snide and anger still comes out in him. But Izuku will say the Kitsuki has made a sizable change. He no longer screeches or rudely talks to people whenever he feels like it. He would do it with his ex-friends as well. No matter who Kitsuki was with, he was always an asshole to them. Because he thought of himself as a god, better than everyone else. The strongest and entitled to whatever he wanted. But now, Kitsuki has the sense to give people respect. Being able to talk to another person like they are a person from what Izuku feels forever. He still uses nicknames when referring to literally anyone. But the ones he uses now are tame and proper nicknames, than insults. Like he calls Denki Pikachu, Ashido Pinky and Ajiro Hammerhead. Izuku can see several nicknames that he knows Kitsuki would have given them permanently. Izuku does wish he had thought about it more when he forgave Kitsuki. Both Dabi and Himiko have voiced their anger on his decision, as well as Kitsuki himself. Looking back on it, Izuku does wish he would have thought about forgiving Kitsuki. But he just looked so feeble. So out of character and desperate. For someone who only ever wanted approval from the people he looked up to, and finally getting an apology from Kitsuki Bakugo of all people. Izuku just felt happy. But looking at Kitsuki's progress now. Already having a new friend group with nice people and having the respect of his peers. Not from his quirk, but because he was determined and kind. Not nice, but he can't fully change himself. Being able to respect others will get respect in return. So Izuku does forgive Kitsuki. Izuku was filled with a sense of dread as he and Himiko walked to their next class. Last lesson with Class 1B didn't exactly go well. At least 6 students were visibly unhappy with him being his teacher, and the rest of them seemed more neutral than positive. A lot less lively than Class 1A. But whether he wanted to or not, Izuku still had a job to do. He opened the door with a smile and Himiko right behind him. The class immediately ceased their chatter once they entered. Izuku saw the family glares, but carried on like he didn't see them. However, when they did stop, he had a feeling that it may have been the person next to him responsible for that. Izuku smiled at the class. Afternoon class. Today you will meet me and Carmilla down at training ground beta for quirk training. Izuku said to the class. Ugh, thank God. Tageru said in annoyed relief. Izuku looked at him and sent him a glare. Tageru glared back while some of their classmates shivered at Izuku's pissed look. But then Izuku smiled again like nothing had happened. He turned around with Carmilla and started walking out of the room. You have 5 minutes. Himiko called, bending back to be in the room for longer before popping out. Izuku smiled at her antics and shut the door behind him. They walked to the training grounds and waited for the class to arrive. The class came in 2 batches. The first one were the more jovial of the class. Probably the ones who accepted Izuku for him being their teachers than the others. There was 11 of them. Itsuka, Shihai, Yasetsu, Niranjeki, Jiroda, Pony, Tetsutetsu, Juzo, Satsuna, Kijiro and Ryuko. They were all happily talking with each other, some more than others. The next group walked out next. Most were silent, but some of them were talking. Sen, Tageru, Ibara, Kinoko, Yui, Manga, Kasei, Nito and Hiryu. A few of them were glaring at Izuku, which Himiko returned. A few of them noticed the scattered materials. A robot, a mannequin and bag of sand. The students were both confused and intrigued about why the objects were placed the way they were. Hello class, to the observant few of you. You already may have seen the objects behind me scattered around. These are your training materials and please, try not to destroy them. Today you will train your quirks with the provided materials. Doing whatever you can to practice with your quirks and I will come around and offer some tips. Now any questions? Izuku asks. Immediately he heard Tageru growl and step forward with an angered look. Izuku's face dropped into annoyance as he tried desperately not to groan. No comment, what the fuck? We're supposed to be battling each other, learn hero tricks and tactics. Wear our freaking hero costume. Not dawdle around with our quirks. Tageru yelled furiously. Izuku sighed as he glared at the praying mantis looking boy. You are not dawdling. The difference in your skill in using your quirks compared to heroes are drastic and you'll inevitably get far better control and understanding of your quirk. I can't have untrained teenagers using deadly unbuilt weapons to harm each other. Once I see you able to use your quirk with enough control, I'll allow you to do some more exciting heroic action. Izuku answered calmly. This answer did not seem to satisfy Tageru as he still angrily marched forward and pointed at Izuku. See, this is why actual heroes should teach this. Not juvenile delinquents who probably threatened to get their place here. The boy sneered. Himiko took a step forward, but Izuku gripped the back of her shirt to make sure she wouldn't do anything drastic. Those are big words for someone acting like a child. Izuku deadpanned. Tageru's scowl deepened. The principal of this school is the smartest being in the world, so whatever he says is probably correct. He offered me this job and trusted me with it because he knew I could do it well. But since little old you thinks you know better, I will make a one-time exception. You may spar with someone else, but if any of you cause an injury that will make me send you to the infirmary, you will be immediately expelled. Understood? Izuku said. Tageru's eyes as well as the class widened at Izuku's statement. Izuku smirks at them and then he outstretches his arms to the class. Any takers? Izuku said. Tageru growled when nobody went up. Oh come on. He growled. With a sigh, Hiryu Rin stood forward with a hand raised. Izuku nodded his head at the boy, but didn't miss the tiny glare of his narrowed eyes at him. Alright Kamakiri and Rin, go to the end of the training ground and spar away from everyone. Now the rest of you, find a place to train with the materials. Izuku stated. The 2 boys quickly walked past them, sending glares toward Izuku and Himiko. But both backed off when Himiko turned and hissed at them. The rest of the class didn't move immediately, but as soon as Itsuka did, everyone followed suit. She was like the non-elected leader of the class, as Izuku noticed that many of her classmates already follow her and listen to her. So that is why Izuku went to her first. She was quite close so he didn't have to go far. He saw that she was picking up the robot with her quirk while karate chopping the ground and creating a small crater from her enlarged hand. She looked up and saw Himiko and Izuku walking over to her. She smiled and stood up properly. Hello Sensei Hope and Carmilla. Can I help you? She asks. Izuku smiles at her politeness and shakes his head. No, actually more to help you. Just see how to use your quirk and all. Izuku responded. Itsuka smiled at the two. She put down the robot and raised her enlarged hands and started waving them around. Well, my quirk isn't flashy, but does pack quite the punch. Itsuka giggles. I can break large solid objects quite easily and even make gusts of wind. They aren't powerful but could push smoke away if needed, she said. Izuku nodded, already knowing all of that information, but there were still a couple of tricks he wanted to see if she could use. The punches you could deliver can be increased in power by simply waiting to deliver them. Throwing the punch and enlarging your hand just before you hit a target would be a lot stronger if you otherwise hand. Because the air resistance your hand would have while moving would slow it down significantly if you first throw the punch without the use of your quirk, Izuku states. Itsuka smiles widely at him. Wow, that's a good idea. Thanks, sensei, she said. No problem, it is my job, Izuku responded. But I now have a question on your quirk, Izuku said. Itsuka nodded and smiled politely. I'm all ears, she said. Well, okay, I noticed that your fingernails grow with your hand. But if you were to cut your fingernails off, would they immediately shrink or stay the same size? Would they shrink or stay the same size? Izuku asked, slowly started rambling. Luckily Himiko nudged him and Izuku snapped out of them. He looked at Itsuka, who was taken aback by his question but still curious. Well, although disgusting, certainly interesting. Do any of you have a way for me to cut my nails? Itsuka asked. Izuku looked over to Himiko, who had already made a pair of nail clippers in her hand with a small little bit of blood around it. Itsuka's eyes widened before Himiko quickly answered. It's my quirk, create thingies with my blood. Himiko answered with a toothy grin. Itsuka calmed down and took the nail clippers. She clipped her nails and then increased the size of her hand. Nothing happened until Itsuka focused on the nail on the ground. It shut up in size and Itsuka gagged at the side as it was a fingernail. At that, the nail shrunk. Well, that could lead to something interesting in the future. But for now, focus on different ways you could utilize the first thing I said, Izuku stated. Itsuka recollected herself and smiled, nodding her head. Of course, sensei, will do. Izuku sent Himiko out to check on the two boys sparring. Despite his words, Izuku doesn't have the power to expel like Izawa does. Like all of the other teachers, Izuku has to go through a tedious process to actually expel a student. As well as approval from Nezu himself, which most of the time is too much effort. However, Izawa has a special ability. He can expel anyone he pleases without objection or even questioning from Nezu. When it is done, it is done. It seems to be a mutual trust and Nezu's pure faith in Izawa's methods and results that allows Nezu to allow him to do as he pleases with his class. Although most students he expels, most get re-enrolled. But some, like his last year class, were all permanently expelled on the first day. But Izawa's only statement as to why being. It would have been a waste of time. None had the drive or reason to be a hero. I didn't even get to start the quirk assessment I do before expelling them. So Izuku really couldn't follow up on his threat of expelling one of them if they injured the other. So Himiko is there to stop them from doing so. Now Izuku walks alone to the next closest student, Shihai. Well, Shihai was there before he disappeared into the shadows. Of the three items he out into a certain position. Fuwaro, can you come out? I need to talk to you, Izuku asks. He then watches the black-skinned, white-haired boy emerge from the shadows and slowly pushing himself out and up. He got to his feet and stood eye to eye to Izuku. Yes, sensei? He asked. How are you training your quirk? Izuku asked. Shihai shrugs and looked back at the shadow pool he made. I am trying to improve my ability to traverse in the abyss. I know that I can, but my ability at it is poor. Unfortunately, that is about as much I can achieve with my quirk. It is pretty straightforward with some qualms along with it. Shihai speaks. Izuku was slightly shocked by him. He had a similar way of speech as Fumikage, two students with quirks affiliated with darkness. Izuku hadn't heard Shihai speak in a sentence form, only obtaining his name from their first lesson. But he's sure he'd get used to his speech eventually. Do you mind telling me what these qualms of your quirk are? Izuku asked. Shihai nodded. For some reason, if another dark object comes in contact while I am merged into darkness, immediately I am forced to merge with that. For example, if I laid in the pool of shadows there and you were to step into it with your dark shoe, I will be pulled to inhabit your shoe, Shihai states. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked down at his shoe. Wait, can you also inhabit black objects? Izuku asked, unaware of this information. Shihai nods. Correct, objects that are dark enough in hue and color work with my quirk, Shihai iterates. Izuku nods at his information. Izuku had read that in Shihai's quirk file, but dismissed it as just lazy wording. Izuku had done this because he assumed Shihai's quirk would work the same as Akito's, but they are obviously different quirks, so Izuku should have expected this. So you can merge with items smaller than yourself? Izuku asked. Shihai nodded. Indeed, but it hurts. Even small nudges or taps can force me out of the darkness. Shihai states. Izuku nods at the new information, but unfortunately still can't decipher new ways to use his quirk. Shihai is probably a perfect counter against shadow quirks like Fumikage and can have great spy and mobility capabilities. But offensive-wise or anything else, Izuku almost has nothing. Well, the only things I can suggest is get better in traversing in the darkness. Learn how to hop from one dark place to another without touching the ground. Hopefully later, you can merge onto a person and act as extra set of limbs and be used as surprise attack. Izuku said. Shihai shrugged and nodded his head. Yeah, I guess. I've accepted that I'll mostly be for support or against specific villains. Shihai said, and Izuku immediately shook his head. Well, you will be needed for those two situations. You can work exceptionally well as a nighttime or underground hero. Being able to sneak up on thugs without ever being noticed and take them down. As well being almost impervious to damage, but you will have hopefully gained the ability to avoid by then. Izuku had told Shihai with a smile. Surprisingly, Izuku got a smile in return. The next student was the first one part of the group that was not fond of Izuku. Sen, a dark-haired and brown-eyed boy with a quirk called Gyrate. It allows him to gyrate his entire body with a strong enough ability to generate winds around him. Sen was currently breaking the ground by pointing both of his hands at the ground, acting like a jackhammer. Izuku approached him, which Sen had not noticed. "Kabara, how are you going?" Izuku asked. This got the boy's attention. Sen sighed and stood up. He put his hands down into his pockets. He turned around to Izuku with an expressionless face. The boy shrugs. "But I guess. Just seeing how well I can use my quirk for other things," Sen says. Izuku nods his head, ignoring the fact that Sen is really trying to ignore that Izuku is there. Izuku decides to just make this encounter quick. "How well does your quirk cause damage to others?" Izuku asks. Again, Sen shrugs. "I can break a bone, cause deep cuts on a person. Nothing much though," Sen says. Izuku nods and looks over to the level 1 robot and points at it. "Can I see you jab the robot with your quirk?" Izuku asks. "Sure," Sen says with little care. He turns around and walks to the robot with his hand still in his pockets. He then raises his hand and it starts vibrating. He reels his arm back. His arm flat with his hand pointing at the robot. He then jabs his hand forward and strikes the robot. The level 1 robot is pushed back slightly at the force. A large dent where Sen had struck the robot is seen. Izuku nods but still isn't done. "Great, can I see what happens if you hit the robot with your palm?" Izuku asks. Sen raises his brow, but nods as well. He turns back to the robot and gyrates his hand again. But this time, he slams his palms into the robot. There was little damage to where Sen had hit the robot, a bit of paint scratched, but that's about it. But the notable part about it was the robot jumped back and toppled over. Izuku smiled. "Just as I thought. The pointed parts of your body, like your fingers, toes and elbows, can cause significant damage. But a flat part of your body like arm or palm would knock the opponent back. Those parts would be used for defense," Izuku states. Izuku could see that Sen was stunned and impressed by what Izuku had just observed about his quirk, but tried to hide it with no success. "Okay," was his response. "Okay, so some martial arts would be good for you to know, I'll keep that in mind. Alright, now, suggestions on what you can practice," Izuku states, which catches Sen's attention. "Your quirk can be used for mobility. You can gyrate your legs and potentially use that as a form of slide-like movement to traverse across ground. Maybe up vertical walls, but I'm not sure about that. The next attack is some sort of dash. With wind you generate around yourself. If you jump in the air and gyrate your entire body, you can probably send yourself a few feet forward at very quick speeds," Izuku says. Sen was visibly shocked but tried to hide it once again. Izuku sighs and shook his head. "Thanks, sensei, you." He pauses before he talks again. "You're right for this job," he says. Izuku was surprised to hear that, but smiled at Sen. "Thank you, Kabara," Izuku thanked. Izuku moved to his next student, who was Ryuko Yanagi. She was a shy girl, having her hair flopped over one of her eyes. She had a ghost-like appearance, dull gray hair, a slim body and pale skin. Ryuko was currently manipulating the objects, puppeteering them in the air with rapid hand movements. Izuku walked over to her. She gasped when she saw him, but quickly collected herself and carefully set the material she was given down. She then turns to Izuku, her fingers shaking slightly as she brushed her hair. Izuku didn't think it was her being afraid of Izuku. Actually, looking at some of the footage before the entrance exam, she seemed to act this way with other people as well. Being incredibly shy and inept at talking with others. "Hello Yanagi, how have you been going with your quirk?" Izuku asked. Yanagi sheepishly nodded her head and looked off to the side and up as she was taller than Izuku. Why Yaji good? She stuttered. Izuku smiled at the shy girl, knowing the feeling of being socially incapable. That's great. I'm here to help and see what you can do with your quirk. So could you use it on me? Izuku asked. Yanagi took a deep breath and exhaled. She nodded her head and turned to Izuku. Barely able to keep eye contact with him. Yanagi whipped her hands up and started rapidly moving them. Izuku moved upwards as he relaxed into the strange feeling. Izuku had always thought her quirk was weird. Ryuko has a telekinesis quirk and seems to be able to move multiple objects easily, which is unlike his sister. Ryuko also moves her hand, which Izuku hasn't seen other telekinetic quirks do as well. Even the name, Poltergeist, he found strange. Why is her telekinesis quirk called Poltergeist and not just telekinesis? Izuku didn't understand until he felt the effect of being moved by her quirk. It felt like hands were grabbing him from all over. Like he was being passed from hand to hand. There felt like hundreds of hands were forcing his movement in a direction that Izuku had no control over. Izuku now understands why her quirk is called Poltergeist instead of telekinesis. Her quirk isn't telekinesis, but she can form near invisible and mostly intangible hands to do as she wishes by moving her hands. Soon Izuku was moved to the ground, and Izuku now understood. He had been thinking about Ryuko's quirk all wrong. His notes on her quirk were all wrong as they were quite similar to the ones he has from Izumi's. Her quirk acts a lot differently, so he has to think of new things. Wow, I thought your quirk was just telekinesis. Izuku said, feeling his body to get rid of the phantom touches of Ryuko's quirk. The girl shyly nodded her head. Yeah, it is best described as telekinesis. She muttered. Izuku shook his head. No, it's so much more complicated than what I thought. You could potentially keep people in place or punch people safely if you fully master your ability. Izuku states. Ryuko was shaking at the enthusiasm that Izuku was displaying, so Izuku toned himself down a bit. For now, get better at your basic abilities of moving things around before you try harder parts of your quirk. Izuku says. Ryuko sheepishly nods. Yes, sensei. The next students Izuku kind of brazed by. One thought appeared in his head though as Izuku went by these 4 students. Niranjeki Shota, Kajiro Bondo, Kanoko Komori and Yui Kadai. They all had quirks Izuku could easily explain and give suggestions easily. Niranjeki's quirk is Twin Impact, and there isn't really much that can be improved on it. His quirk can only be used to impact things he has touched or hit with enough force so that his quirk can be activated. So basic punches or kicks from Niranjeki on a person. Him throwing an object or what Izuku suggested. Jumping onto a point on the ground so it can be used as some type of trap. Making the enemy trip and fall over from the crater it creates. Tajiro's quirk is Semidine, which just the type of glue he spouts from his face. Quite similarly to Hantashiro, Kajiro's quirk classification is mutant, as the changes to his body allows his quirk to work. Kajiro can alter how fast his glue can dry, and can even have it undry slightly, so he can pull items or people who are stuck in his glue out. It is incredibly sticky and hard to deal with. Izuku helped Kajiro figure out that he can fire his glue from one hole at a time, so he can make a rapid fire type effect than just a quick burst of glue. Kanoko's quirk is called Mushroom. It allows her to produce spores from her body with seemingly no downside. These spores grow on any surface and quickly become full-grown mushrooms. Kanoko's problem was that she had little control on where her mushrooms grow and can affect allies. Her main way of taking opponents down were suffocating them with her quirk. The only thing Izuku could suggest was create a path behind her as she walked to prevent sneak attacks, but be careful as it also could lead enemies to where you are. Yui's quirk was interesting. For every inanimate object she had touched with all 5 fingers on one hand, she could simultaneously increase or decrease their size by touching their fingertips together. Izuku had taken her quirk and dived deeper into it despite her obvious attitude towards him. He discovered that she can choose what the size was, but Yui had trouble doing so. So Izuku told her to work on that, but also remember her own clothing is her greatest ally. Izuku also notes that objects she has shrunk also decrease in weight, as well as vice versa. But the problem Izuku had with all of their quirks were none of them were seen as villainous. Don't get Izuku wrong, there is no such thing as a villainous quirk. But society deems quirks villainous for simple reasons. They are afraid of them. It annoys the hell out of Izuku because teleportation quirks aren't seen as villainous, but Akito's is because of his quirk's relation to darkness. Hitashi's brainwashing quirk, which really should be mind control, is also seen as villainous because it can control others against their will, despite how many more uses it would have as a hero. But these 4 quirks would be so much more useful for devious or mischievous acts, yet no one cares. Niranjeki can make someone feel considerable pain hours later. The force of it can turn some items to dust depending on how much force he put on them. Quirks that stick things together are good for both good and evil, but Kijiro's appearance certainly makes him seem a lot more villainous than say Minoru. Yui can crush someone with their own wallet. Cut off their fingers being shrinking their rings or throw a car at them. Kinoko is the worst of all. She can set up her fungi everywhere, which can make it hard for anyone to sneak up on her. She can constrict people in fungi and inhibit them from moving before suffocating them to death. Definitely heroic, isn't it? But people are afraid of quirks that involve basic phobias. People are afraid of darkness, not mushrooms. But Izuku relents. As much as it annoys them, it is something that isn't going to change for a long time, much to Izuku's disappointment. Izuku's next student was a strange one. Probably one of the more stranger ones of the entire school. Manga Fukudashi, a person with a speech bubble for a head. It's strange as he was born like that, but he has no parents or relatives that could have given him that kind of mutation. His quirk is also strange. It is an emitter quirk despite being a part of his appearance. What it does is allow him to yell out words from the literary device onomatopoeia. Words like snap, pop, bam and boom. Izuku walked over to the boy as he watched him practice with his quirk. Hello Fukudashi. Izuku greets. Izuku watched as the sentient speech bubble turn over to him, a dace of a colon and a bracket forming as his face. Ah hello sensei. The boy greets in a happy tone. That's all Izuku could say as he couldn't read Manga's expression. What have you been up to? Izuku hums. Just practicing my quirk. Trying to increase the size of my speech bubbles. Manga states and Izuku nods at that answer. Can I borrow your quirk for a second? Izuku asked. Manga looked at him shocked. I guess. He said unsurely. Izuku smiles and places his hand on Manga's shoulder. He enters Manga and grabs his quirk. It was strange, purely white and black, but the white seemed fixed and didn't flow, while the black was ink-like. Izuku shot back out into reality and felt the new quirk inside of him. He noticed that Manga hadn't changed, which still confused Izuku on his appearance and quirk. Izuku also noticed that he had not physically changed, which made him frown. He knew this was a possibility, but it still doesn't feel right from how most quirks work. Nonetheless, Izuku turned around. He screamed out the word BAM, and suddenly a huge cloud with the word BAM. The word traveled about 15 meters before coming to a stop. Izuku then tried to produce another word, POP. But nothing would come out of his mouth. A cooldown his mind would supply. Izuku then turned around and gave the quirk back. Alright, so you do have a cooldown between when you can produce words. From the video I watched from you, depending on the words you say can do different things. I would like you to gather every different words you know and use them and discover what they can do. Write them down and give them to me as soon as you can. Can you do that? Izuku asks. Manga hums and gives Izuku a thumbs up. Absolutely. He announces. Izuku was walking over to the next student. She was more of the livelier ones of class 1B and definitely fierce. She was also similar to Mina in the way of her being fascinated with the relationships her classmates had with others. But instead of Mina's rom-com way of romance, Setsuna is more into the sexual part of it. He walked to the girl who currently was missing her legs and arms as he watched parts of them attack the robots. Izuku likes Setsuna's quirk as it is very interesting. She is able to split her body apart and individually move those small pieces of her body at will. However, unlike the rest of her body, her feet seem bound to the ground as they seem to still abide by gravity. Also, Izuku notes that even parts that require internal organs can still function. Like her eyes, lungs and mouth can still operate fine in pieces. Dokage, how are you holding up? Izuku asks. Setsuna turns to Izuku and grins with her pointed teeth. Izuku watches her small masses of body fly over to her and reform back into her. She then walks over to Izuku. What he doesn't expect is for her to grab his bicep and come incredibly close to his face. I'm good sexy. How have you been going? She asks in a sultry voice. Izuku was shocked before he looked down at her coldly. Setsuna, looking at his unimpressed gaze, gulped. She smiled sheepishly and with an obvious expression of worry and fear. She let go of Izuku and took steps away. As soon as she was away, Izuku sighed and lowered his head, gripping the bridge of his nose. I'm going to forget that happened. How many pieces can you split yourself into? Izuku asks, trying to ignore what she had just tried to do. Setsuna was looking panicked and nervous as she looked away from Izuku. About 20 pieces, but some have to be bigger than others. Setsuna states. Izuku nods. Can you stay dispersed for long periods of times? Izuku asks. Setsuna nods. Organs will have to return to me after 2.5 minutes. If they don't, they'll drop on the floor and I'll have to regenerate them, which could take days. Setsuna states. Izuku nods at her. So you have regeneration ability? Izuku asked and Setsuna replies with a nod. I think you should focus on the speed of your quirk. Your quirk is excellent at spying and communicating to your teammates. Honestly, you could probably the best hero in covert operating missions if you can master your quirk. Izuku states. Satsuna just sheepishly nods her head, still embarrassed by what just happened. At least Tomiko didn't see it. Izuku made his way to Juzo Hananuki. One of the recommendation students of Class 1B. Izuku definitely agrees with his place in this class. Juzo showed great ferocity and capabilities in the quirkless combat class Izuku had previously, but after looking at his quirk, Izuku was impressed. Unfortunately, Juzo may have experienced discrimination because of the appearance. A note on his file states to not mention about the weird anomaly on his jaw. Not that Izuku is going to test it or has any interest in making Juzo upset, but he is curious if he would become hostile or upset. "Hello, Hananuki." Izuku greets, walking up to the boy. The boy stands up, tapping the ground with his foot. Izuku notes that. "Hi sensei, do you need something from me?" he asked. Izuku nodded his head. "I wanted to see how your quirk worked," Izuku stated. Juzo nodded and tapped the ground with his foot. Izuku looked at him weirdly. "The ground one step in front of you is now softened," Juzo states. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked up at Juzo. "Wait, so the things you have softened not detectable?" Izuku asked, shocked. "Yeah, until you touch it. Then the color of the things that are soft are obvious," Juzo says, demonstrating his point by dipping his foot into the ground. Immediately Izuku sees what Juzo is talking about and notes that it kind of seems like quicksand. Juzo then raises his foot out and taps his foot on it again, making it become solid. "I can do it through clothes as well, so I can sort of melt things off of me. I can make things solid again by touching it as well," Juzo states. Izuku nods, getting more information on this boy's quirk. "What would happen if you hardened something while someone is in it?" Izuku asked. "They would be violently shot out of it. Like a good few feet in the air," Juzo remarks. Izuku nods, putting a hand on his chin, thinking about something. Question: Does your hero suit allow you to swim in your objects? Izuku asked. Juzo nodded. "That's the plan, just unfortunate I couldn't do that this lesson as that's probably the best thing I could do this lesson," Juzo says. Izuku nods in agreement, but he wanted to see them improve without the aid of equipment. "That's alright, you'll be able to do that in the future. Right now though, try walking through the robot or mannequin and practice launching yourself out of the ground, it may become useful in the future," Izuku said. Juzo nodded. "Will do sensei, thank you." Juzo thanks. Izuku was now on to the second recommendation student of Class 1B. Kasei Tsuburaba was the second recommendation student. Which perplexes Izuku as what he's gathered from his attitude, Kasei is okay with being average. Izuku is also surprised he even made it into UA. The only reason he did was because of the student who rejected the acceptance letter. "Look, I know that canonically Satsuna is the second recommendation student of Class 1B, but I literally couldn't find a way for Kasei's quirk be used to take down robots in a reliable way. His quirk breaks from a punch, so there is no way his quirk should have been strong enough in the entrance exam. So he is now the second recommendation student just in case something about the entrance exam comes up." Kasei seemed to be punching his air walls he created, seeing how strong they were. "Hey Tsuburaba, are you using your quirk as a punching bag?" Izuku asks. Kasei laughs but looks away. "Yeah, I'm trying to strengthen my quirk," he states. Izuku sighs and shakes his head. How was he a recommendation student? Izuku walked up to his wall of solid air and lazy raised his fist in the air before punching it. With little effort, the wall shattered. "Your quirk doesn't change durability if you punch it. It stays the exact same when first created. Your quirk's durability will change with experience, not with repetitive use in a small time. You need to get creative," Izuku states. "Ah, okay," Kasei says unsurely. "Copy what I do," Izuku says. Izuku moves his hand over his mouth and cups it in a specific way. Kasei copies what he does, focusing on Izuku's hands. "Now activate your quirk and blow," Izuku commands. Kasei does what he says and blows out a wall. Except this time of it creating a flat wall, he created a dome with the round part pointing in his direction. Kasei was shocked. "Well, how did you know I could do that?" Kasei asked, turning towards Izuku. "I didn't, but quirks normally have similar quirks. I looked at quirks that are close to yours and saw that they could be shaped," Izuku stated. "Wow, thanks sensei," Kasei says. Izuku nods, turns and smiles at the boy. "Alright, trying to figure out a way to make your constructs bigger and more complete. Then try and use your quirk to make stepping stones in the air. Also see if your saliva can do something with your quirk," Izuku suggests. Kasei smiles widely at Izuku. "Ah, cool, thanks sensei." Kasei smiles. Izuku dodged a flying horn that whizzed past his head. The horn was traveling very fast and might have killed him. Izuku looks to Pony Tsunatori, who was the person responsible for the flying horn. Izuku looks over to her, who is looking at Izuku, looking terrified. Izuku sighed and shook his head as he continued walking over to her. He grabbed his phone, just in case he needed to use it, as Pony is still learning Japanese. "Tsunatori," Izuku says as he approaches her. The girl stiffened and straightened up. "Why yes?" she asked, extremely scared. Izuku made it up to her and looked at the robot next to him and saw the several horns embedded into the robot. Izuku looked back over to her and saw that her horn was already growing back. "You need to be more careful, remember quirks are weapons that can easily be used to kill," Izuku said. Tsunatori didn't look any less distressed. "Yes, sorry. Didn't know some words," she then stated in broken Japanese. Izuku sighed as lowered his head. He was good at English and could do it quite well, but if he were to use his knowledge and actually try to speak it, he'd be horrible at it. So Izuku brought up his phone and started typing into it. He then grabbed his book and ripped out a page before grabbing a pen. He wrote what he had down on the page before handing it to her. "Here," Izuku said in English. Tsunatori nodded and grabbed the page and started reading it in her head. "Get better at both precision and accuracy. Also try increasing the size of your horns while they were in the air, as from your entrance video I saw this happen. You also seem to have a strong telekinetic ability of your quirk, but hard to use because of the speed of your quirk. Try to master that first, as that ability will be a formidable asset. Also, do you have a tutor for Japanese? That would increase your understanding, and even if you do or don't, befriend someone at this school who is fluent in English, ask them for help. Preferably a student, as they will have more free time on their time," it read. Pony looked up to Izuku before bowing. Being careful not to poke Izuku with her incredibly large horns, she thanked him before standing up, still looking uneasy. The next student Izuku went to was Odd. Not him as a person. Although he acted a lot like Ijiro from class 1, which Izuku already thought was an oddball, but his name was Odd. Tetsu. Who names their child that? Someone cruel, that's for sure. Izuku walked over to the boy as he had his entire body made out of metal. He was punching the robot, which barely looked like a robot anymore, just a heap of metal. Izuku groaned and shook his head. "Tetsu. I said not to destroy the materials provided," Izuku shouted out to the boy. Quickly the teen looked up and suddenly looked incredibly sheepish, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry Hope-sensei. I forgot completely," Tetsu admitted. Izuku sighed and shook his head. "That is some paperwork I will have to deal with later," he said in a disappointed tone. "No matter, have you made much progress with your quirk?" Izuku asked. Tetsu gave a hearty laugh, but shook his head sheepishly. "No, I haven't really done anything," Tetsu admitted before purposefully kicking a part of the destroyed robot behind him to hide it, like it would do anything. Izuku shook his head in mild disappointment. "Can you turn parts of your body into steel, or is it restricted to your entire body?" Izuku asked. "Nah, it's my entire body, then determined by my iron intake for how long I can keep my quirk active," Tetsu told. Izuku nodded at that. "Can I look at your quirk?" he asked. Tetsu looked at him oddly. "Like, take it for a second to learn more about it," Izuku said. "Oh sure," Tetsu said, smiling with a toothy smile at Izuku. Izuku smiled and took Tetsu's outstretched hand and dived into for his quirk. The quirk was heavy, and the light was both arc and light gray. Izuku got both a metallic and earthy feeling from it, quite similar to the first quirk Izuku ever stole. Izuku retrieved the quirk before activating it. He felt his skin, hair and eyes all turn into steel. But Izuku noticed something odd. Everything inside of Izuku's body was not altered. His blood and organs remained the same. While Izuku's teeth and nails became steel, the rest of the bones in Izuku's body remained as iron. But the only thing that does is tell Izuku that Tetsu is lighter than what he would be if he was entirely steel. Izuku moves himself around and found that he could do that with almost no issue. Izuku could see that the steel was somewhat malleable, but only when Izuku was the reason for it moving. But Izuku then decided to go about the only theory he had on Tetsu's quirk. There just simply wasn't anything interesting about his quirk. So Izuku raised his hand and tried focusing his steel onto his hand. Izuku watched with bright eyes as Izuku's left hand suddenly became both thicker and heavier. "I thought so," Izuku said with a smile. "Thought what?" Tetsu asked. Izuku outstretched his hand and let him look at the difference with it. "You can increase the steel in a certain place on your body. You can probably improve this in the future as well," Izuku states. Tetsu looks at Izuku and smiles widely. He walks to Izuku and slaps him on the back while cackling. "That's awesome bro. I mean sensei. Thanks," Tetsu says happily. Izuku laughs along and shakes his head. He gives Tetsu his quirk back but has the thought. "You're just like Ijiro, aren't you?" Izuku walked over to Yasetsu Awase, one of the last of his students that Izuku has to check on. He has a quirk called Weld that allows the boy to merge to things at the atomic level. They can be broken apart, but it is extremely difficult. Izuku looked at Yasetsu as he welded all of the objects to the ground. "How are you going, Yasetsu?" Izuku asked. The boy turned to him and smiled. "Oh, just seeing how much work I can do. I'm also seeing if I can find a limit with my quirk as I haven't found if I have one yet," Yasetsu says. Izuku smiles at Yasetsu as he states his reasoning. "That's great, but can I suggest something?" Izuku says. Yasetsu doesn't hesitate to nod. "How about looking to try and find materials that could be best suited for your quirk, as your quirk would work best at incapacitating an enemy with little issue," Izuku suggests. Yasetsu nods his head and smiles. "Actually, I have already thought of something like that. I have metal logs in my hero costume to help in me trapping enemies I touch," he says, which makes Izuku smile wider. "Excellent, you obviously know what you're doing. But I also suggest you get other things and materials. Because if one person can counter you or that material, you become extremely less effective," Izuku states. Yasetsu frowns and nods before smiling earnestly at Izuku. "Thank you, sensei, I will take that into consideration." Yasetsu thanks. Izuku now heads to one of the stronger people of Class 1B. At least in just basic visibility. Just like Class 1A, Class 1B also has students that just seem stronger than the rest. Jiroda Shishida has the quirk called Beast. It is of the transformation variety of quirks, which are the rarest types of quirks that would be encountered, but oddly, they seem to be stronger most quirks. His quirk turns Jiroda in what can be best described as a Bigfoot-like creature. The boy is already extremely hairy, but that hair spreads even further when transformed. When he is beast form, the boy is 6'10", and his fist becomes the same size as his head. The teeth on his lower jaw grow and more muscles appear on his body. The senses on his body are also heightened, specifically his scent and hearing are dramatically enhanced, but his cognitive function dramatically decreases. Becoming animal-like in nature. Izuku is unsure whether that can be increased or not, but would like to find out. Izuku walks over to his student who is currently in beast form. He seems to be writing in the ground with the mangled material sprawled far around him. They weren't destroyed but were certainly broken. "Shishida. Are you there, can you understand me?" he asked the student. Jiroda turned to Izuku, but he seemed indifferent and confused. Izuku then watched the large boy suddenly poof with minor smoke. Jiroda, no longer in beast form, appeared. He stood up and adjusted his glasses. "Sorry, sensei, I have trouble understanding what others say when using my quirk," the boy says. Izuku nods and smiles. "No, I completely understand, you were trying to increase your cognitive abilities while transformed, right?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, it's kind of fuzzy while in that form, and even when I become normal again," the boy admits. Izuku nods. "What were you trying to achieve to increase your mental abilities?" Izuku asked. Jiroda seemed confused himself. He turned around and pointed at something in the ground. "But I guess," he calls. Izuku walks over to whatever he was looking at. It was a drawing in the ground that Izuku saw him doing. It looked like a cat, but it could have easily been a dog. It looked like a toddler's drawing with its horrible anatomy and use of circles for almost every part. Izuku said. "I don't know how to increase your intelligence while in beast form. But hopefully we can help your perception of others in it. For the rest of today, I suggest seeing how much you could with transforming back into your normal form, then back into your beast form quickly," Izuku tells. Jiroda nods. "Yes sir, I will try," Jiroda says. Izuku went to Abara Shiozaki next. The second student with an extremely powerful raw power quirk. Like some of her other classmates, she also seemed oddly emotionless or extremely mature and stoic. An odd out of this class with very few emotive students. They were certainly a lot less expressive and loud compared to Class 1 and Izuku's old classes he was in. She had an elemental mutant quirk which are extremely rare unless it is nature-based. Otherwise it is more common than if it were the other two. Nature mutant quirks are one of the few varieties of quirks that are more common in one of the other two classifications than emitter. Izuku walked over to the girl which he knows is super religious. For her being a hero, Izuku knows she is one of the stereotyped Christians who despise quirks. But even the ones who are about 99% of Christians who don't hate quirks, they still tended to have strong opinions on them. Like villainous quirks being created by Satan. Izuku walked towards Abara hopeful as their previous encounter wasn't anymore, then distrust from what he could tell from the girl. Abara was currently using her quirk offensively like a whip, but she held herself in the air in a prayer position on top of her vines, all wrapped in a tower. "Shiozaki," Izuku called out. Abara opened her eyes slightly to look down at Izuku. "Is something the matter?" she asked in a tone that Izuku didn't like. She made no move to stop what she was doing, of whipping the materials given with her quirk that were suspended in the air in vines. "Why are you so high in the air?" Izuku asked. "To test my abilities and control with my quirk," the girl states, demonstrating in a way by moving herself through the air with incredible control. So much so that Izuku was sure that Ibara might be being passive-aggressive. Izuku looked at the robot and mannequin that Ibara was hounding with her vines. "The power of you whipping the materials can increase by wrapping your vines around each other," Izuku stated. He watched the girl scoff. "Obviously, but you said not to destroy the materials provided," the girl said in an annoyed tone. Izuku frowned at the hospitality the girl was showing him. "Then don't form them into being thick enough to destroy the materials," Izuku stated with sass back at the girl, which got him a judgmental glare. "It hardly matters, my quirk is best used at constriction," the girl responds, changing the whipping vines into wrapping around the robot, and Izuku could hear the metal starting to dent. "Yeah, I know. Also, is there a limit to far you can extend your vines?" Izuku asked. He had this question set out for her, but it is going to be his only suggestion towards her. Because she obviously is very good and smart about the use of her quirk already, and Izuku really didn't like her attitude towards him. "Yes, 2 kilometers exactly. It has been that distance since I was born, so I can't make them grown any more than that," the girl states. Izuku sighs at her, but nods nonetheless. At her behavior, Izuku can tell she won't take whatever he has to say seriously and just talk back to him. So Izuku turned around and started walking to his next student. "Your vines are very good at traveling through the ground. Perhaps you could use that skill to move yourself through the ground," Izuku called out before leaving the annoying religious girl. Izuku walked up to his next student, which also so happened to be the one he was dreading the most just based on his attitude. Nido Monoma. The boy was not only arrogant but dismissive and very loud and obnoxious. He seems to have an inferiority complex or something close to what Kitsumi seems to have. It was hard to tell, the boy was just weird. It's such a shame because his quirk is something that Izuku would really like to analyze. Not only because it was a copy quirk. Quirks based around quirks in general are rare, like All for One, but almost all of them seem to have a common restriction. Other than All for One, none of them work on mutant quirks. The closest to this is Eraserhead's quirk Erasure. But his quirk is misleading. The thought of what his quirk does is erase the quirk, but what it actually does is block activation. That is the reason why it doesn't work on mutant quirks is because it stops activation, but their activation can't be turned off. His quirk still works on secondary activation though, like Hanta firing his taper Tenya activating his car-like speed. But Nido's quirk is different. It is the first quirk that Izuku has seen or heard of, other than his own, that works on mutant quirks. Not only that, but mutations that are affected by the quirk. Like he would grow horns for a quirk despite it being a transformation type quirk. It is unfortunate that such an idiotic asshole possessed it. "Hello Monoma," Izuku called out. Nido turned around, and Izuku could see that he was testing Itsuka's quirk. Nido smiled with his shit-eating grin that reminds Izuku at the back of his mind of the Bakugo twins. "Hey Teach, I got a question," the boy says with a snark. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. "Yes, what is it?" he asked. Nido walked up to Izuku and reached his hand up to Izuku's head. "I want to test something," he said. Izuku immediately understood what he was doing. Nido can copy another's quirk from touching their hair. The boy was currently trying to copy Izuku's quirk. Now Izuku wasn't worried of Nido taking his quirk or stealing his own quirk, as Izuku's quirk is immune to it. He found this out by diving into his own quirk and learning more about it. Izuku's problem that if Nido took another's quirk and his time limit went up while he was still in possession of the quirk, that they would permanently lose their quirk. Izuku quickly reached up and gripped Nido's hand, harshly making the boy wince. Izuku's horns grew, and Izuku forced some of his iron bones to cover parts of his face. He glared at the now frightened boy who was shaking. "Do not activate your quirk on me. I have not given you authorization to use your quirk on me to obtain mine. You have not shown any semblance of being worthy of holding my quirk. If you do something like this again, I will have you immediately expelled." "Understood," Izuku said furiously. Nido gulped and nodded in fear at his teacher. Izuku, upon seeing his expression, sighed and retracted his quirks. He took a step back from Nido and calmed himself down. "I apologize Monoma, but you have to understand. My quirk is a powerful and dangerous quirk that not everyone is allowed to obtain or know I have. Please, do not do this again unless I specifically instruct you to," Izuku says, calming himself to speak to Nido. "Why yes, I'm sorry sensei," he says shakily. Izuku sighs as he walks over to Nido. He gets next to him and looks in the same direction that he is facing. "Alright Monoma, I have a special mission for you," Izuku says, gaining Nido's attention. "Your quirk requires the quirks of others. most of the time, the quirks you use will be teammates as they will be willing to give you their quirk and you'll have opportunity to use it prior to a fight. So your job is to learn about your classmates' quirks and find out all they could do. Can you do that? Izuku asks Nito. The boy turns to him and smiles, but it was obviously shaky and nervous. Of course, it will be a piece of cake. He announces proudly but still obviously scared. Well, Izuku can't say he didn't deserve it. Izuku walked over to Himiko and the two boys who went off to spar. Togaru Kamakiri and Hiryurin. Togaru had the quirk called Razor Sharp, which allowed him to grow sharp blades from any part of his body, but most commonly his forearms and feet. His blades are sharp enough to cut through steel pipes with no issue. Hiryu's quirk is called Scales. It allows him to grow scales throughout his entire body. The scales are sharp enough to damage iron and can be launched off of his body, proving to be a formidable form of both offense and defense. But right now, both of them were on the ground, tired with small cuts on their bodies as Himiko was smirking near them. She spotted to Izuku and walked over to them. Izuku sighed. "What did you do?" he asked. She looked away and shrugged innocently. "Nothing. They wanted a fight and I gave it to them," she said. Izuku shook his head and looked past to the two students. "No more sparring, the lesson is almost over," Izuku said before grabbing Himiko's hand and walking away to the front. Soon the entire class left and Izuku and Himiko traveled home. The day was over and it was time for a rest. Izuku grabbed the keys from his pocket. He opened the door and took a step inside, but as soon as he did so, Himiko hugged him from behind and grabbed him tight. "Come on, Izuku. Let's do something fun," Himiko said in a sultry tone. Izuku gulped before gasping. The day was over and Katsuki was leaving UA. He got a notification on his phone. He grabbed it and picked it up to see who it was from before frowning. It was a bunch of slurs and insults, calling him a backstabber and a liar who got away with everything. The message was from his father, but he knew his father would never even think to do something like that. So the person responsible for this is his sister Katsumi. She along with Shoto have been constantly sending him these kinds of messages. He blocked their number as well as Ayato's, knowing he'd get the same from her eventually. Whether she was the one texting or it was her brother. The only of his old friends he hadn't blocked or deleted was Izumi. Why? Because she was asking questions about Izuku. Not like where he was and why Katsuki wouldn't bring him home with insults after that. She asked if he was okay, if he was happy and had friends. She had done this after Katsuki left the Yagi house after the reveal of him knowing where Izuku was. Katsuki, although didn't want anything to do with her anymore, didn't delete her number as he knew she was trying. It had taken him longer than him, but it was better late than never. He hadn't exactly forgiven himself for it either. So out of fairness and for her own sanity, he has given responses to her questions but nothing much. They seem to satisfy her. He doesn't know what All Might and Green Tornado have been doing. They are both still heroes, but Green Tornado has fallen to the number 18 spot and is still declining. All Might has firmly remained as the number 1 hero. Katsuki has a feeling that won't remain soon after his successor has chosen. All Might doesn't have a choice on who One for All goes to, and Katsuki suspect that Izuku may be the person to choose who it goes to. "Hey Bakugo," a cheery voice yelled. Katsuki immediately recognized the voice and turned around. "Round cheeks," he called. Achako was running to him, her hands gripping her bag straps. Katsuki has given nicknames to most of his classmates, minus the few he hasn't interacted with yet. He had given the name Round Cheeks to Achako because of her extremely round face with rosy cheeks. Katsuki had always given everyone nicknames, even to his old friends. Icy Hot, Steam Train, Blonde Head and his personal favorite for his sister, Shithead. He didn't even realize that nicknaming everyone was so a part of his core character. He constantly nicknames others, whether he means to or not. Katsuki has been able to turn down his nicknames from swears or insults, but he still isn't sure as he is doing well enough. Sometimes the words just spit out and he can't stop himself before he says it. Even with his year plus of therapy, that part of him has not changed. "Wow, you got out fast," she huffed, bending down and placing her hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath. "Yeah, I am a fast walker," Katsuki mutters before looking down. "You need something?" he asks, trying not to put any bite on it. Achako lifts her head and smiles up at Katsuki. "The day's lesson was awesome. Hope Sensei is a lot kinder than what he appears to be. I was really worried until I actually got to talk to him. Guess the media really hype him up as a bad guy." Achako smiles. Katsuki grunts and looks away. "Yeah, he's portrayed as evil because of his quirk. Damn, people are just scared at the semblance of someone having an unnatural quirk." Katsuki huffs, making Achako laugh. "You know, you have a really strange way of conveying your emotion, Bakugo. Very explosive, I must say," Achako comments. Katsuki freezes at her words. He had always been a bad-tempered kid. People would comment about until they knew of his quirk and no longer question it. Like it was, yeah, it makes sense. Someone with that quirk would be an asshole. It was the exact same reason for why no one helped Izuku. Everyone knew he was quirkless, and everyone knew he and his friends had god quirks. It still makes Kitsuki feel disgusting. Ichako frowned at the look of pain on Kitsuki's face. She didn't mean to upset Kitsuki. It was just meant to be a funny jab at his personality and quirk, but it must be something on a deeper level to him. Sorry Bakugo, I didn't mean anything bad from it, I promise. Ichako said. Kitsuki turned to her, looking into her big and bright eyes. They reminded him of Izuku when he was younger. Ichako in general reminded him of Izuku. Kitsuki sighs and looks back to Ichako. It's whatever. You didn't answer my question from before, why did you want to talk to me? Kitsuki asked. That was also a question Kitsuki was asking himself. He already had a full group of friends despite not even trying. It wasn't even like they wanted to be his lackeys, they just pulled him into the group and asked him questions couple of times. Unlike before, they weren't treating him like a god or better than everyone else, but as an equal. Kitsuki still doesn't understand this. He is aware that he is a more tolerant person to be around, but there are still far better options, and he still wasn't exactly friendly. Even to Ichako right now, Kitsuki was struggling to find the words to be kind to her, despite her easily being extremely friendly back. Hope Sensei asked me to work on my flying capabilities. Other than technically Tokoyami, you're the only one in who can fly. So could you help me out sometime? She asks. Kitsuki looks at her shocked. He assessed the situation for possible responses and found that he would most likely come off as rude if he didn't just accept. Yeah sure, just give me your number. Kitsuki says, raising his phone up and unlocking it. Ichako smiles brightly and whips out her phone. They trade numbers and sent a text to each other. Cool, now where are you going to get home? Ichako asked. Kitsuki cringed slightly but hoped that Ichako didn't notice. Unfortunately he did. His relationship with his mum hasn't gotten better. She still won't even look at him, which Kitsuki understands and respects. He also doesn't want to be in the house, while Kitsumi is there as she'll probably just yell and attack him again. He'll just use the money his father gave him to rent out a hotel, as he has nowhere else to stay. He would ask Izuku, but Himiko wouldn't exactly be happy with that idea. Train station red. Kitsuki simply answers. He sees worry on her face, but she brightens up with a smile. Great, that's where I have to go to. Do you want to walk together? She asked. Kitsuki grunted and turned around. Why not? He stated. Ichako quickly caught up to him and they walked to the station. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage. Himiko's quirks. Transformation, hemomorphy. Himiko has fun with 1A. Dabi walked in Musafatsu, a more crime-ridden part of town. There are less news outlets here, meaning cameras would take longer to get there, meaning limelight heroes usually stay away from this area, as there is no point in coming here if no one was going to see them doing heroic deeds. Meaning that this place houses a lot of crime, usually without interruption. Dabi has only recently been allowed to travel without Eraserhead. He is officially a pro hero, but has to remain an underground one. Not that he is complaining, he would have become an underground hero anyway if he had the choice. He would work a lot better as one already, seeing as he already has multiple connections in the underground. Because of this, Dabi has quickly rise in the ranks of the underground heroes because of his success. It was at first thought that this was a ploy to make himself seem greater, but thanks to Eraserhead, he was able to confirm that this information he already knew and was now acting up on it. He does understand the suspicion though, no underground hero has even risen to top 50 in about a month, as it usually takes years for some of the best underground heroes to establish themselves. Several trafficking rings and drug operations were shut down simply because they knew Dabi. He was fierce and often unforgiving with a deadly quirk that has little counters to stop it. Dabi is already well known at Namasa's police station because of how many people he has brought in. He knows that several people are concerned about his appearance, but just like Eraserhead, he doesn't care what they think of him. Dabi is walking about the near empty streets with hands in his pockets. He is lazily looking around for anyone breaking the law. He'd prefer not to see anyone. Dabi has had the tendency to just let people go if the crime isn't severe, as he couldn't be fucked bringing them in. But then he hears a scream. Shut up. No one will come to save you and you know it. The husky voice says back. Dabi growls but walks to the voice. He looks down the alleyway and sees two figures. A middle-aged woman with green skin and white hair was pinned against the wall from a man. He had muscles but nothing amazing other than his arms. They were huge and muscular, probably a quirk like death arms. The fuck is going on here? Dobby asks with a snarl as he steps into the alleyway, making himself known. Both of them turn to look at him, the man's large hand still covering the woman's mouth. "That lost loser, unless you want to fist up your ass," the man yelled, turning around and shaking his fist at Dobby. Dobby let out a tch and rolled his eyes before smirking at the man. Dobby continued walking towards him. "Dude, that was such a weak threat, do you still live with your mummy and can't risk saying a few swears?" Dobby taunts with a wide grin. This sets the man off like Dobby had wanted as he pushed the woman to the ground and started walking over to Dobby. "You motherfucker," the man yelled, but he didn't get far. Dobby instantly ignited a hot flame of blue fire in his hand and threw the ball at the man. The man barely got his enlarged arms in front of him in time, but it did little to save him. The man was knocked back and yelled in pain, his back hit the wall of the alleyway. But the man no longer blocking the woman's path, she instantly shot up and ran out of the alleyway. Dobby moved to the side, allowing her to run. Dobby then continued to walk over to the man whose arms are burned badly. The man looked up at Dobby, scared. He put his arms forward as the man started to shake. "Alright. I surrender, man. I'll do what you want," the man said, becoming very scared. Dobby stopped and hummed at the man. At least he understood that this was a losing battle for him. A lot of other thugs would continue to fight him, even when they had zero chances of winning, thinking sheer numbers would be able to beat Dobby. Dobby started to think whether it was worth it to bring him in or not. He wasn't exactly sure what the guy was doing, but it was most likely rape. He couldn't just let a rapist go. It would be a pain, but Dobby would do it. "Just get up and come with me without issue. It would be in your best interest," Dobby said, stretching his arms. The man nodded and stood up, but then something strange happened. A purple mist started forming around the man. The man could only briefly scream as he fell into the mist. Dobby instantly sprinted to the mist, but as soon as he got there, it had become a tiny wisp before disappearing. "I've never seen you before," a deep monotone voice said from behind Dobby. He whipped around and saw the figure a man. He wore a suit with a white undershirt with pastel green sleeves. It reminded Dobby of a bartender's outfit. But that wasn't the main part of Dobby's eyes had caught. The man was a smoky mist, it was a deep purple and seemed to wisp away from them. It was the same mist that just made the man disappear. Instantly sensing the danger from the man, Dobby raised his left hand and fired a brief beam of blue fire. But a black wall of mist appeared in front of the man, and it seemed that his fire traveled into the mist. The next thing Dobby knew was that something hot hit him on the back. Dobby grunted as he stumbled forward, but luckily for him, Izuku's quirk that he was gifted made him extremely resistant to his own flames damaging him. Dobby growled as he looked up at the man. The purple misty wall quickly shrank and disappeared. Dobby quickly realized that he had a portal quirk. A more advanced and rarer teleportation style quirk. Dobby mentally slapped himself for being reckless with his attack, but quickly regained his ground and stared at the misty man. That's a strong quirk. Sensei would like that," the man muttered to himself. Dobby's eyes widened. Sensei would like his quirk. Dobby knows of gangs going around and recruiting people with fearsome quirks. A lot of people have come to him with the mind of recruiting him. But how the man said it and his attitude seemed off. Not only that, but the fact that he just took the other guy. He knows what that man's quirk was, and it wasn't nearly strong enough to gather attention of potential recruiters. This person also had an extremely powerful quirk, something that only a strong force would have, so Dobby is confused on why they would want that man. But another thought came to his mind. Who was Sensei? Why would he be interested in strong quirks? The only solution Dobby's mind would think of is the quirk all for one. But that couldn't be right, could it? Dobby growled and lit his hands on fire to threaten his foe. Who is this Sensei and where is that man? Dobby asked sternly. The misty figure just shook his head. Sensei is none of your concern, but you will meet him. Your quirk would be something that he would like, the mist man told. Dobby muttered a swear under his breath. That only makes him think that the man this villain is talking about is the original All for One. Dobby was about to speak again, but he felt himself falling. Dobby looked down and saw that the misty portal was formed from underneath his feet. Dobby was falling through. Dobby was almost completely in the blackness of the portal until he ignited his quirk along his feet and hands. The force of his fire pushed Dobby up like a rocket as blue flames grow beneath him. The portal was closing, but Dobby zoomed back out with an explosive save. Dobby glares down at the misty man whose yellow eyes stared at him wide with shock. Dobby moved his hands and feet and rocketed himself towards the villain. Yet again, a portal blocked Dobby from the man, but this time he was ready. Dobby spun and blasted himself to the side. He avoided the portal and saw the villain again. He threw fireballs at the villain and hit him. The man grunted as he was launched back, but he seemingly formed a portal and disappeared, reappearing further back at the alleyway. Dobby landed on the ground. Thinking fast, Dobby pulled his hands forward and ignited it. He swung his arm back in a spinning motion and swung his arm near the ground. Dabi threw a wall of fire towards the portal villain. Another portal was formed in front of the man with another behind him. Dabi watched as his wall of fire continued through. Dabi brought his hands up again and was about to attack again, but watched as he disappeared. Dabi waited, he looked around for the man to appear again, but he never did. Soon Dabi heard sirens. Both police and fire engines. Dabi muttered curses as he moved around his wall of fire out of the alleyway. The woman he had saved must have called the police and reported on the hot fire in the alleyway. By the time Dabi gets out of the alleyway, the police and fire trucks are already there. The police get out and raise their guns at him, unaware that he is a hero. The firemen wait as the police yell at him. "Freeze, put your hands up," they yell. Dabi groans, but then he spots someone getting out of the car. It was Namasa. Dabi starts walking over to him, ignoring the yell of the other policeman. The detective opened their arms exasperatedly at the sight of what was behind Dabi. "What the hell, Dabi?" the detective asks, but Dabi ignores it. He walks up to the man and roughly grabs his shoulder. He pulls him away from the car he was in and Dabi turns around, his back facing the other policeman. He leaned into Namasa and whispered 7 words that would start panic in the man. "I think All for One is alive." Izuku was excited for today, so was Himiko. His students should also be ready as well. Because today, they'll be doing battle training. Something that they've all been waiting to do. Izuku was eager to see how they'd all act in a simulation of an event. Izuku also would like to see what their hero costumes are. He wants to know what they had thought of what they want to look like as a hero and anything that would help them in hero work. Obviously Izuku is aware that some will be better than others, but it would be a great opportunity to help them. But before school starts, Izuku has something to discuss with a certain someone. Something that he is very excited about discussing. Izuku walks into the staff room and spots the person he wants to speak to. Despite the glare the man sends his way, Izuku hops on over to him, grabbing a chair and sitting next to the man. "What do you want?" Eraserhead groans, sitting up in his chair with 2 large coffees on his desk. Izuku smiles up at him. "Do you remember Shinso from the entrance exam?" Izuku asks. Eraserhead grumbles and narrows his eyes at Izuku further. "Yes, I remember him." Eraserhead grumbles. Of course he remembers after midnight and present Mick comparing Eraserhead to the boy. Izuku smiles at the grumpy hero. "Well, you also are aware that if someone from general studies gets top 4 in the sports festival, they can be transferred into the heroics course," Izuku said, knowing that Eraserhead knew. The man's glare hardened as he grumbled something about problem child. "But you also know how unlikely that is, being only you and Midnight have ever graduated from general to heroics," Izuku states. "I'm not allowed to intern him from the festival," Eraserhead muttered, but Izuku shook his head. "I know. But you 8 teachers can intern students outside of that. Shinso's quirk is powerful enough to not deserve attention. I believe he has potential. But since I am the heroics teacher, it may be seen as favoritism for me wanting to teach a certain student," Izuku smiling innocently at Eraserhead. To which the man groans loudly as he realizes what Izuku is implying. "What makes you think I would willingly teach another problem child?" the man asks. Izuku thought, putting a finger to his chin with a smile. Then it seemed like an idea popped into his head. "Oh, I know, I'll tell Miss Joke," Izuku said excitedly. Eraserhead's eyes widened in shock. "You wouldn't," he said breathlessly. Izuku only smiled wider without showing any teeth. Eraserhead sighed and slumped down, knowing that he absolutely would. "I'll train him, only if he makes it into the tournament round." "Deal?" Eraserhead asked and Izuku nodded his head. "Deal." Class 1 was excited for today. This would be the last day of the week, and now they have heroics. Hope Sensei had said that if he trusted them enough to not seriously harm another with their quirk, they could do more cool stuff. So when Hope and Carmilla entered the room, they were hopeful. Their hope turned into curiosity as they saw Carmilla holding a board. "Hello class, today we're going to be doing something more physical today." Izuku smiled, making the class gasp and smile. Suddenly suitcases shoot down from the ceiling, shocking the class. "In those briefcases are your hero costumes," Izuku said. At those words, the students shot up with excitement. Himiko smiled and held up the sign she was holding. "Because we are doing," she said excitedly. "Battle." Echako started. "Training." Mina finished. Izuku smiled. "Correct, come meet us at Battleground C with your costumes on," Izuku said before leaving the room. He heard roars of excitement from the room making him laugh. Not because of their happiness, but because it would annoy Eraserhead. Izuku smiled widely at the students in front of him. They all looked awesome in their hero outfits, and if Izuku wasn't their teacher, he'd be geeking all over them. But he had a sense of responsibility to maintain. There were certainly things he would change about all of their costumes. Some more than others, Izuku thought while keeping his eyes away from Yaoi Rozu. Aoki is wearing a white heatproof suit with purple highlights around her gloves, boots and ribs. She has black glasses on her with a dark purple cape. Izuku had a hat in his hands with pieces of paper in them as he waited for his entire class to arrive. Itsuki stood next to Ejiro and Denki with his hands in his pockets. The costume he was wearing was something that he had designed so he was 7 but has only improved it over the years. He and the rest of the class was in front of a cement building that had 8 floors. "Is that everyone?" Izuku asked. "No, your rocket isn't here, Kiro," Sayu said. "I'm here," an exasperated voice said. Kitsuki turned around to see Achako quickly run to the rest of the class. Kitsuki looked at what she was wearing and it was incredibly tight, pronouncing her feminine attributes. Kitsuki suppressed his natural reaction of sneering and letting out a tch and remained quiet. Achako stopped behind him, panting slightly. "Oh hey Bakugo. Your costume looks amazing," she complimented. Kitsuki felt his face heat up. He growled slightly and looked away from Achako. "Thanks, you do too. But your costume seems a little tight," Kitsuki said with a little strain. Achako sighed and nodded. "Yeah, it's a little tighter than what I would have liked. I'll hopefully get that fixed soon," she whispered. "Alright class, now that we're all here let me explain what we'll be doing today," Izuku said, catching everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads around and gave Izuku their attention. "We'll be doing an exercise of heroes versus a villain. You'll be randomly assigned a partner and your task will be to find the bomb hidden by the villain in this building. You'll have 10 minutes to do it. You win by either subduing the villain or touching the bomb. Any questions?" Izuku stated and looked around. Tenya's hand instantly shot up and Izuku called for him. "Why are our partners random? That doesn't seem logical," Tenya stated and Izuku shook his head. "Actually it is perfectly logical Iida. Most of the time, you'll be fighting alongside the heroes who happen to be closest. You can't choose who you fight with," Izuku answered and Tenya nodded at it. Izuku was glad that he accepted his answer. "Any other questions?" Izuku asked. He immediately regretted it as the class burst out into questions. Izuku covered his ears as the words all mumbled together. He nudged Himiko for some help. She screamed, a high-pitched scream of a banshee. The class immediately shut up after that. Himiko went back to smiling. Izuku breathed and calmed himself down, putting his hands in front of him. "Sorry, but I can't answer all of your questions if you yell them out all at once," Izuku said, taking another breath. He looked towards Momo. "Aoi Rozu, we're in a building because it's a closer space which allows everyone to hide and regroup themselves. Also it will be good for quirk control practice so you don't break the walls and cause property damage," Izuku said. Momo's eyes widened, obviously not expecting for her question to be answered, but she nodded and thanked Izuku. Izuku then turned to Ejiro. "You will pick names out of this hat to determine teams." Izuku then turned to Tsayu. "There will be one lone person but don't worry they will be in a team." Izuku then turned to Yuga. "Yes, that cape does look fabulous on you." Yuga smiled widely and bowed. Izuku then turned to Fumikichi. "And for who the villain will be?" Izuku smiled evilly, moving his eyes to look at Himiko. She giggled and took a step forward. "Me?" she shouted enthusiastically. The class erupted into whispers. Some were excited, some were scared. Izuku was excited to see what the class would do. "Enough chit-chat. Everyone come up and pick a piece of paper. That piece of paper has a letter on it. Your teammate will have that same letter. The only person who won't have one is the person with the letter J. But don't worry, you will have a teammate," Izuku explained, holding the hat of paper around so everyone could grab one. Everyone did as he said. Then went around to find their partner. "Does you have a?" Tenya asked as he ran up to some of his classmates. When they said no he went to the next group. Kitsuki watched Tenya run around and groaned. "Boy Robo, I'm your partner," Kitsuki yelled out. Tenya turned to him before sprinting over to him with a frown. "My name is Iida Bakugo, that is very disrespectful towards me. I don't think our classmates appreciate your name calling either," Tenya said. Kitsuki scowled at the boy in front of him. Did he know what a joke is? It's all business with him and he's really obnoxious and controlling. Kitsuki scoffed and narrowed his eyes. "If you weren't such a control freak with a stick up your ass, maybe you could find your long-lost sense of humor. Why do you think I call you Robo?" Kitsuki asked with a scowl. Tenya seemed to go red at that and his face seemed to rise in anger. A few people around them laughed. Mizo wasn't good with people. He was friendly but also scary. It's also the reason he wore his mask. His face was scary and it did little to mask his overall hulking figure of a 14-year-old. Mizo looked at Fumikichi's number, the only person in the class who he could call a friend. After seeing that they did not have the same number, he went looking. Well, not like how everyone else would do it. Mizo formed eyes at the end of his tentacled arms and searched around. It took him a moment, but he spotted Fyoki with the letter B on it. Retracting his eyes, Mizo walked over to her. The girl looked up at the tall boy. She shrunk a little but smiled at the tall boy. "You have B?" she asked tentatively. "Yes, I do." Mizo spoke, trying to see if the girl was awkward or afraid of him. "Well, big guy, you better do your best to protect me," she said. Minoru was horrified. Which was strange considering the circumstances. He was desperately trying not to drool at the sight of Momo's large womanly parts. Minoru was her partner, which meant he had an opportunity to feel them. But the sinister and Cheshire smile that Carmilla was giving him and only him chilled him down to the bone. He felt like if he tried anything, she'd kill him. Which was most likely true. He could hold of a touching Momo, he didn't really need to feel the squishy god-like feeling he would have if he could get his hands on those. Minoru squeaked, feeling something sharp pinch his butt. It shocked him and burned, and Minoru immediately started rubbing it. Minoru looked back to Carmilla, who was no longer smiling, just glaring at the boy. Small drips of blood running down her finger. Minoru gulped. Mashiro was looking around for people with the letter D. None of his friends had it, and the other people he asked also didn't have it. Mashiro was slowly running out of options on who his partner was when people got into their groups. But then he suddenly felt a force slam into his back with arms wrapping around him. "Ejiro, you have D, right?" Toru asked. Yeah." Mashiro answered with a small blush. He was confused and unsure why she was holding him. It felt weird as she was leaning up to him on her tiptoes and pressing hard against his tail. He didn't want to move it because he'd probably smack her pretty hard by accident, and he didn't want to hurt her. Koji was shy and would very much prefer to remain in the background. But he was with some nice people. Fumikage and Rakido, for example. Tentatively, Koji reached his hand in and took one of the small pieces of paper. He held it up for him to see and unfolded it. The letter was E. Koji somewhat noticed a person looking over his shoulder, but he was too nervous to see who it was. He felt his hand shake. He wants to be holding his pet rabbit. She's gentle and soft and always knows how to calm his anxiety. Koji squeaks as a hand slaps him on the back. It wasn't hard to cause any pain, but it was still a shock. "Hey Koda, we're teammates. Let's do our best," he heard Rakido say. Koji didn't have the ability to turn his head and look at Rakido. He was just glad that his partner was Rakido, because he wasn't sure how other people would act after him being too scared to interact with them. Koji just settled with meekly nodding his head in response. Mina was disappointed that none of her friends had her letter F. She looked around and saw that everyone was talking with someone else. Mina pouted, it would be a pain to find her partner like this. So she would make her life easier. "Hey. Who has F?" she yelled out. "Me Masuer." Mina heard a voice say. Springing to the side, Mina looked to see Yuga smiling widely at her. Laughing, Mina winked at the blonde French. "Let's dazzle Aoyama," she said happily. Denki looked around. His main group of friends already have found their partners, with him being the only one. Denki becomes jittery as he looks down at his piece of paper. He wasn't the one that didn't have a partner, did he? No, sensei had said that it was J, he had G. So why couldn't he find his partner? Denki had felt a tap on his shoulder. It was a finger, hard and smaller. Denki turned around and saw Kyoka walking over to him. She had one hand in her pocket with her other hand holding a piece of paper with the letter G on it. Denki sighed and smiled. "Hey Jiru, looks like we're partners." The boy smiled happily. Kyoka didn't seem as thrilled, sighing and pocketing the piece of paper. "I know that, idiot. You know it would have been easier for you by asking around," she said with a groan, crossing her arms over her chest and looking away from him. Denki's smiles falter at a reaction. Fumikage quickly looked that Mizo was not his partner, which made him sigh. But no matter, he didn't have an issue with anyone in the class. Well, maybe other than Minoru. Dark Shadow is different. He doesn't like Kitsuki or Denki, but that's because they produce light. Fumikage sends Dark Shadow out to help him find his partner quicker, but his partner finds him first though. "Hiro, Tokoyami-kun, do you have H?" Sayu asks. "Ah, indeed Asui." Fumikage answers, bowing slightly. Sayu nods. Dark Shadow zooms back and quickly hops in front of Sayu. "Ah, I like you." Dark Shadow purred before pressing its head against Sayu's stomach. Sayu was stunned in place. She looked up to Fumikage, who sighed while silently glared at his quirk. Apologies, but Dark Shadow often acts like a domesticated pet. In fact, he likes being pet on the head. Fumikage explains. Sayu nods her head before slowly lowering her hand on the shadow beast's head and stroke it, making the shadow hum. Ejiro turned to Hanta first, as he was the closest person to him. Wocheck if he got the letter I. To his pleasant surprise, the boy did. Ejiro laughed and slapped Hanta's back, holding his piece of paper up to Hanta. "Would you look at that, bro, we're going to be a team," Ejiro announced, pumping his fists in the air. Hanta looked at Ijiro's paper and smirked, turning to the redhead. Yeah dude, we've got this. Hanta responded. The boy pulled up his fist for a fist pump which Ijiro happily delivered. Ichako happily grabbed her piece of paper. She quickly snuck a glance at Kitsuki's paper to see that he had A. She knew it was unlikely that they were going to be on the same team, but she could hope. Ichako unfolded her piece of paper and froze. She had J. She was the one who didn't have a partner. But that wasn't fair. She can't possibly take Carmilla on by herself. Ichako took a breath and calmed herself down. Hope said that she would in fact have a partner. Who that might be, she didn't know. But she shouldn't freak out. This is just an exercise. Hey around cheeks, are you alright? Kitsuki asked, turning around to her. Ichako blinked at him and she felt her cheeks grow hot. But nonetheless she smiled up at the explosive boy. Certainly, I'm so pumped. Ichako said excitedly. Izuku waited until everyone had gathered their partners before he would continue. Izuku looked over to Himiko who was eyeing the students mischievously. Izuku sighed and shook his head. He moved closer to Himiko and elbowed her in the side. She yelped at the contact before turning and pouting at Izuku. Go easy on them Himi. Izuku whispered sternly. Himiko giggled before looking up at the sky thoughtfully but with a huge grin. She tapped her chin with her finger. No promises. She giggled, her mouth spread from ear to ear. Izuku groaned and shook his head, but he couldn't hide his smile from Himiko. He then turned to the rest of the class and clapped his hands, activating his pitch quirk to make it louder. The class all flinched before looking at Izuku and Himiko. Alright, let's all get started. Carmilla, you may enter the building and hide the bomb. Make sure to grab some capture tape. As for you all, we are going alphabetically. I believe it is Iida and Bakugo who are A if I heard correctly. Izuku asked, looking over to the two boys who nodded. Great, so you two will be first. Your goal is to either capture, defeat Carmilla or simply touch the bomb. You have 10 minutes to do this and have 5 minutes to create a plan with each other. The box with capture tape is next to the door, as well as an earpiece that allows me to hear and communicate with you. Good luck. As for everyone else, follow me to the observation room. Izuku said. The class nodded. Kitsuki and Tenya stepped to the side, creating distance from the rest of the class. Himiko quickly leaned over to Izuku and placed a kiss on his cheek, which made some of the girls queue at the sight. Himiko then skipped away and went all the way into the building. Izuku walked past the class and gestured for them to follow. But before Izuku left, he turned back to the class. Oh, and by the way, if any team wins, you get no homework. Izuku smiled. This made the class cheer and yell. They walked for about a minute before the class reached a steel door. They watched as Izuku pulled out a card from his pocket. He lifted it up to the scanner next to the door. The red light at the top quickly turned green and the door slid open. The class was amazed at that, making Izuku smirk. He turned around with a smile. If you think that is cool, watch this. Izuku said with a grin. Izuku then walked further into the room and again the class was astounded. What the class saw was a room that was a bit larger than their classroom, but instead of having desks and a board, it was a mostly empty room with a wall of electronics at the end. There were 10 televised screens with a panel having several buttons and parts to it, with the center having a microphone on a long silver stick. Izuku walked up to it and raised his right hand. The class couldn't see, but the lines on his hand were glowing a bright lime green. Izuku placed his hand next to the microphone on the panel, and the class was amazed. Lights of lime green grew on the panel from Izuku's hands, and it spread to every inch of connecting electronic on the room. All of a sudden, the screens all flickered on. The class could see hallways of room on the building. They watched as Izuku seemingly flipped through the cameras how he wanted until he found the room where Himiko was hiding the bomb. Izuku then made a camera look at Kitsuki and Tenya as they stood outside of the building, grabbing some materials. The class was stunned. Wow, sensei. That was amazing. Momo said in amazement. Izuku smiled and looked behind him. Thank you. Izuku smiled. He then pulled his arm away and the green lights disappeared with it. Izuku then bent down to the microphone and gripped it with his left hand and pulled his face close to it. Alright, Bakugo, Iida, you have 5 minutes to deliberate your strategy. You may enter the building when I saw go. Izuku spoke. Both Kitsuki and Tenya were both shocked to hear Izuku's voice, as they had only just put the earpieces in before relaxing. They then turned to each other. Bakugo, I suggest the best course of action is for me to take the lead and scour the building for the bomb. My superior speed should allow me to escape and report to you for assistance. Tenya stated. The two did not realize that their voices could be heard by the entire class, thanks to Izuku. Most of the class mentally agreed with Tenya. Nah, that's fucking stupid. Kitsuki responded. Some of the class looked shocked at that, with Tenya looking offended. Language, Bakugo, we are classmates and why would that be stupid? It is clearly the intelligent way to go about this. Tenya stated angrily. Kitsuki grumbled and shook his head. Odd, Carmilla has clearly shown capabilities of manifesting objects of her choice. She can create traps and can specialize them into defeating you, as she'd expect you to take the lead because of your speed. If that happens I can't help you and I know for a fact I won't be able to take her from there, Kitsuki argued. The class was shocked at Kitsuki's analogy. They don't know him too well, but because of his quirk they assumed him to be a guns a-blazing type guy. But he obviously is strategic and is observant of others. Kitsuki took in a breath and raised his hands in front of this. So I suggest we go in together. I'll be in the front to try and lure her out with my explosion. Once we see her, you sprint in the opposite direction to try and find the bomb. Keep an eye out for traps, but otherwise I will try and hold her off. That good with you? Kitsuki asked. Tenya had wide eyes in shock, but he kept his composure and nodded his head. Yeah, let's do that. Tenya responded. Alright heroes, your time starts now. Izuku said into the mic. Kitsuki and Tenya turned to the door and walked inside. Kitsuki had taken the lead when walking through the halls. After every corner, Kitsuki leapt forward with his palm ready to create an explosion. But Himiko was never there. Tenya was behind Kitsuki, watching his six. The two continued on this path, making it onto the second floor. The class was currently trying to look for Himiko, but she wasn't on any of cameras. Izuku was also curious of how Himiko would attack the duo, and his question was about to be answered. Kitsuki jumps to the new hallway with his palm glowing hot. But to his shock Himiko was ready. She was crouched down and pushed herself up, gripping Kitsuki's gauntlet upwards. Kitsuki unleashed an explosion, but Himiko had already pushed his arm away. Kitsuki growled as he flailed to get away from Himiko. Himiko jabbed Kitsuki's jaw and kneed him in the stomach. Kitsuki yelled and pushed his other palm forward and ignited another explosion. He fell down onto the floor, wincing at the pain. Himiko flew across the hallway but landed on her feet but still slid on the ground. Tenya watched this happen before crouching down and getting ready to charge at Himiko. Oh! Kitsuki yelled. Tenya flinched at the noise and looked down at Kitsuki as he pushed himself up, his palms popping with explosions. Tenya, remembering the plan, nodded before sprinting away. Himiko saw this and laughed. Oh, so you're a distraction. Well, looks like I'm already going to have to initiate phase 2. Himiko giggled. Kitsuki was confused at what the hell she was talking about. He didn't expect her to suddenly sprint away. Instantly Kitsuki shot himself after her, however he was struggling to keep up. Because of the walls he had to limit himself so Himiko kept toying with him. Lobbing fire and glue as he launched himself towards her. Kitsuki was getting tired as he continued to chase a losing battle. Once Kitsuki turned another corner he saw Carmilla standing next to a small red box. A glass lid was lifted up as Carmilla leant on the wall next to it. She giggled and waved to him before pressing the button. Sirens ring off in the building before she ran off again. Izuku smirked, knowing what she had done, but the rest of the class was still confused. What did she just do? Denki asked. Isn't that just the fire alarm? Echako asked. Izuku nodded. Yes it is. Izuku smiled. Just then, the sprinklers came on. Kitsuki looked up to the sprinkling of water that was now showering him. He growled, hitting the ground. Damn it. He muttered. Kitsuki then gave chase after Carmilla. He made it to a stairwell and looked up. He saw Carmilla climbing it, but going from railing to railing instead of using the steps. Kitsuki growled as he felt his palm sizzle, the water already making his quirk weak. But nonetheless, an explosion still erupted from Kitsuki and launched himself up, going from the second floor all the way to the sixth. Kitsuki yelled as he grabbed the railings. He could feel his hands ache and starting to cramp, but he pushes on. He watches Himiko barge through the door on the 6th floor, making Kitsuki swear under his breath. He climbed over the railing and ran after again. Carmilla looked over her shoulder to see Kitsuki chasing her on foot instead of blasting over to her. She smirked, her plan already working. She then heard heavy footsteps. Carmilla turned the corner and saw Tenya try to run as fast as he can with his quirk, but the wet floor making him unable to. Tenya saw her. Not being able to see Kitsuki as he was around the corner. Tenya started to speed up, flames coming out of the exhaust pipes on his legs. He started sprinting towards Himiko. Himiko laughed and charged at Tenya. Tenya swung his leg up. Going to kick Himiko but started to slip on the water. Himiko just got down, her stomach on the floor. Tenya flew right above her. He went across the room and slammed into Kitsuki. Ah, what the fuck are you doing? Kitsuki yelled as he was pushed onto the floor by Tenya flying on top of him. The class with Izuku laughed at Kitsuki's outburst. Tenya groaned and stood back up, glaring at the girl at the end of the hallway. She just stood there with a cheeky grin while laughing at the two. His engines revved up, smoking pouring into Kitsuki's face. Ah, what the hell, Robo? What are you doing? Katsuki asked again, but his question was met with silence. Tenya then started sprinting towards Himiko. Katsuki saw this and pushed himself up. "Hey, what the fuck? Get back here," Katsuki shouted. But it fell on deaf ears. "I will take you down, villain," Tenya shouted, and the class laughed at his loud antics. Himiko did as well. The class then noticed blood dripping down her arm. "What happened to her arm?" Fyoki asked. Izuku just smiled. The class all gasped when they saw the blood start to change, slowly becoming a pole. Momo nodded. "So that's how her quirk works," she said. Himiko didn't move from her spot, waiting for Tenya to reach her. Tenya went for a punch, as last time he took out himself and Katsuki going for a kick. He punched forward at Himiko, who blocked it, putting the pole in front of her and directing Tenya to the side. She directed him into the all and Tenya slammed into hard. The class winced at the harsh impact. Tenya stumbled back before falling onto the ground. Himiko hummed and tied him up in the capture tape. She then stood up and looked over to Katsuki, who could only look at what was happening, unable to do anything. "Ida is incapacitated," Izuku said into the microphone. Himiko grinned wickedly at Katsuki. "You're not as powerful without your explosions, are you?" she snarled with a grin. The class was confused. "Wait, why can't Bakugo use his explosions?" Ijiro asked. "You're going to have to figure it out. This is also a test for you all. To observe the strengths and weaknesses of what others' quirks can do. I'll give you all a hint, it has something to do with the sprinklers," Izuku said. Katsuki growled at Himiko. Not as powerful without his quirk. He knew he wouldn't have won a one-on-one against her anyway, but the prospect of being helpless stung. Katsuki brought up his hands that were closed into fist. He could still throw a good punch, could still kick and fight. He wasn't useless, worthless or weak. Katsuki took in a breath. He'd always known that, but he was an ass. Now he can see, without his ego glasses in front of his eyes. Katsuki punches his open hand and cracks his knuckle. "I'm not going down without a fight," Katsuki answers. Himiko laughs at this. She then charged at Katsuki, who stood his ground. He blocked a punch and a kick. Katsuki then got down and attempted to punch her in the gut. But Himiko caught his wrist. She swung Katsuki into a wall and smashed his head into the wall. A knife was then pressed to his neck that Himiko had grabbed from her pocket, and just like that, Katsuki had lost. "Bakugo has been defeated, villains win," Izuku announced over the intercom. Himiko laughed and jumped back. She pressed her hands to her cheek with the knife still in her hands. "Yay. I did it," Himiko said happily. Katsuki sighed, he felt disappointed. He's never really lost, but it is to be expected. He is not the best, and Katsuki has to learn. But Katsuki can't keep his eyes from going to Tenya and frowning. He told him not to do that. "Bakugo, can you help get Ida to the infirmary? He looks out cold," Izuku asked, speaking into the microphone. Katsuki groaned and nodded his head. "Yeah, whatever." Katsuki spoke and walked over to the unconscious boy. A medbot came around, and Katsuki helped Tenya into the stretcher it was carrying. Izuku smiled and looked back to the class. "Alright class, that was the first group. I hope you all took notes on what happened and apply them to your turn. So who is Group B?" Izuku asked. Mizo and Fyoki raised their hands. "Alright, you two walk down to the building and grab some of the capture tape and earpieces. You have 5 minutes to deliberate before entering," Izuku said. "Yes, sensei," Fyoki and Mizo said before turning around and leaving. Katsuki soon walked in after they had left, and the class congratulated his performance and asked why he couldn't use his quirk with the sprinklers on. Mizo and Fyoki entered the building. Fyoki seemed to be taking the lead in both planning and entering. This confused Izuku and others greatly, as Mizo clearly would be better at the front because of his scouting quirk. Fyoki was focusing her quirk to only hit in front of her, but the problem with it, that it would take a while for her heat to traverse through walls. This is shown by a camera of Himiko, who is hiding behind a wall. Fyoki and Mizo were walking in her direction, and Himiko was feeling little of her quirk. She was able to keep quiet so Mizo's ears couldn't hear her. The class watched as Himiko slid her hand, and blood started to form in her hand. Himiko then jumped out of the hallway and threw her blood at Fyoki. Himiko turned her blood into fire, ramming into Fyoki. Mizo didn't have time to protect, but managed to catch her before she hit the floor. Fyoki's quirk instantly deactivated, and she held her arms and chest in pain from the fire. "Go find the bomb," Mizo whispered to her, placing her behind him. Himiko charged at Mizo with a wicked smile, but was ultimately unprepared at Mizo's speed. Even Izuku was surprised. Mizo charged towards Himiko, covering his body with one of his arms and swiped at her. Mizo's sheer size and Himiko's overconfidence allowed her to be hit. Himiko was flung back, flying well over 10 meters, but she pushed herself off the wall and stayed standing. Fyoki retreated behind Mizo as he continued to run at Himiko. The two fought, mostly Himiko striking Mizo and dodging his attacks. The class was majorly impressed at Mizo constantly being hit and still charging forward with little issue. Even after Himiko created a pole and knuckle dusters, Mizo still charged on. It was only when he got hit in the face did it seem like the boy got hurt. Himiko, naturally finding a weak point, kept trying, but Mizo was good at keeping her away with his sheer size advantage and surprising agility. The class gasped as Mizo managed to get a hold of Himiko's leg. He gripped it and spun around before throwing her into a wall. Mizo then curled his right arms together to make it more dense. He pulled his arm back, as far away from his body as he could. Himiko, although hurt, was not nearly close to being out. Mizo punched forward, and Himiko ducked down to avoid it. Collective surprise surrounded the rest of the class as they saw Mizo's arm go straight through the wall. Himiko saw her and took it. With her fist, she punched Mizo right in the temple. He coughed and dropped down to one knee but remained standing. Himiko moved out of under Mizo and lifted her pole above her head and slammed it down onto Mizo's. A shout cry of agony came from Mizo as the pole slammed into the back of his head. He dropped down, only remaining up because of his arm. Himiko wrapped capture tape around the boy as he groaned in pain. "Shoji has been captured," Izuku announced. Himiko smiled and bent down to the boy. "Sorry, Shoji," she whispered before standing up and running away. Himiko quickly ran to the 5th floor and raced all the way to the bomb. Fuyuki had no made it there as she had gone to floor 6 and 7 trying to find the bomb. Once she had gone to the 5th floor, she already saw Himiko waiting for her. Himiko had made a small cloth over her arm and sprinted to Fuyuki, who had her pole trailing behind her. Fuyuki, with shaky and injured hands, pushed them forward and concentrated a beam of heat towards Himiko. There was a small stream of orange that Izuku and the rest of the class could barely make out. The beam hit Himiko's shoulder and it lit on fire. Himiko raised the cloth up to block the stream of heat. She patted down her shoulder while sprinting. Fuyuki did the same thing again, but it wasn't slowing Himiko down at all. Aoki screamed as she saw Himiko whip the pole around. She turned away, blocking her head, but the impact never came. "Nanami has been defeated, villains win," Izuku said in the microphone. Fuyuki cracked her eyes open and looked over to Himiko. The pole was inches away from the side of her face, and Himiko purposefully stopped herself from smacking the poor girl with it. "Nanami, please go to the infirmary and grab some burn cream," Izuku said into the microphone. Himiko smiled at the girl, who still was slightly scared at the fact she was nearly hit in the face with a metal pole. She nodded her head and left. Mizo had already taken his arm out of the wall and unwrapped himself from the tape. He was rubbing the back of his head as he walked back into the observation room. The class congratulated his efforts and were amazed at his display of strength from him breaking the wall with a single punch. Izuku was more interested in how hard Mizo could punch, as he didn't have any problem with breaking through a cement wall. "Enough everyone, Yayoi Rozu and Mineta, you two are up next," Izuku said. The two nodded, but Minoru caught Izuku's warning stare as he left, almost making him pee his pants. Momo and Minoru entered the building with a plan, however Izuku noted that Momo didn't seem confident. It was like she wasn't confident in her own abilities, which was really concerning for Izuku, as the girl was obviously super intelligent and very capable of analyses. Luckily her teammate was Minoru, who was also really good at plan building when he wanted to be. Izuku will have to look into the later. However, the two didn't really get to do much with their plan, as Himiko had a plan of their own. Before they could even get off the 1st floor, Himiko was running at them screaming, spinning her pole around. Both were very startled at Himiko's strange display, allowing her to get very close to the two. Momo quickly threw her prepared bag that was filled with Minoru's balls at Himiko. But Himiko spun her pole in front of her, blocking all of the balls and sticking them onto it. Momo, scared that Himiko was not affected by this at all, acted quickly. She formed her own metal pole. Himiko raised her up and swung it down at Momo, who blocked it. But now, it was stuck to Himiko's. Himiko raised her pole up, bringing Momo's with it, shocking the girl. Himiko took this opportunity and swept Momo off of her feet. The girl landed on the ground. Himiko quickly pushed forward. She pushed a part of her pole onto Momo's stomach with one of Mineta's ball, and put another part of her pole onto the ground that also had one of Mineta's poles, sticking Momo to the ground. Himiko didn't have time to celebrate her victory, however. She reached into her pocket and quickly pulled up her knife. She swung it up at a flying purple ball, stabbing it. She looked over at Minoru, who gulped. He took a step back. Himiko then grinned dangerously at the midget. She jumped over Momo and sprinted towards Minoru, who screamed in fear. He threw a couple more balls at the oncoming Himiko, but she swiped at them with a knife that still had one of Minoru's balls on them. Himiko now had a knife that had 3 purple spheres attached to it. Minoru tried running away, throwing his balls down on the ground in a hopeful attempt at sticking Himiko, but she easily avoided all of them, running up the wall at some points. Once she finally reached Minoru, she smacked him with it. Because of the strange properties of Minoru being repelled from his own quirk, the small boy flew into the air and crashed into the wall. Izuku suppressed his chuckle, unlike the rest of the class. He looked over to Momo on the camera and saw that she was making no attempt to make something to try and free herself. Izuku sighed and shook his head in disappointment. He reached for the mic. Both heroes have been defeated, villains win. Izuku announced. Himiko hauled Minoru onto her shoulder and walked back to Momo. She had Minoru free her before sending them back to the observation room. They were given a good try, as they really didn't do well. Team D. You're up next. Izuku yelled, interrupting the class's chatter. Toru and Mashirao entered. Neither of them had much hope of winning, as neither had an offensive quirk to combat Himiko's superior fighting skills. So they made a plan for Mashirao to be a distraction while Toru snuck around. However, the plan didn't work as Himiko made a trap. The two had split up, Toru going up the steps first. As soon as she did, a flower and water were dumped on her head. With her quirk negated, Himiko racing to her location and Mashirao nowhere close to help. Toru knew she was screwed. Himiko saw the invisible girl covered in flour and ran over to her. Toru attempted to put up a fight, but didn't achieve anything as Himiko wrapped her hands in capture tape. Izuku had to commend her attempt at trying and not conceding defeat, despite knowing she'd lose. Hagakure has been captured. Mashirao sighed as he started to run around the building. He knew he would lose in a fight, so his only chance of winning was to find the bomb. However, Himiko would not let him run, being extremely fast gave him no choice but to fight. Mashirao is the only one in the class with experience in fighting Himiko, but he hadn't won yet. But he attempted and did really well, lasting 4 minutes until Himiko kicked his face and his head hit the wall. Hero team defeated, villains win. Izuku announced. Mashirao was praised when he returned from his fight, but he knew it was nothing. Himiko didn't use her quirk against him. Toru sighed, upset with herself as she didn't do anything. Okay, Team E is next. Izuku said to the class. Prttygoodnoob swallowed some sugar he held in his container. His muscles increased into incredible proportions and took the lead. Koji slowly walked behind him. Koji ordered a few birds and to look around the building and kept 2 lizards with him. The 2 birds found Himiko and started screeching her location. Himiko growled as the birds avoided a rock she threw at them before sprinting away. She saw the 2 boys and charged at them. Prttygoodnoob got in front of Koji. Koji threw his 2 lizards over Prttygoodnoob and had them attack Himiko. He then turned around and ran. Himiko hissed as one of the lizards put her ankle, but she quickly shook it off. Prttygoodnoob ran at her, although slowly because his quirk doesn't increase his lower body strength, only upper body. The bite from the lizard had made Himiko start to bleed. She grinned as she kicked her leg up, turning the blood on her ankle to sand. Prttygoodnoob cried out as sand got in his eyes. He swung at Himiko but was way off. Himiko rolled through his legs before sprinting past him, going after to Koji. Koji squeaked when he realized he was after him. Himiko quickly caught up to him and gripped his wrist. She twisted him around and was about to wrap the tape around him. But Koji kicked her stomach, catching her off guard. He used his free hand to smack her across the face, which had also surprised her. The class cheered as Koji fought back and succeeded. Himiko growled and lunged at the quiet boy who panicked at the animal eye and noises she was making. She tackled him to the ground and subdued him. Koda has been captured. Izuku announced. Prttygoodnoob huffed as he ran to his friend but was too late. Himiko smiled before running over and attacking him. Well sort of. Mostly removing the rest of the sugar off of his body, then proceeded to avoid him for the next 5 minutes. Once those 5 minutes were up, Prttygoodnoob had passed out from a sugar crash as of a result from his quirk. Hero team has been defeated, villains win. Izuku announced. Prttygoodnoob was lifted up by medbots and taken to the infirmary to wake up. Koji returned to the observation room where everyone congratulated him, which made the boy extremely uncomfortable. Fyoki had came into the room shortly after. Other than Mizo, no team really was ever winning against Carmilla, which had brought the spirit of some of the class down. They didn't think they could win. Alright, who is Team F? You guys are next. Izuku said. Mina and Yuga skipped into the building. They didn't have a plan other than charge and find the bomb. They made it to the 3rd floor before finally spotting Himiko. Yuga charged up a laser and fired it at Himiko, who barely dodged. She proceeded to scrape by lasers as Mina slid over to her. Himiko jumped back, avoiding a blob of acid that was hurled at her. Mina then clasped her hands together and sprayed out acid like a hose at Himiko. She screamed in pain as the acid burned her skin and slowly ate away at it. The class roared in excitement as the duo gave Himiko a run for her money. But Izuku stopped them. They were confused until Izuku said. Himiko was bleeding. Electricity sparked out from the new burn wounds that Mina was giving her. The electricity traveled up the hose of acid and struck Mina. The electricity shocked her, stunning Mina. Himiko quickly ran to her quickly and punched her in the face, knocking Mina out. As Himiko did that, a laser hit her in the face. Himiko yelled as she was flung back. She hit the ground hard but stood back up. Yuga was shaking slightly as the pain he was receiving from his quirk was growing. He turned around and ran away to try and look for the bomb, but Himiko gave chase. Yuga attempted to fire some more lasers at her to slow her down, which worked as some of them hit her, but because of Yuga overusing his quirk they weren't that strong. Yuga was on the 4th floor, that's where he saw the bomb. But he didn't get a chance to try and touch it as Himiko pulled him back and wrapped Yuga up in capture tape. The hero team has been defeated, villains win. Izuku shouts into the microphone. The class all groan. That was the closest they had been to defeating Himiko, who had not taken a break by the way, and any injuries she had sustained carried over, so it made some of the class feel worse. Yuga came back to the observation room while Mina was brought to the infirmary. Yuga was congratulated, which he gladly accepted with a bow. But he immediately regretted it as the French boy vomited on the floor. Izuku sent him to the infirmary, then quickly went to work cleaning it up. Group G, go down while I quickly clean this up," Izuku stated. Denki and Kyoka walked into the room and the class already thought they wouldn't do well. Their dynamic wasn't there at all as Denki tried talking to Kyoka only for her to growl at him in annoyance and flat out ignored him. There was a point where Kyoka stopped Denki and stuck one of her earphone jacks into the wall. She listened to what she could hear. Izuku watched as Himiko was directly above them but was being incredibly quiet. She had mastered the art of silence, so he knows it is difficult to know Himiko is coming. But to Izuku's surprise, she pointed up, which greatly impressed him. Denki nodded and took the lead. He carefully looked around as they walked up the floors, making it to the second one. Himiko, however, was hot on their trail. But Kyoka could hear her. She ordered Denki with a whisper to hurry up as she was catching up to them. Denki nodded and sped up. Himiko noticed them running now and threw out the stealth tactic and started sprinting to find them. Denki and Kyoka tried running, but only were barely able to make it the 3rd floor until Himiko had caught up. Denki summoned electricity around him and got in between him and Kyoka. Kyoka continued to run in search for the bomb. But Himiko was ready to fight Denki. She had an insulating blanket already made and covered the front of her body with it. She pushed Denki and tripped him, intending to run past him, but he stopped her. Denki managed to stay on his feet by quickly moving his feet. He stomped on Himiko's feet and pushed her. Denki then started punching her with surprising speed. Izuku smiled at that. Denki was boosting his muscles to punch faster. Himiko was having a hard time blocking as the blanket was mostly covering her. But she managed to throw it off of her and covered Denki with it. She tackled him to the ground. Denki managed to reach around the large insulating blanket and gripped Himiko's leg. He then let loose his quirk. Himiko screamed in pain as the electricity ran through her body. But eventually it stopped. Denki went dumb, saying way from overuse. But miraculously, Himiko stayed standing. She was panting hard and her body was aching, but Kyoka was still running about. The class was shocked to see Himiko get back up and run again, but noticed her considerable limp in the leg that Denki grabbed. The class also saw electricity reappear on her every now and again, making Himiko seize up momentarily. Himiko raced to the bomb on the 6th floor and started protecting it, running around the floor to try and find Kyoka. But Kyoka was good at hiding. She was able to detect Himiko incredibly well, thanks to her quirk and Himiko struggling to stay standing, so she wasn't all that worried about keeping quiet. Kyoka noticed a place where Himiko kept going back to and concluded that was the bomb. So when Himiko was going into the opposite direction, Kyoka made a dash for it. Himiko heard her and immediately ran back, but Kyoka already had something planned. She plugged her earphone jacks into her boot and released a sonic screech at her. The loud sonic's wave pushed Himiko back and Kyoka ran into the room. Himiko yelled as she fought through the pain, biting her lip. She stood up and charged into the room. Kyoka sprinted, breathing heavily. Class 1 cheered for her in the observation room as she closed the distance to the bomb. Kyoka extended her earphone jacks towards the bomb. Himiko flicked a small spark of electricity at Kyoka's feet, making the purple-haired girl trip. She slammed onto the ground. Himiko jumped on her, pinning Kyoka to the ground. But Himiko failed to notice Kyoka's earphone jacks reaching for the bomb. Hero team has secured the bomb. Heroes win. Izuku shouts into the microphone. The class cheer in excitement from their classmate's success. Himiko blinks. She follows along the elongated skin of Kyoka and see them touching the bomb. Himiko slowly gets off of her and helps Kyoka to her feet. Wow, great job, Jiro. Himiko congratulates with a strained smile. Kyoka nods. Thank you. She accepts. Wow, Kyoka was amazing. She beat Carmilla. Achako said, praising her classmate. Izuku nodded his head. Indeed she did, but remember, Jiro could only have done that thanks to Kaminari's efforts in electrocuting her. Izuku reminded. The class all nodded their head, remembering how Himiko struggled to move after Denki's electrocution. Izuku looked back on the screen and saw Himiko on the ground, holding her knees. He frowned, switching the camera off of her. Okay class, I have to help Carmilla. Don't touch anything while I'm gone. Izuku threatened as he left the room. Izuku turned into an electric bolt to go faster. He reached Himiko and went over to her, seeing that she was extremely sad. Izuku got down next to her and placed a caring hand on her back. Himi, are you okay? Izuku asked caringly. He heard Himiko sniffle and look up to him with tear-brimmed eyes. I lost, she said sadly. Izuku smiled at her, caressing her cheek. And that's okay. You didn't have to win every fight. I'm very proud and amazed of how well you did and all of the plans you made for the students. Izuku smiled widely. Himiko looked at him with wide eyes. You're not upset with me? She asked and Izuku looked at her in disbelief. Why would I be upset with you? Izuku asked, smiling caringly at her. Himiko smiled and pulled Izuku in for a hug. Izuku laughed and embraced her back. He then pulled away and kissed her on the lips, winking at her. Making Himiko giggle. Hey, let me quickly heal you. Izuku said. Himiko nodded. Izuku grabbed Himiko's hand and took away her quirks. After a bit of practice and trial and error, Izuku found out that he can have others use quirks that are not similar to theirs if they don't have their original help, but Izuku still needs to make sure Himiko doesn't accidentally harm herself. Izuku had Himiko use Fad Inflammation, healing all of her wounds almost instantly. Izuku then gave Himiko back her quirks before standing up. 3 more fights left. Keep them on their toes. Izuku called out to Himiko as he left. Will do. Himiko yelled back, jumping back onto her feet. Izuku then bolted back to the observation room with his quirk. He opened the door. Rikito was back from his nap as well as Yuga. Kyoka was being congratulated for her performance, and Izuku could see a smile present on her face. Hey, quiet down. Team H is next. Izuku yelled out to the class. Fumikage and Sayu were next. Fumikage stayed mostly in the shadows in order to increase the size of Dark Shadow. Sayu was able to camouflage herself and traverse around. She almost went unnoticed, but Himiko managed to spot her. The two fought Himiko. Both saving each other on multiple occasions and trying to subdue Himiko. The closest attempt they had was when Sayu had wrapped Himiko around in her tongue. Dark Shadow was extremely close to capturing Himiko as he flew to her with capture tape, but Himiko cut her thumb with a ring on her finger and zapped Sayu, making the frog girl release her. However, Himiko wasn't having much success either in capturing the students. Both of them had amazing teamwork and constantly saved each other from a range. Not only that, but thanks to Dark Shadows and Sayu's amazing agility, Himiko was struggling to keep up with them. Even with the ability to create fire, the weakness to both Fumikage and Sayu wasn't helping enough to defeat them because of Himiko's limited supply of blood. Unfortunately, both them and the class didn't get to see the match end. Time's up. Villains win. Izuku announces. Himiko sighs in relief and Dark Shadow shrieks in disappointment. Himiko congratulated the two of them as she wasn't able to subdue either of them. Even Kyoka, who had won, technically was subdued. The two walked back to class and were congratulated by their peers. Well done you two, by far the best teamwork of the day. Izuku praised. Both of them bowed and thanked him. Izuku then turned to Ejiro and Hanta. He raised his hand and pointed at them with 2 fingers. You two are up next. Izuku told. Ejiro and Hanta raced in. When Hanta spotted Himiko, he spewed out loads of tape from his arm. He made a huge web of tape as him and Ejiro ran in the opposite direction of her. But Himiko cut through it with a knife and the tape on the floor she burned. She quickly caught up to the duo. Hanta attempted to hit her with tape, but Himiko avoided it by jumping around the hallway, landing on the walls and jumping from the ceiling. Ejiro attempted to hit her, but Himiko flipped over him. She kicked Hanta in the face and wrapped his hands in capture tape as he fell to the ground. Zero has been captured. Izuku said in the microphone. Ejiro was able to stand against Himiko for a good 2 minutes thanks to his quirk, superior size and strength, but he was eventually caught after Himiko formed some of her blood into glue, sticking him to the ground. Heroes have been captured, villains win. Himiko then freed Ejiro. The two boys walked back to the observation room. Kitsuki congratulated them, which they took great pride in, hugging the blonde much to his dismay. Izuku smiled at the display, shaking his head. Everyone settled down. Izuku called to the class. He waved his arms down in a motion to lower the noise. The class became quiet and looked over to Izuku. There is still one more fight left. Uraraka. Izuku said, looking over to the girl. She sheepishly smiled and nodded her head. But then she looked around the room. But I don't have a partner. Ichako said. Izuku nodded and smiled. Yes, you don't. Now everyone other than Jiro, who volunteers? Izuku asked. The class all flinched. As much as they had in this exercise, a second go wasn't ideal. Himiko was viscous, and almost all of them were hurt, and the ones who weren't got taken down instantly. Achako lowered her head, upset that no one would be her partner. I'll do it, a raspy voice said. Achako's head shot up and the rest of the class looked over to the volunteer. Kitsuki raised his hand up for a second go. Izuku smiled and clapped his hands. Excellent, Bakugo and Uraraka, you two can head down. Remember the free homework, Bakugo, that also applies to you. Izuku called out. Kitsuki grumbled and raised his thumb in the air. He and Achako walked down to the building. Hey, thanks Bakugo for volunteering. I'm really glad you did. Achako mentioned, not making eye contact with Kitsuki. Kitsuki looked over to her with a raised eyebrow. Why is that? He asked. Well, people work better together with people they like, so I'm really happy you volunteered. Achako admitted, turning to Kitsuki with a bright smile. Kitsuki felt himself stop working at a bright smile. He felt his cheeks turn red, a feeling he didn't like. Kitsuki grumbled and turned his head away, grabbing his face. Yeah, no problem. I had no problem doing it. You'd be a better partner than Robo anyway. Kitsuki responded, hiding his blush. The two walked to the door. They grabbed an earpiece and some capture tape. They both turned to the building, looking all the way up. Achako then turned to Kitsuki. So Bakugo, you're good at making plans, do you have one? Achako asked. Kitsuki hummed as he looked over the building. Well, as we both can't fly, it would be better for Carmilla to put the bomb on the first floor, so we can't come from two ways. Mainly me blowing a fucking hole in the roof. But other than that, I have no clue. She toyed with me the first time, running away from me until she pressed the button that turned on the sprinklers. She'd probably just bloody turn them on instantly, nullifying my quirk. And since you'd need to get close to her to activate your quirk, there's no shot as her martial arts abilities greatly passes ours. No offense by the way. Kitsuki apologized after he realized he insulted her capabilities of her quirk. But Achako still innocently smiled up at him. None taken. But I may have a solution to the sprinklers. Achako stated. Kitsuki looked over to her, interested. Shoot round cheeks. I'm all ears. Kitsuki said. Well, if we can grab a sheet, I can tie it to you and make it float to create a makeshift umbrella. Achako suggested. Kitsuki looked at her, before cracking a wicked grin. Round cheeks, you're a fucking genius. Kitsuki said. Achako then turned beet red. Izuku smiled as he heard that. First compliment he's heard Kitsuki give, ever. He was also impressed with the two's strategy to try and negate Kitsuki's weakness. The two entered the building. Just like Kitsuki said, the sprinklers turned on after 5 seconds, but the two were already running into an empty room. Kitsuki ripped an open curtain off of its railing and handed it to Achako. She quickly started tying it onto the back of Kitsuki's collar. She floated it up and it covered Kitsuki, preventing him from getting wet. The two smiled at each other before they ran out again in search for the bomb. Kitsuki rounded a corner and lit of 2 explosions. Himiko was down low, prepared to pounce up at Kitsuki again, but she didn't expect the 2 explosions at once. Himiko yelled as she was hurled back, but she managed to get herself back onto her feet. She looked up and saw the cloth floating above Kitsuki and growled. She created 2 knives and threw them at the cloth to try and rip it. But Kitsuki blew them away with his explosions. Himiko was having trouble. She couldn't create projectiles to throw because Achako was sticking by Kitsuki's side, and whenever she could separate the two, she had grabbed 2 of her knives, giving Himiko a challenge. Achako had also thrown some of her own objects back at Himiko, which have hurt a lot. Kitsuki and Achako ran away from Himiko as she let out some electricity from her. But as they ran, Achako saw the bomb. Bakugo, the bomb. Achako shouted. Kitsuki turned his head and saw it as well, but with his brief focus no longer on Himiko, she took full advantage on it. Himiko created a large spear and threw at the small connecting part of the cloth at Kitsuki. Shit. Kitsuki swore as the cloth above him was quickly taken out. The spear carried it all to a wall and pinned it to the wall. Kitsuki looked back and saw the electricity looking brighter. Kitsuki's eyes widened as blood was now dripping onto the water. He quickly turned around and activated his explosions on the ground. He blew the water away and created a smokescreen which protected him and Achako. Kitsuki then gripped Achako's wrist and started to run. He moved them both behind a wall and leaned up against it. Kitsuki looked up to the ceiling of spraying water and swore, his quirk already basically gone. He then turned to Achako. Okay, new plan. We've got 1 shot, let's go. Kitsuki said with little explanation. Izuku and the rest of the class were intrigued at what Kitsuki's plan was. Achako included. Himiko continued to rush where she had seen Kitsuki and Achako run to. She ran towards but saw Kitsuki pop out from behind it. He raised his hand but it wasn't glowing. His second hand on the pin of his gauntlet. Kitsuki grinned and pulled the trigger, creating the largest explosion he had created that day, but it still wasn't a lot. Himiko managed to avoid it, jumping to the side. She reached into the smoke and grabbed Kitsuki's hair. She pulled him out and slammed him on the ground. She put her knee on his shoulder blade and made sure he couldn't move. Lost again? Himiko smiled. Not yet. She heard Kitsuki say. Himiko looked to the side and see Ichako jumping out of the smoke. She had one of Kitsuki's gauntlets on her hand, her second hand on the pin. Himiko had no defense, in both evading and blocking as Ichako pulled the pin. Himiko was blasted off of Kitsuki and slammed into a wall. Kitsuki got up and rammed himself into her. Run round cheeks. Kitsuki yelled. Ichako nodded and started sprinting away. She took off a gauntlet and let it drop to the ground as she ran away. Kitsuki attempted to keep Himiko pinned, but she wasn't having any of it. Himiko kneed Kitsuki in the crouch, causing him to cry out. Himiko headbutted Kitsuki's chin before moving him off of her. She stood up and gave chase to Ichako. No. Kitsuki shouted as he pushed himself up and chased after Himiko. He watched Ichako run into the room with the bomb with Himiko right behind her. Kitsuki turned to corner ready to help but saw Himiko standing near the doorway. He looked for Ichako and saw her floating in the air towards the bomb. He watched her as she then grabbed it and hugged the bomb tight. I got it. Ichako yelled. Heroes have secured the bomb. Hero team wins. Izuku announced. Class 1 screamed in joy at a second-class victory. Kitsuki smirked as Ichako slid down while Himiko was bouncing up and down on her feet, clapping her hands. Wow, you guys were so good. Great job you two. Himiko congratulated. Ichako smiled widely. Thanks Carmilla-sensei. Ichako thanked. Kitsuki grabbed his stuff and walked with Ichako out of the building and went to the observation room. Great job round face, that was awesome. Kitsuki smiled. He looked over to Ichako and saw her pout and look over at him. Kitsuki's expression instantly was wiped off and replaced with worry. Had he done something wrong? You know it's not fair that you call me by a nickname and I don't. Do you have a nickname that I could call you? Ichako asked. Kitsuki looked at her oddly and with relief. He then started to think about the question for a bit before smirking at Ichako. Yeah, Kachan. Kitsuki answered. Izuku smiled over his class as they congratulated Kitsuki and Ichako. Denki, Tenya and Mina have come back from the infirmary and were updated on everything they missed. This was one of Izuku's best weeks of his life. The bad good weeks to arrive without the bad. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage. Himiko's quirks. Transformation, hemomorphy. Hero. Izuku had just finished his first week of teaching mere hours ago. Yet here is he, finding himself on top of a warehouse roof, preparing to bust in mere minutes. Izuku hadn't been able to get any sleep yet, something he would have loved to do the mere moment he arrived back home. Izuku only had been able to just pull Himiko into his lap before Eraserhead called him. They had found a source of the notorious drug trigger being bided in a warehouse. This bidding center was extremely large and could be extremely dangerous depending on how much they had supplied. Which is why they needed powerful heroes that could make it to the location unnoticed. They couldn't risk spies getting out and letting the drug ring know that heroes were coming. This bust was too important to let that mistake slip. Which is why Izuku and Himiko were required to be at this raid. They were accompanied by Dabi and Eraserhead, two extremely capable pro heroes, and from the police, easily the best two. Even considering Dabi had been a pro hero for less than a month speaks magnitudes of his achievements. Edshot was supposed to be here, but apparently he got a lead on the hero killer and was after him. But Izuku is glad that he wasn't here, to be honest. He may be the number 6 hero, but Izuku didn't know him and he was still technically a vigilante. But since he is under watch by Eraserhead and technically Dabi, he and Himiko have free ability to use their quirks. Izuku reminisces about the day, trying to keep himself awake because today was hectic. He had battle training with Class B, which he had little trust in actually using their quirk safely. But he and Himiko had faith. Well, he more had faith in Himiko being able to take them down quickly, but that's beside the point. Daguerre was as violent as he predicted, but he still hadn't learned a thing in fighting Himiko. Sen had also been surprisingly good in combating Himiko, but he smiled at the memory of Himiko getting some rubble before hurling it at the boy. He punched it with his gyrating fists, but it also served to break the stone apart into smaller pieces, which hurt the boy badly. She's getting better at quirk analyses. The bar and Giroda were interesting, however. It doesn't take a genius for anyone to see that those two were the clear powerhouses of the class. In fact, their quirk's power outclasses the rest of their class by a huge margin, including most of Class 1A. It really makes Izuku think about how poor the entrance exam is designed. Hirota at least has the excuse that he loses a lot of competence in his beast form, but Ibara. She isn't in WANA for the reason because he quirk didn't have enough raw power. Anyone with half a brain cell could see the sheer strengths that quirk has, but she struggled in the exam because she couldn't destroy the robots. Heroes aren't meant to destroy the villains, they are meant to subdue them. That fact is what hindered Ibara's score a ton. Despite being the two powerhouses of the class, they ended up being paired together. They were a hard match against Himiko, but just because they had strong quirks doesn't mean they didn't have exploitable weakness. Ibara had the obvious weakness to fire, but she did a very good job at negating that weakness as much as possible. Hirota was a bit more complicated. His instincts and strong senses of smell and hearing made it impossible for Himiko to recuperate herself. But because of his complete lack of awareness, Himiko was able to create her plan right under his nose, making an anvil and dropping onto his head. Surprisingly, he still wasn't out, but Himiko wrapped him up in capture tape to finish the fight. However, that wasn't even the most rememberable part of the day. Itsuka and Shihai were partnered, and Izuku had high hopes for this pair. Itsuka has sparred with Himiko before, and she was incredibly good at it, so he had no fear that she would not put up a fight. Thanks to her large hands, she was able to protect herself from Himiko a lot and navigate the building. She had found the bomb but was taken out right in front of it. Himiko then went around, creating light to find Shihai, but what she and several classmates didn't realize that he was hiding underneath Itsuka's shirt. Izuku only noticed because he saw his black arms assist Itsuka in some of the brawls she had with Himiko. As soon as Himiko was gone, he made a mad dash to the bomb. It brought a smile to Izuku's face. Only to turn into shock as someone snapped their fingers in front of his face. "Boy, stop dosing off. I know for a fact you have had several late nights." Dabi snaps, but Izuku sees his amused grin. Izuku huffs and waves him off. "You don't have to deal with 40 chaotic teens. It's still a new experience for me," Izuku says, the excuse slipping out of his mouth. Dabi chuckles and rolls his eyes. He jumps forward. It's almost time to head in. But Izuku can't help and smile at Dabi. The man looked so much better than when Dabi had found them in that alleyway with Himiko months ago. His burn scars haven't disappeared, but they look so much better. Only looking like mild bruising instead of skin being teared off. Dabi is a hero, a great one at that. Izuku wonders if he is hiddenly ecstatic that he finally is something he had dreamed of being for so long. But Izuku doesn't blame him if he doesn't feel that way. That dream of his had long since been dead. "We're moving in 30 seconds. He hears Eraserhead's voice say over the small earpiece he has in his ear. Izuku nodded his head as he perched himself next to Dabi. He looked into the window. There has to be at least 50 people in there. There was a large stage near the end that obviously was supposed to mimic an auction. There are 3 people at the top of the stage are the 3 people Izuku was informed was in charge of this drug ring. The first man was Adaba Hoashi. He had short orange hair that spiked up near the front. His quirk is called Ember, and it allows him to burst small flames of fire from his fingertips. The individual flames themselves aren't that bad, but if they all run into each other, it create a powerful fiery explosion. That quirk has racked that man up a bit of a kill count. The second man was a darker toned skinned man with extremely dark hair named Nakoma Fugato. He had several light blue spots on his body that connects to his quirk. His quirk is called Moonlight, and he has the ability to absorb the reflected light of the moon and stars. This allows that man to fire out a moonbeam. He hasn't killed anyone, but people who he has attacked said that the beam feels like glass shards are being fired out of a cannon. The last man was the most mysterious out of the bunch. His name was Apollo and he has a wolf mutation. That's it, they can't even be 100% sure that his quirk is even a wolf quirk, seeing that people with animal attributes have unrelated quirks. But we do know that he is dangerous, he wouldn't be in this operation if he wasn't. Izuku and Dabi turned to each other. Eraserhead and Himiko were on the other side of the warehouse, but the plan is essentially the same. Izuku and Eraserhead will go after the 3 bosses, while Dabi and Himiko will use their crowd control abilities to take out the 50 thugs. Nakoma shows a briefcase to the crowd as they all cheer. The heroes watch as Nakoma clicks it open that has at least 20 vials of trigger. They knew they couldn't wait any longer. The signal is given and the windows the heroes are at break open. The entire warehouse of villains all turn to look at the 4 dropping in. Izuku uses Bolt to rush at Adaba. The man doesn't hesitate to attack at the new threat. He raises his hand at Izuku, but none of his fire the man had expected to shoot didn't come out. He looked at Izuku wide-eyed. Izuku smirked. The look on the man's face was clear fear and no thought of anger. He obviously has no power without his quirk. Izuku looks past the man and sees Nakoma have the same reaction. But Apollo, he was attacking Eraserhead. He hadn't seen the man's initial reaction to when Eraserhead erased his quirk, but judging by how the man is smiling as he attacks Eraserhead, Izuku can now saw Apollo's quirk revolves around him having canine attributes. But that doesn't mean he can't do more. Izuku curses as he sees Apollo fight. He obviously knows martial arts, and with his greater size, agility and strength against Eraserhead, it is likely it's a fight he can't win alone. But the trigger is more important. Eraserhead is doing an extremely good job at keeping his eyes on the other two, so Izuku has to use this opportunity to steal the briefcase away. Izuku forms his arms into tentacles. He grabs Idaba with on and raises him in the air, before extending his second tentacle out towards Nakoma. Nakoma hisses as he grabs the briefcase of drugs and tries to hide it away from Izuku. Izuku just knocks the man with his tentacle in the chin, before forcibly smacking the suitcase down and away from the man. Izuku then restrains Nakoma and holds him tight. But then Izuku sees Nakoma's spots glow. Izuku doesn't even have time to react when Nakoma unleashes a moonbeam, and it cuts straight through his tentacles that restrain both him and Idaba. Izuku curses as he realizes what that means. "Thanks Apollo, now take out these pests." Nakoma shouts, the blue spots on his body glowing a brighter blue. Izuku is confused and worried for what that means, but then he hears Apollo howl. Izuku looks over and his eyes widen. Eraserhead is facing down on the ground with Apollo above him, and from the light Nakoma is producing, Izuku can't see him getting bigger. It's a werewolf quirk. Izuku realizes in horror. Apollo snarls with a grin as he raises his claw. He is wrapped around in Eraserhead's capture weapon, but there is no pressure from Eraserhead that would normally restrain him. Izuku barely has time to think, to act. But he manages to. He covers Eraserhead head with a tentacle sprouting out of the ground before turning into a lightning bolt. Izuku zooms to Eraserhead as Apollo slams his claw down onto the back of Eraserhead's head, but is mostly protected from Izuku tentacle. Izuku rushes next to the man. He fuels his arm, forcing it to grow from his metal bones, some of the metal seeping outside of his skin. Izuku reeled his punch back and activated strong impact. He wailed his arm into the man's face, forcing a bark of a yell to make its way out of the man's mouth. He flew back, but not nearly as far as Izuku would have thought or hoped. Apollo landed on his feet and turned to him with a growl. Izuku looked again at the man and could see that he was still growing. Izuku saw something red flying through the sky and quickly raised his armored arm in defense. He was still morphing the rest of his bones, but he didn't want to go overboard. He knew that he, Himiko, Dabi and Eraserhead could handle these guys, so he didn't want to overexert his heavy skeleton quirk. Flames hit his arms and rapidly formed into a larger fiery explosion. Izuku was pushed back but was able to keep his ground. He moved his arms to look at his opponents, only to see Apollo only mere meters from him, raising his oversized claw way over his head. Just milliseconds from striking. Izuku was stuck. He couldn't move fast enough to dodge then turn into a bolt. But in doing so, he'll be leaving Eraserhead. He may be able to activate his quirk on Apollo to shrink him, but Izuku doesn't think that'll be enough to save him. He has to take the hit. If he doesn't, Eraserhead dies. Izuku raises his arms up, one larger in metal than the other. At first, Izuku thinks he's fine. The blow he takes is powerful, but nothing that'll kill him. But the claws said otherwise. The sheer strength of the man continued to push his claw down Izuku. His claw ripping down Izuku's flesh, causing blood to spew everywhere. Izuku screams, his body flinging back in tremendous pain. But Izuku forces himself to stop. To suck up the pain. He has a quirk to heal himself almost instantly. So he tries to use it, and it works. But the pain doesn't go away, Izuku can still feel it as he reaches for his face. He feels blood, there's a lot of blood, his mind supplies. But Izuku can't feel the wound, the gash, deathly blow. He breathes shakily at the pain. He knows he is fine, logically Izuku understands that he is alive and alright. But he can't stop himself from shaking, to get up and move. Because something that he wants to forget is something that's back in his mind. Pain, the agonizing pain. Even in this state, Izuku can't remember, he can only remember one thing. One sentence and it seems so out of place, he hardly even knows why he remembers it. "You'd be an amazing hero," the voice says. Izuku doesn't remember the owner of the voice, not the name nor even the gender. Just those words are what Izuku has in his head as he breathes sporadically. He then feels a gentle touch. The fingers are soft yet firm, grounding. He hears a beat, he thinks it's a heart. Whatever it is, it makes Izuku calm himself. He smiles and he finally relaxes. He opens his eyes and are immediately met with worried cat-like amber eyes. Izuku feels himself gripping onto Himiko tightly as she holds his face. She then smiles, getting closer to him and pecking his nose. "Izu, you worried me. Are you alright?" she asks, with a smile with very clear concern. Izuku smiles back and is only able to shakily nod his head. Izuku then looks around the area. He doesn't recognize it. Are they in a warehouse? Why are they in a? Izuku suddenly jumps up, his eyes wide with fear as he looks around the room for the villains he was just facing against. But then he sees them, all slumped in a corner with heavy burns. He then notices Dab slouched as he pants, Eraserhead next to him, looking like he's trying to calm him down. Don't worry, Dabi already took down all the villains. It was right after the wolf guy hit you pretty bad. Oh, and if you're interested, that guy over there has a pretty good resilience quirk. Himiko smiles, pointing her thumb back at a man tied up with his legs and arms together behind his back. He seems a lot less wounded than everyone else there. Izuku smiles and turns back to Himiko. I look at it, but I've got to make sure Dabi's alright. Izuku said, looking over to Dabi, who he can tell is in minor distress. Izuku gets up and walks over to Dabi. Eraserhead looks at Izuku walking over to them. He nods his head before jerking at Dabi. Izuku takes the hint that Izuku needs to talk to him. Izuku nods his head and Eraserhead gets up, he grabs a phone and starts calling who Izuku assumes are the authorities. He sits down next to Dabi, who is holding his neck. He seems a bit shaken and Izuku can't understand why. But that's what he is going to need to do. So Izuku scoots over and puts a hand on Dabi's back. Hey Dabi, you good? Izuku asks despite already knowing the answer. Dabi sighs and straightens himself up. But he doesn't look at Izuku. No. Dabi answers. Izuku nods his head, expecting that answer. They remain quiet for a moment before Dabi starts speaking again. Do you know what happened to you in that alleyway? The day I found you practically dead. Dabi says, his voice chokes at the end as he tries to hold in his sadness. Izuku looks shocked at Dabi's words. Not only had Dabi remembered that day from what happened, but that intense feeling of pain reminded Izuku of that day. Even though he didn't remember it. The wounds all point to them being from those 5. But, I was so scared when I found you. Dabi said in a hushed voice. This Dabi is unusual for Izuku to see. Dabi wasn't a weak person or someone who got scared, even in a losing situation. He always was smug and sarcastic. Now he looks vulnerable. How you look then, it reminded me of that day. It reminded me of your mangled body. Odd, I can't fail you again Izuku. Dabi says in a strained voice, pulling Izuku into a hug. Izuku doesn't oppose at all as he embraces him back. He has no idea what he had looked like Dabi found him 3 years ago now. But as someone he used to protect so hard, it must have shattered him to see Izuku in that state. He knows that Dabi would be crying right now if he could, but that just makes Izuku hold him tighter. No matter how strong Dabi is, how much horrible shit he has seen or been through. Much like Izuku, he's still human. Eraserhead eventually comes back up to them, telling Izuku and Himiko that they need to go as they still are technically vigilantes. Izuku nods and Dabi releases him. Himiko walks over to Izuku and holds his hand in a firm grip. She frowns at Dabi and Izuku's looks, but she doesn't mention it, just rubbing herself closer to her boyfriend. Dabi sighs and puts his hands in his pockets. You may want to take a few quirks before you leave. A couple of them have quite strong quirks. Also, the original All for One might be alive. Izuku was shocked. At the start of what Dabi was saying, Izuku had expected him to explain the resilience quirk that Himiko had mentioned earlier. But not that. Izuku went to respond, but Dabi spoke again. It's only a hunch, but just be on the lookout for a guy made of purple mist. He can create portals, and he answers to a man he calls sensei. Just, be careful if that's the case Izuku. You to Himiko. Dabi says. Himiko smiles a toothy grin at Dabi with her being mentioned. Izuku takes the information in, before thanking Dabi. Izuku does take a while to decide if he wants to take any of their quirks or not. He only has one available spot left, so if he uses it, he won't be able to help his students in that way. But Izuku reasoned that he wouldn't have to go that far anymore because he already knows basically everything about his students' quirks now. So Izuku took the resilience quirk and the ember quirk. He left the man's werewolf quirk because the mutation it naturally brings could clash with quirks Izuku already has, and Izuku just doesn't have the time to deal with that. The other quirk Moonlight isn't anything significant enough for Izuku to take it because it will just be on the back burner for a later date. As he and Himiko walk home though, he can't get what Dabi had said out of his head. The original All for One is alive. But that should be impossible. Izuku thinks, before he frowns. Is Toshinori that dumb to not know whether he has killed someone or not? The man sits in his chair, looking at his fabulous creations. He's had to speed up the process, but because someone new has caught his attention. All Might was a man that he had to defeat, he was the reason he's had to hide more than what any other hero has made him do. Including the others with One for All. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.